Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Alistair and Karen. Having even one of them present would be enough to slice this fiend to pieces. There's the downside that the kids could be put in danger, but with their level of expertise, they would notice the demon's approach in advance. They would surely be able to protect the children. No, there would be casualties. They might not be present, or even if they notice, it could take some time. And the children nearby might get caught up in the battle. I tried to reassure myself, but what's wrong is wrong. However, it can't be helped. What's important is Rodin's party. If Rodin and the main members die, the story cannot progress. It means I won't be able to meet hidden bosses like Ling. From my perspective, as someone that needs to conquer hidden bosses to advance to the final boss, that's something I absolutely must prevent. Fortunately, Rodin and the main members are all here. Even if the academy suffers damage, it won't significantly disrupt the story. I can't help being cursed as the bad guy. I'm not a paragon of virtue, and if Rodin's party were to be annihilated, the continent would plunge into great chaos. The story that should proceed smoothly would become a mess. So just go away. It would be troublesome if Rodin were to appear. The demon by news, lost in thought, opened his mouth. No, my tactile cells are screaming. That child is in there. Excuse me. We siblings can share our sense of touch. The cells of the demon's shard are telling me, that child is in there. Why share pain? Are you perverts? Wait, then shouldn't it feel my presence too? During the conquest of the demon's shard, I was there too. Specifically, Rodin, me, Luna, Raymond. If Binews's words are true, it should have felt my presence as well. But it doesn't seem to. If that were the case, I would have already been mush. It doesn't seem like a lie, but soon after, I nodded in agreement. Why? During the conquest of the demon's shard, I never attacked the demon's shard. Rodin and Luna attacked, Raymond defended, and I was busy cleaning. Yes, during the conquest of the demon's shard, all I did was clean, taunt, cheer, and finally, draw the aggro. I never directly heard the demon's shard. So, it's natural that Binews didn't recognize me as an enemy. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment? I have to carry out Mother's orders. The plan to pass it off to Alistair and Karen failed. Then on to the next plan. Great Demon Binews. You know my name. Keek, of course. The elite of the 5th Legion, Lord Binews. Your illustrious name is even revered among us humans. It's only natural I know it. Oh, is that so? Come to think of it, I haven't asked your name yet. My apologies. Praise can make even a whale dance. Demons are no different. What? You think it's not praise but flattery? You're mistaken. After all, I'm a pure child who doesn't know how to do such things. Keek, it's an honor to meet you like this. I am Zero, serving under the 2nd Legion commander. I see. A member of the 2nd Legion. That's quite distinctive. The 6th Legion commanders who rule the demon world. Apart from the 1st Legion commander, there's no specific hierarchy among the rest. Hence, they often quarrel among themselves. Be it humans or demons, the struggle for rank is inevitable. They are living beings, after all. However, the reputation of the 2nd Legion commander stands out among demons, not only for their strength as demons but because they use their heads. This was quite unusual, because the demon world believes in survival of the fittest, relying solely on inherent strength. But the demons of the 2nd Legion are different. Under the protection of the 2nd Legion commander, they showcase their unique talents and flaunt their demonic prowess. Therefore, even though other demons might disdain and disregard them, the continent began to change its opinion as it plunged into chaos. Wars, natural disasters, erosion. Most major events occurring on the continent are the doings of the 2nd Legion commander. As the continent fell into chaos, the number of humans making contracts with demons naturally increased, boosting the performance of demons lying low and providing them with entertainment. That was the work of the 2nd Legion commander. As it became relatively easy to manipulate humans, the 2nd Legion had to be acknowledged. Which means, claiming to be part of the 2nd Legion means you can't be treated lightly. It implies an operation by the 2nd Legion commander is in progress. Just like now. So, Zero, what were you doing here? I was investigating a relic said to be in the academy. I'm also in the middle of persuading some usable humans. I see. That's typical of the 2nd Legion. You've been working hard. Keek, it's nothing. Compared to what the demons do, it's hardly work. Ha ha ha, is that so? Well, perhaps. Binews's laughter grew louder. It seemed about time to get to the main point. But, I have a question. The order to kill Miss Rodin, are you sure about it? Absolutely. Mother said so. That's strange. What's strange about it? From what I've heard, the orders regarding Miss Rodin have changed recently. From kill to persuade. It's a direct order from the 2nd Legion, so it's undoubtedly true. Demons, being inherently aggressive and stubborn, often ignore orders. The only commands they heed are those from their own Legion commander, and only the 2nd Legion. There was an incident in the past. A plan to offer an entire kingdom as a sacrifice to summon a Legion commander. It was also a plan the 2nd Legion had been meticulously preparing for decades. But then, Keek, how about we have some fun killing humans in advance? They're all going to die soon anyway. A demon from another legion blabbered about the plan and went hunting humans, killing several demons from the second legion who tried to stop him. This delayed the summoning ritual, and as a result of the kingdom seeking assistance from other nations, the demon's ambitions turned to bubbles. The demon who messed up the second legion's plan somehow survived and returned to the demon world, where the first legion commander flayed him piece by piece, saying, "Anyone who interferes with the second legion's business will end up like this. If you can't help, at least don't hinder." That's why demons try to avoid getting involved with the second legion as much as possible. Not always, but generally, they prioritize their words. And Binus here would be no exception. It changed? When did that happen? I just found out about it yesterday myself. Fresh information. Rodin, was it? I was told to kill that human. It's a bit far, but what can I do? It's mother's command, so I happily comply. That's what Binus said just moments ago. Coming from a bit far away meant it took a long while to fly here. But it also meant there was no way to receive additional orders. It's not certain, but if the second legion's orders have changed, perhaps the fifth legion's have as well? By now, mother might be worrying if killing Miss Rodin is the wrong move. It would be a big problem if you made a mistake, wouldn't it? Especially for someone destined to become a great demon, having a blemish would be troubling. That's true. The conditions for promotion have been so strict lately. I wonder how it came to this. Binus started to grumble. Seeing that, I clenched my fists tightly. It's working? The attack by a 4th grade demon. I thought it was an absurd hidden piece, but it turned out to be a hidden piece that could be overcome through conversation. After all, there's always a way out, even when the sky falls. That's right. Fighting a 4th grade demon in Chapter 1. It's absurd. Just as I was about to send Binus away, "I'll take her." Excuse me. I'll take her and get confirmation from mother. A clever move. This guy, smarter than he looks. It seemed more like an obsession with mother than intelligence. Either way, it was a tricky situation. After taking her, if mother says to kill her, then kill her, if not, bring her back. How about that? This way, you won't be in trouble, right? No, that's very troubling. The continent will be destroyed. I won't be able to return to reality at Novel bin at. If things go well, I'll give you a position. Human zoo. You'll be satisfied managing that. No, I don't want to breed those things. I want to go back to reality and play games. But if a student disappears, it'll cause a commotion at the academy. There will be investigations, and I might be expelled in the process. Then run away. Or come with me. I'll introduce you to mother. There are many black magicians, so you'll make good friends. Demon, what are you talking about? Black magicians are very, very bad friends. This is troublesome. I too must strictly follow orders. How about you go back to mother for confirmation? That's too inefficient. If it turns out killing her was the right decision, I'd have to come all the way back here. Keek, couldn't you do it just once, for my sake? Look at my cute face and consider it. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. I won't be able to make time to come back. So it's not because I'm not cute enough, but because there's no time. He's got quite the eye. Then, I'll go in. Could you step aside for a moment? The entrance is a bit narrow. The demon politely requested. But I can't let him go. Not just because he's trying to take Rodin, but because in the process, Alex, Raymond, and Eurydia might die. Think. I thought about it, but no other method came to mind except that. Something I really wanted to avoid, something I never wanted to do. But there's no other way. The only method to protect Rodin is this one. Excuse me, Lord Binus. Yes, Zero. Do you have a request? If it's something I can do, I'll help. Really? As I asked with a bright expression, Binus smiled broadly. Of course. How could I refuse a comrade's request? Besides, human requests are often modest. They think it's a big request, but from the perspective of us demons, it's too modest. Modest request? As expected of Lord Binus. This will surely increase the number of humans accepting you. Keek, you have a way with words. So, what's your request? The request? It's, please die. As expected, a very simple request. Dying is. Binus, who seemed ready to fulfill the request right away. A sparkle appeared in his eyes. Wait, what? I said, please die. Yes. This is the only remaining method. Fighting and winning against a 4th grade demon. Binus stared at me dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Let's have a go, you demon bastard. I had a good reason for choosing to fight a 4th grade demon. Not just because Rodin's party must not die. It's about enduring turns. AKA the endurance quest. If you last a certain number of turns, someone appears to save you or the opponent has a special reason to leave the battlefield. A common and cliched scenario, but for me at this moment, it was an excellent cliche. Hidden quest. Defeat the 4th grade demon, Binus. Reward, demon's blood, 300 EXP, 30 gold. Penalty, death. As expected, the hidden quest window popped up. Let's see. Good rewards, manageable penalty, and I rubbed my eyes. There must have been something wrong with them. Anyway, having slit eyes causes a lot of problems. Ha ha ha, but then. Nope, not enduring, you have to kill. It wasn't written like that, but it might as well have been. My body shivered. The pressure was overwhelming. From a manly man declaring a fight with a 4th grade demon, why did I suddenly become a coward? Well, this isn't an endurance type of quest. A quest I never even imagined. I was sure a hidden quest like endure for a number of turns would pop up. But it wasn't. This is too much. Even if unique quests attract more aggro, this is over the top. This is just a dead end? Give me back my common and cliched quest? Can this be cancelled? Baineuse, contrary to appearances, is considerate, so he might accept my apology. Keek, Lord Baineuse. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. What I meant was not. Shut up. I'm barely restraining myself from tearing you apart right now. Ah, I see. It can't be cancelled? My death seems to be confirmed at novel bin at. To kill that monster. This is too much. My current level is 27, and Baineuse's level is LV 73. A simple calculation shows a whopping 46 level difference. Considering it becomes harder to level up as you go, that difference is probably even more significant. A calculation failure. It wasn't me who did something stupid. The developers who included such a hidden piece and made the quest weird are the crazy ones. I cannot understand. You dare to fight me? Yes, I don't understand either. What's with the Second Legion risking their lives? I've heard the insolent ones have increased, but this is too much. Blaming me? Oh, are you angry? Wouldn't this not have happened if you hadn't come in the first place? Keek, didn't you say if I had a request to just ask? That's all I did. There's a limit to requests. Didn't you say human requests are usually modest? You're single-handedly undermining the prestige of demons. Shaking with anger. Was the factual assault too much even for a demon to bear? I didn't want to get involved with the Second Legion, but it seems I have no choice. Flutter dash. The crouched Baineux spread his wings. A crocodile standing on two legs, with a pair of massive bat wings. The whole body shimmered with unidentified magic symbols. This was Baineux's true form. Flutter dash. Baineux took to the sky. His intent to kill me was palpable. TCH, I have no choice but to fight. It's a difficult situation, but I have no intention of giving up. The reason I decided to fight Baineux was because I had a strategy to successfully endure the turns. Let's just endure for now. I'll think about what comes next later. If my prediction is correct, a great flame will soon rise from behind Baineux in the pentagram. Whoosh dash. As expected. To the top right of the pentagram, a green flame ignited. 4th grade demon, scorching Baineux. Yes, I know how to defeat this demon. He's the demon you encounter when you visit the Galton region in Chapter 3. Why didn't I know Baineux was Lisbel's familiar? How would I know if they didn't tell me? Baineux attacks and kills humans entering the Galton region without reason. To enter the Galton region, you had to kill Baineux, so there were occasional fights, but in none of those cases was the name Lisbel mentioned. So, it was natural not to know. I learned it while talking to Baineux just now, but in this situation, it's utterly useless information. 0. Toying with me? I'll burn you. Whoosh dash. This time, to the bottom right of the pentagram, a green flame ignited. Top right and bottom right. A total of 2 flames have ignited. That's Baineux's demon magic. Demon magic varies from demon to demon, each with its unique characteristics. In Baineux's case, flames ignite one by one in the pentagram behind him, and when a total of 5 flames ignite, the ultimate magic, meteor shower, activates. Blazing meteors adorn the sky as they fall. The range is the entire map. An unavoidable wide area attack and Baineux's most powerful magic. The damage doesn't even matter. My current level is 27, and my stamina stat is 61. I'd die just from a graze, not to mention a direct hit. If meteor shower activates, it's as good as death. Baineux's demon magic sounds unbeatable just by hearing it. But it's not invincible. After all, he's a demon that can be defeated in Chapter 3. If you know the strategy, he's definitely worth a try. 3 key points in defeating Baineux. First, you must continually disrupt him. Baineux's demon magic ignites a green flame each turn, and after 5 turns, it activates. However, if he takes damage in between, the flames reset. It starts again from the first flame. Second, use the 5 turns efficiently. Attack, defend or evade, and heal. Unless it's unavoidable, attacking when 4 flames have accumulated, on the 4th turn, is ideal. It resets the 4 flames Baineux painstakingly accumulated, not only efficiently using turns but more importantly. The third point. Additional damage. For each accumulated flame, 25% additional damage is taken. Attacking while there's 1 flame incurs 25% additional damage, 2 flames yield 50% additional damage, 3 flames 75% additional damage, and with 4 flames, 100% additional damage. In other words, it becomes possible to inflict double the damage. Of course, there were demerits as well. If you make even a slight mistake, Baineux's demon magic would activate immediately. The field-wide magic, meteor shower? With my current health, even a graze would be instant death. It must be stopped at all costs. Therefore, normally, I would have attacked when there were 3 flames, inflicting 75% additional damage with my strategy. I have a secret weapon of my own. It's a bit risky, but if everything goes as I plan, it will definitely work. After all, fighting a 4th grade demon at level 27, winning without taking risks is impossible. Behold my power. Fireball. A basic fire magic spell. But its power was not basic. A burning rock, seemingly about 2 meters in diameter, flew towards me. I immediately placed my hand on my sword. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. 1 flash. Boom, bang bang bang. The rock hit by one flash literally exploded. At the same time, stone fragments scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, it didn't manage to hit Bainyuz. It's the limit to neutralize it. I thought with an A-grade rating for one flash, it might be possible to hit him. With the tidal effect of Heir of the Fleur family, I even receive a 20% increase in attack power. But to only neutralize it, this won't be easy. Even as I thought this, my body was already moving. Running forward, I faced the shower of stone fragments with my whole body. Keek, it's my turn. I positioned my sword straight and took stance. The basics of swordsmanship, middle stance. The fourth secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. As I drew the sword downwards, a storm brewed in the previously calm sky. The most powerful skill I can use with divine imitation. It was also my greatest attack at the moment. But, spat dash? Bainyuz was no longer there. He had dodged it. Not by the breadth of a sheet of paper, but it felt like 5,000 sheets worth. It must be because of the difference in stats. The grandeur that A-grade skills should exhibit is immense. Splitting the sky, mountains, and earth is the basic of the basics. However, the skills I use with divine imitation don't show such grandeur. Because my stats are despairingly low. The downside of betting on potential. Still, an A-grade skill is an A-grade skill. It can finish off most enemies. The problem is, that's beyond what was expected, damn developers. If I had known Bainyuz would appear, I would have raised my stats accordingly. But I didn't know. So, what can I do? I have to take the beating. The problem is that it's me taking it. Anyway, for these reasons, it was natural for Bainyuz to dodge my attacks. Not just the power, but the speed was too slow. From Bainyuz's perspective, my skills must seem like a turtle's pace. The preparation motion, casting motion, and the moment of activation. Everything is visible, so it's impossible not to dodge. Especially, unlike one flash, which is flexible in angle and has a broad range, Sky Splitter can only be used vertically. At this point, not dodging would be more strange. TCH. Though it was an action taken for experimentation, frustration welled up. No matter how much I mimic, I can't become the real thing. I had just gained an opportunity to become real with Fleur family style. But I won't use the Fleur family's swordsmanship. Partly because it's a C grade, but also because I don't know what effects the swordsmanship has, how the attacks unfold. It's not a skill I've seen in the game, and from the fight with Lerang, I only vaguely know about the third and fifth forms. I can't recklessly use something when I don't know what kind of skill will come out. Whoosh dash. In the center below the pentagram, a third green flame lit up. Normally, this is where I should stop. There's no guarantee of success when the fourth flame ignites. But I have to endure. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Whoosh dash. Again, Bainyuz easily dodged it. Even though one flash is versatile in angle and has a reasonably wide range. It was now clear. My attacks don't affect Bainyuz. Kahaha, your life is nearing its end. Keek, is that so? How about enjoying it a bit more? There's no need to wait until you're dead to have fun. Is he planning to play with my corpse? What a perverse hobby. Both Bainyuz and I didn't make any special moves, entering a reconnaissance phase. Then, whoosh dash, on the bottom left of the pentagram, a fourth green flame ignited. Kahaha, 0, pay for insulting me. A desperate situation. Everything went according to Bainyuz's plan, and soon, meteor shower would rain across the entire map. But it went according to my plan as well. And who said? Did I allow you to use your demon magic? Shurk dash. I used eye-opening while simultaneously pulling out a pocket watch. Specifically, the silver flash shaped like a pocket watch. Aiming at Bainyuz, I pressed the button, and a stream of mana shot towards him. Swoosh. Kook. Bainyuz twitched. Simultaneously, the 4 green flames at the pentagram began to fade. What is this? Sorry to say, but my turn hasn't ended yet. Silver flash requires no casting time. Raising my sword, I took stance again and used divine imitation. The fourth secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. As the clouds in the sky split apart. Crack. Bainyuz's left wing was severed. Sticky black blood adorned the sky. Aiaic. Bainyuz began to fall with a scream filled with pain. Thud. A small cloud of dust rose from the forest. I did it. I looked at the pocket watch in my hand. An artifact given to me by Karen. Silver flash, A. Attack power, 1. Cooldown, 5 turns. Shoots a condensed beam of mana as a streak of light. The target hit by the light falls into a stunned state for 0.1 seconds. A high-quality artifact modified to use minimal mana. It sacrifices attack power to gain reduced mana consumption and quick casting effects. It has been transformed into a pocket watch shape by someone's hands. Silver flash. This was my secret weapon. An artifact that allows for action even after use. Thanks to it, I was able to succeed in a significant attack. How did I manage to hit with my terribly slow Sky Splitter? There are 3 reasons for this. First, the temporary stun effect of Silver Flash. Second, the backlash from the forced cancellation of Bainyuz's demon magic, causing his mana to backfire. Third, just in case, I also used the eye-opening skill. The chance that Bainyuz might be momentarily startled by the ominous gaze, even if just for 0.001 seconds, was golden time for me. The result, as you can see, worked out well. It went according to plan. Tearing off one of his wings was luck, but now Bainyuz has lost his mobility. Now I just need to repeat this process. When 4 flames are lit, use Silver Flash to prevent demon magic from activating and immediately follow up with an offensive skill. Then, Binus will scream and fall again. I was lucky. Binus's demon magic is essentially a casting skill that requires 5 turns. And the cooldown of Silver Flash is 5 turns. They match perfectly. That's why I said it was lucky. Since I used it first, the cooldown will finish first. Binus's demon magic was as good as sealed. There's one big problem left for later. But that's a problem for another time. Now is the time to focus on the problem at hand. Ka, you bastard. Boom, magical energy erupted, uprooting trees from the forest. At the same time, a green flame ignited. The top right of the pentagram. The first flame of demon magic. I won't let you get away. Keek, I'm just standing still. Impudent. Fireball. A burning boulder flew straight at me. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Crackle. Boom. The boulder collided with one flash and shattered to pieces. Being on the ground made Binus easier to hit than before. No need to worry about getting cut by falling stone shards now. Whoosh dash. A second flame lit up at the pentagram. I launched one flash, but Binus moved sideways to dodge it. At the same time. Whoosh dash. A third flame started burning. ZZZT dash. Hypersense activated. I didn't know the exact location, but something was definitely happening under my feet. I threw myself into the forest at novel bin at. Flame strike. Boom. The ground exploded, and dirt and sand flew up, filled by a volcanic blaze of fire. The heat was intense enough to feel scorching on my skin. I almost got roasted alive. Binus won't change his strategy of attacking with magic, because he doesn't know about Silver Flash. Even if he did, he would assume its cooldown is longer than 5 turns. Meaning, I have 1 or 2 more chances to attack. I need to use them to drain as much health as possible. Well, I only have Sky Splitter to use. Whoosh dash. The fourth flame lit up at the bottom left of the pentagram. I immediately used Silver Flash. Kook. Binus let out a small groan. The short stun from Silver Flash and the backlash from his mana must be the reason. I adjusted my stance while using Eye Opening. The fourth secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. Aaaaaa. Binus knelt on one knee. Despite my low stats, an A-grade rating through Divine Imitation and 100% increased damage from the 4 flame stacks must have stung quite a bit. Zero, are you okay? It was Luna. She peeked her head out from the underbrush. She had some scrapes here and there, but she didn't seem to be in pain. The spirit's breath must have protected Luna well. Thank goodness. She's safe. She scrambled over and stood next to me. What's this? Why is that demon kneeling? Luna, listen carefully. His demon magic is. I quickly explained Binus's gimmick to Luna. That's what it is. Do you understand? Yeah, I totally get it. Really? You didn't understand a thing, did you? I'll give the commands. Just follow them. Don't question anything. I'll handle it myself. Whoosh dash. The first flame lit up at the pentagram again. ZZZT dash. I felt something stirring beneath my feet once more. I scooped up Luna in a princess carry. Kaie, you pervert? You couldn't resist, could you? Is this the time to be concerned about that? I ran desperately while holding Luna. After about 3 seconds. Flame strike. Boom. The ground exploded, and flames soared into the sky. It was exactly where we had just been. Luna looked at me and said, I usually don't listen to perverts, but just this once, I'll follow your lead. Keek, I appreciate it. Enough with that. Just give me a chance to hit that bastard hard. I have a debt to pay. Luna licked her lips. Not intimidated by a demon, she's quite remarkable. In a way, she's amazing. Well, I'm happy to oblige. It's not a difficult request, after all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time passed, and again, 4 flames lit up at the pentagram. I used Silver Flash and shouted. Now, attack. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. 1 flash. The fourth secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. Crack. Whoosh. Crack. Sizzle. Aaaaaa. Black blood burst from Binus's body. Simultaneously, a shocked voice escaped Luna's mouth. You. How can you use Senior Rodlin's techniques? Keek, didn't I tell you? I can use secret techniques from other families. Right, you did say that. But seeing it myself, I can hardly believe it. Though, it seems the one you used was stronger. Is it my imagination? It's not an illusion, I am indeed stronger. Rodlin's Lucid family style is C-grade, after all. While the difference in stats might narrow the gap somewhat, it wouldn't be enough to catch up to an A-grade. Whoosh, the first flame in the pentagram began to ignite. Normally, it would have been either a fireball or flame strike. But this time, no magical attack came. Instead, how dare you humans leave wounds on my body? I'll kill you. Thud 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 dash. Binus began to charge at us, on all fours. Seeing this, I couldn't help but click my tongue. This is troublesome. The issue I was worried about had arisen. Namely, Binus resorting to physical attacks. Binus is a massive creature, around 3 meters tall. His body is all muscle, so just the air pressure from his charge could kill someone like me. The probability of Binus opting for a physical attack in the game is 25%. 1 in 4. Of course, being a probability, it's not absolute. He might not opt for a physical attack in any of the 4 attempts, or he might choose it all 4 times. The problem now is that I have no way to stop this monster's physical attack. And there's a possibility, albeit unlucky, that he could opt for physical attacks consecutively. Bainyuz, being a demon, is more specialized in magic than in direct physical assaults. So when he does resort to physical attacks, many players actually preferred it. Bainyuz's physical attacks were weak and easy to block. But for us now, it's the worst possible form of attack. No matter how many times I use one flash or sky splitter, he'll either dodge them or charge through them. Then it's over. With my despairingly low stats, I absolutely can't dodge his charge. Therefore, Luna, I will attack. Focus on evasion and keep him at bay. Got it. Luna ran out and dodged Bainyuz's charge. At the same time, she taunted him. Your mother stinks. How dare a mere human insult my mother? Whoosh dash. A second flame lit up in the pentagram. Simultaneously, Bainyuz swung his fist but, snap dash. Luna quickly dodged his punch with agile movements. Luna could dodge Bainyuz's attacks for a reason. Due to the continuous attacks on Bainyuz, his stats had overall decreased, and Luna's stats are much higher than mine. I went all in on potential stats, but Luna's stats are likely being distributed automatically. Considering her current level, she's probably 110 stats higher than me. And with Bainyuz's stats significantly reduced from the injuries, evading him focused solely on evasion wouldn't be impossible. I still have stats points left. I was saving up to 100 points for potential gambling. Currently, I have 74 points left. Why not use those points in such a critical situation? I will use them. But not now. I'm still uncertain which stats to invest in. They should be used at a decisive moment. You might ask if it wouldn't be better to increase strength or agility stats with Silver Flash to bleed Bainyuz more. You'd be right. If Bainyuz didn't have a second phase, that is. Yes, Bainyuz has a second phase. Who knows what variables will come into play then. So, I must conserve my points until that decisive moment. Zero. Bainyuz started charging at me again. The 25% chance had unfortunately occurred twice in a row. With my stats, I can't dodge his attack. Just as I was about to invest points into agility, Luna arrived in front of me, a sword drawn in the one flash stance. As Luna spun around, the shadow of the sword enveloped us. The second secret technique of the Lester family style. Moon Shadow. The Lester family's second secret technique was executed. A technique that blocks 100% of an enemy's attack. However, Luna, colliding with Bainyuz, was launched into the air. It was natural for Luna, with her lower skill rank, not to execute Moon Shadow perfectly. The silver lining was that it reduced some of the damage. Luna. I caught Luna as she fell from the air. I administered first aid with a potion while keeping an eye on Bainyuz. Whoosh dash. The third flame ignited. Next, we'll delay his attack, regroup, and plan our next move. That's when. Whoa. Bainyuz began his charge towards us again. A 25% chance occurring a third time? This is already the third time, a 1.5625% probability happening right here. Of course, it's a probability that could happen. But why now? This is too much. I have no choice but to rely on the power of the Barrier of Order. An artifact that reduces damage by 80%, gifted by Dake. It's going to hurt like hell, but that's what it takes to save Luna. After taking the hit, I must immediately use Silver Flash and Sky Splitter. I'm not sure if I can do it with the pain, but that's another issue. I must do whatever it takes. Bring it on. Just as I stood in front of Luna. Get out of the way. Luna got up, trembling. Her left arm broken, her forehead torn, her knees looking fractured. Despite being completely battered, she stood by my side. If you touch my friend, I'll kill you. Crazy woman. Truly crazy, in many senses, our Luna is. Luna, step aside. You step aside. She's small but mighty. At this rate, we'll both end up dead. Just as I struggled to push Luna away. Whoosh dash. Flames burst forth from my chest. Not Bainyuz's magic because it was unmistakably warm and soothing. Completely senseless in this situation. Even so, Bainyuz's charge didn't stop. Just as he was about to hit us, the flame moved to block between us. Then, What is this flame? Why does this flame have a holy aura? Holy aura? Could it be that this flame contains divine power? The flame enveloping us grew larger, shining in splendid colors. Like the feathers of a parrot. Wait, could it be? I reached into my pocket and opened Pocket Dimension. When I pulled my hand out, I was holding two items. The feather of a friend and the hilt of the powerless sacred sword. The brilliant flames were emanating from the feather. Soon, the flame transferred to the old hilt of the sacred sword. Then, the sacred sword Artana responds to the call of a friend. The ninth sacred sword of the continent, created to save the world. Artana shone brightly in my hand. The sacred sword awakens forcefully in response to the hero parrot's call. Due to insufficient recovery time, its full power has not been awakened. The user's abilities are dismal. Only a part of the sacred sword's power is accessible. The divine power stat is unlocked. Ninth sacred sword Artana, F. One of the 9 sacred swords made in the Holy Kingdom. It had exhausted its power in ancient battles and lost its master, but it has awakened again at the call of the hero parrot. The user's abilities are so dismal that it cannot draw upon its inherent power. Sacred Sword activation available. When the Sacred Sword activation skill is used, it has additional effects. Constant application of the Divine Wave skill. One-time use of the Flame of Healing skill. Reuse cooldown, 168 hours. Duration of Sacred Sword activation, 3 minutes. The information window kept updating relentlessly. I desperately held on to my consciousness to check the information. A ninth sacred sword? Artana, the sacred sword that has maintained its position as a sacred sword for the longest time among all the sacred swords. It has regained its power, right here in my hands. Precisely. Parrot, you've been recognized as a hero. The parrot that was with me during the battle against the demon's shard. It must have completed its hero's journey at novel bin at. The system window displaying hero parrot made it certain. Such a grand gift. The game Hero of the Academy. In the early stages, there were many battles against humans, but as it progressed, battles against demons became the main theme. And they give me a sacred sword? It's as if they're telling me to pluck off all their heads. The active 10th sacred sword, and the past sacred swords that have lost their light. Through special progressions, it's possible to obtain them. But that's as far as it goes. For those not recognized as heroes, using them would make them no better than ordinary blades. The one in my hand is somewhat better. It has a 1-week cooldown and can only be used for a mere 3 minutes, but the important thing was the ability to wield a sacred sword, even temporarily. Moreover, interpreting the phrase the user's abilities are so dismal that it cannot draw upon its inherent power in reverse means. If the user's abilities meet the conditions, it can draw upon its inherent power. Moreover, reviving the 9th sacred sword is a first for me. Another achievement as a veteran player. Ah, Parrot. It's the spirit of my friend Parrot. What? Parrot must be protecting me? Parrot? You haven't forgotten me? Yay, I was always good to you. Luna started to cry profusely. Well, let's leave it at that for now. After all, Luna did become friends with Parrot, though it was somewhat forced. Injured Luna came into my view. Holding the sacred sword, I shouted. Sacred sword activation. Wings of light spread behind me, and around, white halo above my head. I looked like an angel. Zero? What did you just do? Are you okay? Why worry about me when I'm unhurt? You should be more concerned about yourself. Flame of Healing. The splendid flame enveloped Luna. Her body slowly began to heal. The cut on her forehead healed, the fractured knee returned to normal, and the broken left arm started to realign itself. After confirming the Flame of Healing remained around Luna, I stood up. There's a 3-minute limit, so I needed to move quickly. Keek, I'll be back shortly. I don't know what happened, but be careful. Whoosh dash. The pentagram behind Bainyuz. A 4th flame was already burning. Damn, demons fight dirty. I immediately used Silver Flash. Kook. The short stun from Silver Flash, and Bainyuz, whose mana backfired. I swung my sword at him. The sacred sword shining with a splendid light. The 4th secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. Arg. Bainyuz's waist bent like a bow. A small storm created by Sky Splitter swirled with a colorful flame. That must be the Divine Wave skill. A passive skill that naturally accompanies each swing of the sword. The colorful flames clung to Bainyuz's body, continuously burning him. Sky Splitter, the divine power of the sacred sword, and Divine Wave. Even a 4th-grade demon would find it hard to withstand. I feel like I could fly, but I don't know how. Flapping the angel-like wings only made me float slightly, not fly. Seems like I need a bit of practice. Well, that's not what's important right now. Currently, Bainyuz has given up on attacking. I started pouring attacks on him. The 1st secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. The 4th secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. Boom, bang bang bang, boom boom boom. One flash, Sky Splitter, one flash, Sky Splitter in repetition. There was no need to stack flame stacks for 100% additional damage. This did much more damage. Arg. Bainyuz writhed in pain. I never knew beating someone up one-sidedly could feel so good. With every painful groan from Bainyuz, a strange sense of exhilaration enveloped me. I feel like I'm discovering something new. Cough. The flames in the pentagram flickered on and off. It felt like I used my techniques at least 10 times. Yet, he showed no sign of dying. Such a sturdy guy. I need to move to the 2nd phase quickly. With the power of the sacred sword available, I needed to bleed him more before entering the 2nd phase. I have to. Even if I have to use my stat points. I was about to put 50 points into strength when PSSH-. The sacred sword returned to its original state, leaving just the worn handle. At the same time, the wings and the halo above my head vanished. Bainyuz got up and glared at me, with eyes that seemed to say it was all over. Ha. Did it hurt a lot? You looked so tired, I thought I'd give you a massage. I will kill you. Whoosh. Another flame lit up in the pentagram. At the same time, Bainyuz made it clear he was about to charge. Luna? You're fully healed, right? Could you block that for me? Ugh, really, I can't rest because of you. Move aside and let me see. Keek, as expected of Luna. Just like before, please draw his attention. I'll handle the attack. Hold on. Luna, who had been intently observing Bainyuz, turned her head towards me. Why is he so angry? He looks like he's about to smash everything. That's what I'm wondering too. Why is he acting like that? It's obviously your fault. You should have given him a break between the beatings. Don't you have any consideration? Consideration for a demon? That's quite the revelation. Whoosh dash. A second flame ignited in the pentagram, and simultaneously, thud 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 dash, Binus's charge began, obviously directed towards us. The mere sight was enough to make one's flesh tremble. You said you'd finish it quickly? You said you'd handle it? After making all those cool moves, what's this? What can I do if he's so tough? Just block him boldly like before, Luna. Even if you're torn to pieces, I'll heal you. Shut up. Do you think I'd let a pervert like you touch my body? Block it? You block it. Luna grabbed my collar and shook me vigorously. Parrot, you premature. What's with 3 minutes? 3 minutes? You should have given me at least an hour. I'm a man who can, allegedly, handle that much. Thud 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 dash. Luna, it's coming. Damn it. I'll try to block it with moon shadow. Not sure if it'll work, though. Come to think of it, I forgot about moon shadow. If I had known, I would have saved it in divine imitation earlier. A fatal mistake. Luna, don't be nervous. You can do it. Of course. Here I go. Hey, your whole body is already shaking? You're a bundle of nerves. You might as well be called nervous instead of Luna. We're all going to die. But there was nothing to be done. A bipedal crocodile with bat wings, standing 3 meters tall. If such a being charged in fury, anyone's knees would buckle. Here I go. Just as Luna's sword was about to leave its sheath. Shield. About 2 meters in front of us, an opaque hemisphere formed. Magic? Then, I turned around. Towards the entrance leading to Larang's laboratory. Eurydia stood in front of the partially collapsed entrance, holding a staff. Crash. The shield shattered upon colliding with Binus. Ugh. Shield. Crash. It slowed him down a bit, but that was all. It was impossible to stop the charge of Binus, a 4th-grade demon, with a feeble shield. Just then, someone passed by our side. A girl with black hair tinged with blue light. It was Rodin. The first secret technique of the Lucid family style. Earth flip. Rodin didn't aim for Binus. Right in front of him, she targeted the path Binus was charging on. Boom! The ground split open, sending rocks and dirt flying into the sky. Binus was among them. Arg. Binus flew through the air for a while. His body landed on the sharp split rocks above. Crunch. Binus's body was impaled, and black blood flowed. Luna murmured upon seeing this. Did we get him? Thanks for casting the resurrection spell. I'm truly grateful, Luna. Zero, are you okay? What on earth happened? Zero, are you alright? Everyone, be careful. The path is dangerous. Why would a high-level demon be here? Rodin, Raymond, Alex, and Eurydia. The entire first party appeared. It seems they successfully took down Larang. I've been through a lot, guys. I want to tell you all about it. But now wasn't the time. It's not over yet. Everyone, get ready for battle. Yes. Now, the second phase of the demon Binus begins. Asterisk. Rez woke up from fainting. After surveying her surroundings, she immediately hid herself in a box. Even hidden safely inside the box, her body trembled. The idiot hair on top of Rez's head spun around 360 degrees. She could sense that this place was extremely dangerous. And soon, she found out why. That's a demon. A high-level demon, with the pentagram present. There was nothing she could do. Hiding in the box, she slowly moved towards the forest. Luna. A fierce battle was unfolding. Zero and Luna. Astonishingly, they were fighting a high-level demon. So amazing. As Rez watched, she eventually bowed her head. Then, moving the box, she turned towards the academy. She knew she was different from them. Being timid, cowardly, and only weak, she knew she'd only be a hindrance. Because we're friends. Trusting you is all there is to it because we're friends. Pause. Why did Luna's voice suddenly come to mind? Friend. Could she also become friends with Luna? Could someone as weak as herself become a friend Luna could trust? She wasn't sure. So, for now, she decided to keep watching their battle a little longer. Rez tightly held a small bow in her hand. Zero? What do you mean by that? It's not over yet. It means the demon hasn't died yet. A 4th-grade demon wouldn't die so easily. 4th grade. As the children were startled, demonic energy flashed like lightning from the body of the demon Binus. Binus's body slightly lifted off the ground, and then he was pulled out from where he had been impaled on the sharp rocks. The holes in his upper body began to heal gradually, and the various other minor wounds vanished in an instant. When Binus opened his eyes, a whirlwind of magical energy swept through the area. Ugh, such tremendous magical energy. The children slightly bowed their bodies to resist the magical energy. I just stood there. It feels just like a breeze to me. I can't feel magical energy because I don't have the related skill. They always play among themselves, saying, ugh, magical energy, ugh, tremendous magical energy. They are really petty. I want to join in on the magic play too. Well, this isn't the time to be playing around. Binus's Phase 2 gimmick is quite intense. The condition for activating his ultimate magic meteor shower has changed. The number of flames needed has decreased from 5 to 3. Although there is 100% additional damage when there is 1 flame and 200% additional damage with 2 flames. The risk we have to take is a vague payoff at novel bin at. And now the biggest problem is, I can no longer rely on Silver Flash. The cooldown for Silver Flash is 5 turns. During phase 1, I had the upper hand in the turn battle, but now Bainyuz has the advantage. Whether there's one flame or two, I have to keep attacking to reset it. Bainyuz's wings, which had been behind him, merged with his body, becoming one with his back. Other protruding body parts also retracted inward. He had entered a state that discarded unnecessary appearances in favor of efficiency. The cells of my brother cry out. You must be Rodin. You know me. Of course. The pain of my brother is our pain. From now on, you will live a life being hunted by our kin. You will live in constant fear until you die. Bainyuz continued with a sinister smile. And this applies to you as well. Bainyuz's finger was pointing at me. Me? Why? Your brazen attitude has been deeply etched into my cells. My brothers will never kill you easily. They will tear you apart, consume you, burn you. Eek, how horrifying. What have I done to deserve this? It's exactly that attitude that's the problem. The children nodded in agreement. What? No, why are you agreeing with him? You can't agree with a demon, you idiots. That's not right. It was Raymond. Oh, it's our Raymond, believing in me? He stepped forward and shouted. Zero is just living up to his looks. It's only that he acts as he appears. Why is that a problem? That guy? It's definitely your Raymond. How amusing. Rodin let out a light laugh. It's genuinely a laugh, finding it funny. Then suddenly, her gaze sharpened. What? A life of being hunted? Don't make me laugh. Rodin stepped forward. Her steps were heavy. Not only us, but even the demon just watched her. Under the light filtering through the forest. There, Rodin pointed her sword at the demon. I don't run away. It doesn't matter how many there are, come find me. In the name of the Lucid family, I will cut you all down. Despite the demon's fierce threat, she was not intimidated at all and even countered. I approached her sneakily and whispered. Keek, senior. Won't you take my part as well? I'm too scared of demons. It's your own duty to take care of your matters, Zero. That's how you become a great person. Yes. Thank you for your wise words. Though I feel like I'll be torn apart by a demon before becoming a great person. No need for further talk. Rodin, I will avenge my brother. Boom. Magical energy burst forth from Bainyuz's body. This meant the battle was starting now. I can't believe it. That he's the demon's shard's brother. Keek, if you look closely, they do resemble each other. In ugliness, in pettiness, in being quick to finish. TL note, premature ejaculation joke, in case someone didn't understand. Rodin's face turned slightly red. Everyone knew it was just a joke to ease the tension. It was definitely not meant to tease Rodin. Comparing the one-eyed demon to who? And I am magnificent. TL note, now it's a dick joke. It was unclear what exactly was magnificent, but it was enough to embarrass Rodin. Demerits. This is a reason for demerits. I will assign demerits to you too. She was even giving out demerits to the demon. Indeed, Rodin is an interesting girl. To continue enjoying this life, I must defeat Bainyuz. I took a deep breath and shouted loudly. He will use fire magic? Sometimes he'll launch physical attacks. The demon's magic seems to be a type that requires accumulating flames to use. Originally, there were 5 spaces in the pentagram, but now there are only 3. We must absolutely prevent the emergence of 3 flames. My voice echoed loudly through the forest. Rodin smiled broadly and responded. That's it. Understood. Everyone, don't stop attacking. We'll divide into 3 groups of 2 and attack relentlessly. Rodin, Alex, Raymond, Eurydia, me, and Luna. Considering it was hastily arranged, the balance wasn't bad. Could it be that they even thought about synergy? The versatile Rodin and Alex. The defensive Raymond and the offensive Eurydia. The handsome me and the not-so-handsome Luna. Looking at it from any angle, the balance was good. Well, it seemed like me and Luna were placed together thinking our coordination would be good. What are you thinking about now? Keek, Miss Luna is quite cute even in such situations, was what I was thinking. You were thinking the opposite? You're really dead if this ends. Maybe dying by Bainyuz's hand here would be better. After all, Luna's fist is quite fearsome. The first flame blazed up. Mr. Demon. Hello, my name is Raymond. Die. Eek. Clang. Bainyuz's eyes widened because his punch was blocked by Raymond's sword. As expected of a character that's cheating. It was surprising enough that he blocked a giant fist with a sword, but there was a tremendous stat difference between the two. Yet, he blocked the attack just by adjusting the angle of his sword. This guy. Whoosh. Bam. Clang. Clang clang. Raymond's sword moved like lightning, blocking Bainyuz's fists. Raymond has a unique character trait where his evasion rate increases the closer he gets to his opponent. Despite the significant stat difference, he could block about 7 out of 10 attacks. Trying to kill people. Did your mom teach you that? A fearless retort. I don't have a mother. I only have someone I serve. I knew it. It wouldn't make sense otherwise with your nasty personality. It's actually a relief, isn't it? To not have parents whose heart you can break. I'm envious. Kahook. Was it because of Raymond's fiery retort, or because of the sword Alex had plunged into him from behind? Bainyuz coughed up black blood. As expected of Raymond. Annoying when he's an opponent, but incredibly reliable when he's on our team. This time, in the battle against Bainyuz, it was Raymond's turn to shine. Everyone, back off. Rain of fire. Do-do-do-do-do. Eurydia's magic exploded next. Rain of fire, a spell that required a whopping 3 turns of casting time. With Raymond's provocation, those 3 turns were a piece of cake. Krayok. Crimson flames blazed from Bainyu's body. The characteristic of the Rounter family was that their magic imbued a crimson hue. Especially, they were a family specialized in fire magic. The Lucid family's first secret technique. Earth flip. Boom boom boom. Ugh. Bainyu's was overwhelmed by the attack of Rodin's party. The flames in the pentagram flickered on and off, staying at one. Interrupting demon magic was good. The current problem was proper attacks aren't hitting. Currently, I can't use one flash and sky splitter. Too many eyes are watching. My one flash is grade A, so it's too noticeable. Rodin would immediately notice its Lester family's swordsmanship. Sky splitter was the same. If she knew I was using her family's swordsmanship, she would start keeping her distance. Even in such a situation, I had to think about the future. This place is not the end, but the beginning. It wasn't good to arouse suspicion among the main characters. I'd use it if it were really an emergency. But now is not the time. Thump. Ugh. Raymond, who had been blocking Bainyu's fists with his sword, fell backward. Even the unparalleled Raymond couldn't overcome the overwhelming stat difference. Fireball. Bainyu's magic was cast next. Rodin dragged the fallen Raymond out of the magic's range. The second flame in the pentagram blazed up. At the same time, Alex's first original technique. Hungry Wolf. Taking advantage of the moment Bainyu's cast his magic, Alex's secret technique struck Bainyu's. Crack. Cra. Like a starving wolf tearing into flesh, Alex's sword tore into Bainyu's. However, it didn't cause significant damage. Only a small piece of flesh fell off. Miss Luna, could you take my place for a moment? Yes, senior, leave it to me. Luna, who had been resting with me, was thrown into the battle. Zero, how have you been fighting such a monster until now? Keek, I was just lucky. I came to discuss a strategy. Is there any way, like a weakness or characteristic? Ack. This time, Alex was sent flying far away. The overwhelming difference in stats. Raymond was doing his best to play the tank's role, but there was a limit. And that limit was rapidly approaching. Keek, we have no choice but to block the demon magic and keep attacking. Is that so? The situation was not good. That's when it happened. Senior, can you buy us some time? Eurydia, who had been using magic near me. She successfully used a shield to protect the children and looked back at us again. Time? Do you have a plan, Miss Eurydia? I will use a forbidden technique from my family. Are you sure? It might cause problems later. It's okay. It wasn't forbidden because it's strange, but because it's too powerful. Rodin thought for a moment and then nodded. Rules are important, but stopping the demon was the highest priority. I see. Then I'll trust you and leave it to you. The timing is up to you. Thank you. I will definitely succeed. Rodin rushed back to the battlefield. Aren't you going? Zero. Keek, I'm not fully recovered yet. After fighting that thing one-on-one. Ugh, my back hurts from slamming him into the ground. Eurydia's eyes narrowed. She seemed to doubt my words, maybe even disdain them slightly. Well, never mind. Just watch over me for a moment. Eurydia stood in front of me. She loosened her hair and began to concentrate. The demon is important, but I can't miss this chance to observe. In fact, I knew what magic Eurydia was about to use. Oh, darker than the blackest darkness, redder than the blood flowing through my veins. A spell that exists, with a casting time of 5 turns. As Eurydia began her spell, the sky started to darken. At the same time, a cool breeze blew, causing Eurydia's uniform to flutter. Demon Slave. The spell that placed Eurydia within the top 3 of the character popularity rankings and a spell that anyone who played Hero of the Academy would know. Even people who played other games knew about the character Eurydia. Such was her popularity that many people went around reciting the Demon Slave spell. I was one of them. The Demon Slave spell is quite lengthy. Even ordinary people memorized such a spell, which gives an idea of how popular Eurydia was at the time. But to have such a direct observation opportunity come up, I can't miss it. Well, Raymond is getting beaten up by the demon, but what can I do? Missing out on a direct observation, especially the first one, was not an option. A true connoisseur would make the same choice. Click click. I began taking pictures without disturbing Eurydia's concentration. Maybe it's because of the wind, but the photos turned out pretty. It would have been better if the sky was clear, but it can't be helped. After all, this spell borrows power from the Master of the Abyss. So, this much is acceptable. Eurydia's lips moved as the spell continued. Oh you, darker than the blackest darkness, redder than the blood flowing through my veins. By the name of yours, forgotten and buried under the flow of time, I swear here in front of everyone. To those foolish ones standing in our way. Together with your power and mine, we shall show the great power of despair. Being? A strange noise emanated from Eurydia's hand. It's the sound made when mana is concentrated in one place. A terrifying noise, as if mana was screaming in a cramped space, about to explode at any moment. Everyone, get away from there. Far away. At my shout, the children distanced themselves from Bainyu's. The second flame lit up in the pentagram. But it doesn't matter. Our casting is finished. Eurydia brought her hands together and then spread them wide towards where Bainyu's was. Demon Slave? Boom 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 boom. Crimson flames shot from Eurydia's palms. The storm of flames engulfed Bainyu's. Krayak dash. A pained scream erupted from Bainyu's. As expected, it's impressive. Concentrating all her mana into one point, condensing, and compressing it. Then firing it all at once. That's Demon Slave. Moreover, with 2 flames lit, there was an additional 200% damage. Even by news, a 4th grade demon would have suffered significant damage. Ugh, ugh, Keek, you've worked hard, Miss Eurydia. I can't even offer empty words of thanks to you. 0. Eurydia let out a wry smile. Not so. I worked hard too. I was busy capturing beautiful shots against the dark background. You brats? I will never forgive you. But contrary to his words, Bainews was staggering. Everyone, stay alert. It's not over yet. As the first flame lit up in the pentagram, the battle began again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ugh, ugh, damn, still? When is that thing going to fall? Or, does it even fall? By now, that thought might have crossed everyone's mind. The battle with the 4th grade demon Bainews was now in its 30th minute. But Bainews still showed no signs of falling. Damn, if only I could use magic. Eurydia gnawed at her fingernails. Currently, Eurydia was out of mana due to the aftermath of Demon Slave. The mana that was recovering was all used up for shield, making it impossible to use offensive magic. What the hell is that thing? Why did it appear here? Eurydia's curse was a reflection of our current situation. Normally, she's good at hiding her true feelings. But now, her true feelings were continuously spilling out. It meant the situation was not good. Ugh. Alex? Be careful. Raymond deflected Bainews' attack and protected Alex, Rodin, Alex, and Luna. Although Eurydia couldn't use offensive magic, they hadn't loosened the reins on their attacks. The trio's secret techniques and strikes continued. The flames in the pentagram were extinguished again. If 3 flames were lit, it would be over. But that had never happened. It showed how relentlessly we had been fighting. Huh? Have I been resting until now? Of course not. I was also moving around busily. Die. Kra. Raymond fell backward, and at the same time, Bainews cast a spell. Luna grabbed the fallen Raymond and dragged him out of range. Flame strike. Boom. The ground shattered, and the terrain was damaged. Our formation was also disrupted. Suddenly, the second flame lit up in the pentagram. 0. I'm aware. Using silver flash to reset the flames and simultaneously swinging my sword. The third secret technique of the Fleur family. Steel storm's wings. Rocks and miscellaneous objects lying around struck Bainews' body. Boom boom boom. Ugh. This was my role. In situations like this, when the formation collapses unexpectedly, it's my job to prevent the third flame with silver flash. Some might call it a perfect strategy, thinking we could win if it continues like this. But no. The cooldown for silver flash is 5 turns, and Bainews' demon magic is every 3 turns. When the next second flame is lit, I won't be able to do anything. It means this is the most dangerous timing. And that's not the only problem. Ugh, ugh, cough, cough, sigh. The children's stamina was dropping. Even Rodin was struggling to regulate her heavy breathing. And as is often the case, misfortunes come not singly but in battalions. AHH. Raymond, who could block 7 out of 10 attacks. But probability is just that, probability. Meaning there are times, like now, when consecutive defenses fail. Rodin, Alex, and Luna were also quite distant. Looking up, I saw Eurydia forming a large axe with her arms, meaning she had no mana left to use for a shield. The only one who could go to Raymond now was me. But lacking in stats, I couldn't rescue Raymond. Ultimately, what I chose was, Raymond, catch. A small disc that could fit in my hand. The A-grade artifact from Dake, Barrier of Order. Barrier of Order, A. Once per battle, if you receive a fatal injury, it reduces damage by 80%. Boom, ack. Struck by Bainews' fist, Raymond was sent flying far away, rolling on the ground. Then he suddenly lifted his head, indicating he was unharmed. I ran to Raymond. 0, I owe you 1. Thank you so much. Give it back. Pardon. What I gave you, I mean. Return it. And go back to your position to fight. Yes. Raymond, having returned the Barrier of Order, ran back to his spot. It might seem harsh, but it's the right thing. Because it might be needed again. Perhaps even right now. The formation is collapsing too fast. We've reached our limit. As I feared, Luna was in danger next. Luna. I threw the Barrier of Order. Successfully catching it, Luna was hit by Bainews' punch and sent flying. Cough. The once per battle rule of the Barrier of Order. An artifact that had already been used by Raymond, thus its effect nullified, so why give it? There's a small bug in this game. Artifacts or skills labeled once per battle can be used once per character. Since passing it also consumes a turn, it's a rarely used tactic. But it's handy for valuable artifacts. I never thought I'd be using it now. By the way, the Spirit's Breath Luna has is a once per single battle item, meaning this method of use wouldn't work. Once per single battle. Once per battle. You might ask what's the difference between the two, but it can't be helped. It's an old game, after all. Such things require a generous understanding. Anyway, I was making good use of the artifact I received, from Dake. Crack. Senior. Rodin was struck by Bainews' fist and sent flying. Towards me. Damn. I threw myself to catch Rodin. It was almost a collision, but surely better than hitting the hard ground. Senior, are you alright? Of course. Cough. Blood spurted from Rodin's mouth. She tried to stand but collapsed to the side. Her body wouldn't respond. Rodin struggled to speak. 0, take everyone and run. Pardon. He's only after me. Please. I'll hold him off while you, at novel bin at. Yes, Rodin is that kind of character. One who tries to shoulder everything alone. A stubborn fool. I pressed her forehead down to lie back, then stroked her head. Zero, what are you doing? Keek, as you see, I'm patting your head. No, I mean, trying to shoulder everything alone. Are you perhaps a fool? Rodin looked into my eyes. Her eyes, always bright and full of strength, were slightly dimmed. There's no other way. I believe in you, senior. Together, we can overcome this crisis. But it seems you don't trust us. That's not what I meant. So, you'll just die. I was frustrated. Frustrated with Rodin's insistence on taking everything on alone. I've seen it too many times in games, but always felt helpless. But now, at least, I can pat your head. Perhaps comforted or inspired by the sight of the others fighting behind us, strength returned to Rodin's eyes. I'm sorry. To think my spirit was the weakest. I'm disqualified as a senior. Rodin struggled to her feet. Yes, that's it. Rodin, say you want to live. Perfect healing. Rodin used an artifact to heal herself. Being the highest level among us, it wasn't a bad decision. If it's too much, leave me and run. Otherwise, I'll give everyone a demerit point. Keek, I'll consider it. As Rodin stood up, the fierce battle resumed. Binus's body was covered in wounds, but he still exhibited tremendous might. Isn't there a way? One flash or sky splitter won't work. They're not weak, but with my poor stats, they wouldn't deal proper damage. I needed a stronger skill. Overwhelming and destructive, one that could even bring a 4th grade demon like Binus to his knees. There was one. Overwhelming and destructive, a skill that could bring despair to the enemy. Demon slave. Eurydia. Huff huff. What is it? Eurydia glared at me. Well, her eyes were quite fierce. Not that it was strange. After all, I had only watched, even as kids were desperately rolling on the ground. I put on a deliberately firm expression, as if staking my life on it. What if Eurydia falls for me because I'm too manly? Please, cover my back. I handed Silver Flash to Eurydia. Is this a mana-shooting artifact? Why are you giving this to me? If 2 flames appear, don't hesitate to use it. What? What does that mean? I need to concentrate for a moment. Please, I'm asking you? No, well, it's not a difficult task, so I don't mind. But suddenly concentrate? What are you trying to do? However, there was no time to chat with Eurydia. Explaining my plan would likely lead to an argument anyway. Information window. I immediately opened the information window and checked my stats, specifically the magic power section. Magic power, 41, plus 5. Thanks to the tidal effect of the first medalist, an additional 5 was added to achieve 41. But this was far from enough. I decided to use stat points on magic power. Demon Slave is a skill that uses all remaining mana, and the more mana it uses, the stronger the damage. Currently, I have 74 PT remaining. And the points I decided to use. 74 PT. I'll invest them all. Left with only 26 PT of potential to gamble with. However, if I die here, it's all over. It's regrettable, but I must use them when necessary. Magic power, 115, plus 5. My total mana increased from 410 to 1150. This should be about 1.5 times that of Eurydia. Arg. Damn it, stop bullying the kid. Raymond fell again, and Luna went to support him. As expected, there's no time to explain. I can only hope they understand the situation and manage to avoid it. Oh you, darker than the blackest darkness. The spell for Demon Slave flowed from my mouth. Though it's a skill mimicked by divine imitation, Demon Slave is a special skill that requires meeting certain conditions to use. Reciting the spell. That was the condition needed to use Demon Slave. I've memorized the spell by heart, so there's no chance of messing it up. The problem is time, and... Zero, what are you doing right now? I couldn't respond. I was in the middle of reciting the spell. Zero, now's not the time to be joking around. At novel bin at. Perhaps Eurydia's voice made it through. The children's gaze focused on where we were. Even then, my spellcasting continued. Redder than the blood flowing through my veins. Stop joking around already. The magic I used doesn't work just by reciting a spell. Eurydia, trust in Zero. Just before Eurydia could lay her hands on me, Rodin shouted loudly. To trust me. It seems she realized something from our conversation just a moment ago. Of course, if Rodin was here, she would have scolded me for doing something so pointless. Rodin was in a place where she couldn't hear my voice. Meaning, she couldn't hear the spell I was currently reciting. For Eurydia, it must be both frustrating and absurd. Everyone trusts in each other? That's how we can win. I've been trusting Zero from the start. Hey, I trusted him before you did. Let's stop fighting and buy some time. A smirk slipped out. Trusting and relying on each other among comrades. Yes, that way. A path will surely open. The hero of the Academy game, and you guys within it. You've taught me, you fools. By the name of yours, forgotten and buried under the flow of time, I swear here in front of everyone. Wooong dash. Crimson mana began to gather in my hand little by little. This? What the? Seeing this, Eurydia cursed in shock. Well, it was an unavoidable situation. It was surprising enough that I could use magic, let alone a forbidden spell, especially one from her family. Moreover, the color of the mana, a proof of the Rounter family's lineage, was crimson. Right now, Eurydia's head must be filled with all sorts of thoughts. Could he be a hidden bastard of our family? Or Could he have enrolled in the academy for revenge against me, the legitimate lineage? Eurydia, forgetting her dignity, clutched her head and groaned. Well, it's not my concern. What's important now is to kill Bainyuz. It was then that I was about to recite the next spell. I don't know what you're plotting, but this is the end. Kukikung? The ground burst into flames and split into several paths. Oh no. The children were unable to approach Bainyuz, unable to block his demon magic. Warwick dash. The second flame appeared in the reverse pentagram. When Rodin and the others were in disarray. Take this. Kook. The flame died down. Eurydia had fired mana using my silver flash. You brats? It's not over yet. Warwick dash. The first flame lit up in the reverse pentagram. Bainyuz, getting used to the silver flash, immediately used demon magic. The children were struggling, but the situation was rapidly heading for the worst. Why is this casting so slow? Demon Slave requires a whopping 5 turns of casting time. It's naturally slow, but this was excessive. To those foolish ones standing in our way. Pi-ying dash. The mana compressed, then compressed again. The mana gathered in my hand began to scream. The spell is about to be completed. Please, let it be me first. But as if to mock me, the second flame lit up in the reverse pentagram. There was only one thing this meant. Bainyuz's demon magic would activate first. The ultimate magic meteor shower is an area-wide spell. No one can escape it. The sight of Bainyuz smiling in victory caught my eye. Damn, if only I had one more turn. If someone would give me another chance, I would cherish it with love. Kook. At that moment, Bainyuz groaned. At the same time, the 2 flames burning in the reverse pentagram disappeared. His demon magic was reset. Looking closely, something was embedded in Bainyuz's left eye. A small twig, no, an arrow. Who the hell is that? Bainyuz turned his head sharply. There was. Hi, Hiek. Rez, trembling and holding a bow inside a box, was there. Yes, it was Rez who reset Bainyuz's demon magic. Hiek. So, sorry. Rez, who had entered the box, disappeared into the woods. Where she had been, a single carrot lay abandoned. Her cowardly trait had activated, causing her to flee the battlefield. Warwick dash. Bainyuz hurriedly tried to use demon magic again, but it was too late. I could sense, almost intuitively, that the casting of Demon Slave was nearing completion. Together with your power and mine, we shall show the great power of despair. I spread my hands wide toward Bainyuz. Eat this and die. Demon Slave? Kukwak dash? A crimson flame storm burst forth from my palms. So much mana was put in that I had to keep my palms extended for a long time. Krayayak. Demon Slave hit Bainyuz directly. A moment later, all that was left in his place was something blackened. Of course, that something was Bainyuz. It was hard to recognize him since he was completely burned and parts of his body were missing. Even after taking a direct hit from this magic, he leaves a trace behind when dying. Indeed, he's a 4th grade demon. Well, it's all over now. As I lay sprawled out, a shadow fell over me. It was Eurydia's shadow. How did you do that? Using my family's forbidden arcane technique? And it's much stronger than the demon slave I used. Ah, I had forgotten about that. A way out of this situation, that is. Let's see, a suitable excuse. Right, this should be enough. Keek, it's magic anyone can do. Didn't you attend the same illegal academy as me? That's impossible. Eurydia screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah, so that didn't work? I covered my ears with my hands as Eurydia's questioning continued. It seemed I would be tormented for a while. Well, I had anticipated such a situation. The reason I used the Rounter family's secret technique. It was also the most powerful technique when all PT were used. Eurydia saw me use one flash. From her perspective, I'm a mysterious figure of unknown identity. Adding Demon Slave to that, not much changes. From a mysterious figure to a suspiciously mysterious figure? That's not a bad deal. It's much better than using one flash or sky splitter. Otherwise, I'd be tormented by several people. Better to be tormented by just Eurydia than by Luna, Rodin, and Eurydia. That's why I made this choice. But what is it? This strange feeling I've had for a while. Explain? Explain properly and quickly. I pinched Eurydia's quacking mouth shut with my forefinger and thumb. MMPH? What are you doing? So uncultured. Quiet, please, just for a moment. Eurydia nodded cautiously. She realized I was serious. I've been feeling a strange premonition since a while ago. No, not a premonition, but a feeling that something is missing. What is it? And then I realized. The quest clear alert hasn't popped up, has it? Yes, the hidden quest to kill Bainyuz. Not even an alert for success, let alone a reward, had appeared. That means, everyone, get back. Excuse me, he's not dead. That guy, he's not dead. Thump. Raymond was launched into the air. Kahook. He seemed to have reacted instantly, raising his sword, but couldn't fully block it. Raymond struggled to get up but couldn't stand properly. This is bad. Our party's only tank is incapacitated. Click dash. Click click dash. You arrogant, humans. Bainyuz's body slowly moved. His whole body was blackened, his left eye blinded by the arrow. His left arm was completely burned away, and his left leg dragged. Literally, his left side was a total wreck. Yet, this oppressive feeling? It doesn't make sense. Eurydia fell into despair. Yes, this doesn't make sense. Demon Slave, rank A when used by divine imitation. A forbidden secret spell used by consuming a whopping 1150 mana. Especially since the 200% damage effect should have occurred due to Res S interference with demon magic casting at 2 flame stacks. And he can still move after all that. This goes beyond first, second, third verses to absolute nonsense. No one likes this kind of thing. He should have died there to be a cool demon. If this were a novel or game, it would be immediately discontinued, right? A development that would make readers or gamers run away. I'll kill you all. Yeah, even if you don't say it, it looks like we're all going to die. Readers, gamers, veterans. A development where everyone drops out. Whether he knows my feelings or not. Krayaya. With demonic energy bursting from Binus's body, the fight began anew. We were far from normal, but so was Binus. Struggling to swing his right arm, he fought against us. The one silver lining was that no more flames were entering the symbols of the reverse pentagram. It seemed he was unable to use demon magic. Die. Crash. Gack. Blood, dark as a sword's edge, spilled from Alex's mouth. Not in his normal state, but a high-ranking demon is still a high-ranking demon. With just one arm, he was dealing with us all. No, he was actually overwhelming us. Raymond's absence is too great. Raymond, who had been creating opportunities for us to attack by blocking Binus's assaults. Without him, there was no way to block Binus's attacks. Well, there was one way. Specifically, taking it with our bodies. One person takes Binus's attack with their body, creating an opening for the others to attack Binus. Let's rotate the barrier of order. Raymond was out, and Luna had already used the barrier of order once. So, she was out of the equation. Alex, Rodin. Taking turns, they literally took the attacks with their entire bodies, thanks to the barrier of order reducing damage by 80%. 0, it's your turn. Now it was my turn. Drawing my sword and assuming my stance, Binus flinched. One flash and sky splitter. The techniques that had severely troubled him at the start of the fight. Maybe that's why he charged at me, abandoning even the minimal defense. Boom, gah. I braced for the impact, grinding my teeth. A scream escaped my lips involuntarily. It really hurt. Felt like I was going to die. Even with the barrier of order, it hurt this much. If this was the impact after reducing 80% of the damage, I couldn't even imagine what 100% would feel like. I didn't want to think about it. But it wasn't all for nothing. Arg. Rodlin's sky splitter, Luna's one flash, and Alex's hungry wolf. Since Binus had abandoned his defense, we were able to inflict significant damage. Binus, spilling black blood from all over his body. He began to stagger, bending his knees. And then, thud, he stood up properly again. He really knows how to torture us with hope. You bastard. Just die already. Eurydia, out of mana, was fighting by throwing stones. I considered giving Eurydia the barrier of order, but as a magician, her health pool was too small. Even with the power of the barrier of order, she wouldn't last. Ugh. Alex groaned, his sword planted in the ground. Kaye. Eurydia was struck by a stone thrown by Binus and fell. Eventually, the end of the fight was upon us. One by one, we began to fall. Alex, Eurydia, Luna, and finally Rodin. Although Binus was weakened, he didn't die, so it was a given that we had lost. Damn it, isn't it about time for the Academy to send reinforcements? With all this commotion, they should have noticed by now. Even just Alistair alone would make this fight laughably easy. I really can't tell how this hidden piece will end. Z0. Yes, Senior. You remember what I said earlier? The words about leaving him behind if it gets dangerous. Of course, I remember. No, Keek, well, I don't remember at all. 0, now's not the time for jokes. We need to save as many as possible. I clenched my fist. I knew that much, but I couldn't leave Rodin behind. No, I wouldn't leave anyone here behind. If there was someone to be abandoned, it's just me. Of course, I had no intention of giving up easily. Binus was also weakened. There might be a way to break through this situation. Rodin, Eurydia, Raymond, Alex, Luna. Passing by the fallen kids one by one, I approached Binus. Keek, you look terrible. It's thanks to you, but this ends now. Binus burst out his demonic energy, showing off his resilience. He still had strength left. Even if I had used one flash and sky splitter, the outcome would have been the same. Keek, let's make a deal. A deal. Yes. In exchange for my life, you let these kids live. Kahaha, why should I listen to that? I could just kill you all. Well, because I'm the only one in this world who can create variables. I took a step towards Binus. Close enough to hear each other's breathing. I whispered in his ear. Recently, you seem to have been very busy in the southern region. It must have been tough coming here amidst your busy schedule. How do you know that? Keek, what if I scream south here and die? What then? Binus had declared he would kill us all, but given his condition, it would be difficult. At least one of us would be able to escape. Your mother would be quite troubled, wouldn't she? It'd be annoying if years of effort were wasted. You little. Binus raised his right arm, as if to strike me down right there. But he didn't shout. Because Lisbeth is quite a hysterical woman. Too much even for a demon to handle. Fine, let's make a deal. But I'll add a condition. Keek, what is it? Binus waved his hand, and a burning paper and pen appeared in the air. It was a demon's contract. You said you'd give up your life, right? Adat novel bin adat. Yes. I'll spare those kids as you asked. But in return, I'll bind your soul. Just for about 100 years, then I'll let it perish. Binus laughed with a snicker. Demons derive pleasure from human fear, desire, and pain. And that becomes the power of the demon world. To bind a soul is like a savings account for a demon. They inflict continuous pain and draw power from the pain humans feel. It's about torturing a soul. For decades, humans knew all too well how painful the process would be, which is why no human had ever made such a contract. And I was no different. I'm not a fool. Why, have you suddenly lost the will to proceed? Seems like you need to kill someone to feel like signing. Keek, that's not it. I picked up the burning pen. Rodin, Luna, Alex, Raymond, Eurydia. It was all my fault that they were in danger. Because I tried to change this world, they were facing death. So, it was right for me to take responsibility. The variables are sufficient. The game has already changed quite a bit. Luna's survival, the deal with Karen, and now my death. It's enough to change the future. It will be hard, but Rodin's party can move forward without me. Perhaps Luna could join their party and make many other friends. It's just a shame I won't be able to see it. Just as I was about to write with the pen. Zero, get your hands off that now. Zero, lad. Stop. Contracts are not to be made lightly. They must have realized I was about to sacrifice myself, even if they didn't know the exact content of the contract. It's my leg. Move, please. Luna, unable to stand it any longer, started crawling over, having been hitting her leg with her fist. Our foolish Luna, who knows only me. I just wish she stays healthy. And makes some friends if possible. From the voice, it was clear. Luna had started to wail. I checked the content of the contract carefully. Given the situation, even Binus wasn't fooling around. If I just sign it, the lives of everyone but me would be guaranteed. I was about to write ZE and then RO. What's this? Does the academy now spar with demons? Things have changed a lot in my absence. A woman with blue-tinted black hair stood beside me. When did she get here? I hadn't felt her presence at all. And it seemed Binus was just as surprised. Miss, this isn't a sparring match, it's a real demon. Definitely not one raised by the academy. A voice came from behind. A middle-aged woman in a maid outfit was checking on Rodin's condition. Oh, is that what it is? Then, it's okay to kill it. Yes, miss. But please be gentle. The ground is unstable. Their conversation continued as if it was a normal, peaceful dialogue, even in the presence of a demon. Oh, what's this? A demon's pen? Haven't seen one in ages. Yes. Could you lend it to me for a moment? Yes? Yes. But who are you? The answer came from behind. Sister. It was Rodin's voice. Sister? Rodin only has two sisters. The eldest, Lucia, and the third, Lowell. Given the presence of the nanny and the casual tone full of leisure, then, Lucia. The eldest of the Lucid family. One of the Empire's 10 swords. An 8-star knight, Lucia de Lucid. Rodin, I know you have a lot you want to say, but let's talk later. First, this thing needs to be dealt with. Lucia's voice and eyes changed. This, human. Binus, noticing the shift in momentum, swung his fist. Lucia's response was simple. She swung the demon's pen she held in one hand. Then, the fourth secret technique of the Lucid family, Sky Splitter. The sky split in half. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There, all done. Except for the glued eyes, you're fine. Looks like we'll need to ask a priest for healing. Lucia's nanny said this while treating me. It's not because of magic that my eyes are glued, they're naturally slanted. But I decided to stay quiet. The nanny of the Lucid family is a formidable person. Someone like me would be sent off in an instant. Haha, it's funny how your normal eyes look strange. Ha ha ha. Luna laughed as if she was about to burst, holding her stomach. It's not funny at all. Luna, it's not right to make fun of someone's physical features. Just as I don't make fun of your personality. What does that mean? It sounds like you're saying there's something wrong with my personality. Oh, our Luna has successfully interpreted my words. She's really grown up splendidly. Now, this dad can die without regrets. Well, there seem to be many. So, stop biting, Luna. Oh dear, please be gentle. The forest is gone. Nanny, sometimes that happens when you're dealing with a demon, right? Well, that's fine. We'll deduct the forest compensation from your allowance then. Eek, that's too much. Fruit prices have skyrocketed recently. Lucia started whining, clinging to her nanny's leg. Is she really in her mid-30s? Hard to believe. Not just her youthful appearance, but her actions were no different from our Luna's. Forget it. I'll just lie down here, so bring me some food. Lucia sprawled out on the bare ground. Having played the game, I knew Lucia was free-spirited, but not to this extent. The queen of the bed, Lucia. One of Lucia's many nicknames. Not so much for her prowess in bed, but because she tries not to fall off it. Some even call her the bed's poltergeist. According to information, she spends 95% of her waking hours lying down. I thought it was an exaggeration, but seeing her now, it doesn't seem like false information. What a disgrace. Get up this instant. The one who boldly yelled at an 8-star knight, Lucia, was none other than Rodin. Her ponytail was impeccably coiled without a single strand out of place, and her armband was cut at a sharp angle. Even her school uniform was without a wrinkle, just like usual. What's going on? It was torn up quite a bit during the fight. Not a scratch or a speck of dust in sight. Could her clothes have the ability to repair themselves? If such a technology existed, it would surely break many men's hearts. Of course, I'm not one of them. Because I'm not a pervert. She changed her clothes earlier. Did you know that? Even the armband is new. Really? She carries 3 of each to prepare for situations like this. That's so like Rodin. A perfectionist indeed. Anyway, Rodin looked down at Lucia with a stern gaze. Get up immediately. The forest of the academy is off limits to outsiders, and eating here is strictly forbidden. Rodin, how could you say that? I'm your sister, your beloved family. In public duties, it's even more important to be strict with family. Does that mean you do love me? Lucia's sly smile. Rodin shuddered. Say you love me? Hurry up. Don't cling to me. Oh, our cute youngest. Let's see how much you've grown. Fondle, fondle. Lucia's hands roamed all over Rodin. What a sight. What do you mean, what sight? Of course, the deep love between family members. What else could it be? Such perverted kids. Kya, kya. Oh, to hear such a girlish scream from Rodin. This is precious. I'll make a mental note of it. Perverted kid. Luna muttered that under her breath. She couldn't possibly be talking about me, right? No way. Because I'm not a pervert. Sit down. How can you be so lax? Didn't I clearly tell you over the break? As Lucia kneeled down, Rodin's lecture began. Really, big sister? Don't you have any sense of duty as a soldier? Sorry. A soldier should always. Rodin's lengthy speech commenced. It was odd to see Rodin, who wasn't even a recruit, lecturing Lucia, who defended the frontier, on the spirit of a soldier. But Lucia just grinned, seeming to have wanted the scolding. Or maybe I'm mistaken. It must be. To think Lucia could be a pervert. Lucia is one of my favorite characters. She couldn't possibly be like that. Do you understand? Always maintain proper conduct and behavior. But our Delin is too cute. Just makes me want to hug her. Who are you calling cute? And I told you not to call me that? I am an adult. Rodin glanced around, clearly embarrassed. Aha, so she's called Delin? That's adorable. Too cute. I must call her that next time. Our cute Delin. 0, you've earned yourself a demerit point. Why on earth? Is it a crime to think now? And how did she know what I was thinking? Luna clicked her tongue as she watched. It's pretty obvious when you're having perverted thoughts. Keek, I've never had such thoughts. Yeah sure, whatever you say. Anyway, Luna leaned slightly and rested on my shoulder. From now on, think of me first before you proceed with any thoughts. Whatever they may be. Cough. Blood dripped from Eurydia's nose as she quickly began to scribble something down. 0 and Luna's romance quotes, perhaps. Snore, snore dash. Luna fell asleep in an instant. Feeling her warmth, I was lost in thought, understanding the meaning behind her words. Before thinking, consider me first. I was the one willing to sacrifice everything and take all the risks alone. Luna was scolding me for that. Don't make decisions alone without discussing them. If it happens again, she'll kill me. That must be what she meant. Being not so articulate, her expression came out that way. Others might not understand, but I did. Click. Eurydia managed to stop her nosebleed and gave a thumbs up. It seemed like she was supporting our love. Eurydia, it's not like that. She's not craving my love but attention. A lunatic obsessed with attention. Alex, Raymond, and the sleeping Luna. It was while I was looking at the peacefully sleeping children. Ding dash. You have cleared the hidden quest, defeat the 4th grade demon, by news. You have been awarded 300 EXP and 30 gold. You have been awarded Demon's Blood, A. You have acquired the title, Scorching Alert. Scorching Alert. Fire attribute resistance plus 30. Demon's Blood, A. You can feel the demonic energy. Penalties received from an opponent's demonic energy minus 50%. Effective demonic energy related skills plus 25%. Effective holy energy related skills minus 25%. The flood of information windows dazzled my eyes. But only 2 things were important. I turned off all other information windows except for those 2. A title, 2. A title that increases fire attribute resistance by 30. It's a stackable title, so having it can't be bad. Next, Demon's Blood. A passive skill that amplifies the effect of demonic energy and reduces the effect of holy energy. This is thrilling. Why? Because now I can also participate. In what? Ugh, demonic energy, huh. Not joking, I was genuinely thrilled. Because I was always left out of their fun. Only those who know the sadness of not sharing the same experiences in group activities can understand. Anyway, that's not the only important thing. The reduction of penalties from an opponent's demonic energy. That's significant. For mid-level demons and above, and for eroded lands. Penalties occur due to demonic energy, but their effect is reduced by as much as 50%. Of course, there are penalties. The reduction in the effect of holy energy means that the effect of potions is 25% less on me than on others. Some might say it's a disadvantage, but this is truly a great skill. It's a skill every veteran player would want. At the start of the game, many tried to obtain the Demon's Blood skill through early potential gambling. This alone shows how valuable the skill is. To think I got Demon's Blood after defeating Teacher Lerang and receiving the Fleur family style. Well, considering the difficulty, it might seem a bit stingy. But it looks like my luck is finally turning. The skills clean and hypersense I got through potential gambling are truly exceptional. And now, I feel like my luck is starting to open up. I'm looking forward to the next potential gambling. And the reward time isn't over yet. It seems I've fully recovered. It's time to move. If I delay any further, I might miss out on rewards. Snore, snore dash. Luna, sound asleep. After rolling up an outer garment to make a pillow, I carefully laid Luna down next to it. Sniff, sniff dash. 0, smell. Perhaps our Luna is really a beast. Apart from Lucia and Rodin, everyone else was passed out. The tension had eased, and sleep poured in. It was a testament to how fierce the battle had been. This is the best situation for me. Lucia's nanny was busy preparing food in a frenzy. Being able to cook even in the forest. That's an incredible skill. I moved carefully to the back and headed towards a building. Lerang's personal training room. The place where Rodin's party entered to tackle Lerang, the first boss. The entrance was half collapsed, but there was enough space to enter. After descending about 2 floors, I arrived at the personal training area. And in the center of the training area, lay teacher Lerang's body. As I cautiously approached, I could see it. The gentle smile on Lerang's face. Keek, it seems you've lifted a burden off your heart. I'm glad. I've already received a lot, but let's receive one more. I am the successor of the Fleur family's will, am I not? I placed my hand on Lerang's body and cast a skill. The predation skill, obtained from the transparent slime's hidden piece. You have acquired the sword defense skill through the power of predation. Its grade has been lowered to F. I was worried since some time had passed, but it's a relief it worked. Sword defense. At novel bin at. A passive skill that automatically blocks incoming attacks. When an enemy attacks, the phrase guard occasionally appears above the character, indicating the success of sword defense. Though it's an F grade with a low success rate, it's much better than not having it at all. It's a skill that can trigger in critical moments when both parties are down to their last strike. The satisfaction when it succeeds is something else. A lottery passive skill that could trigger at any moment. I received a wonderful gift. Keek, rest in peace. After giving my last respects to Lerang, I left the training area. Rest peacefully. My first teacher. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next place I headed to was where Binus lay dead. The body was cleanly cut in half. It was a somewhat grotesque sight, but I endured and raised my hand. Binus was also an S-grade named monster, meaning it met the conditions to use the predation skill. I hope something good comes out. Being a 4th level demon, it possessed an endless array of skills. Not all were good, of course. Some were as simple as hit. Predation randomly takes one of the possessed skills. As the game progresses, this issue becomes more pronounced. It's only the first act. There's plenty of time to level up the skill, so I hope something good comes out. That was as far as my thoughts went before someone arrived, and I immediately used predation. You have acquired the demon's skin skill through the power of predation. Its grade has been lowered to F. A passive skill that reduces physical and magical damage. It's a skill that's good to have. Similar to sword defense in its utility. In the game context, it would receive such an evaluation. However, it's good, isn't it? Reducing damage means lessening the pain felt. Even if hit by the same attack, it would hurt less than before. I remember it hurt terribly when I was hit by Binus. Even though I reduced the damage with the barrier of order, the pain was unbearable. Pain to the point of not being able to breathe. If I increase the grade of this skill, I might not have to endure such pain. Feeling satisfied, I removed my hand from Binus's body. Phew, finally, it's all over. From Lerang to Binus, and the arrival of Lucia. What a truly eventful day. If I wrote a novel about the battle with Binus, would it span about 8 episodes? If so, that would be insane. Writing 8 episodes about such an uninteresting battle. Definitely insane. It was when I was about to leave. Hello? What are you doing here right now? I turned around in surprise. Fortunately, it wasn't a demon. Rodin's sister and the eldest of the Lucid family. Lucia was looking at me. Did you see? When I used predation on the demon's shard, Rodin once pointed a sword at my neck. Dark magic entered my body, or so they say. Lucia was grinning. Whether she saw it or not, I couldn't tell. First things first, greetings. Keek, hello. It's an honor to meet you. Oh, you know me. How could I not? You're one of the Empire's 10 swords. Well, it's partly because of Senior Rodin, though. Lucia disappeared, then suddenly appeared in front of me. She grabbed my hand and her eyes sparkled. What? What did she say about me? A reliable big sister? Someone she wants to see? It must have been something along those lines, right? Oh my Rodin is really cute, isn't she? 2 things were clear. She hadn't seen me use predation, and she's a pervert who only has eyes for her sister. I knew Lucia was a bit of a klutz from playing the game, but I didn't expect her to be this bad. In the game, she was a character I really liked because she was cool. This is a big disappointment. What did you say? I was annoyed. So, I decided to tease Lucia a bit. She said it's annoying. Lying in bed all day long. Thud. The way you eat so many snacks, looking at the crumbs scattered all over the bed makes her furious. Thud. Saying you might end up not getting married, worrying that you won't be able to fulfill your duty to prosper the empire. Thud. Lucia's body gradually collapsed, and she sprawled on the ground. Sniff. What's that about? How can my Dylan say that about me? Not everything was true, but what does it matter? It shouldn't be a problem. Lucia cherishes Rodin a lot, but after all, it's a fact. I felt slightly better, but it wasn't over yet. I needed to console my disappointed heart. But having met you in person, my thoughts are different. Huh. I took the hand of Lucia lying on the ground and whispered pitifully. You are truly a beautiful person. What? Lucia's face, which had been heating up, exploded with blush. She's in her mid-30s, never having met a man before, so she's not immune to such things. That was in Lucia's character introduction. It's similar to Rodin in this aspect. The difference is that Rodin looks at men as if they were stones. And Lucia does notice men, but pretends not to, right? In other words, Lucia has no immunity to men who approach her actively. That's why she's so embarrassed. Murmur dash. Behind the bushes. Someone was murmuring there. When I turned my head, I could tell who it was. It was the nanny, Lucia's personal maid and the one who spares no effort and support for her marriage. Lucid's legendary nanny. She was busily scribbling something in a notebook. Tall, healthy body, confident courage not to be daunted even in front of the lady, eyes a bit small but with charming speech, presumed to be a commoner. Could possibly be swayed with money. I can hear you, nanny. It's meant for you to hear. What, mind reading? Indeed, the legendary nanny is different. The nanny emerged from the bushes, pushed up her glasses, and looked at me. Are you Zero? It seems our lady takes a liking to you. How about dating her? Nanny? What are you saying? He's still a child. Did you forget what I told you? Huh. ****. Lucia recalled her memory. The night before arriving at the academy. I'm tired. I'm really going to die at this rate. Lucia, glued to the bed, pounded her back. A month from the resort to Anwood Academy. During that month, she attended noble parties every single day, sometimes twice a day. Lucia wanted to become one with the bed, but because the nanny was literally murderous, she had no choice but to hop from one noble party to another. Well, today is the end of it anyway. Lucia settled in bed and scratched her belly. This is the life. No one to see, comfortable, and I can do whatever I want. The bed is indeed the best. Nanny, give me some food. Get it yourself. Why? I've been attending parties every day just as you asked. Men. You didn't catch any men. Ayok? She's a demon obsessed with marriage? Lucia flopped to the side of the bed, struggling to get back up, but Lucia had no room to argue. What can I do if no men come? If I approach them first, it causes all sorts of problems. With the eyes of the continent's 10 swords glaring like that, who would dare approach? If someone tries to speak, you're like, is it a duel, ready to dismember them? It's no how for choosing a good man. Not even being able to meet eyes. The youth these days really lack spirit. There's no bigger old fogey in this era than you? And it's not for choosing men, it's know-how for driving them away. Sneak dash. Lucia hid beside the bed. The demon obsessed with marriage has gone completely mad. When she peeked out with just her eyes. Keep an eye out for a good kid at the academy. Why? We already have a lot of good kids. There's no need to mark them early and nurture them. The reputation of the Lucid family is tremendous. There are plenty of people coming to work under them. No need to take initiative. You need to get married. Why is that topic coming up again? What does marrying and the academy kids have to do with anything? After a moment of thought, Lucia realized the nanny's intention. So you're saying, you're not suggesting I find someone to marry there, are you? That's exactly what I'm saying. But, the age difference? It's a crime. It's fine. Everyone enrolled at the academy is an adult. Besides, with the lady's family background and assets, it should be more than enough. You're insane, for real. It's about raising them to eat them? Kidnapping sounds good too. You raise each one to fit the lady's tastes. Lucia thought the nanny had truly lost her mind. Or perhaps, possessed by a demon. I'll be caught. Caught and brought before a noble court? It would be a huge stain on my honor. Just bear the disgrace. At least you'll be able to marry. Nanny? Calm down, first. You've lost your mind. Muahahaha. You must marry. Even if it means selling off the entire Lucid estate. Lucia's scream echoed. That happened. After recalling her memory, Lucia returned to the present. To seduce a kid from the academy. Was that really her intention? So the part about selling off our entire estate was true. Sweat beaded on her back. The nanny might really do it. The nanny grabbed Zero's hand. Zero, what do you think? Despite appearances, she's a remarkable person. Someone who can control everything while lying in bed, a person with tremendous abilities. So it means I could live a comfortable life forever. Interesting. The boy named Zero licked his lips. Does it pique your interest? The nanny and Zero started slowly moving towards her. Both of their eyes looked crazy. One's eyes can't be seen, but anyway. Don't come closer. Lucia trembled between the nanny and Zero. It was only after Rodin arrived that she was able to escape from there. Make sure everything is packed. Check everything thoroughly. While preparing to return to the academy, Luna, who had been staring at me, spoke up. What's up? What did you do? Excuse me. No, your skin suddenly looks better. Did you secretly eat something delicious? I did eat something very delicious, named Lucia. Of course, that's a joke. Like Rodin, Lucia was also quite fun to tease. It seems everyone is ready. Shall we head back then? Just a moment, senior. Luna raised her hand. Luna, what is it? Since we're here, how about we take a photo together? Luna pulled out a camera. Ah, nice. Memories are precious, after all. The camera was promptly handed to the nanny. We huddled together to pose. There was a minor incident with Luna and Raymond fighting over the spot next to me, but it was quickly resolved by standing one on each side. Seeing Rodin adjust every angle of the kids made me think of something fun. Keek, can I decide on the slogan? Slogan. Yes, the slogan we used to smile for the photo. Like saying cheese or kimchi. That's what I was referring to. Rodin nodded, accepting my suggestion. Everyone got ready. When the nanny signaled she was ready, I announced the prepared slogan. Delin. Rodin, who was posing conventionally, stiffened up. At the same time, her neck turned bright red. Delin, what kind of slogan is that? Keek, isn't it cute and nice? Is it? Well, it does seem so. Now, let's all say it together. Delin. With Rodin's face turning bright red, the photo was taken. Thus ended a chapter full of various events. After the kids left to receive treatment, Lucia, who had been exploring Larang's private training ground and the forest, called for the nanny. Nanny. Yes, miss. Do the kids these days surpass our generation in strength? Impossible. The current generation at Anwood Academy is dubbed the Golden Generation, receiving everyone's expectations. However, from the perspective of the real powerhouses, that wasn't the case. Because the strongest era in the history of Anwood Academy was Miss Lucia's generation. It's not about being a 3-star or 4-star knight. It's not about the rank of stars. In terms of pure combat power, Lucia's generation was overwhelmingly stronger. Lucia's generation had experienced war. Not war against demons, but amongst humans. Perhaps that's why their combat power and judgment, as well as their killing techniques, continuously improved. Above all, they had no hesitation about killing. They would plunge a knife without a second thought and kill the opponent. Sometimes they were even thrown into battlefields before graduating from the academy, under the guise of midterms and finals at Novel bin at one point in the store. For every soldier of the kingdom killed, they received medals. For killing people. Because they killed more than anyone else. Tisk. A single academy student was far superior to dozens of ordinary soldiers, so it was an inevitable situation. It was truly a dreadful generation. Yes, Lucia's generation was not the best generation, but the worst generation. Lucia was a jewel born from the worst generation. A blood-stained jewel. Lucia was well aware of that fact. So, she thought the so-called golden generation was merely an academy marketing strategy to hype up the students. That's what she believed. But, can the new students fight a demon of the 4th hierarchy? Normally, that would be impossible. If the demon magic belonged to a support rather than a combat demon, they might somehow manage to fight. But that's just managing to fight, not fighting on equal terms. Higher demons are a different class of beings. Interesting. Lucia calmly surveyed the remnants of the battle. Lucia was an 8-star knight. From the remnants left behind, she could roughly deduce how the battle went, what happened. Most of the traces were erased by Zero's demon slave at the end. It was evident that it had been a fierce battle. Fought on equal terms? Is that even possible? But that wasn't all. A few particularly irritating sword marks. Lester family. The nanny seemed not to have noticed, but Lucia saw them. After subtly rubbing her foot over the marks to erase them, she spoke to the nanny. Nanny, arrange a meeting with the principal for me. Yes, miss. If there's something curious, find out about it. If there's something you want, obtain it. If there's something in the way, destroy it. Usually a bit of a klutz, but when it's time to act, she does. That person? Lucia delucid. Somewhere deep within the Imperial Palace. At the end of a corridor so long its end was not visible. 2 middle-aged men were calmly killing time in front of a gigantic door. Duke Luke de Lucid, the head of the Lucid family, and Duke Aziz de Harazuz, the head of the Harazuz family. 2 of the Empire's 8 pillars. Who would dare make these 2 wait? The answer was simple. The ruler of the Anwood Empire, and the only son of the continent, Leon de Reinhardt XIII. Yes, they were currently awaiting an audience with the Emperor. Standing erect with his eyes closed, Duke Luke. Looking at him, Duke Aziz was lost in thought. The Lucid family, a troublesome family indeed. In factional fights, in the position of the pillars, and on the path to becoming the emperor. Yes, Duke Aziz aspired to the throne. And in pursuing that dream, the biggest obstacle was, without a doubt, the Lucid family. The family of Duke Luke right before his eyes. To offer blind loyalty to the emperor to such a strange extent. Even if offered a fortune, even if offered half of the empire, even if the position of the emperor himself was offered. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, Duke Luke would not blink an eye before drawing his sword against him. Even if it meant sacrificing his life. It was fine dealing with the Lester family, but this family shows no openings. Yes, what was there to hide? The person who played the biggest role in the downfall of the Lester family, the person who framed them for treason. It was none other than Duke Aziz. It was possible only because he agreed with the idea. Though surprised by the suggestion to strike at the Lester family first, dealing with them was exactly what he also desired. Their interests aligned perfectly, and after working in the shadows and cooperating openly, they successfully expelled the Lester family. Why expel the Lester family? The Lucid and Lester families. Families that have loyally served the royal family for generations. To ascend to the throne, one of them must be eliminated without fail. That was the conclusion Duke Aziz reached after much contemplation. To be frank, with what he had prepared, he could aim for the throne now, but at least not in my generation. If the empire was split into factions due to rebellions, there would be no point in securing the throne. He must minimize chaos with the legitimacy and pretext of succession on his back. Therefore, it was safer to execute the plan at least in the next generation, no, 2 generations later to be safe. The position of the throne. It didn't matter if he couldn't sit on it himself. Duke Aziz was that kind of person. A very meticulous person who knew how to endure and wait patiently, even with the throne within sight. It was natural for the straightforward Lester family to fall for his schemes. Anyway, the Lester family has been dealt with. The Lucid family was also a problem, but he had to deal with the immediate issue first. Why did he suddenly call us? There were times when they were summoned for an audience, but it was the first time being called without being told the reason. Moreover, to be called together with Duke Luke. Being called together means there's something that involves both of us. Even the astute Duke Aziz couldn't easily guess the reason. The worst-case scenario would be if it was discovered that we framed the Lester family. But if that were the case, they would have been bound and dragged here. They wouldn't have been left free like this. No matter how much I think about it, I can't figure it out. He wondered if Duke Luke knew the reason, but he remained with his eyes closed. The same rock-solid man as always. Well, even if evidence that we framed them is found, it doesn't really matter. The incident with the Lester family had already ended with their downfall. Even if it was revealed to be a frame-up, they were already beyond the point of no return. At most, he might be ordered to step down from his official position for a few years. More importantly, he was also involved in this matter, so for the sake of protecting his own political life, he wouldn't dispose of him. So, there's no need to worry about that. But then, why did he call us? As he was lost in these thoughts, the massive door opened, and a knight with a stern face spoke sternly. His Majesty is waiting for you. Although it was they who had been waiting, they weren't foolish enough to play word games. Duke Luke and Duke Aziz stepped through the door. There were no fanfares from a military band, no heralds proclaiming their families. It was an unofficial meeting, so it was natural. After walking about 100 steps in the silent space, on a tall staircase that required one to look up to see, in the center sat a luxurious chair. There he was seated. The ruler of the empire, Leon de Reinhardt XIII. As Duke Luke and Duke Aziz knelt on one knee, Duke Luke shouted robustly, "The ruler of the Saxon River and the benevolent ruler of Anwood, the owner of the empire and the continents. Enough, enough." The emperor raised his hand to stop him. Though his once shining golden hair was now more white than gold, the serene aura in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. "Let's leave it at that. You know this isn't the place for such formalities." Duke Luke and Duke Aziz stood up and straightened their postures. The emperor immediately got to the point. "As you may have heard, it seems there has been an unfortunate incident at the academy. It had happened just yesterday, but both Duke Luke and Duke Aziz were well aware of it. A major event where demons attacked the academy. It was shocking enough for them, so others must have been even more shocked. Lady Lucia did a great job once again. Duke Luke, I always seem to be on the receiving end of your help without giving anything in return. I feel quite sorry. Adat novel bin adat. It's nothing, Your Majesty. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's grace." "Ha, this man. How is that my grace?" By the way, it was the same with the previous incident. What was it? A demon's shard. The seed of a demon that had been lurking in the academy's basement for decades. Rodin, the youngest of the Lucid family, had dealt with it, and they were able to gather a lot of information about erosion from the laboratory there. Considering the threat of erosion across the continent, this was a tremendous achievement. Not only that, to uncover and eliminate those who have made contracts with demons. How old is your youngest daughter? 16. I see. To fight against demons at that age with such spirit and courage. I don't know what I would do without you. You flatter me. The conversation continued on various topics, mostly about the academy and the demon attack. A question mark floated above Duke Aziz's head. The conversation had been about the academy since a while ago. He could not have imagined that this was the reason he was called. I have nothing to do with it. The demon sleeping in the academy, the demon's shard. The teacher who contracted with a demon, Larang. And Binus, the 4th grade demon who attacked the academy. All 3 matters were unrelated to Duke Aziz. If there's anything related, it would be about my youngest son, Ewin de Harazuz, the president of the student council. But this couldn't be the reason he was called. He had heard from Ewin that he didn't even know these 3 incidents had occurred. As he continued to harbor doubts, the emperor shifted his gaze from Duke Luke. "Duke Aziz, you've had a hard time too. I was puzzled at first, but now I understand." "Yes. About Principal Dner. I see why you recommended him. A talent capable of overcoming crises. It would have been a disaster without him." The emperor said various things, but they didn't quite register in his mind. He couldn't remember who Dner was. Was there someone with that name among the talents he recommended? But if he was a talent praised by the emperor, it's impossible he wouldn't remember. "Have I developed dementia? At my age?" As he desperately tried to remember who Dner was. "Principal Dner. No, it seems we should officially call him the Chancellor now. It looks like his position won't change for a while." Chancellor? Only then could Duke Aziz remember who he was. The parachute he had sent down to Anwood Academy. At the same time, another memory surfaced. The day he first met Dner. The memory of that dreadful day. At a party hosted by the Harazuz family for a minor noble family, Duke Aziz sipped wine as he surveyed the party. Though it's a minor family, their influence is considerable. From people everyone would recognize by face to knights just starting to make a name for themselves, and capable bureaucrats. Talents were everywhere. I came here for a completely different reason, but this isn't bad either. In fact, Duke Aziz was looking for an incompetent person. Someone so incompetent that even an ordinary person would be shocked. But it seems they gave out too much in grants. We invited everyone, those with and without connections. There must be a talent here that will meet your expectations. The Lord had exerted too much effort. It seemed he would have to be satisfied with recruiting a usable talent today. That was when he noticed. A fly appeared, buzzing around. Looking for something to eat or hands to rub together, the fly buzzed around. Though it took the form of a person, from Duke Aziz's perspective, it was no different from a fly. The kind of people he usually wouldn't spare a glance for. But today was different. Rustle rustle. The fly started snooping around, eavesdropping on people's conversations. Such a pathetic sight. Unbelievable for a noble. But that made it all the more intriguing. Because it expressed a desire to cling onto something with its whole body. Who is that? Let me see. Count Garda scratched his head after observing him for a while. I'm sorry. I'll find out right away. Count Garda quickly left his spot. Even he, well connected in this region, didn't know the person. A fly among flies, undoubtedly. Meaning, not just any incompetent person. Soon, Count Garda returned with the fly. This is Serdwinner. You were looking for me. A talented individual like you hidden here without recognition. My heart aches for you. I tried to hide it, but it seems I was caught. Yes, that's right. I am Dner, a descendant of the great hero from the Sagan family. Praising himself just because he was a little flattered. Looking at him now, isn't he a fly that doesn't even know where to land? Duke Aziz found him to be the perfect fly. There's nothing more frightening than the efforts of a fool. Without education, accumulated experience, knowledge, or wisdom. Ain't nobody meddling here and there. It's natural for incidents to follow one after another. He's perfect. The position of Chancellor at Anwood Academy. Seeing how this fly handles things, the Allister family would be shocked enough to run over barefoot. Even if not the Allister family, someone in a high position would have to come to the academy. Someone has to clean up the messes Dner makes. To drive away the Emperor's talents far and take their place. It was Duke Aziz's scheme. What if an accident too big to handle occurs? It ends simply by cutting off the tail, claiming he falsified his credentials. Duke Aziz was sipping his wine in a good mood when, Duke, this capable Dner, would like to offer a toast. Go ahead. Dner, staggering before him, suddenly bowed his head towards him. Was he about to say something secretive? As Duke Aziz leaned in to listen, blarg. Something hot flowed down his body. Duke Aziz snapped back to reality, recalling that day's memory. Was it because of the too horrifying experience? He had even erased the name Dner from his mind. That's why he couldn't recall it. Are you all right? You're sweating. Yes, I'm fine, Your Majesty. It's just that I haven't been able to sleep well lately due to being so busy. Tisk. No matter how busy, one must sleep well. Stop by my pharmacy and pick up some medicine. Your grace is boundless. Anyway, he turned out to be much more competent than expected. How did Dner come to be perceived as a competent individual? There were several reasons for this. First, he noticed the demon attack and evacuated the students. Before Rodin went to fight Larang, she had instructed the student council. Since no one else was there at the time, Dner ended up issuing the evacuation order. Second, he quickly sent a message to summon knights from nearby territories. Lucia, who was on her way to the academy, received the message and arrived at the scene first. He moved quickly only because he wanted to save his own life. Perhaps it was the fly's instinct for survival kicking in. And third, the biggest reason Dner received praise for being competent. Not only that, he even honored the forgotten sacrifice of a hero. The act of commemorating Luderus and the parrot's sacrifice and erecting a statue. Being ready to openly acknowledge a student's death and take responsibility, even at the risk of being expelled from the Chancellor's position. Not just anyone can do that, right? He simply followed Zero's advice. Despite such a misunderstanding, it was undeniable that Dner was evaluated as competent. By now, Duke Aziz could grasp the situation. He called us to praise Duke Luke for Lucia and Rodlin's achievements, and himself for recommending Dner. That's why he was here. Well, it's not just for that reason, I guess. Such a cunning emperor. There must be a hidden reason. The emperor's words continued. The added saying was even more remarkable. To bear disgrace is the true honor. It's the finest adage of our times, isn't it? This too was merely following Zero's words, but those unaware of the truth had no choice but to believe it. Duke Aziz's mind whirled. The demon's shard incident. He had been briefed about what happened. The demon's defeat, the discovery of the corpse, the youngest of the Lucid family accusing the eldest in a major event. The process and outcome of constructing a statue in the academy to honor the hero. At that time, he was annoyed for judging rashly just because Dner was a parachute. Yes, Your Majesty, Dner enjoys literature and the arts. But I never knew he was capable of this. Exactly. It's not easy to write such an adage without a love for literature. He surely wouldn't be able to match Your Majesty. If dner saw your majesty's literary talent, he would be amazed. Ha, this man. What would that make Chancellor dner then? The emperor's praise followed by Duke Aziz's flattery. Now, a question mark appeared above Duke Luke's head. To bear disgrace is the true honor? Isn't that something Rodin said? Why is it known as something Chancellor dner said? Did Rodin persuade him with words she heard from the Chancellor? But there was no sign of that. If anything, that dner fellow must have heard it from Rodin. He had much to say, but Duke Luke decided to keep his mouth shut. Not only because he wasn't sure, but because it was a case where the Lucid family intervened to protect Ludorus's honor after Rodin accused Lucia. To argue and risk exposing Rodin's scheme was not worth it. It was just a matter of interpretation, but there was nothing to gain from revealing it was done intentionally. It's best to let it go. Above all, he did not want to imprint Rodin's name in the emperor's mind. Even though he was always loyal to the emperor, he did not wish to involve a child still attending the academy. Thus, Duke Luke decided to remain silent. So, about the next noble conference. Shouldn't the newcomers also attend? Not just them, but the high nobles must also engrave this saying. I'd like to adopt it as a guiding principle for national governance for a while. What do you think? He was referring to the phrase to bear disgrace is the true honor. Duke Aziz immediately bowed. Such an honor? Chancellor dner will be moved by your majesty's vast magnanimity. Ha, well then, that's settled. Of course, rewards must follow. Let's see, a 6th grade award for Sir Lucia, and a 7th grade award for Chancellor dner. The ranking system for awards ranged from 1 to 9. The higher the number, the better the award, and from the 7th grade, there were many additional rewards. Normally, such proposals would face harsh opposition in the noble conference. But with the emperor's determination this strong, it was a directive for them to cooperate when the proposal was brought up in the noble conference. Being pillars of the empire, Duke Luke and Duke Aziz had their own following. With their cooperation, it would not be difficult to pass. There was a good reason for saving the students, after all. Thus, the origin of the saying became attributed to dner. I would also like to commend your youngest daughter with an award, but let's pass this time. Too many are blinded by jealousy. I am grateful for your heavenly consideration. Adat novel bin adat. Dealing with the demon's shard, eliminating a teacher who made a contract with a demon, and fighting the 4th-ranked demon by news. Even several awards would not be enough, but since Lucia was already set to receive an award and Rodin was too young, excessive attention can harm a growing tree. Since Duke Luke did not want to involve Rodin anyway, he had no complaints. Duke Aziz, speaking of which, your son is about to graduate, isn't he? I heard he's been leading the academy well as the president of the student council. You overpraise him, your majesty. He is still lacking. That's how all parents view their children. He wishes to enter politics immediately after graduation? We might see him at the noble conference soon then. He has many shortcomings, so there's no way he would pass the exam, but if he does, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Contrary to Duke Aziz's words, Ewin's political debut was almost a foregone conclusion. Not only because being the president of the student council was the fastest route to politics, but also because of the exceptional abilities he had demonstrated thus far. He was the only one in the empire's history to have received a 7th grade award while living at the academy. Considering that among those attending the noble conference, many have not even received a 5th grade award, this was a significant accomplishment. Let's move on to the next agenda item then. Duke Luke and Duke Aziz adjusted their posture. It was not just a meeting for praise after all. Moreover, starting with praise meant there was something else they wanted to request. It was about aligning their stories ahead of the noble conference that would take place in 2 days. The priests from the Holy Kingdom have decided to be dispatched to the academy. Dispatched? Yes. Considering that demons appeared twice at the start of the semester, and a teacher who had made a contract with a demon appeared, it seemed a bit delayed, but it looks difficult. The proposal from the Holy Kingdom to dispatch priests. It was a topic that had come up occasionally before, and the Empire had been considering it positively. The only known way to halt the progression of erosion so far was through divine power. If the students became familiar with it during their academy curriculum, it would greatly benefit them. But the timing is quite coincidental. That means it's not just for that reason, right? Both Duke Luke and Duke Aziz expressed the same opinion. If viewed from a political perspective, it was for the sake of exchange, but more broadly, to check on the ever-growing empire, and to suspect whether the empire has colluded with demons. The emperor nodded. I agree with that thought. There won't be any problems. If there are those who interact with demons, we can catch them, which is rather a good thing. However, the academy was not only at the heart of the empire but also a place where future talents resided. There was a risk of instilling biased views or incorrect doctrines in the growing children. Moreover, in case things went wrong, there was also the possibility of the students being taken hostage. It's too rushed. We need to hear others' opinions, so I'd like to buy some more time. Unfortunately, that seems impossible. If we do not accept, they hinted that they would become quite busy. Becoming quite busy meant not to expect any support in the future. If we do not accept, we are to deal with erosion on our own, then. Exactly. Impudent. A subtle anger emanated from Duke Luke. And this was no different for the Emperor and Duke Aziz. If it weren't for erosion, we could have unified the continent by now. To see those who had been bowing their heads for hundreds of years suddenly strut around proudly at the appearance of erosion was intolerable. But the disadvantage is on our side, so we have no choice. The scholars are doing their best to research ways to eliminate erosion, so let's just be patient for a while. Erosion was a terrifying disease. It turned healthy land into barren ground where not even a single blade of grass could survive. They wanted to crush the Holy Kingdom right away, but it was time to be patient. The Empire was not so foolish as to be consumed by simple rage and spoil everything. That seems to be the case. I trust you now understand the reason I called you here. To persuade other nobles at the Noble Conference in 2 days. That was their role. It's important to instill the perception that the Academy is safe. In case of an emergency, we must ensure that the children will not be taken as hostages. We'll have to devise some safeguards for that. The Emperor nodded. I'll take care of the preparations. I trust you will handle the rest well. See you all in 2 days then. They left the room with a firm escort from the knight. Once again facing the long corridor, only the sound of their footsteps quietly echoed. Ah, that stubborn man. Would it kill him to have a conversation? Duke Aziz grumbled internally. There had been times like this before, and he had often initiated conversation, but each time Duke Luke had shown discomfort. As he continued to grumble internally, "You're quite lucky." Duke Aziz was taken aback. The Rock? No, Duke Luke had spoken. Yes, you're quite lucky. Both in the past and now. It's quite strange, isn't it? It was a clear sneer. For Duke Luke, who valued honor, to sneer at someone, to an ordinary person, it would be equivalent to a severe insult. Ha, Duke Luke, what do you mean by that? Weren't you the same when you dealt with the Lester family? You easily found evidence of treason that no one else could find. To find something that we had all been searching for so desperately. It's really strange how lucky you are, isn't it? The chilling gaze of Duke Luke. Duke Aziz shrank slightly but then straightened his shoulders. He too was a duke. Even if the Lucid family was renowned, he had no right to belittle him. I'm not the same as before. I must give him a piece of my mind. Duke Aziz adjusted his posture. Suddenly, he doubled over. Ah, Duke. You're right. I was indeed lucky. To have such fortune come my way, the heavens must have looked after me. To have secured a position among the pillars of the Empire, even now it feels unbelievable. But it's reassuring to have a steadfast duke like you. I always trust, follow, and rely on you. And also, of course, what came out of Duke Aziz's mouth was extreme flattery. Duke Luke was truly a fearsome man. Until he reached the end of the long corridor, the flattery of Dul Aziz never ceased. Duke Luke occasionally gave him a subtle reprimand, but Duke Aziz was not one to be swayed by such. Given Duke Luke's nature, it was hard for him to deliver an insult, even if he wanted to. And the end, Duke Luke, unaccustomed to flattery, was the first to give in. Do you not have any pride? Well, cheer up. If that's how you survive, I suppose it must be respected. However, Duke Luke firmly grasped Duke Aziz's shoulder and said, always remember, there are eyes watching you, Duke Aziz. Adat Novel bin Adat. After finishing his words, Duke Luke vanished in an instant. Duke Aziz, left alone at the end of the corridor, could only click his tongue. Duke Luke's words were true. After pushing out the Lester family and taking their place as a new pillar, not only did he face checks from other nobles, but there were also too many eyes planted on his side. This made it difficult for him to move freely. Well, it's fine. Being in the pillar's position is what matters. There were many small and large disturbances, but securing the pillar's position was the most important. His plans to ascend to the Emperor's throne had advanced by at least 50 years. The Lucid family, a remarkable family. But that's only for now. Duke Aziz had no intention of bringing down the Lucid family. When his family ascended to the Emperor's throne, the Lucid family would be the most loyal to him. Impossible for such a noble family? No, they would have no choice but to follow him. Duke Luke, I know you've made a deal with a demon. It was information obtained at a high price, so it was certain. The problem was that he didn't know what the deal was. Moreover, if one made a deal with a demon, it should be apparent, both inside and out. However, no such signs were visible. If only I could find out what Duke Luke's deal with the demon was. They would not dare challenge him. All they could do was pledge their loyalty. Clutching his fist tightly, Duke Aziz thought of Duke Luke. Despite wishing to be close, the power dynamics forced them apart. An agonizing relationship with the Lucid family. You and your family's descendants will kneel before our family. The feeling of ascending to the Emperor's throne would be good, but subjugating the noble Lucid family would be equally satisfying. Since it would be 2 to 3 generations before they could challenge for the throne, the only pleasure available to him was making the Lucid family kneel. How great the thrill and sense of conquest would be when he saw them kneeling before him in a row. I got too excited. After straightening his clothes, he calmly reviewed the recent events. The demon attack, the awards, the dispatch of priests, the nobles meeting, and dner. That incompetent man receiving an award, even a 7th grade one, was beyond his imagination. Could he have deceived me? Until last year, dner was actively involved in everything, causing destruction wherever he went. This led to Alistair being dispatched under the pretext of a break. He was in the process of planting his people in the magic department, which had become vulnerable. But to leave behind a famous document and turn a sacrificed child into a hero, and to save students from a demon attack? Judging by these actions alone, he seemed like a highly capable individual. Did he bide his time for a year before showing his true colors? After a moment of thought, Duke Aziz shook his head. No, that couldn't be. He had recognized dner's incompetence at their first meeting. Conversation, knowledge, behavior. He was a perfect example of incompetence. Yet, he had performed such feats. It was hard to grasp what was happening. I don't like this. As mentioned before, since taking the pillar's position, there were many eyes on him, making it impossible to approach dner. I don't need uncontrollable words. Duke Aziz toyed with the idea of dismissal in his mind but soon shook it off. Well, it's like a cow walking backward and catching a mouse. Just the luck of an incompetent fly. That's how I'll think of it. Since there's no harm done and the grand plan is progressing well, there's no need to dismiss him right now. However, Duke Aziz would later realize the very act of keeping the name dner in his mind was the beginning. The start of problems, the start of his plans going awry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gasp. Surrounded by darkness, he frantically surveyed his surroundings. He had to run away from the demon. Pant. Pant. But no matter how much he looked around, the demon was nowhere to be seen. It was strange. The green glow of Binus's eyes was definitely in front of him. After calmly observing his surroundings, he managed to understand what was happening. It was dawn, and he was in the infirmary. He had a nightmare and had woken up from his sleep. That was all. Except for his body being drenched in sweat, there was nothing unusual to note. Keek, this is troublesome. He quickly regained his composure, thanks to the mental defense skill. One amazing fact about the mental defense skill is that while it protects against illusions and safeguards the mind, it does not work in dreams. Wow, how surprising. To be able to feel the emotion of fear, thank you so much. If you're going to do it, make it work in dreams too. Damn system. He carefully looked around. Rodin, Alex, Raymond, Eurydia, and lastly, Luna, who was scratching her stomach and sleeping. 3 days had passed since Binus's attack, and we were living in the infirmary. Because we've encountered a demon, and not just any demon but one from the 4th grade. While investigations into the incident were ongoing, it was crucial to check if anyone had fallen for the demon's temptations. In life-threatening situations, there are surprisingly many who make deals with demons to save themselves. Naturally, these unfair contracts led by demons never end well. That's why we had to stay in the infirmary. We were excused during class and exercise times, but even then, instructors followed and watched over us. Well, that ends today anyway. From priests to teachers and administrative officials sent from the surrounding territories, after extensive checks, it was confirmed that none of us had fallen for the demon's seductions. With the break of day, we were to return to our normal routines. But wasn't it nice to spend these 3 days with the main members? Well, seeing their faces a lot was nice, but nothing happened. Luna occasionally came over to my bed, hugged me, and fell asleep. And because of what Eurydia saw, rumors about us have flared up even more. Apart from that, there was nothing noteworthy. Because we were being watched. The first party members, including Rodin, they must have a lot they want to say to me, and many questions they'd like to ask. I've prepared enough excuses, so there's no need to worry. But that's not the real issue. The window bathed in moonlight. I stood there, lost in thought, facing the cool breeze. It was a massacre ending. A bad ending where everyone except the player gets massacred. If this were a game, that's the ending we would have faced. The attack by Binus. The trigger must have been targeting the demon's shard in Chapter 1. Lisbeth, one of the 4 heavenly kings, sends Binus to the academy, destroying the resources accumulated by the player up to that point. The party members, a valuable resource. It must have been one of the measures for balance adjustment. Divine imitation is too overpowered. Even if obtained in Chapter 3, it would be too powerful, let alone in Chapter 1, as I had anticipated. A trap set by the developers. We survived despite it. Why did we survive on this route for the first time? Because I'm a seasoned player? No, I was just lucky. I muttered quietly, hands cupped in front of my face. After thinking it over for 3 days, this was the conclusion I came to. I survived purely by luck. The artifact received from Karen. The artifact stolen from Dake. The 9th sacred sword awakened in a moment of crisis. Rez's arrow attack. My decision to use Demon Slave. Recycling artifacts. Using Rodlin's family to restore Luterus's honor during the Demon's Shard incident. This led Lucia to come all this way. Had even one of these not occurred, everyone but me would have died. The horrifying image of the children meeting gruesome deaths haunted me. Had it not been for mental defense, I might have vomited. Soaked in Dawn's sentimentality, I pondered various thoughts, but the conclusion was always the same. Becoming stronger. I must become stronger no matter what. Having killed one more of Lisbeth's demons. Although the Academy's defenses have been strengthened, there's no guarantee that there won't be another attack. So, I have to become stronger, by any means necessary. Information window. As I slowly scrolled through, I found what I was looking for. Demon's Blood, A. Can sense magic power. Penalty from opposing magic power 50%. Effectiveness of magic-related skills plus 25%. Effectiveness of holy-related skills 25%. I muttered to myself as I looked at the skill. I'll use the skill grade up point on Demon's Blood. A reward for clearing the quest of killing 100 monsters in the Ant Dungeon. Skill grade up point. Declaring its use, a burst of light emanated from the information window. I closed my eyes to block out the light. Well, to others, it might just look like I'm squinting. After a moment, the information window reappeared before my eyes. Demon's Blood skill has been upgraded to S rank. Demon's Blood, S. Can sense magic power. Penalty from opposing magic power 100%. Effectiveness of magic-related skills plus 50%. Effectiveness of wholly related skills 25%. This wasn't a rash decision made in the emotion of dawn. It was a conclusion I reached after 3 days of thought. I'll encounter demons more frequently in the future. Not just lower demons, but the penalties from facing higher demons are unimaginable. From stat reduction to skill grade decrease, status ailments, and even level drops. There was a damage reduction penalty in Bainyu's case. One of the reasons Bainyu's could withstand our attacks despite being hit all over was not just because we faced him at a low level, but also because of the significant penalty from his magic power. The damage to Bainyu's was lessened, but reducing that penalty by 100% means complete immunity to penalties inflicted by demons. The effectiveness of potions and buffs received from priests would be halved, but that's a small price to pay. TL note, I think the author messed up and the effectiveness of wholly related skills is minus 50%. While I could fix it, I didn't want to change something I'm not sure of. Next on my agenda, I need to revise my plans a bit. It seemed I needed to change my priorities. The future strength is important, but strengthening the immediate forces in front of me was necessary. And just now, I thought of a way. A method that could easily strengthen my party and also plan for the late game. Namely, recruiting new allies. I'm going to die. I can finally rest easy. Right. Luna stretched and said. The moment the morning classes had just ended. It also meant the shackles binding us were finally released. It seems the instructors have lost interest in us. Since Hypersense didn't react, it was certain. Are we going to eat right away? Let's hurry. The food at the infirmary was the worst. At novel bin at. Luna expressed her opinion, sticking out her tongue. I agreed with her. Not only did they conduct all sorts of tests, but the reason behind sniffing around the food the kids ate was beyond me. Cold food was still food, but messing with all the food made it visually unappealing. It was when Luna and I were heading to the cafeteria. Why have you been nodding your head since earlier? You're not a baby bird who lost its mother. Luna's scolding. But it couldn't be helped. I was constantly using information window on the move. Recruiting a new comrade. I was pounding the pavement for that. There are names that catch my eye here and there. There are plenty of useful extras. However, those guys are excluded for now. Each has a role in the story. It's not possible to mess with important supporting characters. Above all, there was an absolute condition that had to be satisfied to become my party member. I need to find a kid with a nasty personality. A kid with a personality so vile that even the tolerant members of my first party wouldn't dare cross. The problem was that the 2 filters were too big, excluding the useful extras, and also the kids who hang out with their friends. It made things quite complicated. And one more thing. I need to find a tank. I felt it after fighting alongside Rodin's party. Tanks are the best. The dignity of Raymond, who stood up to the 4th rank demon head-on. It was inevitable to fantasize about tanks. I wasn't even hoping for a tank on Raymond's level. After all, he's almost like a bug. We can sit there. Luna sat next to me. Yes, next to me, not in front. Luna always insisted on sitting next to me, to be prepared to run away, or so she says. Well, I've gotten used to it, so it doesn't bother me much anymore. Finally eating something warm. 0, eat well. Keek, you too, Luna. However, I couldn't afford to waste even the mealtime. At this moment, the enemy could be moving. 1 bite of food, 2 uses of information window. 1 bite of food, 3 uses of information window. Just when I was about to take another bite and use information window again, Luna's information window popped up unexpectedly. Because Luna, who was sitting next to me, had firmly grabbed my face with both hands. Hey, yes. Look only at me. Stop looking elsewhere. Dash. The cafeteria was momentarily abuzz, because the kids sitting around us suddenly burst into cheers. Glancing over, I could see Eurydia with a nosebleed. I should deal with this Eurydia group somehow. Wait, does it seem like their power has grown? Looking closely, there were non-advanced class kids mixed in here and there. Considering they were girls who liked romance, had they united over this cause? Contrary to their imagination, reality was not romantic at all. Kids, reality is not romance but horror and thriller. Was it to prove that? Luna pressed her face against mine and whispered, from now on, you'll get hit every time you look elsewhere. Keek, can't I just look straight ahead? No. I see. It's not allowed. And so, the official meal began. My head was fixed towards Luna. This is much harder than eating while using information window. It's like eating with the side of my face. Swallowing isn't easy either. Unlike me, Luna seemed very satisfied with her meal. I was pondering how to escape this Luna hell. Hello. 0, hello. It was Alex and Raymond. Of course, I couldn't see them. I judged by their voices alone. Raising my hand in greeting, they sat in front of us. Click dash. As they sat down, Luna cracked her neck here and there. Insane. Daring to enter my territory. Huh? This is an empty seat. Shut up. That's my seat too. You're despicable. What? Despicable? I thought only 0 could be so, but Luna, you're not to be underestimated either. Such a demon-like greed. Why am I being attacked when Luna started the fight? I can tolerate insults towards me, but I can't tolerate insults towards 0. Luna rose from her seat and charged at Raymond. Thus, the grand fight between Luna and Raymond began. Luna, please don't move so vigorously. It's hard to turn my head while eating. It finally feels like we're back to normal. Keek, indeed. By the way, thanks to them, it was easy to find you. Easy to find? What do you mean? Alex flicked his finger towards the back. It was where the Eurydia group was. Who else but you guys would have such a fan club following around? Fan club? Yeah, didn't you know? Your fan club was formed. What was the name again? Demon and Princess. Forbidden Love. It seems nothing fits the fan club name. I'm not a demon, and Luna is not a princess. And it's not love. I'm just a poor person being held captive. I thought it was unusually large today, to think they formed a fan club. But Luna still seemed clueless. Really, how could she not know? Keek, I see. Quite troublesome people. Enjoy your meal. They must have been a bother. Yes, Zero. But, you know, Alex hesitated, dragging it out. Does he have something important to say? Can you look this way when you speak? Currently, my neck was fixed towards Luna, meaning, Alex had been talking to the side of my face from the start. But it can't be helped. Keek, if Alex is willing to take the hit for me, I won't decline. I think it's better to stay as it is. The more I look, the more I think you look better from that angle. This guy, chuckling, Alex continued. Actually, I came to say thank you. Really. When we were fighting the demon, you were ready to sacrifice yourself for us at the end, right? At the moment when defeat was virtually certain. He was talking about trying to protect the children by making a demon's contract with Bineos to save this world. Back then, I thought it was obviously my duty, but looking back now, it's totally embarrassing. Keek, not at all. The demon was also weakening and ready to retreat. It was a contract to stop fighting each other. Is that so? Still, thank you. Nope, doesn't work, huh? It's a good thing we're not facing each other. Otherwise, I'd have wanted to crawl into a mouse hole. And I think everyone feels the same. Do you think so? Yes, nobody mentioned that you tried to make a contract with the demon during the investigation. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Already receiving unfavorable opinions due to my appearance. Because of that, I was nearly threatened and interrogated by priests and administrators. Of course, to me, it was nothing more than child's play. Having been truly threatened and assaulted by Karen, I guess I'm well trained in that regard? Certainly, I wasn't grateful. As I was reminiscing, I realized one thing. Now that I think about it, Rodin didn't accuse me either. Given Rodin's upright character, lying wouldn't have been easy for her. Hiding me despite feeling guilty? She must have been worried about me? How cute. I'll have to pat her head again when I see her. Tombstone pile driver. Boom. Luna slammed Raymond into the ground head first. Catching Raymond, whose evasion rate increases the closer he gets, and planting him into the ground. Our Luna is truly legendary. Beep 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 beep. Bullying is a reason for demerit points. Speak of the devil. Rodin turned towards me. Suddenly changing direction, she headed towards where Luna and Raymond were. It was natural, with the culprits sprawled right in front of her. Both of you, 1 demerit point each, and write a reflection paper right here and now. Senior? But, isn't Luna an adult? Behave responsibly like an adult. The word adult. Did that word strike a chord with Luna? Luna drooped her head. Adult, right. I am an adult. Unlike that guy, an adult. I'm the victim, but I should forgive with the magnanimity of an adult. I'm an adult too. And the victim is me. Move aside. I'll finish my reflection paper first. I'll finish mine first. Kids, you've been had. Not only did she stop the fight, but she also turned it into a competition to write reflection papers. Rodin really knows how to handle children. She then glanced at me and said, and Zero, could you see me for a moment? This is why being a popular guy is troublesome, isn't it? Currently, Luna is out of it. Turning my head back to its original position, I followed Rodin. A secluded spot not frequented by many. Rodin turned around with a twirl and opened her mouth. Do you have anything to say to me? What's this? Asking for a confession? Of course not. After a moment of thought, I realized why Rodin was angry with me. Because I was willing to sacrifice myself. Even though she was willing to sacrifice herself as well. With a slight smile, I said, Keek, this time, I received help. What do you mean by that? That you didn't tell the investigators about me touching the demon's contract. Twitch dash. Rodin's body slightly shuddered. Whether it was because of guilt or being caught by me, I'm not sure which it was. What are you talking about? I told the truth about everything. Is that so? Then, there's nothing I can do. I'll have to confess and align our stories. That way, I might get a lighter sentence. Rodin trembled with her fist clenched. She set up this situation to scold me, but instead, she was the one being attacked. TCH. Rodin clicked her tongue and turned her head sharply to the side. Petulant. The white neckline and slightly protruding lips. Even the expression of displeasure was perfect. Don't show me that look. If you keep doing that, I'll want to wrap you up in love. Anyway, don't do that again in the future. Next time, it won't end with just a demerit point. To threaten with a demerit point after touching the demon's contract. It's almost cute. I can't take it anymore. It's not because I'm a pervert. It's just that seeing new aspects of a character makes me want to see more. Is that perverted? Impossible. I'm just a gamer enjoying the game faithfully. I gently pushed Rodin against the wall, cornering her with a soft thud. As I placed my hand on the wall, Rodin found herself cornered against it by me. Zero? What is this all about? Keek, I will continue to do such dangerous things in the future. As long as it means I can protect my allies. However, I think I can restrain myself. If you would grant me just one request. What is it? I asked, extending my index finger. Just once, allow me to stroke your head. My head. Yes. If you permit it, I will do my best to avoid reckless actions in the future. This is unprecedented. A junior stroking the head of their senior. Huh? You dislike it? Then. Sob. To think you can't grant your junior's earnest request. I might as well go and sign a contract with a demon right now, and it would be a terribly unfair contract. That's. Calm down. What meaning does this action have? Rodin was visibly flustered. Almost had her, it seems. It's about bonding. Bonding. That's right. In the event we find ourselves in such a situation one day, we'll remember this moment. Sob. It's too hard. A demon is tempting me. But Senior Rodin said never to make a contract with a demon. Right, for a junior, you even offered your head, telling me to never forget this advice. Everyone, rise up. Let's fight and win. That's what it is. An extreme exchange of emotions, even in tough situations, that reminds us of the senior's advice. A firm bond between senior and junior. Now, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But I had no intention of giving up. Because teasing Rodin is just too fun. It's a ritual to strengthen the bond between senior and junior. Just by being stroked once, you could save me. But surely, I whispered closer to Rodin. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Rodin's eyes spun wildly. Rodin, not knowing what to do, suddenly bowed her head deeply. Though I couldn't see her face in that position, it was clear she was blushing fiercely. Her ears were so red they looked like they might burst into flames. If you brought paper close to them, it might catch fire. That's how hot Rodin's face was. For the sake of a junior, I suppose I have no choice. Permission was granted. Sacrificing her own dignity for a junior. What a senior, truly a senior. Then I shall proceed. Please, be gentle. Gentle, huh? Provoking me with such a provocative word. Using a word that turns all men rough. Of course, I'm talking about the stroking. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be gentle or rough, I had to think carefully. All right, I've decided. Pretend to be gentle while being rough. My grand strategy to enjoy both at once. The moment I was about to place my hand on Rodin's head, still with her eyes tightly shut, a huge face suddenly wedged itself between us. I didn't know you were that close to the young lady. This complicates things. It was the nanny of the Delucid household. She had squeezed herself between us. At the same time, life began to return to Rodin's eyes. She had come to her senses. No, my stroking opportunity. To miss such a once-in-a-lifetime chance. How regrettable. Nanny, why are you here? Before that, I have one question for the young lady. Are you in a relationship with Zero? That's ridiculous. I see. That's a relief. The nanny pulled out a notebook and began scribbling something. He seems like a troublemaker despite appearances. This is problematic. What's problematic? And I'm not a troublemaker, okay? Well, if he were to cheat, the eldest lady would chop him into pieces and confine him in the mansion, so there's no need to worry. But still, it's best to be cautious. What? She might even mount him as a trophy. The lady does cherish her possessions, after all. I better just stay quiet. I am the heir, and the heir is me. Becoming one with the heir was when Rodin, now back to her senses, asked the nanny, haven't you gone back yet? It's been 3 days already. There's one matter I need to resolve. I see. And my sister. 3 days means she's been one with her bed for 3 days. This cannot be ignored. It may be troublesome, but I must ask for your assistance. Don't worry, nanny. I'll throw her out, bed and all. After Rodin left, it was just the nanny and me. Bowing deeply. Then, I too shall take my leave. Just as I was about to politely say goodbye, snap. The nanny caught me by the nape of my neck. Then she started to chuckle. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. I sighed lightly before speaking. It was a joke. I see. A joke. They say a joke is essential between lovers, better than a passionate love affair for longevity. The day I first met Lucia. A casual joke I made. For some reason, I seemed to have completely won over this nanny. Not as a person, but as a potential husband for Rodin's elder sister, Lucia. As a husband. To judge someone not as a person, but on their suitability as a husband. The nanny of the Delucid household. Just as the rumors said, a fearsome person. Keek, I am not in a romantic relationship with Miss Lucia. That can be easily resolved, can't it? Wow, nanny, that's amazing. How can you say that's easily resolved? I've met many men, but I've never seen anyone like Zero. You're quite charming. The nanny's gaze was sticky. It seems like the genre has suddenly changed. From fantasy to daily drama. Should the title be The Nanny's Seduction? How can your flustered look be so adorable? You and our miss would make a perfect pair. Cuckoo, don't be nervous. There will be plenty of opportunities to get to know our miss. I'm sure she'll grow on you. Suddenly, the nanny's gaze turned icy. I'll remodel her to suit your tastes. What? Both her appearance and her inner self. I'll adjust everything to fit your preferences. Don't say it's impossible. I'll make sure it fits, even if it means breaking her body. As I've felt since a while ago, this nanny isn't normal either. Is it just me who's normal in this world? If so, that's quite bleak. So, won't you tell me your preferences? What type of woman do you like? Keek, I'm quite busy, so I'll take my leave now. The nanny, who was preparing to take notes, froze. She might be getting angry. It was time to prepare to run away. Ah, right. My mistake. I should have given you time to think. Completely slipped my mind. What? Take your time to think about it and let me know. Then, goodbye. The nanny disappeared in an instant. I thought to myself, maybe this game could end with a bad ending called marriage. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Training grounds. Luna stretched her body here and there before immediately drawing her sword. All right, shall we go? Being cooped up has made me restless. Luna was more motivated than ever. It might be partly because she was confined for 3 days, as Luna mentioned. But it's more likely because of the fight with the demon. She must have felt her own weaknesses acutely. And the same goes for me. I drew my sword a little away from Luna. I planned to start training from today. I hadn't needed to train until now. But now it's different. Fleur family style, see. Now that I've obtained a skill that can grow, not training would be foolish. I can become the real deal. It would take a long time to reach S class. But I had no intention of giving up. Because it's a chance to become real. And I've prepared a little cheat. Hard worker, A. Skill growth speed plus 15%. During lunch, I copied Alex's passive skill using divine imitation. With this, my experience points will increase during training. I want to become stronger quickly. I lost myself in thought while swinging my sword. While reviewing my battles with Bainyuz and then Lerang, it occurred to me, maybe, could I have saved Lerang? After analyzing the timeline, I realized it wasn't entirely impossible. If I had sought out teacher Lerang as soon as I entered the academy and convinced him to abandon the demon sword, and after converting him through conversation, received the Fleur family style, might the outcome have been better? The rewards, like titles, might have been different, but that doesn't matter, because I would receive a greater reward. If I had succeeded in saving Lerang, there's a high likelihood that a training quest would have been linked. The occasional quest that appears when inheriting techniques. Under the guidance of a master, faster skill growth was possible at novel bin at. The problem is, doing so would mean the first chapter would be without a boss. Considering Bainyuz's case, there would have been preparations for that. Indeed, this game is impressive. The world I loved. No matter how many thousands, tens of thousands of times it's played. It shines with a different light every time, illuminating the world with its breathtaking beauty. I want to try playing the game this way now. I found myself wanting to see teacher Lerang guiding us in this training ground. Another reason to clear the final boss was added at that moment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While the training was in full swing. Hello. The door to the training ground opened, and Eurydia made her appearance. Her usual escort was nowhere to be seen. Meaning, she came alone. After looking back and forth between me and Luna, Eurydia spoke. What's this? You're not doing anything. Keek, we are in the midst of training. No, I thought it would be a heated atmosphere. This is the training ground of rumors, right? I was expecting something. What a letdown. Several incidents did occur here. From physical altercations with Luna to Rez's appearance and rope play. But to expect that and come here. A pervert? After wiping sweat with a towel, I focused back on training. The Fleur family's swordsmanship. Lacking in flashiness but solid and weighty. Truly a swordsmanship as strong as steel. What? Ignoring me? Even after I kept your secret? This is troubling. Eurydia voiced her dissatisfaction. Secret. Right. As Eurydia mentioned, a small secret had developed between us. During the time confined in the infirmary, we lightly discussed and came to an agreement. The user of Demon Slave that pushed Bainyuz to the brink of death. It was made to appear as if Eurydia, not I, had used it. When I started chanting the spell, Eurydia yelled what I was doing, drawing attention for a moment. But given the demon in front of them and their focus on Bainyuz's demon magic, there was no chance to look our way. So, people think I helped Eurydia recover her mana in a strange way. Then, Eurydia used Demon Slave. That's the current belief. Almost became troublesome. Fortunately, if it had been revealed that I could use the Deraunter family's forbidden technique, I would have been 100% suspected of being a suspicious person. So, it worked out well. Of course, there was one problem. Specifically, I have a favor to ask. Will you listen? Oh, you don't have the right to refuse. Because I know Zero's secret. Damn that Miss Eurydia, I'm no longer hiding my true intentions. From her tone to her actions. Eurydia, who always took care in her speech and behavior, pretending to be refined. But now, not only is she acting friendly, she's not hesitating to use threats. It's like she's become a completely different person. Well, this is her true nature, so it's not really surprising. Maybe starting from chapter 4. Eurydia, who has become friends with the group, gradually reveals her true self. Her innate mischievousness. Because of this, the adventure became even more lively and fun. That was the common assessment among gamers. Does this mean I've become close to Eurydia? To think I've managed to reveal Eurydia's true nature right from the beginning of chapter 2, which originally wouldn't be shown until after chapter 4. Indeed, it's me. I am quite something. Ignoring me? Then, I have no choice but to contact the inspectors. As much as I comfort myself, the reality is harsh. Close my foot. It looks like I'm about to be put on a leash. If it becomes known that I can use techniques from other families, I'd be dragged here and there for investigations. Students would avoid me, thinking I'm weird at novel bin at. And when I step outside the academy, I'd be kidnapped and dissected to uncover secrets, leading to a bad ending. In fact, this is an event that exists in the game. An event that causes trouble from various parties if you use it in front of non-party members. Divine Imitation's power is a measure to keep in check, a trap set by the developers. I thought it would be okay since we were considered in the same party during the Bainu's conquest, despite the urgent situation. Is it because we're not officially party members? Eurydia boldly pressured me. I spoke cautiously. Keek, perhaps it would be proper to first discuss what this favor is? I'll listen and then decide. I asked as politely as possible. It's probably going to be a request to join her clique. This is troublesome. Now is the time to gather strength. It's not yet time to make enemies of the Terran faction. Well, personally, I also liked him. As I was pondering how to get out of this situation. Please take good care of Luna. What? More precisely, tell Luna something sweet once a day, as I designate. That's my request. I was flabbergasted, no, utterly baffled. A completely unexpected request had popped up. Tell Luna sweet things? Why on earth? Keek, you seem curious about why I'm asking this. Eurydia squinted her eyes and even mimicked my speech. I didn't realize when I did it, but that's really annoying. No, not curious at all. Instead, I'm curious about what's going through your mind. Oh, is that so? Then there's no helping it. I'll have to have tea with the inspectors. In truth, I'm dying of curiosity. May I inquire why you've made such a request? Only then did Eurydia show a satisfied smile. It may seem alright now, but the love front looks precarious. At times like these, Zero's effort is crucial. Love front? Why is that coming up all of a sudden? It's not just the jokes that are too much, but the lack of physical contact compared to Luna. Such things should be naturally provided by the man, really. No, Luna and I are nothing. How could there be physical contact? I'm not some pervert. And what Luna does to me isn't physical contact, it's an attack. An attack? She literally bites people. There was that brief estrangement incident before, right? You must have realized that even a small misunderstanding can lead to disaster in a relationship. Hello? Anyone home? There will likely be more such incidents in the future. But as long as Eurydia is here, there won't be any. I am. Eurydia spun around once, crossed her arms, and struck an inexplicable pose. Snap. A master of love. She sparkled her eyes, as if to say, trust me. I don't quite understand how we got here or what's supposed to happen next, but one thing is clear. Eurydia, this girl. She's definitely crazy. There's a saying that misunderstandings are free, but this is too much. The misunderstanding that Luna and I are a couple has somehow become accepted as fact. Wait, maybe, this isn't such a bad deal. It's a tricky situation, but if I use this opportunity, I might be able to keep Eurydia's mouth shut. The mystery child capable of using other families' techniques, risk of being kidnapped and dissected, versus rumors of a special relationship with Luna. It would be mentally taxing, but considering the story progression, the latter might be much better. Keek, let's make one thing clear. If I agree to Eurydia's request, that incident will forever remain a secret, right? I'm honestly quite curious. About one flash, demon slave, and so on. But Eurydia spun around once again and struck her inexplicable pose. Love is more important than anything? I've decided to sacrifice my curiosity. Ah, so you've decided to live as a madwoman? Understood. Keek, then I accept the deal. Saying something sweet once a day. I'll give it a try. Today's mission is to gently stroke Luna's face. It's the start of physical contact. Physical contact with Luna? Wasn't the deal about saying sweet things? That's right. Right. Eurydia, can't you feel how odd what you're saying is? Come on, do it as a favor. It's for advancing your relationship. That much is doable, isn't it? Eurydia winked and struck another inexplicable pose. I sighed involuntarily. This is becoming a headache. Well, it's better than being dissected. That's when someone appeared behind Eurydia. It was Luna, her right hand clutching a sharply edged sword. What are you doing here? This could be a scene straight out of a horror movie. The sight is a bit much for the faint-hearted like me. From the looks of it, Luna hadn't realized Eurydia was here until now. Luna? Have you finished training? Oh my, look at you sweat. Just a moment. Eurydia rummaged through her belongings and pulled out a bottle of water and a pack of snacks. Have some quickly? It's important to hydrate after exercise, but you must also replenish your nutrients. Luna looked at me. Her expression seemed to ask, what's this thing doing? Luna, you can't just refer to someone as this thing. Next time, call her a crazy woman. That's a more fitting description. I shrugged as if I didn't understand, and Luna accepted the items. Well, since you've given them, I'll enjoy them. Thanks. Yes? It's my honor, Luna. Honor, my foot. Can we share? Of course? Certainly. As Luna sat down beside me, Eurydia's eyes began to blaze. She seemed determined not to miss a single moment of our harmonious scene. Eat. Your sister has brought some provisions. Keek, may I have some water then? Sure. Here. Eurydia's eyes sparkled. It's obvious. She's expecting some kind of indirect kiss. No chance. I tilted my head back far and lifted the water bottle high, gushing like a small waterfall. The bottle was at least 30 centimeters away from my mouth. Eurydia's shoulders slumped. Clearly, she had been hoping for something. Indirect kisses, really? Well, it's not like I'm one to fuss over indirect kisses. but those who think of such things as a form of physical contact are the weird ones. Isn't it normal to share drinks? If people squeal over that, I wonder how they handle sharing a hot pot, sharing spoons and saliva at a stew restaurant. To them, it might as well be pornographic. Anyway, there are too many perverts these days. What's so big about indirect physical contact? Turning normal behavior into something abnormal. I could never accept that, but I didn't want to give Eurydia any excuse, so I kept the bottle as far from me as possible. What's that? Does it taste better that way? Keek, perhaps it's the taste of crushing bloated expectations. What? What's with that perverted expression? Forget it, have some snacks. They're good. Crunch, crunch. As we shared the snacks, Eurydia started waving her arms behind Luna, signaling me to carry out the mission she had given earlier. The act of stroking the face. Sigh. I'm at a loss. I slightly turned my body and looked at Luna with a meaningful gaze. Then, Luna looked back at me. Swoosh. I moved my right hand close to Luna's face. And then, tap. I removed a crumb of snack stuck on Luna's lips. It wasn't exactly stroking, but it should barely pass. Keek, what are you walking around with on your face? You're not a child. Why the silence? Could it be she's smitten by my sweet gesture? That would be rather troublesome. Flap, flap. Eurydia, who had been watching us, started dancing an inexplicable dance behind Luna. Yeah, got it. You're saying it's a breach of contract to end it with just that? Well, what can I do? This is as far as I go. Just as I was about to make a certain gesture behind Luna's back, she raised her hand and lightly tapped my forehead. Chop? Keek, why hit me like that? Because it's ridiculous. With that, Luna reached out and removed a crumb of snack from the corner of my mouth. I see. I was the same, wasn't I? Certainly, it was enough to leave Luna speechless. Was my lacking heart somewhat filled? Just then, as I was watching Eurydia about to have a fit in the background, swoosh, Luna took the crumb from my mouth, put it in her own, and smiled broadly. I know you like me, but don't fall too hard, okay? You might not be able to get out. Licking her finger with a bright smile. Honestly speaking, this might be a bit dangerous. I've always dismissed indirect physical contact, but experiencing it firsthand stirred something. I began to understand why people rave about indirect physical contact. Puff, thud. Blood gushed from Eurydia's nose, and she collapsed to the side. What? Hey, are you okay? Luna immediately rushed to lay Eurydia flat. Then, Eurydia gave a thumbs up. I could die now, and have no regrets. What? No? Wake up. Her arm slumped as she lost consciousness. A blissful smile spread across her face. Zero. What do we do? She seems to be alive, but just leave her. The crazy woman. It's best to just leave her alone. The sun, having climbed past its zenith, was beginning to tilt sideways. At the girls' dormitory, a minor commotion was underway. Someone's snoring pierced through a door, echoing down the hallway. It was a common occurrence, so one might wonder how it could cause such a stir. That room, right? Yes, it's the vice president of the student council's room. Maybe she's really tired. After all, she recently fought a high-level demon. Right. Let's just ignore it and go. Let her rest. Everyone has days like this. Rodin always presented herself perfectly. The idea of her snoring so loudly that it could be heard through the door was nearly unimaginable. Though taken aback, the students quickly came to terms with it. After all, Rodin is human too. It can't be helped, they thought as they began to leave one by one. Then, someone wielding a club appeared at the end of the hallway, walking steadily towards them. The students couldn't help but be startled. Was it because of the intruder with a club? No, it was because of the identity of the person holding the club. Rodin? Then who's inside? Rodin smiled and said, would you mind stepping aside for a moment? It's about to get noisy. Her mouth smiled, but her eyes did not. It was the first time these students had seen such an expression on Rodin. Something was about to happen. Yes, good luck. The students hurriedly cleared the area. Not only because Rodin always treated them with respect and consideration, but also because they instinctively knew that Rodin was off somehow at the moment. Rodin was left alone in an instant. Creak dash. As soon as she opened her door, she saw it. The disgraceful state of her older sister, Lucia. The room-shaking snores, the drool marks at the corners of her mouth, and not to mention, she was sprawled out on her back, exposing her belly. The bedding, once neatly folded, was now in disarray, scattered across the floor. But what was truly unbearable was that it was 3 p.m. A soldier sleeping at this hour? Are you out of your mind? Rodin's rebuke. Lucia flailed her limbs and rolled off the bed. Thud. Eek. What? Has a war broken out? Yes, in my heart. The unwelcome guest, Lucia. Yes, Lucia was currently squatting in Rodin's room. Lucia, looking around, quickly grasped the situation. What? It's just Dylan. I thought it was something else. Lucia climbed back onto the bed, scratching her belly. I'm hungry. Can I use the student cafeteria too? When was the last time I ate? It's a bit disappointing, but this is a delicacy in its own right. In summary, Lucia was saying, feed me. Rodin inwardly inscribed the character for patience. After all, she's the elder sister of the family. Being an intelligent person, she should be able to understand if spoken to. First, get properly dressed. If one of the 10 swords of the continent walks around like that, there will be talk. Come on, Dylan, we're human too. We need to relax when we rest. I've been having a really hard time lately, but you haven't been on a mission for the past 6 months, as far as I know. Hehe, I defeated a demon a few days ago, right? That's good enough. With this, I can slack off for another 6 months. It was a 4th grade demon? As the elder sister, you should be defeating 2nd grade demons. Lucia flicked her finger, saying, Dylan, let me tell you something. It's not about the grade, but the circumstances under which it was defeated that matter. What do you mean? The academy is not just for nobles but also for commoners and lowborn. Defeating a demon that appeared there? That's a greater achievement than killing 3 second-grade demons. You'll get cheers from the Empire's citizens, and probably a medal too. Lucia winked, as if she had given a child a useful tip. This attitude from Lucia was enough to fuel Rodlin's anger. Crack dash. Eventually, Rodin turned into a demon herself. Get up this instant. Disgracing yourself as a soldier and neglecting your duties is unforgivable. Oh, come on. I've done plenty of work already. There's nowhere that's calling for me, anyway. Then you should at least train. Why bother with that tedious task? Snapdash. Rodin lunged at Lucia and pinched her thigh. The flesh was so plump that the pinching fingers seemed about to bounce off from the pressure. That's why you've gotten so fat? Can you even move properly? Dylan. That hurts. Hurts? Her heart was aching to the point of madness. Lucia, trying to act cute, moved her body around. In doing so, Rodin saw something even more severe than the thighs, a gigantic rear. Smack. Ouch. Rodin immediately slapped her on the rear. She wasn't one for violence, but she couldn't stand it any longer. How could she fight demons with a body like this? Promise you'll train? I'll keep hitting you until you promise. Dylan, how could you do this to me? I love you so much. Don't call me that, and don't say you love me. But our cute Dylan is irresistible to anyone, isn't she? What? I'm not cute at all. Lucia immediately pressed her body against a flustered Rodin. What strength? Rodin immediately pulled up her mana in resistance. But Lucia didn't budge. Rodin couldn't help but be shocked. Lucia wasn't using mana at the moment. Is there still such a gap between me and my elder sister? As Rodin calmed down, Lucia let out a sly grin. To think you can beat me? You're 100 years too early. In 100 years, we'll both be gone. At novel bin at. Lucia giggled and hugged Rodin tightly. Know this, I love and cherish you a lot. Ugh, ugh. Rodin was lost in the soft touch and the whispers of love. Lucia's murmuring reached Rodin's ears. Just grow up without worrying about anything. The burden our family has carried. I will resolve it. Why did Lucia's words feel so sorrowful? The mistakes of the Lucid family. Though she didn't know the details as she was young, she gradually learned as she grew older. The people of the Lucid family, her beloved family, were cursed by a demon. The only one not affected by the curse was Rodin herself. I also love and cherish our family. Only then did Lucia smile broadly. It was 10 minutes later when Rodin managed to extricate herself from Lucia's embrace. How many times had they exchanged words of love? Her face was all flushed. Nice. It's been a while since we had such a good time. Lucia stretched herself out. Rodin, having tidied up her attire by then, suddenly remembered what the nanny had said earlier. There's something you need to resolve, so you can't leave yet. Oh, you heard that from the nanny? It's nothing, so don't worry about it. I just need to meet with the principal, and it'll be settled quickly. I see. The problem is, the principal won't set a date. Excuse me. I requested a meeting right after defeating the demon, but he said he's too busy to have time. It's strange. Given my status, shouldn't he be coming out to greet me barefoot? Maybe my reputation has dropped while I've been resting. It was while Lucia was scratching her belly that a strange sound came from Rodin's throat. Crack crack dash. Dylan, are you okay? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. However, contrary to her words, she didn't look fine at all. Rodin lifted the club she had brought with her onto her shoulder. I just remembered something urgent I need to take care of, so I'll be going ahead. Okay. Be careful. Tate dash. Rodin started running as soon as she left the room. What? Too busy to have time? A person who doesn't work even an hour a day, even if it means breaking his legs today, she will make him work. She will also set a date for the talk with Lucia. Thus, Rodin started running towards the principal's office. Our Dylan is too passionate, that's the problem. Left alone in the room, Lucia murmured. If only she would take it a bit easier. Though not sure what it was about, if it was Rodin, she would handle it meticulously. What mattered now was that she had reclaimed the bed. So, this contest was my victory for capturing the bed. It was when she lay down on the bed. Between the window and the bed, in that space, a face popped out from there. Kayak? A ghost? No, worse than a ghost, it's the nanny. Startled, Lucia screamed, but the nanny didn't even twitch an eyebrow. What? Why are you coming out from there? I didn't want to disturb the two of you. It's surprising you didn't notice my approach. You must have grown complacent. The nanny's quiet admonition. Lucia waved her hands as she replied. What can I do if not even a high-level demon shows its face? It's the same with people. There were strong individuals in every region, so there was no opportunity for Lucia to step in. The same went for challengers. No fool dared challenge Lucia because she transformed into a different person in a fight. Being a strong person wasn't necessarily good. Having no one to face meant it was hard to become stronger. That's why I've gotten fat. Ah, my fate. Of course, Lucia's weight gain was due to a lack of exercise and too many snacks. Lucia was earnestly ignoring reality. I did a little research, and it seems you have a rival. A rival? One of the Empire's 10 swords, herself, Lucia, having a rival? It seemed a challenger had appeared after a long time. She started to look forward to it. Slurp dash. She didn't know who the opponent was, but hoped they were a formidable fighter. It could serve as a diet at least. Yes, in Lucia's dictionary, the word defeat did not exist. Winning was already a given, the question was how the process would unfold. Who is it? It's Luna, they say. Lucia tilted her head, unfamiliar with the name. She didn't know any strong person with such a name. A newcomer. If someone newly famous was being treated as her rival, there was only one reason. They must be overwhelmingly talented. For the first time in a while, she felt an appetite. Today, she might just have one snack. Nanny, book a training ground for me. I need to loosen up my body after a long time. You're full of enthusiasm. I'll support you to the best of my ability. Did you set a date? When is it? Of course, right now. Only then did Lucia realize something was off. Even the choice of words was strange. Not now but from now? Did they expect the duel to last more than a day? Nanny, what did you say the rival's name was? Luna. A very cute child. Luna? That name sounds familiar. The day you defeated the demon, one of the children nearby. Also, she's also Zero's girlfriend. Only then did Lucia realize. The rival the nanny mentioned wasn't about a rivalry among strong individuals. It meant a rival in love. Zero's girlfriend? No, before that, why are we suddenly talking about him? Lucia remembered Zero clearly. Not just his unforgettable appearance, but also the fact that he, along with his nanny, had teased her. Despite being somewhat clumsy, she was, after all, one of the Empire's 10 swords. To tease me? What an insolent guy. Back then, she had been too flustered to react, but if they met again, she would give him a piece of her mind. I can't believe Delin had such a person by her side. He must have been planning to do something bad, taking advantage of our youngest's tender heart. She intended to give him a thorough scolding before he could lay a hand on her. How strange. Wasn't he your ideal type? Him? Nanny? Even if it doesn't look like it, I have very high standards, you know. Weren't you the one who said you disliked men who lack the courage to meet your gaze? Well, yes. But he's different, isn't he? It's not that he didn't avoid eye contact, maybe he just couldn't see. You do have a point. That was the level of people's perception of Slit-Eyes. Even the nanny, who usually challenged every word Lucia said, agreed with her. And why should I fight his girlfriend? To win over Zero, of course. No, I mean, why should I want to win him over in the first place? A fundamental question about this situation. The nanny's answer was surprisingly simple. You have to marry him. It was then that Lucia finally realized. All this time, from before until now, the nanny's words were not mere jokes. Nanny? Have you lost your mind? How old is he compared to me? Didn't you just say you'd win no matter what? Age is just a number, let's prove that. That was when I thought it was a duel? You're really crazy? Not only flirting with a young boy but also trying to break up a couple that's doing well? Is that something an adult should do? For Lucia, who was known to be somewhat scatterbrained, it was a remarkably logical argument. Was it that shocking? The nanny muttered. Because it's something you have to fight for. What did you say? Love is something you fight for. So let's give it our all. It may not end well, but we have to try. The nanny's eyes flipped. The demon obsessed with marriage showed its face again. Zero seems to like cute things. We should strategize towards that. So, Lucia instinctively hugged a box of snacks to her chest. However, you'll have to lose weight first. Reduce your food intake by 50%, and no snacks. No way I. Lucia's wail echoed through the dormitory. ****. Returning to my room after a grueling training session. Zap dash. As soon as I entered, my hypersense activated, alerting me to the presence of someone else. Keek, isn't it too late for a visit? Quiet, insolent one. Karen emerged from the shadows. It wasn't that I hadn't seen Karen since the demon attack. He was one of the investigators, after all. But personal contact had been impossible. There were too many eyes watching. It's still unforgettable. After receiving first aid from the nanny, I went to the infirmary. Karen, who had rushed over like lightning upon hearing the news, focused his gaze on Luna. The look in Karen's eyes as he watched the injured Luna. It was difficult to define due to the mix of emotions, but it was clear he was worried about Luna. Let me ask you one thing. Karen asked, his eyes gleaming. Is the demon attack related to you? If I said yes, I could be killed. The possibility of further demon attacks existed. And that would mean Luna was in danger. So, I decided to use Luna. To be honest, it is related. But the same goes for Miss Luna. What do you mean? The demon's shard. It's involved? I've heard that too. That it claimed to be siblings with the demon's shard. Karen knowing this information was expected. The other kids had heard Bainyus speak of it too. But they had only encountered Bainyus from phase 2 onwards. Only I had heard what was said before then. In other words, it's possible to manipulate the information. I planned to pass on information about the 4 heavenly kings using this opportunity. There was no need to worry about being caught lying. Not only had a small trust been built with Karen, Because I'm sharing information gained from playing the game. In other words, everything I was about to say was verified as true. Keek, you're right, but it's a bit different, he said. Master Lisbeth. Lisbeth? So she does exist. He nodded slightly in agreement. She seems to be in the south right now. The exact location I'm not sure. There's information that Binus flew for a whole month, but that's too broad. Indeed, it was broad. However, he mentioned in passing, after finishing business here, he has to protect Galton region. From chapter 3 onwards, if you try to enter the Galton region, Binus appears and blocks the player. We are just at the beginning of chapter 2. There's still some time until chapter 3. There might be nothing there. But Galton. If forces are stationed there, it could significantly hinder Lisbeth's plans to destroy the south. At least we might catch a whiff of her plans. If this strategy succeeds, it could weaken the 4 Heavenly King's forces once more. I had been pondering how to pass on the information, but Binus's attack provided a natural opportunity. Dead men tell no tales. How is the investigation on Kalos going? I received a message 2 days ago that they had arrived nearby. They'll contact us soon. More importantly, you haven't been caught by Lucia, have you? He must be talking about the Lester family. Using one flash was the only way to win that battle. Karen must have known as well. Keek, that wasn't the case. Eurydia's magic erased all traces. That's fortunate. Be careful not to use it recklessly. It's not a technique you can handle. But if I hadn't, I wouldn't be here, would I? And it saved Luna's life. That's really too much. Should I puff up my cheeks? I could probably annoy Karen just by doing that. Did he read my mind? Karen pulled something out of his pocket. There's nothing confirmed yet, so I can't give you a reward. Take this. It's hardly a substitute, but what Karen handed me was a restaurant ticket, valid for up to 4 people. But the name was different. It wasn't the restaurant I knew. It's located in the bottom right corner of the square. It's not well known yet, so you should be able to enjoy a leisurely meal. Oh, so there was such a place? I pondered over the restaurant ticket. Now that I think about it, I did ask for that. After the Annihilation event, when my life was threatened by Luna, I had asked Karen to reserve a restaurant. Well, Luna seems to have forgotten about it. She seems to have forgotten because of the major event, the attack by a high-level demon, but it might be nice to take her there sometime. I've received plenty of help from Luna, and it seems I'll be receiving a lot more in the future. By the way, I have a question. Speak. When the Lester family was accused of treason, what was the Lucid family's reaction? Not externally, but internally. Not the publicly expressed opinion, but the internal opinion known only to those involved. Karen's mouth opened immediately. They were busier than anyone. Specifically, they worked hard to find evidence that the Lester family was not traitorous. At Novel bin at. They started looking for evidence to overturn the accusation of treason that had already been made public. Why? The Lucid family is loyal to the Emperor. They wouldn't have defied the Emperor's orders. I don't know much about that. I was on a mission at the time. Karen trailed off. There's information Karen doesn't know? That's surprising. Well, they're human after all. Aren't they the 2 families who have been most loyal? They must have had something in common. I see. Something in common. But why do you ask all of a sudden? Keek, I was just curious. Well, there's also the possibility that the Lucid family had something to do with the Lester family's situation. The rest of the sentence was added because Karen gave me a strange look. I know better than anyone that the Lucid family is not the culprit. I'm a veteran player of this game. If you have no more questions, let's end it here. Karen vanished in an instant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, at the training ground. While taking a brief rest, Luna, who had been watching my training, asked, "What have you been doing since the other day? It seems like you're only doing basic training." Luna, what are you talking about? I've been using only secret techniques from the start of my training until now. But I fully agreed with Luna's opinion. Even though I was using the Fleur family's secret techniques, they didn't seem like secret techniques at all. Very static. To others, it seemed like I was just swinging a sword normally. No wonder people underestimated it. I understood Larang's feelings. If this is called a family's secret technique, anyone would be disappointed. If it weren't for the system window, I would have thrown the sword away, thinking, what kind of secret technique is this? This is not going to be as easy as I thought. Raising Fleur family style to S rank and becoming real was my dream. At this rate, it might end up being a dream in a different sense. I need a strategy. How can I evolve this swordsmanship? That's when I was contemplating. Oh, right. How about Parrot? The parrot. She must be talking about the sacred sword. I took out the handle of the sacred sword Artana. A plain handle. Nothing more, nothing less. It's asleep. Should I give it a kiss? Like waking up a princess with a kiss, you know. Was it my imagination? The sacred sword seemed to tremble slightly. Luna began swinging the sacred sword around, but it showed no reaction. Of course, it wouldn't. The cooldown hasn't reset yet. 168 hours. A week-long cooldown. I still had to wait 3 more days. I've already thought about what to experiment with. The sacred sword isn't a worry. The new companion. That was the problem. If only there was a sturdy tank, but there's no suitable candidate, and everyone's avoiding me. Damn Slit-Eyes. I was seriously considering whether to drop pupils on them with magic when Zapdash. Hypersense activated. The location was near the entrance to the training ground. Hypersense isn't a skill that activates just because someone is approaching. It activates either when someone intends to threaten me or when someone is approaching in stealth. So, the person at the entrance to the training ground is either intending to threaten me or is approaching in stealth. I lifted my arm, moving Luna slightly behind me, and placed my hand on the sheath, ready for anything. If it's a suspicious person, I'd have to strike immediately. But no matter how much time passed, the door didn't open. Wait, does that mean? Not intending to threaten, but approaching in stealth. In broad daylight. It's an absurd idea, but there's one person who fits. Living in stealth, both during the day and normally. The door creaked open. Hi, Hiek. It was Rez, no doubt. Rez was shivering inside a box. Keek, Miss Rez. What are you doing here? Well, that. I was trying to get in, but you seemed to be taking a stance to attack. So it was because of me? But usually, in this situation, one would either dodge, run away, or make their presence known with their voice. Didn't you choose one of those three? Choosing to cower in fear instead. Too timid, even for timidity. Please come in. Be bold when you enter next time. Yes. So, sorry. Rez, greatly shrunken, headed towards the training ground. It really did seem a bit crumpled. It looked like a considerable amount of energy had been drained while facing me in a kind of power struggle. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her for 4 days. What had she been doing all by herself during that time? Oh, where have you been all this time? I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you no matter how much I searched. So, sorry. The surveillance was so intense. I had no choice but to roam around. Rez, what do you mean by roaming around? Yeah, yesterday there was this strange person, and I missed the timing to speak. I see. So, you've been following us for 4 days, but we didn't see you even once? There was a real stalker here? Are you both okay? Well, we survived against a high-level demon, so I guess we're okay. That's a relief? Really a relief. Rez started to sob, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. In the process, her curtain-like bangs were pushed back, and for a moment, her eyes were visible. They were pure and clear, without a single blemish. Just like mine. Here, take this. It's a get-well-soon gift. I couldn't bring it before. What? I don't need something like this. But contrary to her words, Luna's hands were honest. She roughly tore open the paper bag Rez handed over. And what Luna held in her hand was carrots. Carrots, indeed. The contents of my paper bag were the same. There were 3 stout carrots inside. They're fresh carrots I just picked this morning. I planted them myself. Rez's voice gradually trailed off. Is it common to give carrots as a get-well-soon gift? I pondered for a moment, considering the norms of a fantasy world. But judging by Luna's expression, it didn't seem like a conventional act. Well, what can be done? It's a gift, after all, and a get-well-soon gift at that. I took a bite of the carrot. Crunch dash. Keek, contrary to its looks, it's delicious. Really? It's a carrot from the Kisan region. Though small, it has high sugar content and grows enough to be eaten within a month, making it highly productive. It's also cheap because of that. And also, I see. So, she doesn't stutter when talking about something she likes? Ugh dash. Behind me, Luna, who was eating a carrot, gagged and sent me a signal for help. I lightly ignored it. Luna doesn't eat carrots normally anyway. You have to eat a variety to grow tall. Rez, extolling the virtues of carrots. Suddenly, she shrank and crouched down. Then she ended up completely buried inside the box. What's wrong all of a sudden? Are you hurt? So, sorry. Sorry for what? I ran away alone. I'm so sorry. Sob. Rez began to drip tiny tears like chicken droppings. She must be feeling guilty for running away alone. It's possible to act as if nothing happened and naturally be together again. Just put on a mask of shamelessness. But Rez was too young for that. So, sorry. I'll just go. To think of rejoining after abandoning you all. I'm better off alone. Thank you for everything. Lies. Suddenly, Luna cut off Rez's words. You were lonely, weren't you? You're afraid of being lonely in the future. You're afraid of that. I could tell. That was Luna's experience. So don't think about going anywhere. You're welcome to stay until you make a new friend. Bulletin. But I abandoned everyone and ran away. Don't worry about it. It was a high-level demon. Anyone in that situation would have done the same. Luna and the others didn't do that. That was true. Rodin, Alex, Raymond, Eurydia. None of them feared fighting the demon and willingly joined the battle. They were heroes. Scratching her head, Luna continued. Well, that's because we're weird. So don't worry about it at all. Really. Sob. And thanks to you, we could win, right? To pierce through with one arrow. Your archery skills are impressive. Hehe. Only then did a small smile appear on Rez's face. Still sniffing her nose, though. Impressive archery skills. Just as Luna said. I recalled the fight against Binus. With one arrow, she pierced through Binus's eye. Thanks to that, I could finish casting Demon Slave. Seeing the speck of 100% accuracy right before my eyes, I felt a bit greedy. Though not a tank, a ranged dealer would eventually be needed. And if that ranged dealer's accuracy is 100%, if properly nurtured, they could wield an unfair power. But the coward trait is the problem. If it weren't for that, I'd welcome her as a companion. It's impossible to welcome someone who runs away when targeted as a companion. I was about to sigh in regret when, wait a minute. Recalling the day's battle, I realized something was off. Why didn't she run away? Rez was unconscious when Binus fell from the sky. She would have regained consciousness during our battle, and since the fight lasted long, she had plenty of time to flee. Yet, Rez chose to hide in the forest, watching the battle, and even shot an arrow. Just from making eye contact, a child who shrinks away attacked a high-level demon? There's something? Intuition struck me. An intuition that there was something hidden about Rez. I pushed the puzzle pieces about the character Rez to one side. It's empty. There's too little information. I should stay with her for a while to figure it out. Research on the character. Fortunately, it's one of my specialties. Rez, look forward to it. From your feet to the tip of your head, every nook and cranny, even your mind, I'll thoroughly explore. Eek. Did she sense something? Rez trembled. What's wrong? Something, feels ominously. Rez slipped back into the box. Luna looked at me, her gaze turning sour. What did you do now, you pervert? To become a pervert just by imagination. I was unjustly accused. Late evening. We were currently eating in a corner of the dining hall. It was also the first time eating with Rez. But Rez was nowhere to be seen at the table. No matter how much I looked around, except for Luna sitting next to me, there was no one. Where is Rez, you ask? Over there, in the corner, eating inside a box. That's right, inside a dining hall box. Well, it looks perfectly hidden from view, so it doesn't seem odd at first glance. But isn't it strange, both logically and psychologically? What's strange, you ask? Let's describe what Rez is doing in words. Because sitting at a dining hall chair and eating would mean making eye contact with people, which is uncomfortable. She goes to a corner of the dining hall and eats inside a dining hall box. Does that make sense? Just sit at a dining hall chair and eat. She ate in the dining hall. Clean and nice. Why on earth go to the trouble of crawling into a box after coming all the way to the dining hall? Well, it's better than eating in the bathroom, but, at novel bin at. Tap tap. Luna tapped my tray with her fork. Hey, stop staring. It's making her uncomfortable. Keek, do you understand such behavior? People are different. Didn't I say earlier? From Rez's perspective, we might be the ones who are abnormal. Your tolerance is too high. It could have a negative impact on Miss Rez. Continuously coddling her might mean she'll never make friends. Well, she'll improve little by little. We can help her. Right. A surprisingly mature response came out. Hard to believe it's coming from Luna. If only she didn't pick out the carrots, she'd be quite a wonderful kid. Tonight's dinner menu was curry filled with meat. But my curry was filled with carrots. Because Luna had been picking out the carrots from her curry and tossing them onto my plate. So, what was in front of me was not curry but rather carrot rice with a hint of curry flavor. I was eating this bittersweet carrot rice. What's this? Carrot rice? Is there such a thing? Looks tasty. A boy muttered as he passed by us. Immediately, I used the information window skill. After days of searching for a new ally, my body reacted automatically. The boy had a decent spec. Given his unknown name, he seemed like a minor extra. Wandering around alone late at night was fine. He was within my scope of recruitment. Keek, there's no such menu, but I think I can make it for you. I just received some tasty carrots as a gift. Oh, really? Then I'll bring the curry right away. Ayok? Pervert. The boy who saw my face screamed and ran out of the dining hall. Calling someone a pervert just by looking at their face. Such a rude child. Why would he say something like that? You're asking because you don't know? Your face is practically screaming pervert. Is that so? Then someone should have erased it earlier. But no matter how much I looked in the mirror, such words were not written. Only my handsome face was there. Idiot. You believe that? The one calling someone an idiot is the real idiot. What? But you've been quite proactive lately? What wind blew to make you start talking like this? You want to make new friends too? I nodded lightly. Well, I need allies more than friends. Finding a tank is really hard. My image has improved, but only compared to before. People still avoid me. Hard to even talk to someone, let alone find an ally. It was driving me crazy. Well, it's fine. Soon enough, a bunch of usable tanks will come flooding in. People will soon be dispatched from the Holy Kingdom to Anwood Academy. Lerang, who made a contract with the Demon Sword. This news reached the Holy Kingdom, and eager to influence the Empire, they expressed their intention to dispatch a priest. The pretext is the protection of the students and exchange. Was it in consideration of the Empire's gaze? The children being dispatched to Anwood Academy are all around our age, meaning they are 15 to 17 years old. The Demon's Shard and the attack of the 4 Heavenly Kings. It's quite different from the game. The dispatch will happen nonetheless. So, I'll find a tank then. Supporting characters who could become allies are already sorted out. If I hook one of them, somehow it will work out. Kakeek. Why is he like that? Leave him. Trying to understand a pervert's thoughts is not exactly a good idea. I see. I learned something new. Luna, Rez. I wish they both would just go away. I found someone I want to be friends with. Rez's bombshell statement came out of nowhere as we were heading to the dormitory. It was natural for us to be taken aback. Really? That's great. Who is it? That is. Rez stared intently at Luna. Her mouth moved restlessly as if she wanted to say something, and her hands couldn't stay still. Look at this. I immediately realized. Rez wanted to be friends with Luna. Huh? Who is it? Who? It's a secret, a secret. Well, yeah, it could be embarrassing. Of course, Luna didn't catch on at all. She was a child devoid of any sense of subtlety. Whatever it is, just tell us. We'll support you with all our might. Keek, I don't really want to help, though. See? Zero's willing to help too. Did I say something wrong, or was Luna not listening? I wasn't sure which it was, but one thing was certain. This is going to be troublesome. I hadn't yet unraveled Rez's secret. Given my situation, where I must fight the 4 heavenly kings and demons, legion commanders, having a comrade with inferior combat abilities was something to avoid at all costs. Before even considering her combat abilities, Rez's tendency to flee made it impossible to accept her as a comrade. There was a glimmer of hope during the battle with Bainyuz, but that too ended with her fleeing. Above all, there's no guarantee I can uncover the secret. Many veterans had researched how to utilize Rez, but in the end, they discarded her for failing to overcome her coward trait. It was regrettable she had no friends, but I still couldn't accept her as a comrade. She might end up being a burden. Meanwhile, Luna was in the midst of counseling Rez. It had been a while since I saw Luna's counseling booth. I had used it once myself. How can I become closer to them? Bang bang? You have to go out boldly. It's important to make your presence known first. Does the other person know you exist? I think so. Rez, what do you mean you think so? We've been together for days now. Even though Luna is dense, she wouldn't forget someone as unique as you. Is it a boy? No, it's a girl. Unlike me, very cute, pretty, and strong. Rez emphasized each word as she spoke, not forgetting to glance at Luna. However, a perfect girl, huh? This might be a bit difficult. There seems to be a lot to adjust to. No, it's not like that. Rather, she adjusts to me. Tisk tisk, the more reason to be cautious. You're completely smitten. Yes? The other person did a little for you, and you fell hard. This is severe. You need objectification first. Luna banged the table and started attacking Rez's psyche. That girl surely has a nasty temper, doesn't she? She knows well. Although she may appear cute on the outside, there's a monster living inside. She'd easily bite someone's head off. Spot on. It's obvious. She probably has people under her, right? She must torment them quite a bit. Wow, I really didn't expect Luna to be so good at self-awareness. I was clapping and nodding in agreement from behind. Squeeze dash. Rez clenched her small fist. No, that's not it. That's not the kind of person she is. I can tell. Though she may seem fierce on the outside, she's kinder and more fragile than anyone else on the inside. Rez directly contradicted Luna's opinion. A rabbit standing up to a killing machine. That's quite brave. Even if that person tries to use me, even then, I want to be friends. Are you serious? Rez nodded. Enough to make Luna stop her teasing. Well, then I guess I have to teach you properly. Start with giving a gift. A gift. Yes. No one dislikes receiving gifts. Make sure your presence is deeply imprinted, and then we'll decide how to proceed based on their reaction. How about that? That sounds good. That's how the first counseling session ended. The next morning, as students began entering the classroom one by one, a heavy atmosphere pervaded the principal's office. This was because Lucia, her nanny, and Principal dner were all present. Dner, who had been avoiding meeting at all costs, managed to schedule an appointment for the following morning, thanks to Rodin's power. And that was now. Of course, in the process, Rodin had to use her real power to cause a minor incident. But that was merely a trivial issue. Lucia. Dner felt like he might faint at any moment. One of the Empire's heroes, Lucia de Lucid, was sitting right in front of him. His mind was reeling. This is why I was avoiding this. Forced into it by Rodin's coercion, Dner desperately clung to his senses. What brings Lady Lucia here? Oh, just because. Just because? I see. Dner drank his tea, saying nothing more. It was more about not knowing what to say than trying to ease the tension. Watching Dner, Lucia thought. See, not only does he not treat me properly, but I also have to lead the conversation? Such arrogance. It could be one of 3 things. Either he's a naive fool with an empty head, someone who doesn't know his place, or someone who knows how to think a few steps ahead. The annoying part is, it's most likely the latter. Lucia, pondering various calculations in her head, smiled and asked. There were traces of one flash in the forest where the demon was killed. Do you know anything about this? Launching straight into the main topic to catch the enemy off guard was Lucia's strategy. However, one flash? What is that? Lucia had no choice but to be taken aback. Dner displayed innocent eyes, which was why his reaction seemed genuinely clueless. No, it was a reaction that didn't even know what one flash was. No, that can't be. There couldn't be a noble who didn't know about the Lester family's one flash. It meant Dner's acting skills were that impressive, to the point of deceiving even himself. Despite the clueless face, he's quite skilled, isn't he? Being the principal isn't just for show. Extracting information from him won't be easy. Tap tap dash. Lucia tapped her fingernails on the desk. Extracting information from Dner seemed to require more time. I might need to stay at the academy for a while. Would that be okay? I hope it doesn't cause trouble for my father. It was then that Lucia was calmly calculating. Knock knock dash. Principal, a letter for you. Just leave it there. It's sealed with the Emperor's seal. Dwener immediately rushed to receive the letter. As he said, it bore the eagle emblem seal that only the Emperor of Anwood could use. It was indeed an imperial decree sent by the Emperor. After receiving the letter and sitting back down, Dwener seemed to lose consciousness for about 3 seconds. He was afraid of facing the reality that he had to read the decree. A dismissal notice, it has come. Let's see, it's been a month and 2 weeks since this semester started. Let's list the events that have occurred at the academy. The demon's shard, a teacher contracting with a demon's sword, and an attack by a 4th grade demon. He had no words if he were to be dismissed. It would rather be a relief if he weren't decapitated. Ha, ha ha. His Majesty has sent another letter. Do you often communicate with His Majesty? Well, yes. Being the principal of the academy, after all. Actually, this was the 2nd letter. The first was at the time of his appointment when Paval brought the appointment letter and another letter. A letter filled with cliched phrases. You're in front of a hero. You can't show a disgraceful appearance. That's why Dwener boasted. He didn't want to show a disgraceful appearance in front of a hero. 100% it's a dismissal. Unless, surely, it's not an execution order? Terrifying. No matter how he thought about it, he was too scared to open it. Maybe he should open it in about a week. By then, his mind should be more settled. However, open it. It might be something urgent. Lucia's consideration, no, command. Dwener had no choice but to open the letter. Well, then. Excuse me for a moment. He sliced the seal with a paper knife and extracted the contents with trembling hands. At the same time, Dwener's eyes widened. What does it say? Is there a demon? It says, I'm being awarded the 7th grade honor. Dwener dropped the letter on the desk. It was a reaction from being too shocked, but from Lucia's perspective. What's with that reaction? He's not even happy. Is this level of recognition expected for him? The 7th class honor at that. From the 7th class upward, the meaning changes. It's considered a high honor at Novel bin at. Hence, the process is extremely stringent. It's said to be harder to receive a 7th order honor than an 8th order. He's trusted by His Majesty. This is going to be troublesome. I can't even threaten him, can I? Her plans have been constantly thwarted since a while ago. It's really strange. Wait, if Dwener had calculated this moment from when he received the letter. A slight chill ran down Lucia's back. It's been years since she last felt such a chill. Eventually, Lucia admitted. Dwener wasn't an opponent she could easily overcome. Gathering information, dominating the surroundings, and finding weaknesses. It would take time before she could fight on equal footing. Principal, I'd like to stay at the academy for a while. Is that possible? But you'll have to guide the students. Is that okay with you? Lucia's eyebrows twitched. Daring to propose a deal to one of the Empire's 10 swords, to the eldest daughter of the Lucid family at that. Of course, Dwener said it without much thought, thinking that the hero guiding them would be beneficial for the students. But from Lucia's perspective, he's thinking of taking advantage of this opportunity, isn't he? Indeed, he's no easy opponent. I won't teach classes. However, I'll make an effort to teach the children I'm concerned about. How about that? Does it make a deal? That's sufficient. Then, I'll be in your care during my stay, Principal. Lucia left the principal's office with a meaningful smile. Dwener thought. It was surprising enough to receive the 7th order honor, but to have Lucia teach the children too. Indeed. I'm just too competent. Laughter filled the principal's office. Just before morning classes started. Arriving at the classroom, we were bound to be surprised. The desk was piled high with gifts for Luna. Flowers, carrots, carrot-flavored snacks, carrot-shaped pens, a carrot wooden box, etc. Looking at the carrot-flavored snacks, Luna murmured. The gifts are too much. And why give them to me? I told her to give them to a child who she wants to be friends with. Luna scratched her head. It seemed she couldn't imagine that she was the friend in question. Well, my counseling skills were indeed good. What do you think, Zero, about this sister's skills? Sigh, what sister? It's a comedy I can't even watch with open eyes. I guess I should help. Before it's a party member's issue, because Rez is just too pitiful. Like a poor girl being dragged around by a bad boy without giving her heart. Do you really not understand why Miss Rez is doing this? Because she's grateful. Not exactly. Then what? She wants to be friends. Luna paused for a moment. Her expression was quite a sight. The words that came out were even more remarkable. With you? But Rez said it was a girl. Were you a girl? Would I be a girl? Well, if I were a girl, I might have been the prettiest girl in the region. But that's not important right now, so let's move on. No, the friend Miss Rez wants to make is not me. It's you, Luna. About 3 seconds later, Luna's expression was filled with shock. Luna learned that Rez wanted to become friends with her. Contrary to my expectations of happiness, Luna was currently suffering from severe anxiety. Why would she want to be friends with me? Why on earth? Her teeth and body wouldn't stop trembling. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but feel dizzy. Wasn't it her that wanted to make friends? And now that there's someone who wants to be her friend, she shows signs of anxiety, as if it couldn't be. Keek, Miss Luna. Didn't you want to make friends? That's true, but isn't it strange? Wanting to be friends with me, it's weird. I see, she has a point. Rez had seen Luna's difficult personality firsthand. Yet, she still wanted to be friends. For Luna, it must be hard to believe. Ah, and I felt the same way. Could it be a spy? To deceive and betray me? What an acting talent. 0. Prepare the table. We must interrogate immediately. Today is the day I'll reveal her true identity. A sigh escaped my lips. What exactly is Luna's algorithm? Person not a friend rightward arrow person. Wants to be friends rightward arrow spy. 0 rightward arrow friend and dad. Is that the algorithm? Such a thing doesn't even qualify as an algorithm. They're all over the place. If she's not a spy, then, maybe she really wants to be friends. That can't be. So, it's just a hypothesis, right? What do you think about Miss Rez? That seems important. What do I think? Well, after a moment of thought, Luna spoke up. A kid with a weird taste for carrots. Lives in a box, but that's just a personality difference. Can't help it. A bit timid, which bothers me a bit. If they became friends, I think we could get along well. Finally, Luna's true feelings came out. That's good. It means Luna has another friend besides me. However, is it a friend or a companion? What do you mean? Whether we can risk our lives for each other, that's what I'm asking. It's okay to just be friends. We can play together as long as it doesn't interfere with our schedules. It's enjoying pleasure without responsibility. But it's not always a good thing. If it really gets dangerous, I'll have to leave her behind. Just friends for a fun academy life. No need to save them. And that's not all. Exclude from training, spend time separately during vacations. Training is a time when many secrets are created. Secret techniques, strategies, gossip, etc. I had no intention of including someone who's not a companion in the training. I'm not stupid. The same goes for vacations. I plan to roam other regions to obtain hidden pieces. Though it's after the final exams, I need to draw the line early. Show hidden pieces to someone who's not a companion? That would be madness. Of course, if Rez becomes one of our companions, it's a different story. I have no intention of welcoming someone who would run away at crucial moments. I glanced at Luna. She was deep in thought after hearing my question. I was curious about what Luna would think. Luna has to avenge her family. Whether she would involve an innocent child for her own purposes, or refuse to make Rez a companion for her safety. I was a bit curious about what choice Luna would make. *****. The moment of decision came quicker than expected. Rez brought carrot-flavored cookies as a gift. Luna immediately asked upon receiving them. Is it me you want to be friends with? What? You said there was someone you wanted to be friends with. Is that me? Getting straight to the point right away. It was natural for the timid Rez to be flustered. Our friend? Such an honored position. I would be content being just an acquaintance, number 138 or so. What was that? That ambiguous yet specific number. Is that the number she thinks is difficult to remember and a bit distant, but not exactly strangers? Truly a timid personality. So, the person you were talking about yesterday is me. That's right. But you don't have to feel pressured. Just being nearby is more than enough satisfaction for me. I'm sorry, Rez. I can't do that. Yes, we can't be friends. Rez's mouth fell open, and so did mine. To be honest, I was surprised. Luna pushing Rez away. I had advised that it was okay not to be companions, but still be friends. Yet, she declares they can't even be friends? Why not? It's not your fault. It's just, I'm lacking? No, Miss Luna is not lacking at all. If there's a lack, it's on my side. Luna scratched her head. I can't explain in detail, but this is the best for both of us. Being friends with someone like me won't do you any good. Miss Luna is a good person. Rez raised her voice, showing desperation. In response, Luna gave a bitter smile and said, if I were a good person, I wouldn't be sending you away now, would I? That's. From now on, we're strangers. Take this and go. Luna pushed the carrot-flavored cookies she received as a gift into Rez's arms. That fool. Trying too hard. Though I tried to act indifferent, I could see it all. She was forcefully pushing Rez away. Because Rez might be put in danger. The disgrace of a traitor's family. Dreaming of revenge, staying by my side, and even fighting demons. Another attack by a demon like last time could happen. Sniff, sob. But Rez, unaware of these facts, couldn't help but shed tears. Luna turned her back. She was being harsher than expected, even to my surprise. Rez cried inside the box. Luna waited for her to close off her heart. A somewhat lengthy battle had begun. *****. Rez, go to the academy. There, you'll find true friends. One day, hiding from people inside a box, that's what her mother told her. At the academy, there would be good friends who understood her. Would there be someone who would want to be friends with someone like me? It was hard to believe, but Rez decided to take the entrance exam. Friends who only existed in fantasies. She wanted to meet them in reality, not just in her dreams. To talk together, to go out together, to share carrots. If she was lucky, she might even make 2 friends. Yes, Rez had set her sights on making up to 2 friends. Feeling as if she owned the world just by making 1 or 2 friends. She didn't even dream of making 3. To Rez, that's what friends were. With such a humble dream, she started the entrance exam. Creating a bush-shaped box, she followed a smart-looking child and passed the first test, the maze. In the second test, she fainted due to Alistair's illusion magic, but since she was in the box, the instructors didn't notice her and passed by. After regaining consciousness, she followed an instructor and passed the second test. The third test, a duel hosted by Karen. During the waiting time, she created a marble-shaped box and hid as soon as the match started. The other children fought among themselves and were eliminated, and she won by hitting the last remaining child in the stomach with a blunt arrow. Thus, she passed the third test, and in the fourth written test, she scored 85% and was admitted to the academy at Novel Bin at. Due to her lowest score in the second illusion magic test, she was placed in the regular class, but that didn't matter to Rez. What mattered to her was making friends. Dreaming of life at the academy with friends, she attended her first class. But what's with her? Don't know. She always disappears and then shows up. She's incredibly timid. That kind of style is tiring. She looks gloomy. Contrary to her mother's words, she didn't make a single friend. Everyone just spoke behind her back, calling her weird. Eventually, Rez returned to her box. This was Rez's world, her own world. Making friends was too much to ask for someone like me. But that doesn't mean Rez just stayed still. She toured the academy, creating new boxes and observing the children she occasionally met. She recorded what friends do together and how they play. It would be a great help when shaping the friends in her imagination. In the box where a little light shone through a small hole, Rez made a resolution. If the final exams end and summer vacation begins, I'll drop out. She would return to her hometown. It wasn't a wasted journey since she had made enough friends in her fantasies. She had faced a significant obstacle in Rodin but managed to survive and wander around the academy. It was around that time when she met Luna, the child who saved her from being assaulted by dner. Always bold, spirited, and good at swearing. And there was Zero, a reliable friend. Rodin asked me to take care of you. I'll help you find friends. Such was Luna, extending her hand to her. It was an incredible stroke of luck. It was a short time, less than a week, but she had fun at the academy. She forgot about the hardships of the past month and even reconsidered her plans to drop out. It was enjoyable. But she ran away, leaving Luna behind. After shooting an arrow at the demon, she threw her box aside and ran towards the academy. Falling, rolling, even out of breath, she didn't stop for a moment. I have to call a teacher. On her way back to school, she informed someone she encountered about the appearance of the demon and sent for help. She later found out that person was Lucia. Running away was still running away. She had abandoned Luna, who had been kind to her. Even animals wouldn't do that. And that's how the current situation came about. Luna's words that they couldn't be friends. Rez knew why Luna was pushing her away. To protect me. Luna led a fierce life. She trained every day without rest. It was visible that she struggled, but Luna always met her daily training goals. Instinctively, Rez knew Luna was aiming for something. And that goal must be terrifying. She judged that she couldn't involve me in such matters. In the end, it was the same this time. It was her passivity that was the problem. Instead of just voicing her own troubles, she should have listened to Luna's. She should have communicated her feelings and found a way to be together. It would have been good to share Luna's pain and reduce it by half. The thought was long, but the conclusion was singular. I need to change. There's a saying. A bird struggles to break out of its egg. The egg is the bird's world. Anyone who wants to be born must destroy a world. It's useless if you don't change yourself. You have to believe in your possibilities and carve out your destiny. Rez stepped out of the box with a wide stride. Crackle dash. In the process, her precious box was torn, but Rez didn't mind at all. All she could see was Luna. As Rez broke out of her box, the egg, she bit into Luna's arm. 5 minutes had passed since Luna and Rez's standoff began. It's over. At first, I thought Luna might change her mind. But she didn't. Luna, turning her back on Rez, crossed her arms firmly. Then she sealed her lips tightly. No matter how much Rez cried, her determination not to look back reached me. Soon, Rez will run away. Being such a timid child, she won't be able to withstand this situation. From my perspective, it was a fortunate development. Luna had taken care of the nuisance herself. Did she grow a bit, mentally? Just as I was thinking about spending the day comforting Luna. Twinkle dash. The curtain-like bangs. Behind them, Rez's eyes briefly shone. At the same time, the atmosphere changed. Did a skill activate? I opened the information window to scan Rez's skill list. Box creation, concentration, stealth, perfect aim, crisis detection, passive life, timid struggle, and lastly, Lucia family style. Among these, the skill that seems to have activated now is only the mysterious B rank skill timid struggle. Suddenly, Rez burst out of the box. Her action was surprising. Snap dash. She bit into Luna's forearm. This is no joke or metaphor. With her mouth as wide open as possible, Rez bit into Luna's forearm. What the FR, friend? Huh. If I find someone I want to be friends with, you told me to do it like this. When Rodin asked Luna and Rez to meet, the advice Luna gave, promising to share a tip on making friends. Right? I'll give you a tip on making friends. If you find someone you want to be friends with, if I find them, just bite them. Rez was faithfully executing that instruction, tears streaming down her face. Perhaps recalling that day, Luna's eyes moistened a bit. Are you stupid? Doing this won't make anyone your friend. The only person who would think that is that pervert over there. Luna, why are you suddenly attacking me? Regardless, Luna shouted loudly, but Rez didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip on Luna's arm, clinging even closer. Why are you doing this? Because. Rez desperately squeezed out her voice. I want to be friends. Rez was trembling, pitifully clutching Luna's arm. Luna muttered towards her. Are you sure about me? I have a bad personality, I'm violent, and I don't know how to treat friends well. It's okay. Me too. Because I'm the same. Rez smiled sadly. Seeing that smile, tears welled up in Luna's eyes. I'm sorry about before. I wasn't being sincere. I wanted to be your friend too. Really. Of course. From today onwards, we're friends. Well, I already have many friends, but the more, the merrier. Was it to hide her tears? Luna hugged Rez tightly. A youth drama. Truly a youth drama. So beautiful I want to ruin it right away. A damned youth drama unfolding before my eyes. Clap clap dash. I approached them, clapping. Keek, Luna. Congratulations on making your second friend. Shut up. I really have a lot of friends. Yes sure, you do. I wanted to tease her more, but now wasn't the time. Keek, could you come with me for a moment? I'll be right back. After calming Rez down, Luna obediently followed me. She must know there's something between us that needs to be settled. Are you angry? Keek, me. You are angry. Just as Luna said. I was very angry. To the extent that even Luna, who's usually oblivious, could tell. The look in Luna's eyes towards Rez. From that look, I could tell one thing. Luna is thinking of accepting Rez as a companion. So, it was only natural that I was angry. I had told her not to welcome her as a companion, yet she was leaning that way. It's okay to be friends. But it's not okay to hang out together. Why? Because it will put her in danger. Luna, the child of a traitorous family. On the surface, she possesses the talent that could devour the empire. She must take vengeance against the mastermind who made her this way. And on top of that, I'm even cursed by a demon. Could she really survive if she's with us? Disguised as a quest to defeat the hidden boss, the demon's curse. If Rez found out that we have to fight demons periodically, I wouldn't be surprised if she fainted on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Luna slowly opened her mouth. I won't abandon a friend. That's just like her. That's why I'm trying to send her away before they become closer. I'm not saying to abandon her, but to distance yourself. I won't distance myself from a friend either. Luna is more stubborn than I thought. No choice but to play it strong. I used the eye-opening skill and spoke. Then there's no helping it. I'll have to leave. Luna's eyes widened. It must be a shock. Since I even opened my eyes, my sincerity must have been conveyed. Luna's response was, you're my friend too. I don't abandon friends, remember. Keek, that's unreasonable. Now, you have to choose between me and Rez. One of us has to be abandoned. I won't abandon either. Stubborn as steel. This won't do. Even if it means pretending to leave the party. I'll become stronger. What? I'll become strong enough to protect everyone. That's absurd. Not even able to defeat Dake, let alone the 4 heavenly kings. I'm serious, Zero. Luna's eyes shone. I can tell. Even if I actually leave, she'll keep clinging to me and be annoying. When I slightly pushed Luna away last time, the eyes of the academy students, who were rooting for our relationship, followed me all day. This time, the same thing would happen, and it was likely to restrict our future activities. It's become a bit bothersome. I couldn't give up on Luna, who had grown so well, just because of Rez. Above all, abandoning the highly loyal Luna wasn't an easy decision for me, especially since she would support me no matter what the future held. I sighed deeply and said, all right, we will accept Rez. Really, but there's a condition. Condition. She will start training, and it will be very intense. Fine, but only as much as Rez can handle. We can't overdo it. After nodding, I continued. Please understand if Rez decides to leave after learning your secret. I mean, don't be hurt. That's obvious. A bitter smile appeared on Luna's lips. Though it's called a false charge, being treated as a traitor's family is a fact. Rez might die from a heart attack. And one more thing. If Rez wants to leave the party, she needs my permission. What do you mean? It means that if Rez wants to leave our party, she can only do so with my permission. She has to stay with us until she gets my permission. In other words, unless I allow it, Rez must remain in our party. Isn't that too, like a poison pill clause? You saw last time. The portal that transports to another place. The portal leading to the hidden boss Ling. Luna nodded. As you know, I'm cursed. We have to fight a demon, and if she bails right before that, it will mess up the strategy one had in mind. I can't take that risk. Planning a strategy including Rez and then she runs away right before the attack? Perfect timing for betrayal. Of course, assuming we're still alive by then. Anyway, Rez can leave the party after that. I have no intention of holding her back then. If you can't agree, then I can't accept Rez. This isn't for me to decide. We should hear her opinion, shouldn't we? Luna nodded and brought Rez over. I briefly explained the situation at Novel bin at. Since Rez had seen the portal to Ling, explaining was not difficult. I'm okay with it. Really, I'm scared but I'll try to endure. Oh ho, quite a strong will. I wanted to pat her head and praise her for it. Well, despite her strong will, she'll probably run away the moment she becomes a target. Don't worry too much. If Zero tries to keep you and won't let go, I'll take care of it. Keek, you're not planning to use violence on a friend, are you? I can use it on you. Anyway, we're friends now, right? Quite hasty. Clap clap. I clapped a few times and said, yes, congratulations again on making your second friend. She's not the second, okay. Luna waved her arms in denial. Seeing this, Rez let out a small laugh. And so, I welcomed Rez as the second party member. Rez. If I had been tough, Luna would have had no choice but to give up on Rez. After all, I was the one who allowed their friendship. Luna would have been satisfied with just that. The reason I accepted Rez. Moved by their youth drama? Hardly. There are 3 reasons for it. First, as mentioned before, she can be used as a shield in a crisis. But now, she's become an even more useful shield. Luna recognizes Rez as a friend. But what if Rez dies? Afterwards, Luna will obediently follow my words. Realizing that a strong party member is needed and that her choice led to Rez's death. A long-term move to help Luna grow mentally. It might not be bad to use her for that much. Even if Rez is a master of running away, she can't escape death. Second, because she can be useful for a while. We're just starting chapter 2. There's no entity to threaten Rez. The condition for Rez to leave the battlefield is becoming an attack target, but Rez has an S-rank stealth skill. Low-level enemies can't find Rez. If there were area of effect or attack all skills, it'd be different. In chapter 2, those with area of effect skills are few, not to mention attack all skills. In other words, even someone like Rez can play the role of a ranged dealer for a while. Though there's the downside of Rez snatching experience points, it's a loss I'm willing to accept. And the last, third reason. Why didn't she run away? Rez, who didn't run away but shot arrows after fainting during Binus's attack. I thought it was strange, but now I understand why. The B-rank skill Timid Struggle. That skill prevented the activation of the Coward trait. If that skill becomes A or S rank, Rez might not leave the battlefield. Then she could be used in many situations. Being able to freely use a character with 100% accuracy. Looking at Rez smiling in the box, I thought, 100% accuracy, and a bow. A good idea came to mind. Kakik. What's with that ominous laugh? What are you planning now? Planning something? That's a hurtful thing to say. Suspicious. Luna hugged Rez, taking a defensive stance. How about you two spend some time together today? We'll start training tomorrow, so make sure to rest well. Huh? I don't mind, but, where will you go? Keek, that's a secret. After placing my index finger to my lips, I headed out. My destination was Principal Dwinner's healing pond. The next day, during Alistair's class time, an uninvited guest arrived. For that reason, I'll be joining you from today. It's better if I introduce myself, isn't it? A woman staggered onto the platform, one of the Empire's 10 swords and the eldest of the Lucid family, Lucia de Lucid. Ayah. At this age, morning classes are dreadful. Her coat, embroidered with a roaring lion, was half draped over her arm, sliding off to the side. This scene offered a glimpse into Lucia's somewhat clumsy personality. Hello everyone. I won't bother explaining who I am since you probably already know. Somehow, I've ended up as a special instructor. Her introduction lacked seriousness, but the children's eyes sparkled more than ever before. After all, Lucia was one of the heroes officially recognized by the Empire. Just listing her achievements could easily take half a day, to the point where chronicles of her exploits were sold publicly. It highlighted the extent of her fame. I'll be with you for about a month, and I hope you learn a lot during this time. Of course, only a few of you will receive my guidance. I'll only teach those who catch my interest. The children began to murmur among themselves. The prospect of receiving guidance from a hero was exciting, but to hear that only those who caught her interest would be taught? Naturally, this caused confusion. I, too, was confused. I've never seen this development before. Then, it hit me. It's a hidden piece. The game had significantly diverged from its original course, from the fragments of demons, the attack by Binus, to Lucia's arrival. A connecting storyline was evident. The relatively short period of a month suggested that it wouldn't significantly impact the future storyline, implying, I have to gain something from Lucia within a month. What could it be? I was already looking forward to it. Well, that's all from me. Hehe, Miss Lucia, where are you going? Huh? Well, it's Alistair's class time now, so I was going to take a break. Hehe, what's the use of listening to an old man's class? You should attend the class of the youth. I've been far from youth for a while now. The more reason to interact with the young. Haven't I taught you that, Miss Lucia? Resisting her mentor seemed difficult for Lucia. She scratched her head and then blurted out. It's bothersome. Hehe. No, I mean, not that it's bothersome, but I'm a bit tired. Hehehe. I'll take care of 5 students. That's just right. It won't take much class time. Hehehehe. Was it an illusion? The aura around Alistair seemed to grow stronger. Alistair's hearty laugh. Lucia frowned deeply and then shouted softly. Everyone, go outside. Huh? Out? We can't swing swords here, can we? Hurry up. The children streamed out of the classroom, Luna and I included. Lucia's voice followed us. Ah, to think I would see such a day. In my time, that was unimaginable. These days, to become so old-fashioned at her age was remarkable in many ways. The children lined up in the yard, maintaining a distance. Lucia shouted loudly. Show me anything you want as I pass by. But, only one move. The murmuring began again. I'll only look at one move. Whether you show something you're confident in or not is up to you. Then, begin. Before the confusion had even settled, Lucia started moving. The children in the first row swung their weapons, each holding the hope of receiving guidance from a hero. However, pass, what's with you? Put some strength into your wrist properly. You'll hurt your wrist that way. It was advice so poor it hardly seemed like advice at all. Hearing harsh words from her was more beneficial. When she reached the third row, oh, what do we have here? It was Dake, delivering a vertical strike. For the first time, Lucia showed interest. Relying on technique is good, but with just 2 moves, Dake's sword was taken from him. You might want to develop that ability sooner. It'll be too late if you try to learn it all at once later. Thank you. Dake bowed deeply, his voice louder than usual, as if he had gained some insight. Next. As Lucia quickly passed the children, she muttered in front of Raymond, "Ugh, my least favorite style. From my side, it's even less appealing. What are you talking about? Not funny at all. Never learn aggressive swordsmanship. You'll lose that tremendous talent." Was she referring to Raymond's excellent defensive capabilities? If so, Lucia was seriously offering guidance, recognizing Raymond's talent at a glance. Next, Lucia stopped in front of Alex. A strange one. Yes. Don't go down the wrong path. Then, you'll achieve great success. Then it was Luna's turn. Luna swung her sword with force, and then, pass. Luna's head drooped down. Next was my turn. As soon as Lucia passed Luna, I swung my sword. The first secret technique of the Fleur family, Steel Storm's Dance. A straight, honest slash. There were no effects. In fact, there wasn't even a sound. Lucia stopped in front of me. All eyes were on me, as I was the 3rd place finisher in the entrance exam. What Lucia said to me was, "Ugh, you really need a lot of practice. It takes an eternity for your sword to come down." It was an insult, almost disdainful. Lucia moved on to the next student, and at that moment, main quest #5. Gain recognition for your skills from one of the Empire's 10 swords, Lucia de Lucid. It's not about wordplay, but genuinely earning recognition to clear the quest. If you manage to surprise Lucia with your swordsmanship, you'll receive an additional reward. Time remaining, D30. Lucia de Lucid's recognition, 0/1. Surprise Lucia de Lucid, 0/1. Reward, swordsmanship, E, swordsmanship, D, 200 EXP, 10 gold, increase in Lucia's favor ability. Additional reward, 50 PT. Penalty, all stats decrease by 5, decrease in Lucia's favor ability. The 5th quest has appeared. It's a gain recognition quest, a type of training quest. Raising the grade of the swordsmanship skill. The swordsmanship skill was something I could acquire during Laring's classes. After the fight with Bainyuz, my swordsmanship had upgraded from an F to an E grade. Well, that's not what's important right now. The additional reward of 50 PT. An unbelievable figure. The amount of stat points one would normally gain after leveling up 5 times. Gaining recognition. It's going to be tough. The challenge of such quests depends on the opponent's realm. Meaning, the difficulty of the quest varies according to how strong the opponent is. Lucia is an 8-star knight. Normally, you wouldn't be able to seek her guidance until after Chapter 5. So, it feels impossible to clear, doesn't it? Her standards are too high. Ordinary skills wouldn't satisfy Lucia. But no one would be crazy enough to pass up on such a sweet quest. All done? I'll be off then. Bye everyone. Lucia hurried away and soon disappeared from sight. She fled. However, Alistair merely smiled contentedly. You might not know, but Lucia's guidance is extremely excellent. Try to receive her teaching in any way possible for the next month. The time frame of a month. Somehow, I need to make it count. *****. It's cold. A man wrapped his coat tightly around him, a coat that was almost like a rag. But in the current situation, it was invaluable. I heard the Rohan Empire used to enjoy warm sunshine every day. Was that a lie? The man grumbled as he pushed forward against the harsh wind. His name was Darwin, a commoner born in the lands of the Anwood Empire and a graduate of Anwood Academy with excellent grades. A family man with a boar-like wife and a rabbit-like daughter. And why did I agree to become a rat? One of the rats working under Karen, that was Darwin. He was currently on his way to Kalos, following Karen's strict orders. How did it come to this? Darwin recalled the events of that day. What's going on? Why all the fuss? All rats on B-grade missions or lower are to assemble. Great, just got back from leave and this happens. The sudden summoning by Karen left the rats bewildered. But they were well-trained rats. Soon they managed to regroup, and the rats, meeting after a long time, feasted on rubbish while waiting for Karen. Oh, not literally feasting on rubbish. It's slang for sharing information they had. Anyway, Darwin was also feasting, metaphorically, on the information. The boss is here. Shush dash. No one saluted or adopted a particular posture. They just stayed quiet, each in their comfortable stance. Karen, who valued efficiency, had long ago discarded any time and energy-consuming formalities. We have a mission in Kalos. About 30 seconds later, the group of rats dispersed. Kalos was the capital of the once great Rohan Empire. Those who didn't know the way, had personal reasons, or were near completing their current missions left. Since they couldn't make it there anyway, they promptly left to avoid confusion and wasting time. Had there been any important information to share, it would have been discussed before this announcement. Therefore, the rats with no relevant business left without hesitation. We need to gather information stealthily. meaning those skilled in disguise or stealth were needed. Another group of rats left at novel bin at. Quick feet and a tight lip are required. Good at escaping and having over 10 years of experience as a rat. After several rounds of selection, only Darwin and one other were left. The two of you will suffice. Darwin received a mission from Karen, filled with unbelievable tasks. Thus, Darwin set off on a journey right after returning from vacation, to the far end of the western continent. Crossing the continent on a dragon, climbing mountains with a horse, fording through marshlands on foot, and competing for food with a boar that resembled his wife. Renaer, I won't forget your sacrifice. Renaer, the rat who had been assigned the mission with him, was trampled by a boar and ended up owing his life to the temple. Darwin had no choice but to set off alone to complete the mission and finally neared Kalos. But no matter how much he walked, he couldn't reach Kalos. Honey, buy some meat on your way home. Daddy, bring me a bear doll when you come back. The biggest one. The images of his boar-like wife and rabbit-like daughter flashed before his eyes. Ah, this must be the light at the end of the tunnel. Is this how it all ends for me? Thump. Staggering through the dense fog that obscured his vision, he bumped into something. Darwin finally came to his senses. It was a door, so tall that its top could not be seen. The pride and landmark of the once great Rohan Empire. The Gate of Glory stood before Darwin's eyes. The Gate of Glory. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Huge. That single word could describe the Gate of Glory. The top of the gate was so high it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Well, part of that was due to the thick fog obscuring the view, but still. To think I would personally witness the entrance to Kalos, only heard of in legends. He wanted to take a photo, but he quickly dismissed the thought. It wouldn't be too late after confirming it was safe inside. If I were a novice rat, I'd have taken the shot without a second thought. Even now, he didn't let his guard down, adhering to the rules. He was indeed too competent. Swish dash. Darwin entered Kalos. It had been about 40 years since the 5th Legion commander descended here. The inside had been in ruins for a long time. To think everything is ash-gray here. Is this the power of a Legion commander? The only thing that had color here was himself. He wrapped himself in a cloak that matched the surrounding colors as much as possible and blended into the environment. With mist covering the ground everywhere, moving around wasn't too difficult. As he continued deeper, he reviewed the information Karen had given him. There are rumors of moving corpses. Information provided by the one who gave us the Chimera info. It could be dangerous, so don't go too deep. Besides that, he had received other minor pieces of information, but Darwin couldn't make sense of any of it. Moving corpses? Investigating such nonsense? Being too meticulous can be a problem too. He respected Captain Karen, but wrong was wrong. Preparing for any potential dangers, he had walked for about half a day when he reached his destination. Kalos District 3. It was the most bustling section of the capital city of Kalos. Whoosh dash. But now, all that remained were buildings turned into ruins, dust, and a few birds circling the sky. Hidden among the ruins, Darwin unfolded a map. After flicking away an ant crawling on the map, he fell into thought. Normally, he should wait here. To prepare for any contingencies, he was advised not to venture too deep. It was a mission that would end after scouting the area for 2 to 3 days and then returning. However, the Fountain of Radiance in District 2. I really want to see that. The battle with the Legion commander that lasted a full year. A battle so fierce that the vast palace vanished without a trace. But the Fountain of Radiance survived. It was used by the priests at the time to make holy water. For the Human Alliance, it was a space that absolutely had to be protected. Thus, the Fountain of Radiance managed to remain unharmed until the end of the war. According to what he had heard, its form was completely preserved. After much deliberation, Darwin took action a day later. He passed through District 3 and entered District 2. Yeah, what power would corpses have? They would have long since turned to bones. Creatures that would struggle even to walk, let alone run. Darwin, who prides himself on his speed, wasn't afraid on such slow enemies. Even if something unexpected happened, he was confident he could escape. Above all, I searched for a day, but found no trace of anything. Karen gave a warning thinking of the rats' safety, but in the end, rats live by loyalty. Not loyalty to Karen. Loyalty to their family. The well-being of the Empire directly affects their family's well-being. Knowing this better than anyone, they would risk their lives to complete their missions. This information was provided by the one who gave us the Chimera info. He still found it hard to believe, but it was information worth checking out, even if a bit dangerous. He was willing to go as far as District 1. Well, I'll see the Fountain of Radiance on my way to District 2, anyway. Upon reaching the entrance to District 2, Darwin immediately set up a base and started searching. From the outskirts, little by little. But this place wasn't much different from District 3. There was no sign of any living creature. Human, beast, bird, not even a single ant. Not a single living creature could be found. At the center of District 2, the Fountain of Radiance. As Darwin approached it, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. The problem was that he couldn't tell what this unease was about. Instinctively, he slowed down. Only upon reaching the fountain did he realize the source of his unease. Wait, not a single ant. In this vast area, not a single insect, not even an ant, exists. It made no sense. Then, it happened. Clatter dash. A sound in a place devoid of not just human touch, but any small creature. Darwin immediately hid and observed the source of the sound. There was a bone. A human hand bone. Not strange. Since entering Kalos, seeing bones or even piles of them was not uncommon. The problem was, the hand bone was pointing upwards, as if it popped out of the ground. It was absurd. Perhaps the wind moving the sand had uncovered the buried bone. That must be it. As Darwin was about to look away, click, the hand bone bent and touched the ground. Creak creak dash. With that, a white elbow emerged above the ground. Crack, the scapula emerged through the sand, and a skull was slightly visible. Click creak creak dash. Darwin immediately took off. Was it because he saw the moving skeleton? Yes. But that wasn't the fundamental reason for his flight. Click creak creak. The sound of the skeleton digging itself out of the ground. That sound began to echo from all directions. Clack clack clack. The skeleton started running. Towards him, of course. The speed was no different from that of a running person. Some even wielded weapons. I must inform them immediately. Dead but not dead. A being that refused death. The undead had revealed themselves to the world for the first time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Arg. To be unrecognized. Luna vented her anger. It was because she had suffered the humiliation of being passed by Lucia. Next time, I'll make sure she looks back at me. At novel bin at. Luna began to burn with determination. Next time, if she's not acknowledged, she's determined to become a demon king. Well, I need to be acknowledged too. The main quest. And it's a quest with an additional reward of 50 points. It seemed like she would have to train rigorously for a while. But what is she doing over there? As soon as the training ground door was opened, Rez could be seen. It had been a while since she had come out of her box. Precisely, she was standing up inside the box. Rez raised her hands above her head and began to move her body left and right. A camera. Yes. Rez was holding a camera in her hands. She even went on tiptoes, adjusting the angle. What was peculiar was that the lens was facing towards Rez. What? Is she taking a selfie? For Rez, who has an extremely shy personality, to take a selfie was indeed a curious event. Holding the photo, Rez smiled proudly. Did the selfie turn out well? What are you doing? I'm happy. It's my first time taking a photo with a friend. Taking a photo with a friend? I looked at the photo Rez took. Just like she said, they took the photo together. Rez's face, hidden by her bangs covering her eyes, took up 90% of the photo, and Luna's figure in one corner took up 10%. Yes, Luna appeared tiny, almost like a speck of dust, and her face was too blurred to be recognizable. Normally, is this what you call taking a photo together? As we silently looked at the photo, Rez flailed her arms. Did you feel bad because I took it silently? I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I was just so happy that. Seeing this, Luna began to tremble. Taking a candid photo without permission. Does this mean she won't let it slide? Typical of Luna, the Demon King. Give that here. Yes. Luna snatched the camera and slung her arm over Rez's shoulder. A so-called hey, let's pretend to be close pose. She's going to extort. No, claim a photo fee from this poor child, no doubt. Click dash. As Luna operated the button, a monostone activated, and the photo was immediately printed. Then she handed one of the two prints to Rez. Next time, just say it. I'll take as many as you want. Thank you. I'll treasure it as a keepsake. Well, a keepsake, you say. The corners of Luna's mouth twitched. It seems she's finally feeling the reality of having made a second friend. Keek, I'll take one for you too. It's okay. Rez quickly hid the camera. Must be embarrassed. Must feel too pressured to take a photo with someone as handsome as me. You did well. The camera might explode otherwise. It must be my handsomeness that the camera can't handle. Right, Luna? As the brief everyday conversation ended, the children looked at me. They seemed to be asking what we're going to do next. Today marks the day Rez officially joins, and it's the first day of joint training. By the way, Rez agreed to start training. It seems she agreed because she could become Luna's friend. Well, it will work out somehow. After all, we'll be doing training that leverages Rez's strengths. What training are we going to do? Physical training first, right? Rez is a bit lacking in stamina. I'm sorry. I'll work hard. There are two inaccuracies in Luna's statement right now. First, Rez isn't just a little lacking in stamina, she's significantly deficient. Secondly, Keek, I won't make Rez do physical training. What? I have no intention of making her do something she's not good at. It's a waste of time. But still, isn't a minimum level of stamina necessary? She walks fine. That's enough. After a moment of thought, Luna nodded. Well, Rez is an archer, so she just needs to hide and shoot arrows. Maybe she doesn't need that much stamina. Keek, that's right. You've learned well, as I taught. Good job, Zero. Yes? Luna is amazing. To think of the perfect training for me. Something felt off, but I decided to let it slide. That's not what's important right now. I arranged the wooden dummies in a line in the training ground. 5 wooden dummies, each spaced about 3 meters apart. All right, shall we start the training? Yes, I'll do my best. Rez pulled out a small bow and, with some effort, strung the bow. It seemed to take about 10 seconds until the bowstring was fully drawn. Typical of a strength stat of 3. Twang, swoosh, the arrow flew and embedded precisely in the dummy's head. Hit the forehead exactly? Amazing. He. Indeed, her accuracy was remarkable. Perfect aim, concentration. Both skills Rez possesses are S grade. In terms of hitting something, she could exert power close to that of a divine archer. Anyone hit by her would suffer fatal damage. If only her attack power was higher. A good weapon. But not suitable for Rez. Despite her high accuracy, her attack speed and destructive power are lacking. Rez really needs to use a different weapon. Keek, that's pathetic. What do you mean? She hit it right on target. Her attack speed is slow and her destructive power is lacking. Against a demon, that's no different from sticking a toothpick in it. But if she builds up her strength and uses mana, it's too inefficient. A bow won't do. You're talking as if you have another weapon in mind. Of course. I rummaged through my pockets with both hands and pulled out a weapon from the subspace. Luna and Rez's mouths dropped open. It was a big and beautiful weapon, after all. Rez, for you. A magic gun suits you better than a bow. The essence and product of magical engineering. Both arms felt slightly sore from the large and beautiful magic gun. As Luna checked its appearance, she immediately frowned. What's that filthy thing? Keek, isn't it large and beautiful? I get that it's big, but it's not beautiful, is it? More importantly, to think you would put such a strange thing in our Rez's hands. I absolutely can't accept it. Luna? To think of me like that. Rez showed an expression of immense emotion, even starting to choke up a bit. It would be easier to persuade Rez than Luna, wouldn't it? If Rez says she likes it, Luna would have no choice but to agree. From the conversation a moment ago, the way to move Rez. Keek, it's the most suitable weapon for our Rez, isn't it? It's totally awful. When I looked at Rez, she quickly hid behind Luna, only peeking her face out. It's a rejection almost as solid as a fortress. Why could that be? Could it be that there's a difference between the R Luna speaks of and the R I speak of? Damn those slit eyes. It was clear that the appearance of slit eyes had caused Rez to form a negative impression. It's not because she dislikes me, so that reason must be it. But this is a weapon that could make Rez 10 times stronger. I absolutely cannot back down. Keek, don't be like that and try holding it in your hand once. No way, and it's too big for Rez to use. Everything is better when it's bigger. Look at this large and beautiful form. Adat novel bin adat. Kaye, don't bring that filthy thing near me. Please, save me. Luna and Rez started to run away, and I chased after them. Hey, try it? Just try it? Just try it once. I mean, use it and then talk. The reason Luna and Rez called the magic gun dirty and avoided it, it wasn't because it came from my lower half. It was because, in this world, the perception of magic guns was close to that of garbage. Mages, and archers. Beings that can attack from a distance. Mages use mana, while archers use bows and mana to attack their enemies. In a world where the majority can't grasp mana, there are significantly more archers than mages. Typically, they use bows similar to longbows. The important thing here is, in this world, the bow is one of the means to make a name for oneself. Of course, not as much as swords. If the rate of making it with a sword is 60%, with a bow it's about 15%, there's a significant difference, but it's undeniable that it's the second means of making a name for oneself after the sword. Compared to magic, spears, or martial arts, it takes up an overwhelming ratio. There are even noble archer families who are serious about bows, and those who have reached the state where they can shoot a bow with just mana are called divine archers and are praised. There are a few in our advanced class who use bows as their weapons. Anyway, I've gone a bit long, but this is the situation where the magic gun comes in. A product of magical engineering, created with great effort by magical engineers. It operates on a principle similar to guns on Earth and shares similar advantages. Pulling the trigger releases it, the speed of the bullet is faster than an arrow, and it reloads automatically. The difference is that it uses mana instead of bullets. Yes, the magic gun is a weapon that anyone can use easily as long as they have mana in their body. It's a perfect weapon for Rez, who lacks strength and destructive power. That's why I recommended the magic gun, but I never imagined they would dislike it this much. It's more about the prejudices and biases of the people in this world than its crude appearance. What kind of prejudices? That's not one's own skill. Cornered, Luna shouted loudly. Rez nodded vigorously in agreement without stopping. The mindset that the magic gun is the power of engineering, not one's own skill. Yes, that mindset was the problem. Is it because there are many famous archer families, or because there are heroes who wield bows? I'm not sure which, but it's a troublesome situation. I can't give up on the child called Spear Rez, who used to show her might, just for that reason. Keek, not one's own skill? Handling the magic gun is certainly within the realm of skills. Pulling a trigger and it shoots? What skill is that? I can't acknowledge that. It's cheating. That very action of pulling a trigger to shoot is the greatest advantage of a gun? It's easy to overpower Rez, but Luna's guard in front of her is quite solid. No choice then. I have to brainwash, no, change Luna's train of thought. Keek, cheating, you say? Then, Miss Luna is also cheating. Huh? What do you mean? You have artifacts, don't you? If using the power of engineering is cheating, then that pendant is no longer needed, right? Luna looked down at the pendant hanging around her neck. The S-rank artifact, Spirit's Breath, given by Karen. A pendant containing mystery, a power unknown, but not without engineering technology. It's also definitely a product of engineering technology. Not to mention the silver flash I have. Artifacts are, after all, items made by piling up engineering materials on the basis of mysterious powers. Mystery. A mysterious power that can't be explained by engineering or magic. I'll explain this later since it's not the main point right now. That's not it. This is a support. Yes, it's an item that supports me. Luna crossed her arms and covered her chest, as if she was afraid I would take it away. Don't worry, Luna. If I were to do such a thing, Karen would tear me apart. I took a step towards Luna and said, that's right. Support, exactly that? The magic gun is merely a weapon that assists Miss Rez's skills. It's just the same as the sword Miss Luna wields. Is that so? Yes, it is. Even this training ground proves it. Isn't this place full of magical engineering technology? Although the power of magic is greater than that of magical engineering, well, it's not non-existent. What I said wasn't wrong. Bows and swords, it means they're no different from those. Bows and swords are weapons full of scientific principles rather than engineering. Well, since they both involve studies, it's not much different, so it's fair to see them as the same, right? But then you say it's skill, and the magic gun isn't. To think Miss Luna has been played by the tricks of the Continental Archery Association, selling bows and arrows. Tisk. It's lamentable. The Continental Archery Association. A fictional group I just made up. But it can't be considered a lie. Surely somewhere on this vast continent, it must exist. Even an association founded by one person is still an association. Did my persuasion work? Luna nodded, murmuring to herself. The Continental Archery Association. I've heard of them. Very vile people. So, this was their manipulation. Yes, exactly. They even raised the prices of arrows at will. They're bad people. Huh? Was there really such an association? It's like catching a mouse by walking backward, but I couldn't miss this opportunity. Keek, that's right. Magical engineering is not at all bad. Technology developed for the benefit of people can't be bad. The same goes for this magic gun. It's the best weapon developed by magical engineers to escape from the wicked merchants of the Continental Archery Association. I proclaim this passionately. Was my rhetoric moving? Luna scratched her head and looked back. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Should we? Well, it's just trying it out once, anyway. But it won't end with just once. Once you taste something big and beautiful, you can never escape it. Of course, I'm talking about the magic gun. Rez approached me, trembling. Information window. Excellent focus magic gun, see. A masterpiece created with great effort by magical engineers. A prototype set to be released in the third quarter. Focusing on the condensation and explosive power of mana, sacrificing lightness and compactness. It was marketed with the slogan enhances the concentration of children, but it's unlikely to sell well. Mana conductivity, 30%. Skill overcharge available. A weapon with a desperate sense of naming. But it will always be so. Why? Because that's engineers' humor. When playing the game, you often come across magic guns, and most are like that. Players speculated there might be hidden quests and scoured every corner, but nothing existed. And much later, they understand the reason. This really is an incredible sense of naming. A post by an engineering student who started the game. Yes. They genuinely found this amusing. Of course, it could be a statistical error, but it's an incident that many veterans nodded to in agreement. Wobble dash. Rez swayed as she received the magic gun. About 1.5 times larger than a rifle. From Rez's perspective, with her low strength stat, it might as well be a boulder. How do I use this? Just mount it on your shoulder and use it like this. Shoulder, arm, hand, thigh, leg, foot width. It was while I was touching various parts of Rez's body to adjust her posture. Luna, standing on her tiptoes, rested her face on my shoulder. She stared straight at me, uncomfortably close. Keek, Miss Luna, what are you doing? Making sure this pervert isn't up to no good with my friend. A pervert? That's serious. Where is it? Where's the pervert? Right in front of me. Ah, I see. Right in front of you. You're saying you're the pervert? Luna sure can make objective judgments. Keek, I better keep a good watch then. Yeah, I'll be watching all day, so don't worry. Luna flashed a grin. Is it because I'm seeing it up close? Her smile seems particularly broad today. Puff puff dash. Rez's face turned bright red, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Why is she reacting like this? We were just having a normal conversation. Keek, focus. Unlike a bow, it's a weapon with recoil. Yes. As Rez took her stance, a blue aura began to swirl around the magic gun. Mana from Rez's body was being injected into it. The mana. It's no wonder Luna was surprised. To externally release mana, one needs to be at least 5 stars. At best, Rez, who is at the 2-star level, shouldn't be able to perform such a feat. It's the power of the artifact in the magic gun. It forcibly extracts the user's mana. There's neither a magazine nor bullets in the magic gun. It's natural since it shoots mana condensed. Fire whenever you're ready. Control your breath as you pull the trigger. I didn't need to say it. Rez was already focused. As someone who has completed military service, I can tell. Gaze, posture, concentration, the breath being exhaled. All of it was perfect. The figure of an exceptional marksman. Click. When Rez pulled the trigger, a stream of blue mana shot out. Thunk. The sound was soft. But the outcome was anything but dot as the wooden doll lost its waist and floated in the air, small pieces of wood scattered in all directions. It had shattered the waist of the wooden doll, which was as thick as a person, with a single mana bullet. Hi, Eek. Rez, you know, it's a bit of a problem when the person who did it is the most surprised. But Luna wasn't much different. Her mouth agape, she was shocked. It felt like a bug just flew into her mouth. Well, since it's similar in power to Luna's one flash, it's understandable she's shocked. To think that pulling the trigger once would produce power akin to arcane magic. It's no wonder she was shocked. Why don't other people use this great thing? It's partly because of the poor perception, but more because of the low mana conductivity. Mana conductivity. Luna and Rez both tilted their heads in confusion. It seemed neither of them knew. Raising a finger, I began to explain. Mana conductivity refers to the rate at which the user's mana is converted into mana bullets. So, that's what it is. While Rez's head returned to its original position, Luna's head tilted further to the left. It meant she didn't understand at all. It seemed like a tailor-made education was necessary. Keek, the mana conductivity of this magic gun is 30%. If you put in 10 of Luna's friends, only 3 come out. What are you talking about? Why would my friends disappear? My friends are forever. I'll drag them out of hell by their hair if I have to. Why would you bring that up? I shook my head, trying to regain my composure. Yes, it's my fault. It's my fault for using the existence of friends, of which Luna only has a few, as a metaphor. I decided to offer a different metaphor. After all, I'm a kind, gracious, cool, and handsome man. Keek, it's like putting in 10 carrots and only 3 come out. The magic gun eats the 7. Do you understand now? What? So that was it? You should have started with that. Luna, I did start with that. It's just that you keep dragging your friends out of hell. Managing to explain it to Luna. I really am something. I was praising himself for successfully tailoring the explanation when I noticed Rez trembling at novel bin at. What's with her now? To consume 70% of the carrots? This can't be used. Right? To Rez, carrots are as precious as friends. You two never wanted to understand from the start, did you? Your goal was to annoy me, wasn't it? Right? Opposition to the magic gun that consumes friends and carrots. We oppose. Suddenly, Luna and Rez started their protest. It wouldn't be surprising if they went crazy right here. But it's okay. The era I lived in was a time of great chaos with the internet and various communities. A body tempered in such hellish places. Such incidents were common in the Hero of the Academy community, and I survived there too. These kids, no. These children won't get the better of me. I see, you all like it. I'm glad to see you so happy about my choice. What are you talking about? When did we ever say we liked it? You don't have to praise me that much. I know very well that I did a good job. Kakeek. Luna and Rez started murmuring to each other. It's clear. They're praising me. Sometimes he's so erratic. Let's, the sane ones, take care of him. That's right. Well, it's not a sin to be sick. I'm sick? Where? Surely not in the head. That can't be. Clearly, I'm the sane one here. From the perspective of the abnormal, the normal must seem odd, right? Anyway, I sort of understand the principle. But where does the 70% go? Oh, quite a sharp question for Luna. Pointing to the sky with a finger, I answered. It flew into the air. It's gone? What? So you're saying it doesn't give it back? Isn't that too inefficient? Luna's point wasn't wrong. A mana conductivity of 30%. Not even half of the consumed mana is turned into mana bullets. It's almost as bad as garbage. It might be fine for those with a lot of mana, but for those with less, it's a critical flaw. It would be fatal for Rez as well, given her traits are more aligned with marksman than magic, and her level is quite low. But still, there are 2 reasons I insist on using the magic gun. First, because of the existence of the Spear Rez build. A legendary build that once caused a stir in the Hero of the Academy community. The lack of mana is compensated for with artifacts, and attack-related artifacts and hidden pieces are focused on Rez. Then, all enemies would fall with a single blow. This play was possible because Rez was a character with a 100% hit rate. There's no risk of missing, so just focus on mana and attack power. And how about survivability? There's no reason to worry about that. As soon as she becomes a target, she flees. It's not about both sides taking a hit. If she can't take them out in one shot, Rez leaves the battlefield an extreme build. Perhaps because the game had been released for over 10 years by then. All sorts of veterans gathered to research Rez, achieving significant results. Being one of those who watched with interest at the time, I'm well acquainted with the Spear Rez build. For that, the magic gun was essential. And second, because the magic gun gets better over time. Just as it was on Earth where I lived, the development of technology here is dazzling. The revolution and development of magical engineering that begins in the middle of the game. One of the beneficiaries of this is the magic gun. As mana conductivity gradually increases, it reaches 200% in the final chapter. Sniper-related skills also accumulate generously. The problem, perhaps, is the stringent usage conditions. Due to its powerful power, there are issues with accuracy. However, Rez, with a 100% hit rate, doesn't fall under this issue. Although untested, it would more than suffice for use. As you can see from what has been described so far, Rez is quite a capable character. A weapon that improves over time, a fraudulent talent of 100% accuracy, and a spear that equally dispatches everyone in one hit. The problem is, that damned rabbit runs away. The biggest reason the Spear Rez build was abandoned. Because she runs away when it becomes the target of attack. From the midpoint, leveling up becomes impossible, and in the latter part of the game, there were times it would leave the battlefield on the first turn. I've even researched methods to kill it before it could use its all-attack skills. During this process, users discovered Res's critical issue, and one by one, they began to abandon the Spear Res build. Thus, the existence known as Res faded from everyone's memory. Even a veteran like me couldn't remember it at once. Another critical issue with Res. Well, there will be a chance to talk about this problem later. Let's skip it for now as it's irrelevant. Where did this come from? It's too different from the magic guns I know. Not just the size, but it seems to incorporate technology I've never seen before. It's a prototype. A prototype. Yes. It means it was made for trial purposes before selling. So, naturally, it's improved compared to what's currently available in the market. I know what that means, but why do you have it if it's not even for sale yet? The prototype magic gun, soon to be on sale. Meaning it's the latest model. It's natural for Luna to be curious. Why do I have it? Well, Keek, Principal Dwener gave it to me. Principal Dwener gave it to you. That's right. I have a bad feeling about this. Tell me the truth. Did you scam again? Seduced with incomprehensible words and stole it. Following a scam and then stealing. How could one even imagine such terrible things? I'm a good person. Keek, Miss Luna, look into my clear eyes. Don't they look like the eyes of a good person? I need to see your eyes to confirm or deny that. Just confess now to avoid trouble later. How could this be? My pure eyes are hidden behind slits. It's a truly terrible situation. There's no choice but to tell the story of what happened that day. He slowly recalled the events of yesterday, remembering being extorted by Dwener. No. Recalling the memories at Dwener's healing pond together. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hidden in the forest was Dwener's healing pond. Upon arrival, I could immediately meet him. The principal of Anwood Academy, and the number 1. A descendant of the Sagan family who stood against Balapar, the 4th Legion commander, 200 years ago. And my personal easy mark. While Dwener was feeding bread crumbs to the carps, I approached him, waving my hand as if very pleased to see him. Principal, how are you? Oh, isn't that Zero? What brings you all the way here? The principal, who had been tossing bread crumbs to the carps, rushed towards me, abandoning them. Meaning I'm ranked higher than the carps. Does this mean he likes me more than the pond's carps? That's surprising. My likability seems to have skyrocketed. To Dwener, the carps are like his children. Even a veteran like me couldn't help but be moved in such a situation. To call such a being an easy mark. No helping it. Now that it's come to this, I'll have to milk it more aggressively. Kakeek. A psychopath? Not at all. I've become like a child to him. He wouldn't mind giving me anything. It's only right to gratefully accept such offerings. Keek, I thought I'd be lucky to see the principal today, and here we meet. It must be a lucky day. Huh? It's a lucky day for me too. Didn't I meet our Zero? Taking care of such a place on a hot day. You're working hard. It's my duty to care even for the smallest places. Anyway, this academy wouldn't run without me, would it? That's right. It would have been a disaster without a competent principal like you. I casually handed him a can of soda. Flattery, calling him a competent principal, and a small gift. It was natural for the principal's mouth to stretch wide with joy. After some routine conversation, I gently brought up the main topic. Do you know about magical engineering? Magical engineering. It emerged a long time ago along with artifacts, and has only recently come to the forefront. Well, the consensus is that it doesn't compare to magic. What do you think, Principal? Well, I share a similar view. Unlike mana that utilizes the forces of nature, magical engineering has too many limitations. It could break during battle. Efforts are admirable, but old-fashioned is just old-fashioned. I see. But why do you suddenly ask about magical engineering? Actually, I've recently taken an interest in that old-fashioned magical engineering. As I awkwardly scratched my head, Dwener, who had been happily drinking the soda, stiffened. Dwener's movement came to a complete halt. To belittle a subject that a precious student was interested in, he must have thought it a tremendous mistake. He continued with a look of embarrassment. Perhaps because everyone thinks it's nothing compared to magic, there are only a few books on it in the library. I guess I must have been wrong. There must be a reason everyone avoids it. He wore a look of regret all over his face. Only then did Dwener start moving again. Magical engineering, you say? I'll have to bring related books into the library. Excuse me? There's no need to go through all that trouble just for me. This is the Empire's premier academy. If it's a field that's advancing, it's only natural to pay attention to it. I'll make arrangements so you can see them from tomorrow. To go to such lengths for me, I'm grateful. Tisk. Not being able to handle even this basic task. This place really doesn't run without me. Dwener smiled, satisfied with his excellent handling of the matter. However, my business here wasn't finished yet. Pretending to be saddened, Dwener immediately reacted. Zero, is there something wrong? Nothing at all. You're going to lie even to me? Come on, speak up. Everything will be kept confidential, so don't worry. He must mean to keep the content of the consultation confidential. Though it was likely meant to protect a student's privacy, to me, it was an excellent situation. Pretending to wipe away tears, I began to speak. I'm really happy that books on magical engineering will be brought in. But, as you know, there are limits to what can be learned from theory alone. That's true. Especially with magical engineering, it's said to be more important to see, touch, and dismantle things. So, you're saying we need teaching materials. Exactly. While books on magical engineering are great, having good teaching materials would be even better. For instance, magical guns, perhaps. It may have been too blunt, but I had no choice. The dialogue had changed. Just because someone's favorability increases doesn't mean only good things happen. After Chapter 1 ends, if you talk to dner alone by the pond, you can receive a magical gun as a hidden piece. Originally, it should have been just 5 sentences, but strangely, the conversation didn't end there, and I had to speak directly. Dner stared straight at me. Was it too blunt? After all, surely you didn't think I would only bring in books. Of course, I planned to bring in teaching materials as well. It's just that it'll take a bit more time, so I hadn't mentioned it. Ah, I see. It would have been nice if you had mentioned it earlier. We'll have to create a classroom capable of handling all the teaching materials related to magical engineering. I'm sorry, but it will take some time. Do you really need to go to such lengths? It feels like the situation is escalating. Why has the hidden piece that should have just resulted in receiving a magical gun turned out like this? Besides, it's not like I don't have anything to give you right now. Excuse me. Dner let out a sly smile. A magical gun, you say? A good item just came in. Just wait here for a moment. Dner, robes billowing, dashed off like lightning. About 20 minutes later, he returned, panting from afar. In his arms was a massive magical gun. Huff, huff. Here you go, Zero. What is this? The latest model magical gun. It's a prototype scheduled for release in the 3rd quarter. The Anwood Academy, the Empire's finest academy. Being the principal of such a place, one naturally receives various gifts. And among these gifts, prototypes like this occasionally come in. Though they're ostensibly gifts to broaden the students' horizons, their role in promotion cannot be denied. The magical gun in my arms. Using the information window out of habit, I couldn't help but be surprised. What? It has a skill attached. There was a skill called overcharge attached. As far as I could recall, this was a first. In fact, this route was one any veteran player would use. Simply speaking to him made it easy to obtain a magical gun. Used to sell in the shop for early gold procurement. A hidden piece has been activated. The magical guns I sold in the shop alone numbered in the thousands. Counting other players, it would be in the millions. But this is the first time I've seen one with the overcharge skill attached. What could have happened? Though it's a prototype, it's a bit different. They said they had to remove one feature because the cost was too high. I see. Although they insisted I only keep it for display, well, it shouldn't matter. You're going to use it for disassembly anyway, right? Keek. That's right. You don't have to worry. I'll dismantle it someday anyway. So, there shouldn't be any major problems, right? That's what I convinced myself of. Do you think magical engineering will advance? Excuse me, didn't you suddenly become interested in magical engineering? Despite others being negative about it, Dner's expression was seriously concerned. The future of magical engineering. Did I need to tell Dner about it? Well, it's true I received help. I decided to share a bit of information. If I'm lucky, the investment might pay off, and even after the academy collapses in 2 years, I'll have a means to live. Worried about the impact on the future? No need to worry about such things. Dner is an incompetent character. At best, he might make some money through personal investment. The idea that Dner's actions could influence the world was utterly impossible. I think it's only natural. Artifacts are evolving day by day. A few years ago, we even succeeded in creating artifacts without borrowing the power of mysteries. One of them is the magical gun. This will be a much more powerful weapon than a bow. A bow relies solely on one's own strength, but a magical gun combines one's own strength with technology. Dner was lost in thought. It wasn't serious contemplation. Just thinking about whether to invest, and if so, where. I also sank into thought, checking on my gains. Bringing in a lot of magical engineering materials. If I'm lucky, maybe I can get various things besides magical guns. Having books related to magical engineering wasn't bad either. After all, I often read books to accumulate knowledge of this world and find hidden pieces. But the greatest gain was, of course, the magical gun with a skill attached. I was smiling at the increased res usage, so to speak. Now it seems you have no worries. Excuse me. When you're a principal, you learn to read a student's face and understand their inner thoughts. I'm glad I could help. Dner wore a warm smile. But it was probably because I acted well, not because, well, what does it matter? I achieved my goal. Maybe, his fondness for me has increased. If so, I can't just stay still. Now that I've discovered there's a hidden piece within the hidden piece, it's advantageous to maintain a closer relationship with Dner. I rushed in with an expression of overwhelming gratitude. Principal, Zero. We hugged each other tightly. Always stay strong, Zero. If you have any worries, feel free to talk. Yes, Principal. Of course. You're the only one I can rely on in this place, the great and capable principal. I thought to myself while hugging Dner. Keek, what a sucker. I'm busy today, so I'll be going now. I'll expect more from you next time. Whether he knew my thoughts or not, Dner just kept patting my back. Memories of extortion, no, memories of healing and tears at the healing pond filled with emotion. Just recalling it made tears almost well up. Hurry up and tell me, What did you do to the principal? Luna's face loomed closer. She began to press me for answers, inching her face closer. After thinking it over, it seemed unnecessary to mention what happened with dner. Luna would never understand such a beautiful story. Keek, the process was justified, so you don't need to worry. Somehow it sounds like the beginning and the end weren't justified. Keek, that's a misunderstanding. Keek. Perhaps my smile was too beautiful. Luna slowly backed away and headed towards Rez at novel bin at. Let's just use it. If there's a problem, we can blame that guy. Luna, what are you saying? Since Rez used it, shouldn't he be responsible? As Luna examined the magical gun carefully, she said to Rez, I think it's okay to use it for a while. If it doesn't fit, you can switch back to a bow midway. Should we? Yeah, it's true this is a bit better than a bow. It might be better to use the magical gun until you can handle mana. Better than a bow? Well, let's compare. For a bow, need arrows rightward arrow load the arrow on the bowstring rightward arrow pull rightward arrow aim rightward arrow fire. For a magical gun, mana automatically loads rightward arrow aim rightward arrow fire. Just pulling the trigger ends the whole process. Must shoot a bow versus click. Everyone would choose click. Most of all, the speed is different. The time it takes Rez, with a strength stat of 3, to shoot one arrow, a full 10 seconds. In contrast, the magical gun takes at most 3 seconds. Since all it takes is the strength to pull the trigger, it's the perfect weapon for Rez. Still saying it's just a bit better than a bow is nonsense. Should I use it as a secondary weapon? It seems not bad until I can handle mana. Not a bad thought coming from Luna. However, Keek, you better not. It's harder to use than it looks. Is it hard? Isn't it just shoot and hit? Just try it. Luna didn't hesitate. She injected mana and immediately pulled the trigger. Thump, boom, all three of us had giant question marks over our heads. The mana bullet flew into the air. Despite shooting straight, the mana bullet headed towards the ceiling. She scored 0 points for shooting, but maybe 10,000 points for artistry. Luna? That's amazing. How could you shoot like that? That's absolutely impossible for me. Rez's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. Does she also have a talent for backhanded compliments? A genius at it. To that, Luna brushed back her hair and said, it's nothing when it comes to me, Luna. That's not a compliment. Following Luna, I too tried using the magic gun, but only managed to destroy the wooden dummy to the right of the one I had aimed for. It had missed by about 1 meter. Is the power of skills absolute in this world? During my time in the military, I had boasted a hit rate of 90%, even if not perfect. But to see such a difference now, it was a moment to feel the power of skills once again. Ahem, anyway, you did well, as I taught you. There's a suitable weapon for everyone, after all. Good job, Zero. Luna patted my shoulder, offering encouragement. Yes, it's definitely Luna, finding the perfect weapon for me. Why is Luna receiving the praise when I did well? It felt strange, but I was satisfied that Rez decided to use the magic gun. However, it was too early to be surprised. The reason Rez is called the Spear Rez. There was now a chance to glimpse, even if only fragmentarily, that reason. Keek, Miss Rez, would you like to pull this lever? Ellie, lever? A very small lever on the magic gun. Rez pulled it back and flinched. What's wrong? Why are you like that? Mana is leaking out. A lot of it. The skill attached to the magic gun was overcharge. It was the lever for using that skill. It seemed to require more than twice the usual amount of mana. Blue energy began to swirl around the magic gun. It wasn't the same faint energy as before. The mana was dynamic, like a small storm. Hey, isn't it going to explode like that? Keek, it should be fine. Really, if you shoot quickly. Yo, you're crazy? Rez, shoot it quickly. Luna, flailing both arms in panic. But Rez was not. She was calm, so determined to hit the target that I could feel it myself. At the moment when Rez's eyes shone through the bangs that covered her face like a curtain. Bang! The mana bullet that escaped from the barrel grew larger and turned into the size of a human head. It headed straight for the torso of the wooden dummy. Crackle dash! Despite the noisy preparation, the sound was not loud compared to the size of the giant mana bullet. However, thud crack dash! As the mana bullet vanished upon touching the wall, the head and some of the lower body of the wooden dummy fell to the ground. What was astonishing was that, unlike before, wood splinters did not scatter. The overwhelming density of mana evaporated everything without leaving a trace. The part hit by the mana bullet and its surroundings had completely vanished. Crazy. If you got hit by that. Just as Luna murmured. If you got hit by that, you wouldn't even be able to pick up bones. The bones themselves would vanish along with the mana. This is why Rez is called the Spear Rez. Although not now, overcharge will become a basic skill in magic guns that appear later. But it's not just overcharge that shows such power. It's important that Rez possesses the concentration S skill. It increases the efficiency of skills like overcharge. According to experiments by veterans, about 5 times for overcharge, making overcharge, which is already stronger than a normal attack, 5 times stronger. And I haven't even given her an artifact to increase attack power yet. Such power. It was fitting for the Spear Rez. Rez. Turning around, I saw Rez rolling on the ground, holding her right shoulder. Was the recoil strong because it used several times the mana? We carefully approached Rez, who was crying and complaining of pain. Is this a dislocated shoulder? 0. Do you know how to set bones? Set bones? Of course. I don't know. Damn. Rez, get on my back. Let's go to the infirmary quickly. Rez screamed in pain. Only then did we realize. Carrying a patient with a dislocated shoulder was a crazy act. It also meant we were that panicked. Teacher? We need to bring a teacher. I'll go. Please stay with Miss Rez. Quickly. Just as we were about to leave the training ground, someone rushed past me in a panic. Black hair with a blue glow like the night sky. Lucia, Rodin's sister, and one of the Empire's 10 swords. What a mess, what a mess. Do kids these days not know how to set bones? They live too comfortably. Lucia grabbed Rez's arm and shoulder. Then, click dash. Ha. Rez's scream stopped. The shoulder bone was set in one go. Lucia? Thank you. You saved my friend. You're amazing. No, it's not something to be praised that much. Just give her some water. Yes. Rushing to get a water bottle, Luna carefully poured water into Rez's mouth. Meanwhile, Lucia's gaze turned to the scattered magic gun. A magic gun? Huh? You were doing something interesting. Lucia picked up the magic gun and pointed it towards the wooden dummies. Whoosh dash, crackle dash. Once again, a storm of mana swirled. Lucia winked and pulled the trigger. Fire. Bang! A loud noise that required covering ears filled the training ground. The mission completed, and the mana dispersed into the air. We couldn't help but open our mouths wide, because the place where the 2 wooden dummies stood was now clean. The 2 wooden dummies, standing 1 m apart, had vanished without a trace. Wow, if we had something like this in our time, we would have killed 10 times more. It's the end of the world, the end. Lucia clicked her tongue. One funny point was that she completed the process with just one hand. Not only did she hold and shoot the large object with one hand, but she also ignored the recoil of the overcharged state mana bullet. I knew it. She's a monster. Behind the innocent appearance and clumsy demeanor, a lion with shining eyes, hidden behind. To be acknowledged by such a person? What a crazy quest. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. But it lacks the feeling of impact. Not very satisfying. Your accuracy seems quite decent. I'd recommend sticking to archery. Were you watching? Not from the start. Since when you pulled that filthy thing from your lower half. What? So, she was watching from the beginning? Even if I look good, this is a bit much. In my time, using something like this would have gotten you ostracized. A true Anwood Academy student should wield a cold, long weapon. Anyway, kids these days only want convenience. What's becoming of the Empire? Tisk. What is it with her? Is she not in her mid-30s but rather a 90-year-old? Such an old-fashioned view. An 8-star knight and now this old-fashioned attitude. To be recognized by Lucia. That's when I realized. There's no way I could complete this quest by ordinary means. Even if I give up on the quest, it wouldn't be a loss if I could learn from her. Lucia, who can spot talent in children at a glance and offer advice. It would be natural to improve rapidly under the tutelage of such a being. I casually approached Lucia. Keek, would you mind taking a look at my swordsmanship? You'll be surprised. Really? Let's see it. The second secret technique of the Fleur family. Steel Storm's blade. Lucia widened her eyes and held her breath, as if she was genuinely surprised. About 3 seconds later, Lucia exhaled a heavy breath and said, Wow, I was so shocked by how bad it was. I nearly died. I hope to see some proper swordsmanship next time, though it seems impossible. In truth, Lucia is as naive as Rodin. Teasing Lucia is very easy for me. I can think of 999,000 ways right off the bat. But doing so would not only jeopardize the quest but also any chance of receiving her teachings. I had to endure. Just endure it, thinking about tormenting Lucia when the month is over. Luna, I'm fine now. So, go on. You want to be guided by Lucia, don't you? After a moment of hesitation, Luna stood up as Rez gently grabbed her hand. I'm next. I'll redeem myself for what happened during this morning's class. Your spirit is commendable. That's why I like kids. Luna immediately demonstrated her swordsmanship. Cutting, slashing, stabbing. Lucia, surprisingly, observed Luna closely. And then, you're hitting the right spots, but your developed muscles are too small. Maybe she's not the one? Then, Lucia murmured something indecipherable. She then stepped back and whispered to me, Hey, Keek, what is it? You're the one who used one flash, aren't you? One flash? Why is that coming up here? I was genuinely surprised, but it seemed my reaction didn't show, thanks to mental defense. It's only problematic in specific situations. Glancing sideways, I saw Lucia's eyes shining. Like a lion about to pounce on its prey. I hadn't anticipated this situation. It was perplexing, but not without a way to handle it. Even Karen couldn't overcome this of mine. Keek, what do you mean all of a sudden? One flash? If only I could perform such a magnificent technique. Are you referring to the technique I just displayed? Indeed, even I think it's impressive. So it seemed like one flash to you? To deceive even Lucia into mistaking it. Keek, I must be truly remarkable. I brazenly proclaimed my greatness. Then Lucia, who had been staring at me, irritably scratched the back of her head. Not it? Weird. Then who could it be? Lucia scratched her head for a while. I give up. I need some sleep. Suddenly, she laid out a few training mattresses and sprawled on top. That's all the guidance for today. I'll see you again tomorrow, so practice well. Really? Yes. Just don't tell anyone I'm here. I'll check on you guys once a day, and you keep my presence here a secret. How's that? Fair deal. Is it really okay? Yes. Now, I'm going to sleep. Make as much noise as you want, just train hard. Yes, yes. Looking forward to tomorrow. Luna clasped her hands together, moved. Even the fierce Luna was tamed. It was a testament to Lucia's heroic stature in this world. Snoring at novel bin at. Lucia fell asleep instantly. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Really caught me off guard. What was that about? After some thought, I managed to piece together a few parts of the puzzle. During the battle against the fourth demon, by news, Lucia came as reinforcement. Most traces were erased by Demon Slave, but the trace of one flash wasn't removed. And Lucia found that trace. Since she's Rodin's sister, she must have heard about that day in detail. With many eyes on me, I couldn't use one flash after entering Binews's second phase. In this process, Alex, Rodin, Raymond, and Eurydia were quickly ruled out. Rez, of course, was not considered, leaving only Luna and me in the equation. But no matter how much I looked, it wasn't Luna, so it came down to me. Sweat trickled down my back as this realization hit me. It was a more dangerous situation than I thought. There are a few questions, but not enough pieces to the puzzle. The only thing that's clear is this. Lucia is looking for the person who used one flash. Besides earning Lucia's recognition, a new situation has arisen. Whether Lucia's search will turn out to be positive or negative for me, I had to find out the next afternoon at the training ground. It was when I was about to start training with Luna. I'm here. It was Rez. She entered through the training ground door, fluttering towards us. A healing scar was visible on her slightly exposed right shoulder. Luna frowned slightly upon noticing the scar. Are you okay? It's fine to rest for a day. I'm fine. There's no way you can train in that condition. I'm okay. I can withstand the usual recoil. No, you should rest today. 0, you agree, right? Agree to rest? Of course. Keek, you can't skip training just because of a minor injury. My whole body is aching from muscle pain. Right. Just like this guy said, we can't just skip training because it hurts a little. Did she realize something was wrong? Luna turned her head sharply towards me. Are you saying you want to make an injured kid train? It's only the second day of training. If she skips because of an injury like that, it'll be the same in the future. I'm in pain all over but I'm still participating in the training. Muscle pain and a dislocated shoulder are the same? Stop talking nonsense. Thump, thump. Luna punched me a couple of times in the ribs. Added bruising on top of muscle pain. It seems like it's not Rez who should be resting today, but me. Cancel it right now. Give Rez a break. Does she think I'm tormenting Rez? Her punches are quite fierce. This might leave me resting for a lifetime. So, before that happens, Keek, then I have no choice but to send her out. What? You promised, didn't you? To participate in training as a condition of sticking together, and to leave with my permission if one wishes. Was she recalling the promise of that day? I took a step towards the puzzled Luna and said, Keek, it's not a big deal yet, as the major battles haven't started. I'll allow Rez to leave. Now, I've kept my promise. Luna, you will too, right? How petty? Just look away for one day. We can start working hard from tomorrow. Luna gritted her teeth. If I refuse firmly here, those teeth will dig into my flesh. But I have no intention of backing down. 1 day becomes 2, and 2 days become 3, and 3 days turn into a lifetime. As Luna was about to charge at me, and I was about to accept my fate, I said I would do it. I said I would train. Rez, you don't have to. It's just the second day of training. There's no need to push yourself. Luna consoled Rez, who stood there with her head bowed, but Rez firmly shook her head. I can be helpful, can't I? Even me. If I can be of help to Luna, I'll try. No. Rez lifted her head and continued. Please, let me do it. Her words were stuttered, as if it was hard to find the right answer. But the content was clear. Impressive. To assert her opinion so boldly. Considering Rez's timid nature, this was a significant event. Is it because of the power of the magic gun? Seems like she's gained a bit of confidence. Whether she's happy that she can be of help, or shooting the bow was just too hard. Whatever the reason, it was a good outcome for me. Well, it's barely a pass. I had no choice but to approve. Rez's determination was palpable, even through her tightly closed lips. She even looked us straight in the eye, though it's hard to see because of her curtain-like bangs. It was surprising to see the timid Rez showing such strong will. Has she grown already? Perhaps it won't be long before the day Rez becomes our true companion. Thump, thump dash. Luna lightly elbowed me in the ribs. Hey, are you really going to kick her out? After she's gone to all this effort. Keek, initially, it was Luna who created this situation. Trying to force a child who wants to train to rest. Fine, it's all my fault. Are we done now? So, Rez is staying with us. Well, let's go with that. Great. Rez, come here. I saved you. Luna, I'm so moved to think you'd go to such lengths for me. Luna and Rez embraced each other, beginning to feel their friendship. It's Luna who did wrong, and I who conceded, so why are they thanking Luna? With my sane mind, I couldn't comprehend the situation. Keek, friendship is good, but wouldn't it be better to warm up first? Since we don't know when Lucia will come. Ah, right. Rez, I understand you're okay but, still, don't overdo it. Got it? Yes? Don't worry. And so, the three of us began a simple calisthenics exercise. National, no, Imperial citizens exercise. It was filled with stretching movements to relieve muscle tension. Perfect for a bit of idle chat. But what about our Rez? It doesn't seem like there's much she can learn. Keek, Luna. You dropped the subject, so I don't know what you're talking about. A friend should understand this much without saying. You get it, right? Luna, a friend isn't someone who can read minds, you know? What, is she an alien or something? And if that were possible, she would surely be able to read my thoughts right now, right? You fool? Suddenly, Luna's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you just insult me? Maybe our Luna is an alien after all. Keek. How could that be? I was just thinking how beautiful Luna is today. Why bother thinking about something so obvious? Being too pretty is also a problem, I tell you. Luna mumbled for a moment before continuing. Anyway, it's because of the personal instruction. It doesn't concern us, but I wonder if Lucia knows about magic guns? It would be nice if she could give some helpful advice to Rez. It was then I realized what Luna was worried about. Lucia uses a sword as her main weapon, but she's one of the Empire's 10 swords. She would be able to handle most weapons at a knight's level, and both Luna and I could greatly benefit from her help. The problem is, that doesn't include magic guns. It hasn't been long since magic guns appeared, but it was evident from her handling it with one hand yesterday. She was a complete novice. Destroying 2 wooden dolls at once? That was merely obliterating the entire area with an overwhelming amount of mana. Moreover, Rez should be the one teaching Lucia, right? Rez's shooting skills are close to divine. It should rather be Lucia who receives a lesson or two. Thus, Rez cannot expect guidance from Lucia. But that doesn't mean there's no help to be had. Keek, she must know how to increase mana efficiently. Let's ask for advice on that. Ah, that would work. It would be a great help to us, right? To think of something that benefits all three of us, including Rez. I'm such a genius, aren't I? Luna, do you not realize something's off with what you just said? How can you be so shameless? Excuse me. While continuing with the exercise, Rez mumbled timidly. Oh, right. You noticed something's off too? Go on, point out what Luna got wrong. What have you been talking about since earlier? Why is Lucia? Huh? She came yesterday. I know that, but, guidance? What do you mean by that? It seems Rez hadn't heard any of our conversation with Lucia. She must have been too hurt and out of it. Lucia will be helping us with training from today. She'll teach you something useful too. Lucky, right. Heek. Was Luna's killer smile too murderous? The idiot hair above Rez's head began spinning wildly, then she started screaming. Then she took out a box and hid inside it. It's impossible? This is too much. Bang! Rez closed the box lid and disappeared in an instant. What's with this damn rabbit acting up all of a sudden? I've always wondered, but never more than now, what goes on in that head of hers. What did you do again? Anyway, you pervert. You never give me a moment's peace, do you? You were the one talking, Luna. That's right. I didn't say a word. The culprit who made Rez hide in the box was Luna. Is that important now? Finding Rez is what matters. Hurry up. With those words, Luna started rummaging around. Nagging me to find her quickly was just the icing on the cake. I wouldn't be surprised if she was angry, but I wasn't upset at all. Because that's the kind of girl Luna is. A child who knows the value of friendship and cherishes it more than anything, but is too shy to express it. So she resorts to teasing as her way of showing affection. Acting like a young boy. Anyway, isn't it cute? That's exactly the situation now. What did I do wrong? Was my laugh too loud? Did I talk too much? Maybe my tone was too rude. Worrying about losing a newly made friend. That's just who Luna is, and why I'm not mad. Because it's cute. Me, being teased? To me, it's like being bitten by a playful kitten, not even a child, a feisty little kitten. Just a cute act. What if it wasn't cute? Well, obviously, I would have slaughtered them all. Whoa dash. It was when an unknown energy began to gather in my hand. Hypersense activated. Meaning Rez was hiding nearby. Soon, I found the box where Rez was hiding. Tapping the box lightly, I asked. Keek, Miss Rez, what are you doing here? I'm not Rez. I'm just box number 138 that's commonly found in the training ground. I see. So now the training ground has talking boxes. Then I should just pass by, not likely. Click dash. Keek, hello, Miss Box 138. Rez's face turned pale. Why has she been acting like this? At novel bin at. It's not because she's scared of my face. It's Luna's killer smile that scared her? That's possible. I'm sometimes scared of Luna too. Especially her face. Keek, I understand being scared of Luna's face, but Miss Rez, isn't she the friend you chose? Even if you dislike it, you have to endure. It's not like that. Luna is cute and beautiful, and pretty. Rez yelled from inside the box. Then why act like this? If you make eye contact with strong people, you die. What kind of novel idea is this? Keek, I don't understand. Why would Lucia want to kill Miss Rez? With energy? You die from the energy? Being close is hard enough, but if you make eye contact. Thud dash. Perhaps imagining that scene, Rez collapsed inside the box. dying from making eye contact with strong people. At this rate, she's not a rabbit but a pufferfish, a pufferfish. What did I say earlier? That she's grown? That she might soon become a true companion? Cancel that. This pufferfish rabbit, I couldn't help but feel disillusioned. Inside the box was a rabbit. No, Rez, collapsed. You die if you make eye contact with strong people? What kind of dog-like situation is this? Where had the strong appearance shown just a little while ago gone? This was a bigger problem than I thought. Training is essential. Especially for Rez. The reason training is essential for these kids. It's because their stats increase. As I've said before, the player character that gamers play has the privilege of gaining 1 stat point with every level up. The reason I've been able to survive till now is almost entirely because I've poured all my PT into potential gambling. Plus, player characters can choose to increase whatever stat they want. So, the gap between other characters keeps growing. Support characters end up becoming a burden rather than helping the protagonist. A setting that could cause a balance collapse. And the system to compensate for this setting is the stat increase through training. It's designed to grant additional stats with each training and battle. As a result, characters referred to as NPCs often increase their related stats with each training, battle, or specific quest they undertake. In the game, you are given a choice 3 times a day. Classes, training, rest, library visits, wandering, deviation, etc. Various choices are given, and the growth of the character changes depending on which choice is made. I choose classes in the morning, training in the afternoon, and training again in the evening. Of course, blindly training isn't always good. It's more efficient to gain stats through quests or obtaining hidden pieces through conversations than through training. However, with divine imitation at my disposal, most hidden pieces are nothing but baggage. Having a large number of useless skills only makes my head dizzy. While having hundreds of passive skills is fine, it's better to have fewer active skills. Anyway, consistently training right now is the most important thing. Not only because it's an opportunity to aim for an increase in stats, because Lucia has agreed to teach us. In the game, when you choose training, sometimes a teacher or an unidentified person appears to help with the training as a hidden piece. When this hidden piece is activated, the chance of gaining stats increases, and sometimes skills can be acquired as well. What if you receive guidance from a teacher, let alone the hero Lucia? And that too, receiving guidance from Lucia at the beginning of Chapter 2? Stats as a given, skills for sure, and if lucky, something even beyond that. It was a situation worth aiming for. But, what? You die if you make eye contact with strong people. It's a situation where it wouldn't be strange at all if I went crazy and jumped up and down. But I am an adult. I decided to save the pitiful rabbit pufferfish in front of me. Keek, weren't you fine yesterday? That was because I was out of my mind. My tears made it hard to see too. So that was it. Thank goodness. I've thought of a solution. Then you just need to be in pain every time you receive guidance. You have to withstand the recoil on your right shoulder, so from now on, I'll dislocate your left shoulder every day. Keek, don't worry. It won't hurt at all once you get used to it. It'll sting a bit. Just a tiny bit. This is all for Rez. Even if someday our party abandons her, if her stats are high, she should be able to take care of herself just fine. It was when I reached out towards Rez, trembling inside the box. You crazy bastard. Slapdash? My head jerked forward. Because Luna had hit me on the back of my head from somewhere close by. You're going to dislocate her arm every day. Are you out of your mind? But it can't be helped. The opportunity to receive guidance from Lucia isn't common. A whole month. Having the privilege to receive Lucia's guidance for that time and not using it? Idiot. No, it would be an understatement to call someone like Luna that. Keek, think outside the box, Miss Luna. Think outside the box. Wouldn't it be okay to have a dangling arm for about a month? After all, people have 2 arms. It's definitely there for situations like this. Did my logic get through? Luna smiled slightly and said, then let's dislocate your head too. It should be fine to be without it for a month, right? Right. Luna, what are you saying? People die if their heads are dislocated? People only have 1 head, not 2. Keek, I'll pass. Then I would die. You said it earlier. To think outside the box. Crackdash. Maybe people can live without their heads. Why don't you try thinking in that way? I'll personally make you experience it, so don't worry. Why would you make me experience that? And how can I not worry in this situation? It was when Luna slowly approached me. Rez, trembling inside the box, screamed. Eek. I can feel it. Strong people are coming. I'm going to die. Sure enough. The idiot hair on Rez's head was spinning like crazy. I've felt it before, but it really is an efficient radar. Is there no skill like idiot hair? It would be useful if there was. It's regrettable. The opportunity to receive guidance from Lady Lucia isn't common. So, sorry, Bulletin, but it's true. The energy from the eyes of strong people is different. It's okay, Rez. I've never once thought of your words as a lie. Miss Luna. At this point, Rez's words felt like the truth. You die if you make eye contact with strong people. Is that why they cover their eyes with their bangs? Then, is it okay as long as we don't make eye contact? Well, it's not like you die. Is that so? Keek, I've come up with a good method. A way to receive guidance without making eye contact. Is it really okay? It feels somewhat risky. Kikikikikikik. My laughter echoed throughout the training ground. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Russell dash. Lady Lucia? Hello. How did you know I was coming? Us, standing in a line. Lucia tilted her head slightly, puzzled. But that was a mystery to us as well. The idiot hair on top of Rez's head. What on earth could it be? Could it have been created by an alien experiment? Hello. I couldn't properly thank you yesterday. Thank you for helping me. Rez stuttered out her thanks. Oh, is that so? How's your body feeling? Yes, thanks to you, I'm much better. Receiving treatment directly from Lady Lucia. It's an honor for my family. Rez's thanks were filled with sincerity. However, Lucia was noticeably embarrassed. Why? Don't worry about me. I'm just a wall in the training ground, you could say. Rez murmured with her back turned. She even started talking to the wall of the training ground. Did that kid hit her head yesterday? Or did I do something wrong and she's mad at me? Keek, don't worry about it. Why, there's always one in every class, isn't there? A child in love with the wall. Kids these days are like that? Fascinating. Only then did Lucia turn her attention away from Rez. This was the good method I had come up with. Conversing with Lucia with our backs turned at novel bin at. It was a simple and crude method, but effective. Just in case, we even put on a blindfold, so there's no way our pufferfish rabbit would meet an untimely end. Lady Lucia, we've warmed up. We can start training right away. Oh really? Then let's see what you've got. Yes. Luna's sword dance began. And after a while. Next. Luna's head drooped. She had not received acknowledgement again. But her expression was bright. Since we decided to train together from today, she must have been thinking she would eventually receive acknowledgement. I suppose I'm thinking the same thing. Slash, smash, stab. As soon as the third move ended, Lucia waved her hands. This is terrible. Pass. A harsh critique. But it didn't matter. Because starting today, we would truly learn swordsmanship. Next was Rez's turn, but... where's the target? Rez was clueless about where to go, let alone where the target was. Seeing her condition, Lucia spoke up. A magic gun, right? No need to shoot. I don't know anything about it. Well, if you plan to use it as a club, I might watch. That was impossible. Rez's strength stat was merely 3. That concluded the first assessment. What kind of training to do, what kind of guidance to receive. It was when Luna sent an expectant gaze. Training's over for today. I'm going to sleep. Lucia flopped down on the mattress. The mattress that was piled up as soon as she arrived here. Maybe about 3 minutes had passed. It also meant today's training ended in just 3 minutes. Lady Lucia. Why? Hadn't you agreed to teach us? Even just pointing out what's lacking in my swordsmanship would be okay. Everything's lacking. How can I point out anything specific? That's so. But if you could explain a bit more. You guys are misunderstanding something. Lucia smirked and said. I said I'd look at you once a day, not that I'd help with training. Luna stiffened in shock. Only then did I realize Lucia's true intention. Lucia, that damned bear. Yes. Lucia had no intention of guiding us from the start. She just wanted to use us to sleep. See you tomorrow. Looking at Lucia scratching her belly and falling asleep, I thought. Maybe this quest might never be completed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Late at night, in the principal's office, dner was lost in deep thought. Specifically, recalling the conversation with Zero. Artifacts are evolving day by day. For a few years now, we've been successful in creating artifacts without borrowing the power of mysteries. One of them is the magic gun. This will be a much more powerful weapon than a bow. A bow relies purely on one's strength, but a magic gun combines one's strength with technology. At that moment, dner saw it. Zero's deep eyes hidden behind his slit eyes. It was a near certainty, an insight surpassing even my own competence. Dner smirked. Zero, you really are an incredible student. It wouldn't do for the principal to sit idly by after hearing such good advice. A mere first year. And one that many looked down upon, Zero's advice. Even dabbling in the much avoided magic engineering. But dner wasn't embarrassed. The ones who should be embarrassed are those who know but do not act. And he was one of those beings. Dner didn't deny that fact. And it was likely to continue in the future. But not this moment. Dner's pen began to dance elegantly. Through the late night, past dawn, until the morning sun rose and the student council members arrived for work. Dner's pen and mind didn't stop for a moment. The student council president, Ewin, and the vice president, Rodin, couldn't help but be surprised. The principal can write. The principal is voluntarily working. They were momentarily perplexed, but soon both reached the same conclusion. It must be just for show. Regardless, dner silently filled out the paperwork. 2 documents were floating around on the desk. Written on them was Establishment and Operation of the Magic Gun Division, and Investment Proposal for the Magic Engineering Association. Principal dner's hands moved tirelessly. He skipped meals, foregoing rest and sleep altogether. Ewin and Rodin, along with the other student council members, hesitated for a moment but decided to leave him be. After all, there was nothing urgent he needed to attend to right away. It was late in the evening, after Rodin had hung a simple meal on the door handle and left for home, worried about dner. Yet, dner's hands did not stop moving until the next morning. He was engrossed like a madman, obsessed with the proposal. It had been 32 hours since he started working on the proposal. Tweet tweet. What's this? Is it morning already? Dner stretched his arms upward, doing some stretches. To think I managed to write 2 proposals in just 8 hours. I really am amazing. Though in reality, it wasn't 8 hours but 32 hours, it was still an incredible feat. The focus he maintained for 32 hours and the nearly academic level proposal he completed were extraordinary achievements, especially considering Dner's usual behavior. Of course, this was assuming the content was solid. Today's agenda is that will need to be discussed with the facility team. Murmur. At 8 a.m., the sound of the student council members gathering could be heard. Is coming. Dner tensed up. The sound of the wind and the chilly voices of the students struck the principal's office door. The calm before the storm. Whether the student council was lackluster or the proposal was, the outcome would tell. Am I getting too nervous? My body feels odd. It was strange to feel so stiff after only working for 8 hours. But he couldn't back down over something like this. He naturally interlocked his fingers, elbows on the desk, and filled his eyes with strength. This is a posture that truly demonstrates the principal's dignity. Perhaps startled by his immense dignity, the student council members who entered the door flinched. What? Am I seeing a ghost? Did he come to work earlier than us? Tomorrow the sun will rise from the west. And what's with those strange eyes? He's been odd since yesterday. Did we do something wrong? When the students were at a loss for what to do, are you all just going to stand there and not come in? Have you lost interest in serving the students? Neglecting your duties is grounds for demerits. That's. Ewin and Rodin made their way through the crowd and into the room. But they too couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't just Dner's gaze that was startling but also his disheveled appearance. The odd posture, the shaky body, the sunken eyelids, the unfocused eyes, and the sweat dripping down from his partially uncovered head. It was no wonder the students were taken aback. Let's start our duties. We'll take care of the principal. Prompted by Ewin, the student council members dispersed to their respective tasks. It seems he hasn't come out since yesterday. Rodin had left some snacks on the door handle before leaving the night before. They were still hanging there. Let's go. The principal must have something he wants to say to us. The massive glass door separating the student council and the principal's office. Ewin and Rodin opened the door and went inside. Principal Dner was still in an indescribable pose. Principal, have you been here this whole time? I had some urgent business. Business? Ewin and Rodin sensed that the situation was not normal. They didn't know what it was, but it was clear something urgent had come up. Otherwise, that Dner wouldn't be working. Dner, as lazy as he was incompetent. For him to have worked through the night? For over 30 hours? Even when the 4th grade demon attacked, he was all about work-life balance. Then this means, it must have been an attack by at least a 3rd grade demon or an event of similar magnitude. When Ewin and Rodin's faces turned stern, a thick stack of papers was placed before them. Ahem. Dner coughed and turned the chair around, avoiding their gaze. All they could see was the back of the chair. His attitude seemed to be one of embarrassment. Was it a first-class confidential document requesting cooperation from the Empire? If so, it was serious. If the Academy needed to lend a hand for something the Empire was involved in, there's only war. And a war so dire that they would need to enlist student soldiers. Even the unflappable Ewin and Rodin were caught off guard. What is this? Don't you see? It's a proposal. A proposal. Ahem, a proposal I've put together personally. Take a look and give me your assessment. Though, you probably won't need to look too closely. It was written more as a jest. After about 5 seconds of silence, realizing the situation, Ewin and Rodin sighed in relief. They understood it was a proposal for operational funding. He was embarrassed it might get rejected after all the hard work. That's why he was behaving like that. Thankfully, it's not a war. But why a proposal all of a sudden? Last year, even when we begged him to write one, he pushed it onto us and ran away. Did he get some backdoor funding? Or perhaps he was showing off in front of someone and ended up with a request. Before even seeing the proposal, Ewin and Rodin were already skeptical. You didn't use a typewriter? My. The tables, drawings, and graphs, you drew them all by hand. And yet the spacing is so consistent. Impressive. Behind the chair, Dner flinched. The typewriter, developed over 20 years ago, to administrative officials, it was hailed as a divine invention for its ability to speed up work. However, Dner did not use a typewriter. Or rather, he couldn't. When I was in my prime, there was no such thing. Handwriting is also a form of self-improvement. It's a process of refining one's body and mind. To rely on such a machine. He wanted to lecture them about the old days but restrained himself. He didn't want to provoke unnecessary rivalry. The most critical matter now was whether the proposal would be approved or not. Flap flap. The evaluation began amidst negative looks and thoughts. Suddenly, the principal's office fell silent, with only the sound of Ewin and Rodin flipping through pages. The more they read, the more Principal Dner felt like he was drying up. Are you in your right mind? To think of spending money on such a thing. He was sure to be scolded. Perhaps he would be punished for wasting paper, forced to sign documents all day long in the principal's office. But, even if the investment is rejected, the magic gun class must be established. Dner had created 2 proposals. The establishment and operation of the Magic Gun Division and an investment proposal for the Magic Engineering Association. Although the proposal mentioned the establishment of a magic gun division, he actually planned to conduct classes related to magic engineering. Since Zero has taken an interest in magic engineering, I must help in this way. It was essentially a magic engineering class. Honestly, even though he had created the proposal, dner thought the investment part was overstepping. So even if that gets rejected, the magic engineering class must be established. Dner anxiously awaited the outcome. Russell. After flipping through the pages several times, Ewin spoke up. This is good. That's right. I knew the investment was too much. Huh? What did you just say? I said it's good. It was Ewin's honest opinion. Good. Much better than expected. And Rodin agreed. We've felt the need for a magic gun class. It takes a long time for commoners and peasants to become aware of their mana. While the investment in the Magic Engineering Association needs to be cautious, establishing a relationship in advance wouldn't hurt. After all, we've received a lot from them. The magic engineering samples provided for free. Though intended for promotional purposes, they had been useful in various situations. Of course, there were also many utterly useless items. Automatic toothbrushes, exercise machines, lullaby machines, etc. Looking at such samples, one might wonder what engineers were thinking. With their brilliant minds, why create such things? But it's undeniable that magic engineering technology has recently come to the forefront. Ewin and Rodin turned their attention to the first proposal, the establishment and operation of a magic gun division. A magic gun that anyone with mana could use. It's not about personal skill. It's inefficient. There was much debate. Recently, it had been a controversial item. But lots of negative talk means, conversely, it's a threatening technology. Especially the Archery Association and noble archery families were strongly opposed. They argued that relying on artifact power, without developing one's skills, would weaken the Empire's strength. Ewin and Rodin somewhat agreed. If they depended only on technology, they would eventually face disaster. But these two proposals boldly address that. One might not develop their abilities. However, not developing one's abilities and augmenting one's skills with technology are different. Enhancing one's skills while receiving technological assistance. That was the clear intent behind establishing the magic gun class. We'll need to look more closely, but the investment shouldn't be a problem. As mentioned, given the rise of magic engineering, even if not a large amount, it was worth investing to some degree. After all, operational funds were meant for such purposes. Introducing new classes during the semester was not unusual. If the students needed a class, it would be promptly established. That was one of the ideals of the Empire's premier academy, Anwood Academy. We'll review it and include it in this week's agenda. To think a proposal made in jest would be submitted. Ahem, this is serious. Dner murmured as if troubled. Ewin and Rodin lightly dismissed his words. They could feel his joy even from behind the chair. As Ewin revisited the proposal, he pondered. But to write this, in just 32 hours. Moreover, the proposal, including text, tables, drawings, and graphs, was all handcrafted. He must have spent at least half the time on it. That means he spent only 16 hours on planning and writing the proposal. If he had used a typewriter and had a few assistants, it might have been finished much faster. At this thought, a question arose. Could it be? Dner was competent all along? Has he been deceiving us until now? The proposal was too perfect to be the work of an incompetent person. He must have been hiding his abilities. Has the academy principal been concealing his power? Something like that. Was Rodin coming to the same conclusion? She suddenly shouted. Why haven't you worked like this before? You could do so well. Thud. The chair shook violently. It was unclear if Dner was caught pretending to be incompetent or startled by Rodin's voice. Don't you understand yet? It was for your growth. If I had stepped in, you wouldn't have grown. The chair turned around, facing Ewin and Rodin. A winner's smile played on Dner's lips. But is delaying signatures for a week also for our benefit? No, that was just laziness. Sigh. Ewin and Rodin simultaneously sighed. Well, at least they were satisfied to learn Dner wasn't incompetent. By the way, since we're on the topic of the Magic Engineering Association, it seems there's been a theft. Theft? Yes, a magic gun scheduled for release in the third quarter by the Magic Association has disappeared. It seems we need to start an investigation. Investigation? Dner was surprisingly shocked. Seeing his reaction, Ewin and Rodin narrowed their eyes. What? An investigation over such a thing? Maybe the kids were playing with it and it got broken. What are you staring at? Hurry up and go do some work. Bang! With that, the two were driven out of the principal's office. President, what should we do? Should we request an investigation? It seems the principal might be involved. It's better to let it slide quietly. But let's be flexible. It's highly likely it was accidentally damaged during personal research. Rodin was not pleased but eventually nodded. Although the magic gun is a premium item, that's only from the perspective of ordinary people. It wasn't something worth embezzling for the principal. Whether he's competent or incompetent, it's hard to tell. Don't worry too much about it. It must have been a fluke. Luck is just like that. Now in his second year as principal, Dner had finally done something resembling work at Novel bin at. Or should I count the Luterus incident as well, making it twice? That would make it once a year. From completely incompetent to competent about once a year, was how Ewin and Rodin revised their assessment of Dner. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sigh. I'm exhausted. Back at the dormitory after strenuous training. I wanted to collapse on the bed immediately, but I had to resist. Because there's one thing I must do today. I quickly got to work. The faster I finished, the sooner I could go to bed. I stuck sheets of paper I had prepared in advance all over the windows. I also meticulously sealed the gaps in the door. With that, all preparations were complete. I reached into my pocket and pulled out 2 items from the pocket dimension. A friend's feather, and a broken sword hilt. Then, the sacred sword Artana responds to the call of a friend. Whoosh! The sacred sword Artana burst into flames in my hand. TL notes the sacred sword was forcibly awakened at the call of the hero parrot. Due to insufficient recovery time, its full power could not awaken. The user's ability is dreadful. Only a part of the sacred sword's power is available. The 9th sacred sword Artana, F. One of the 9 sacred swords made in the Holy Kingdom. It had lost its master and exhausted its power in ancient battles, but it opened its eyes again at the call of the hero parrot. The user's ability is so dreadful that it cannot draw out its inherent power. Sacred sword activation available. Additional effects when using the sacred sword activation skill. Divine wave skill always applied. Flame of healing skill can be used once. Sacred sword reuse cooldown, 168 hours. Sacred sword activation duration, 3 minutes. Multicolored flames enveloped the room. Flames of colors similar to those of a parrot. Now that a week has passed since the cooldown period, I summoned the sacred sword for a simple experiment. Sacred sword activation. Whoosh dash. Wings of light formed on my back along with an angel's halo. I struggled to move the wings. About a minute had passed when my body slightly lifted off the ground. I see how it needs to be moved. I wanted to fly higher, but I decided to be satisfied with this for today, because I needed to conduct the next experiment. I pulled out the sword at my waist and held it in reverse. And then, thrust, arg. The sword pierced through my right thigh. Unable to bear the pain, I roughly pulled out the sword, and dark red blood began to gush out. FL, flame of healing. Multicolored flames wrapped around my thigh, and the wound healed in an instant. I hit it a few times, but there was no pain. It had healed perfectly. Because of the demon's blood skill, I receive a 50% penalty to effects of the Holy Series. Yet it still showed such healing power. Flame of healing. Could it be a skill comparable to perfect healing? It means a skill capable of complete healing. Of course, I couldn't be certain. More experimentation was needed. Now, on to the next experiment. I guess I can't use Divine Wave. It would be a disaster if it ended up destroying the dormitory. I was examining the sacred sword when, whoosh dash, the multicolored flames disappeared, and the room was enveloped in darkness. The sacred sword Artana also lost its light and returned to its ordinary hilt form. The experiment ended in the blink of an eye, but it wasn't without its findings. The duration of the sacred sword is about 3 minutes too. The activation skill and the duration are the same. That means I can use the sacred sword activation skill as soon as I draw the sword. One might think the capabilities of the sacred sword aren't that great, but it's actually the opposite. Why, you ask? Currently, this sacred sword is graded F, but it's the sacred sword that has remained in its place the longest among the 9 sacred swords. For such a sacred sword to be graded F, it's nonsensical. It must be because of my lack of power. The phrase is due to insufficient recovery time. Its full power could not awaken and only a part of the sacred sword's power is available. It meant it was a growth-type weapon. You know, like those items in games that grow as you gain experience or encounter special events. That's what this is. There are growth-type weapons in Hero of the Academy too, and one of them is now in my hands. The problem is that I don't know the conditions. In this game, growth-type weapons each had different conditions for growth. It could be levels, items, killing demons, or even human blood. I don't know what conditions Artana needs to satisfy since it's the first time. It wouldn't be human blood. It is called a sacred sword, after all. And it's alright not to satisfy the conditions. Growth-type weapons can reach up to grade C just by leveling up. Artana would be no different. Meaning, reaching grade C is guaranteed. If it shows this much dignity as an F grade, what about C grade, or even reaching A or S grade? It would undoubtedly show a dignity comparable to a hero. I've obtained a cheat item. I have Parrot and Luterus to thank for this. Thus, this sacred sword is a cheat item. But it's not without its problems. It's too conspicuous. The multicolored flames, but most importantly, the angel's wings and halo are the biggest issues. If people notice, it would immediately be reported to the Holy Kingdom, and they would kindly escort me. And then, they'd probably kill me after torture. Not only does an unworthy person dare to claim to be a hero, but they also use a sacred sword made by the Holy Kingdom. It's the perfect reason to be burned at the stake. The reason for death? Not only because of unworthiness, but to reclaim their sacred sword. It's understandable. Time, manpower, holy power, sacred artifacts, money, etc. A massive amount of resources are invested in creating a sacred sword. That's probably why no country stopped them from capturing those who used the sacred sword, because they are well aware of the Holy Kingdom's efforts and hardships in making a sacred sword. To summarize, it's good to have obtained the sacred sword, but caution is needed when using it. It seemed like a good place to conclude today's experiment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's already been a week since Lucia and I started training together. 2 problems have come our way. 0, what time is it now? Keek, it's 3 p.m. Ugh, where the heck did Lucia go? At novel been at. Luna stomped her feet in frustration. Lucia, who was supposed to watch over our training, was only sleeping in the training ground. And today, she didn't even show her face. By now, even Luna started to express her dissatisfaction. If you're going to watch, at least do it properly. Just looking once and then. It was a long wait for Luna. Initially, she thought it was because of her inadequacy, but she realized Lucia lacked motivation. Even Luna, who isn't very perceptive, could tell how Lucia had been slacking off, so it goes without saying. Grumbling dash. Of course, it wasn't all play. Luna and Rez's stats have increased by 2 to 3 points. As for me, there couldn't possibly be any change. I'm a player, after all. I have the privilege of having all my stats increase by 1 every time I level up, so I don't particularly have any complaints. Lucia, how should I deal with this woman? All I did for a week was swing my sword as if dancing and verify the sacred sword. Those were the only 2 things. At this point, even I was starting to get anxious. There was the quest to be recognized by Lucia, but shouldn't I be able to grow with even a bit of her teaching? I might just waste an entire month like this. Lucia's slacking off and the halted growth due to hitting a wall. This was the first problem that had arisen for us. And then, ouch. Rez, are you okay? I am fine. Ju just developed a blister yesterday. Why is it so big? I told you to take it easy, didn't I? It's okay. The pufferfish rabbit had reached its limit. This was our second problem. Initially, I thought she only needed to do shooting training, but it turned out to be impossible. A minimum amount of physical strength was required to handle the heavy magic gun. She needs to raise the agility stat as well. In the build for Spear Rez, the most important aspects were agility and magic power. Because it was an old game, for shooters, agility had a significant impact on damage. Hence, Rez often did physical training whenever her mana ran low. Was it because it was her first time training, or because the training was so rigorous? Currently, Rez was in a broken state all over. But, Keek, please wait a moment. I approached Rez with a knife in hand. Don't get me wrong. It was a very sweet gesture to burst the blister and then apply a potion. Since we've repeated this process several times already, there shouldn't be any issue. It was when I was approaching Rez that Luna blocked my way. Keek, does Miss Luna also have a blister? That's enough. Rez deserves a rest. It's only been a week. Besides, we take breaks in the morning and evening, don't we? Think about the other person's physical condition. Rez isn't used to training. Just let her rest today and tomorrow. Luna was quite firm. She wasn't going to be swayed by threats like last time. Honestly, I also wanted to give her a rest. I've seen Rez's efforts over the week. But somewhere deep down, anxiety bubbled up. Keek, then we should ask her directly. What? We'll ask Miss Rez directly. Whether to continue training or take a rest. After all, she knows her own physical condition best, doesn't she? Are you serious with that? Luna gritted her teeth. I turned to Rez, who was sitting helplessly, and said, Miss Rez, if you want to rest, just say so. I'll let you rest right away. That's not encouragement? That's blackmail. Not at all. It's a very sweet suggestion. Rez would think so too. That was when Luna and I were facing off. Beep dash, beep beep dash. Bullying is a reason for demerit. No, a threat to kill is a reason for expulsion. It's Rodin. Today, too, she entered the training ground with her uniform at a sharp angle, blowing a whistle. Wait, a threat to kill? Did a murderer appear? Not a murderer, but someone who might become one is right in front of me. Rodin scrutinized me from head to toe. Could she be talking about the knife in my hand? That's unfair. I only drew it to pop the blister. Keek, that couldn't be. Anyone can see we're getting along well. It looks more like a crime scene to anyone else. Is that so? Just holding a knife and I'm treated like a criminal. That's unfair. Right, Luna? Senior? Please arrest this criminal right away, just for a day or two. With that, Luna, holding Rez's wrist, disappeared outside the training ground, turning me into a criminal and running away. What kind of situation is this? Rodin chuckled as she watched their retreating backs. I see. What do you think, criminal? To have a criminal right in front of you and do nothing. Aren't you being too careless? Are you asking to be treated as a criminal? Then I have no choice but to arrest you. Do as you please. I put away the knife and extended my hands. Rodin's eyes widened. That's strange. Yes. If it were the usual 0, he would have easily countered this. Did I do that? Always relaxed, sometimes sly, and perverted. Isn't that 0? But today, it's strange. You seem anxious. Somewhere in the middle, there seems to be a strange modifier attached. Is it my imagination? No, more importantly, I seem anxious. That might be true. Recently, I've been receiving stress instead of relieving it. Mischievous Luna, pufferfish rabbit Rez, Lucia who only sleeps and scratches her belly, and now the quest. It's no wonder I'm getting anxious. I might waste an entire month. But to show that, what a fool. It seemed like I needed to relieve some stress. And the best way to relieve stress, of course, is to tease, no, to cherish Rodin. That's the best method. TL notes looking as if deep in thought, I gazed up at the sky and said, I seem anxious. Perhaps that might be the case. My eyes, filled with melancholy, were a bonus. It's hard to see because of my slit eyes. As expected. I knew it. Is there something bothering you? Feel free to open up to this senior. Rodin spoke with confidence, as if to say she was the only one to be trusted. Could it be that solving the junior's worries is also part of a senior's duties? Well, she wouldn't have been able to resist helping. After all, I'm Rodin's particularly cherished, adorable, junior. Keek, lately, I've been blocked by a wall. Because of that, I've been tormenting myself and my colleagues. Is that so? I can't just stand by as your senior. I'll help you out. Rodin headed towards the weapons display at the training ground. After a moment, she returned with a large club in her hand. What? Is she planning to knock some sense into me by beating me up? Through sparring, you'll gain enlightenment. A light session of about 3 hours should do. Since when is 3 hours considered light by any standard? And to me, sparring meant nothing short of getting beaten up. There's not only a difference in levels, but I don't even know the basics of swordsmanship. I was perfectly set up to be beaten up. Keek, isn't the vice president of the student council busy? I cannot waste such a person's time. It doesn't really matter to me. It does matter to me. And it's a matter directly related to my life. Then what to do? How about waterfall meditation? Meditating under a waterfall should wash away anxieties like them. You'll be able to feel the mana of nature too. Waterfall meditation? Isn't that something old people do? That was the moment I became curious about Rodin's mental age at novel bin at. Keek, that sounds good, but there's a much simpler way to relieve my anxiety. What would that be? I need your help. Will you listen? Rodin twitched. If it's something that can help a junior, of course, I should. But no weird requests. Was she recalling all that had happened till now? Rodin firmly said. What does she mean by weird requests? What does she take me for? I'm not some pervert. Keek, don't worry. It's a perfectly normal request. Then, speak. I'll help as much as I can. Keek, that's what I like about our Rodin, she's unwittingly careless. Taking a step forward towards Rodin. Isn't there something we need to settle between us? Settle what? Yes, about what happened after the battle with the demon. It got brushed aside because of the nanny's arrival. But you had promised to heed my earnest request. I don't quite remember. Keek, think of the word bond. Does that ring a bell? After a moment of thought, Rodin's eyes widened. Yo, you don't mean. Unfortunately, that's exactly what I mean. The time I was about to make a contract with a demon to protect the children. Rodin, who scolded me to never do such reckless things again. I had requested stroking as a payment for that. If such an event were to occur again, I would remember the sensation of stroking Rodin's head as she resisted, along with some nonsensical talk. You don't understand what I'm talking about just by hearing it? You would understand the situation if you checked it directly. Well, it's probably around episode 115 of the novel, isn't it? TL note, yes, the author is breaking the fourth wall. I couldn't succeed back then because of the nanny's interruption. But this time, I will surely succeed. In summary, a nonsensical logic to secure what's known as a stroking coupon. And I intend to use it now. Well, I have no idea what Zero is talking about. Rodin desperately avoided my gaze. She's pretending not to remember. That could be considered very cheeky. Keek, you don't remember? Then, there's no choice but to recreate that situation. Recreate. Yes, if we recreate the same situation, you'll remember. Very clearly? As I took a step forward, Rodin hesitantly stepped back. Step forward, step back, step forward, step back. Repeating this process naturally cornered Rodin against the wall. Confused, Rodin was trapped by my arms. A perfect wall slam situation. Just like back then. Not knowing what to do, Rodin hung her head low. Keek, do you remember now? Yes, I remember. So stop. Rodin's cheeks were flushed red. Was she unsure where to direct her gaze? She moved her eyes here and there, trying to avoid mine. Of course, by tilting my head slightly, I made it impossible for her to avoid further. Now it's time for you to keep your promise. No, it's not right. Even back then, but how can such an act help Zero in any way? Desperately trying to regain her composure, she logically objected. But that's okay. I'll counter illogically. This is a very important matter that can solve my worries in one go. How can stroking my head solve your worries? Didn't I tell you last time? Bond. If it proves the bond with you, then worries like anxiety will melt away like snow. Ugh. Not just that. It will also give me the confidence to form bonds with Luna and Rez. But surely, I whispered into the burning red ears of Rodin, bringing my head closer. You wouldn't refuse, right? As I slightly pulled back my face, Rodin was already in a state of surrender. Her eyes were spinning. Rodin turned her head sideways and muttered. Just this once, then. As soon as I got the permission, I reached out my hand. Because who knows, the nanny might attack again. Stroking. The hair, dark as the night sky, swayed back and forth under my hand. It was surprisingly soft. Every time I stroked her hair, a pleasant scent wafted through the air. Of course, the most amusing part is Rodin's expression. The situation is unbearably embarrassing, but she's enduring it for the sake of her junior. Seeing her unable to do anything with her face turning bright red, a smile naturally forms on my face. It's like looking at a child. It would be nice if she showed this side of herself more often. Rodin is only 16. It's an age where it wouldn't be odd for her to be freely laughing and playing with friends. However, all of Rodin's attention is directed towards the duties of the vice president of the student council. The student council itself, her studies, demons, and her family. It's as if she has no time for herself. She should act a bit more like a child. Knowing that only a thorny path lies ahead for Rodin, that she's heading towards a sad ending all by herself, made me feel even more concerned. Perhaps that's why. Seeing the childlike side of Rodin made me wish, I hope this time can be a little break for Rodin. Stroking. Meaning, what I'm doing now isn't some perverse action for my own satisfaction. It's all for Rodin. Absolutely, exactly. Stop now. Perhaps she couldn't endure it any longer. Rodin pushed me away. It's a bit disappointing, but I decided to be satisfied for today. There will be another opportunity next time. The first time is always the hardest. The second time will be easier than now, and the third even more so. Stress, completely gone. As I was fidgeting with my hand, recalling Rodin's touch and expression, Rodin, having tidied up her hair and clothes, approached. Has your anxiety lessened a bit? Keek, if there's still some left, may I stroke you again? You're back to normal. No, should I say you've returned to abnormality as if it's normal? I'm not sure. Dylan, what are you talking about? It's as if you're saying I was abnormal from the start. People will misunderstand. Anyway, it's good that it's resolved. I hope you reconcile with Luna and Rez as well. Speaking of which, the prickly cat and the puffer rabbit ran away. Well, it's understandable. They were forced to train even when they were completely exhausted. This is all because of that damn Lucia. After the attack by the 4th grade demon by News, Lucia stayed at the academy for a month to guide the children, a hidden piece of Lucia. Having the opportunity to be taught by a high knight was one thing, but the quest increased their desperation. But look at the situation now. Not only the quest but they hadn't even learned how to hold a sword properly. Especially since she was always in sight, it was to the point of being burnt out. And the stress that built up was taken out on Luna and Rez. I thought Lucia would be moved by our hard training and decide to guide us. It seemed like such a moving development was unlikely to happen. We're only in the early chapters of the 2nd volume. I thought it would be an easy condition. Was it the opposite? Certainly, it wasn't a typical hidden piece. A linked hidden piece starting from a fragment of a demon. Moreover, it was activated only after fighting the 4th grade demon by News. A hidden piece of a hidden piece of a hidden piece. It would be more surprising if Lucia easily taught us. Then, I need to find another way. Lucia's hidden piece, something I've never experienced in the game. Lacking too many pieces of the puzzle, I had no clue how to proceed. In such cases, as expected. Do you know about the Lester family, Senior? Gathering information is essential. Rodin, after a moment of thought, opened her mouth. The Lester family? It was a distinguished family. Although we had little interaction because they were so reclusive. I narrowed my eyes slightly, lost in thought, because Rodin's reaction was different from what I expected. Justice, faith, the sword, and shield that protect the Emperor. That's the lucid family to which Rodin belongs. Moreover, Rodin is known for her upright character. Normally, if a traitorous family is mentioned, it would be natural for her to burst into flames. But this reaction? You're not angry? Considering it's a traitorous family. There were many dubious aspects to that incident. Dubious aspects. As I mentioned, the Lester family was outstanding, but too reclusive. They weren't a family flexible enough to build power. A rebellion by the Lester family alone? Physically impossible. Meaning, they didn't have the influence to incite a rebellion. Overthrowing a powerful empire with just one family isn't possible. There are several other issues, but I don't know them in detail. It wasn't information I was allowed to have at the time. The Lucid family judged that the Lester family couldn't have done it. Internally, that's the conclusion. The evidence found recently. Rodin raised her hand and covered her mouth. A member of the Lucid family, one of the pillars of the empire, defending a traitorous family. An action that shouldn't be done even in an unofficial setting. Forget what I just said. It's merely a personal opinion, after all. Keek, for a personal opinion, it seemed quite emotional. Including the internally part. Zero must have heard wrong. Spreading rumors will only lead to punishment, won't it? I see. The noble Rodin is threatening me? Such a cute way of threatening. A threat I can't endure without stroking. It was when I slightly extended my hand. A flash appeared in front of my eyes. Thwack. Rodin's fist was already touching my forehead. She gave me a flick on the forehead. I'll give you a demerit point. Keek, for what reason? For attempting to deceive a senior. Rodin stuck her tongue out slightly and fled the training ground as if running away. Did the senior just stick her tongue out at her junior? I firmly resolved in my heart. Next time, I have to tease her more fun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alone in the practice field, I was diligently swinging my sword. That's not how you do swordsmanship. Rodin's sister, and one of the Empire's 10 swords. The source of my stress. Lucia appeared before me, as evening approached. Where are the others? Keek, they went to rest. They got minor injuries. Injuries? The kids these days. Back in my day even if an arm fell off, we kept fighting. Lucia's lecture like an old fogey. The stress that had dropped to 0 because of Rodin shot back up to 100. Let's stay calm. I calmed my mind. After the conversation with Rodin, I decided to change the strategy. Would you like to make a bet with me? A bet? Yes, if I manage to surprise you, then you'll agree to guide us. And if you fail, I won't report to Miss Rodin that you're slacking off here. If she finds out Lucia is loafing around here, Rodin will be furious. Maybe realizing she was at a disadvantage, Lucia clicked her tongue. It's a bet I can't refuse, isn't it? You're quite cunning. Cunning? Where else would you find someone as pure as me? Fine, it's impossible to surprise me anyway. Keek, is that so? Yes, yes. Of course. Lucia yawned with her mouth wide open. She looked like a sick lion. Ignoring her, I assumed the stance. Leaning forward slightly, I charged, accelerating with a large step forward in an instant. The left knee slightly bent, matching the scabbard set at a right angle. Explosive rotation of the ankle and wrist. The angle of the wrist drawing the sword. Yes, this is it. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Boom. One flash collided with the training ground wall, causing a loud noise, meaning Lucia had dodged. The moment I tried to look for Lucia, zing! Lucia appeared in front of me, crossing swords. You. What exactly are you? The sick lion was nowhere to be seen. Now, the look in Lucia's eyes was that of a lion with its prey in sight. In a quiet park, Luna, having bought a drink from a snack bar, sighed deeply. It was one thing to escape from Zero's grasp. The problem was the aftermath. What kind of price would that perverse guy demand? Luna had no clue. Forget it. It'll work out somehow. Zero's anger not subsiding? If she struck a deadly sexy pose, he'd probably melt away, finding it cute. It's a shame to show him such a pose, but there's no helping it. In truth, Luna's greatest weapon was her cuteness. The sexy pose would only backfire, but she was completely oblivious to that. Rez, sitting on a bench, entered Luna's field of vision. Perhaps because she wasn't hiding in a box, she was constantly looking around, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. Finally, noticing Luna, Rez waved her hand with a bright smile. Whoosh dash. Luna threw the can of drink she had towards Rez. Then, clang! Luna couldn't help but be startled. The drink, following a parabola, had hit Rez squarely on the forehead. What? She can't catch that. The can of drink flew as slowly as a bird, performing 5 aerial flips before flying away. Despite attempting to catch it with both hands raised, she missed. Her reaction speed was disastrously slow. Rez, are you okay? Luna rushed to Rez, who had collapsed to the side. I'm fine. Sorry. I shouldn't have thrown it. No, it's not that. It's my fault for being inadequate. No, you're not inadequate at all. You're more amazing than you think. Luna. Rez choked up. She was moved to be told that she was an amazing child. It was the first time she had ever heard such words, and she couldn't help but be touched. Is the training too hard? Rez slightly nodded. She couldn't deny it, given the situation. There was shooting training, physical training, and from yesterday, strength training had started. The training added by Zero was to build shoulders that could withstand the recoil of overcharge. Why can't he understand that such a schedule is too much for someone new to training? Nod. He should tailor the training schedule to the person. The training is too much for someone as fragile as you. Nod. He could gradually increase the training volume instead of mindlessly increasing it as if being chased by something. Nod. That level of training should have started next week. He still has a long way to go, I tell you. So, starting next week, she was expected to handle that level of schedule? That can't be right. Such training was only manageable for monsters. For someone herbivorous like herself, it was too much. Rez firmly believed so. Even if such a day came, Luna would protect her. Anyway, don't be too scared. I'll adjust the training volume for you. The feeling of fear. Indeed, it was the emotion Rez had been constantly feeling recently. But it wasn't just because of the training. That's true, but I'm scared of Zero as well. And Rez shuddered. If she revealed the real reason she feared Zero, Luna might distance herself from her. So, she desperately thought of another reason. I'm worried that I might be intruding too much on a couple's relationship. Huh? What do you mean? A couple? Who's in a relationship? Who, you ask? Obviously. Rez looked straight at Luna. By now, even Luna, who was oblivious, had to notice. After all, there were only 3 in their group. That's not it. Zero and I are just close friends. Luna waved her hands as if to deny it. Real. Rez's mind couldn't help but become more confused. Distance, behavior, conversation, physical contact. To anyone, it would seem like they were in a relationship. Recently, Zero's irritation seemed to stem from Rez interrupting their alone time. Isn't that too close for just friends? Huh? Isn't this normal among friends? Eating together, playing, resting, and even sleeping together. Luna counted on her fingers as she said that. Rez was shocked. Friends sleep together? Luna, you're surprisingly open-minded. Is that so? I thought this was pretty standard. Wow, what a modern woman. A halo seemed to shine behind Luna. Facing Luna's confident demeanor, Rez had no choice but to shield her eyes. Yet, the halo piercing through made Rez panic. Can I ask you just one thing? Yes. Anything, I'll answer. The sudden question didn't faze Rez. She was ready to answer anything for her friend Luna. Even something as secretive as the best way to grow carrots. But Rez was bound to be flustered. Wouldn't the possibility of us being a couple not be a reason to fear Zero? I'd like to know the real reason. That way, I can help. Luna went straight to the point. It was natural for Rez, who had been caught lying, to be flustered. Lying to a friend and getting caught. She must be disappointed. But even then, Rez couldn't tell the real reason. Doing so would truly lose Luna as a friend. It's because he received a demon's curse. A demon's curse. A matter so severe that the Empire had laws strictly governing it. Although it's called a demon's curse, it's essentially a deal. A promise that binds both parties, not a contract where one or both sides gain, but where both must uphold or act upon certain terms. That's the true nature of what's called a demon's curse. Depending on the situation, it's common to either bind or kill after confirming the contents of the curse. It's a contract that binds both parties, which could weaken the power of the demon side depending on the content. The problem is the binding part. In the majority of cases, it leads to execution. Given the potential to weaken the power of demons, a demon's curse is a top priority for reporting. If Rez had been even slightly more proactive, she would have already reported it. Of course, even if a report had been made, Zero would have brazenly dismissed it. The hero of the Academy consists of 8 episodes, and there are also 8 hidden bosses that Zero needs to defeat. About 2 to 3 times a year. To prove Zero has received a demon's curse, one must wait for the moment a hidden portal opens, which is a difficult task for an investigator who doesn't know the date. Although a demon's curse is a serious matter, it's impossible to always have a monitor on it. Even the reporter is a student, and the suspect of receiving a demon's curse is also a student. It's highly likely to be dismissed as a simple prank or envy and jealousy towards a superior child. Of course, Rez had no intention of reporting it. Doing so would harm Luna, who was by Zero's side at novel bin at. Anyway, the real reason I fear Zero isn't because of the demon's curse. Rez cautiously gauged Luna's reaction, wondering if she would declare cutting ties with her for insulting her friend Zero. It was then that Rez was trembling. What? It was that? Well, don't worry too much about it. A demon's curse is nothing big. While Luna was not angry, Rez couldn't be entirely happy. As expected, Luna is completely unaware that there is a more serious issue than a demon's curse with Zero. Rez fidgeted with her fingers. Should she speak up? But she didn't want to be disliked by Luna. Right, let's not say anything. Luna will realize it soon enough. Just wait until she realizes it herself. That's all she needs to endure until then. Don't distance yourself too much. Despite appearances, he's a warm-hearted guy. Luna, how long will you be with Zero? Until the end of the first year? Only until graduation from the academy? Or at least until finding a job would be nice. It might be a bit long, but with her support, it should be manageable. Of course, for a lifetime. That's what friends are for, right? A lifetime? To think of spending a lifetime with that kind of person? Finally, Rez pulled the trigger. The bullet she had hidden inside. Rez revealed the real reason she feared Zero. You shouldn't be with that person. Why? I can tell. That person is going to cause a disaster. A huge one at that. Rez's family, the Lucia family. An ordinary family from the barren lands of the south. The one peculiar thing is, they have a sensory ability to perceive impending danger. The Lucia family members have an exceptional sense for survival. It's solely on that sense they have survived until now. Of course, their title is low because they prioritize safety too much, but the family has maintained for hundreds of years, proving that their sense is real. From the first day she saw Zero, that unique sense warned of danger. From the very moment she got involved with that thing. A life closer to death than to living. It's all over. Rez clenched her eyes shut. Criticizing Luna's cherished friend. She was sure to be hated. Maybe Luna would leave her just like that. But even knowing that, she gathered her courage. Because she wanted to save Luna. It was when Rez was waiting for her sentence with her eyes closed. So it was that. Well, that makes sense. Yes, I know too. That Zero is hiding something, that someday he'll be involved in a big incident. And that his life could be in danger. I'm well aware of it. Then why? Because he's my friend. Luna remembers. During the fight with the demon Bainyuz, she practically did nothing. Zero's sacrifice to save her. She still clearly remembers him smiling faintly at her while holding the demon's pen. All Luna could do then was scream. The pain as if her entrails were being torn apart. She didn't want to experience that ever again. That's why I'm training. She thought she had become stronger. But she hadn't. During the ordeal with the demon's shard, the duel with Dake, and the time with Bainyuz, she was weak. Always relying on Zero's help. How long has it been since I lost Parrot? She almost lost Zero as well. Never again. Luna didn't want to experience that again. Watching Luna, Rez thought. Luna is truly amazing. Knowing the danger ahead, knowing she has to walk towards death, yet she chooses to stay by her friend's side. That's something she could never do. Yes. Luna is amazing. I can't do that. Don't worry too much. You're in a state where you can leave anytime you want. And Luna continued with a bright smile. I'll save you too. Why would you save someone like me? Because we're friends. Do I need a reason? Friends. To risk one's life for such a simple word. Rez finally realized. The one who hadn't regarded Luna as a friend until now was herself. Luna was ready to give everything for her, but she was only worried about being cut off. A real friend wouldn't need to worry about such things. You can quit anytime you want. It won't change our relationship. I see. Even if we part here, we'll still be friends. Rez was finally able to sort out her thoughts. Zero is scary, and the training is so hard she wants to give up right away. Let's endure just a little longer. It's a way of repaying Luna for her trust in me, and it's what friends do. Looks like we've sorted everything out. Let's head back. There was no need to ask where they needed to return to. He's definitely whining about me being gone by now, right? Well, let's forgive him this time. We should be generous, right? Luna stretched in front of her, and Rez became lost in thought watching her. Could she do it too? The place Luna says she must return to someday. A friend and a place of rest. Let's go. Luna smiled and reached out her hand, and Rez cautiously extended her hand to grasp hers. I don't know how it'll turn out, but not being lovers might actually be better. Their clasped hands. Rez resolved with all her might in that grip. From the rogue's grip, I'll definitely save Luna. Thus, another small misunderstanding continued to build. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Screech squeak dash. Behind the crossed swords, Lucia's eyes shone menacingly. Using one flash all of a sudden. You really surprised me. Keek, then I've won the bet. The bet was that if Lucia got surprised, she would guide us. Perhaps remembering that bet, Lucia murmured. No way, I was just saying that. I wasn't surprised at all. Lucia shamelessly changed her story. I sneakily opened the quest window to check if her words were true. Lucia de Lucid's acknowledgement, 0/1. Surprising Lucia de Lucid, 0/1. There was no change. It meant she really wasn't surprised. Was she expecting this? In a way, it was expected. The remnants of one flash left from the fight with the demon baigneurs. The only suspects were me and Luna, so it was naturally within the expected range. If only Luna had been a bit stronger, the suspicion might have fallen on her. Always our Luna causing trouble. Keek, changing your words like that, even though you're the hero of the Empire. How disgraceful. Isn't there something more important right now? Shall we see how long your arrogance lasts? Squeak squeak. The crossed swords screamed out. Yes, I know. Lucia is giving me a lot of leeway right now, but it's within my expectations too. I still had one more move left. A trump card that would inevitably surprise Lucia. It's surprising that someone from the traitor's family is still alive. Keek, I was quite surprised myself. To think I survived a strike from Lady Lucia. Maybe I was stronger than I thought. Indeed, just like a descendant of a family that fell from grace due to their greed. Completely copying their arrogant demeanor. Keek, usually, this is what they call skill. Was it because I responded so nonchalantly to the provocative comment? Lucia's eyebrows twitched slightly. The reason I didn't react to her provocation was simple. What Lucia was doing. It's just a cheap trick to elicit a reaction from me. If she spoke ill of the Lester family, I would show some reaction. And she would use that reaction to deduce who I am. But instead of showing any reaction, sliding over the topic smoothly, it must have complicated Lucia's thoughts. Guessing I'm a descendant of the Lester family is as far as she can go. Karen's prediction was no different. He initially guessed I was a bastard of the Lester family. That means the Lester family was very secretive. Only someone from the Lester family could learn one flash. Karen and Lucia's reactions proved it. The Lester family being secretive gives me a significant advantage. Not having information means it's easy to deceive. Clang! Lucia's sword tip was pointed at my throat. I couldn't even react. Lucia was too quick. She tilted her head slightly. What's this? You can't even react to this. Keek, did you think I was just letting you off? Being so composed even when your neck is on the line. Shall we see if you remain composed after your head is cut off? Squeeze dash. A slight sting followed by something hot flowing down my blood. Keek, that would be a bit troublesome. I have many things to do. My neck could be severed at any moment. But I remained unfazed. Not just because of the mental defense skill. I should have had fewer enemies aiming for my neck. Starting with Luna, to Rodin, Karen, and now Lucia. My neck had become too much of a target. What did it do to deserve such a cruel fate? Squeeze dash. But I couldn't just shout that out. Lucia held my life in her hands, after all. Before I kill you, let me ask you one thing. So, it's confirmed. I'm going to die? I'm not even surprised anymore. Why did you suddenly use one flash? If you had hidden it, you could have extended your life, albeit slightly. Oh, were you trying to eliminate me? If that's the case, I must commend your confidence. Lucia was right. Being associated with the traitorous Lester family and using one flash, it would not be strange if my neck was severed immediately. Yet, I boldly used one flash for a good reason. It was strange from the beginning. Staying at the academy for a month under the pretext of teaching the kids, searching for someone who used one flash. The strangeness doesn't end there. I never heard from Karen that he saw traces of one flash. Karen, a member of the investigative team. I never heard from him that he saw traces of one flash, meaning, someone erased the traces of one flash before the investigative team arrived. And that someone was likely Lucia or the nanny. The odds were high it was one of them. The Lucid family is trying to restore the Lester family's honor. So, the chances it was Lucia are over 90%. Of course, it could have been the nanny. Both were possible. But I could sense that the likelihood was more on Lucia's side. That's why I used one flash. I had gathered information from various sources that the Lucid family was favorable towards the Lester family. It was a gamble worth taking. The only problem was that I didn't know why Lucia was looking for a child who used one flash. Anyway, the gamble paid off. That's what matters. The fact that Lucia was engaging in a conversation with me was proof. If she had harbored bad feelings towards the Lester family, she would have knocked me down and reported me to the Emperor immediately. Meaning, Lucia was looking for someone from the Lester family for some reason. to figure out that reason, first. Grrrrrr. Although calming down an angry lion seemed urgent, why they were so hostile towards me was beyond understanding. I was truly aggrieved. Keek, it's not like I could kill Lady Lucia. I revealed myself because it seemed you were desperately looking for me. I was looking for you. Weren't you looking for someone who used one flash? So you've decided not to hide anymore? Well, the moment you used one flash in front of me, it was over. Perhaps satisfied with the answer, Lucia slightly withdrew her sword at novel bin at. Keek, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zero, the rat of the Lester family. I bowed slightly, placing my right hand on my chest in a polite gesture. The rat of the Lester family. Yes, that's correct. I responded with a broad smile. Was it my imagination, or did her suspicion seem to deepen? Well, saying I'm the rat of the Lester family probably contributed to that. My smile wasn't ominous in any way. Starting your lies again? There's no such person in the Lester family. Keek, there's always an exception. I am that proof. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use one flash. The conversation continued with questions I could easily navigate. Similar to the story I had told Karen in the anthill. Lucia had no choice but to accept my words. After all, even Karen was deceived by that lie. You dreamed of being the Lester family's rat but failed. So, your purpose is revenge against those who brought down the Lester family. Well, that was the original plan, but now there's one more thing. What's that? What? Obviously. Keek, it's a secret. I said that, placing my index finger on my lips. Then, thwack. You're pushing it. Am I your friend? Lucia smacked my head. The sword that had been pointed at me was now sheathed. Has she realized I'm not an enemy and thus sheathed her weapon? But what's with hitting my head? My handsome face might get squashed. It might already be squashed. The hit area was insisting so. My face is squished right now. Well, fine. I don't really want to know anyway. She truly seemed uninterested. This is problematic. I still have things I'm curious about. Now it's your turn, Lady Lucia. What's the reason you've been desperately searching for me? Honor restoration. Pardon. I wanted to restore the honor of the Lester family. That's all. In a way, it was expected. The noble Lucid family. Not one to simply watch an innocent person suffer, let alone a family that has protected the empire for centuries like the Lester family, be falsely accused. She must have wanted to restore their honor by any means. TCH, so you're not a descendant then? A descendant? Yes, what's the use of restoring honor if there's no heir left? It's a great loss for the empire that such a noble family just disappears. Lucia scratched her head, genuinely seeming regretful. Maybe I can use this. The thought that I might be able to exploit this crossed my mind. What if they are alive? What? If a descendant of the Lester family is alive, and I know of their existence, what would you do? What would I do? Protect them, of course. Until the Lester family's honor is restored. Did she sense something odd? Lucia's eyebrows twitched. Besides, you talk as if it's real. Keek, yes. I know. Let's make a deal. A deal. Yes. If you guide us for the remaining 3 weeks, I will reveal to you the sole survivor of the Lester family, exchanging the existence of Luna for teachings. A quest to gain Lucia's recognition and surprise her? If luck is on my side, I might even manage to accomplish it. Well, I'm half resigned anyway. About a minute passed. Lucia slowly opened her mouth. She was, after all, going to accept my deal. I don't want to. She didn't accept it. This was somewhat unexpected. Keek, why not? There's no guarantee that everything you've told me is true, for starters. Lucia's eyes glinted coldly. A deal with someone full of secrets and suspicious. No, I don't want to get involved with someone like you. I know from experience it won't end well. These darn Slit-Eyes are the problem, tainting my pure intention of using Luna as a bargaining chip to receive teachings. Well, now that I know they're alive, that's enough. I'll find them. Lucia walked towards the training grounds door, meaning she's achieved her purpose and is leaving. This is problematic. Not leaving the training ground, but she might have to leave the academy. Lucia's decision to stay at the academy for a month was entirely to find the user of one flash. Now that she's achieved her goal, it wouldn't be strange if she left tomorrow. I had to find a way to keep her here. That would be troublesome. That might be troublesome for you. But it's not my problem, is it? Keek, that's not it. If you leave just like that, it won't be troublesome for me, Lady Lucia. I subtly used the eye-opening skill as I spoke. Atmosphere is important in such matters. It means it will be troublesome for you. Stop dash. She paused at the door, then turned to look at me. What do you mean? Perhaps sensing the unusual atmosphere, Lucia's body exuded a strong presence. Like a lion. The use of you and the almost threatening tone. Though she was expressing her anger with her whole body, I wasn't affected at all. The cheat-level mental defense skill was protecting me. I slowly walked towards Lucia, taking my time. Yet, Lucia waited for me in silence. It's a simple matter. Let's make a deal. Ha, didn't I say it before? I have no reason to make a deal with you. If we, the Lucid family, can't find the child you mentioned, who can? She had a point. The Lucid family is a noble aristocratic family, one of the Empire's 8 pillars. With a hint, they'll find Luna one way or another. From Lucia's perspective, there's no reason to make a deal with me. The scales of the deal. On Lucia's side is the weight named teachings, and on my side, the weight named the descendant of the Lester family. but the scale is tilted towards Lucia. For the deal to happen, the scales need to be at least balanced, if not heavier on my side. Meaning, what I need to do now is add more weight to the scale. To tip the scale entirely in my favor, I need to add a weight that Lucia can't ignore. Keek, currently, the Lucid family is under a curse from a demon, right? The weight named Demon's Curse. A weight so heavy that the scales didn't just tip in my favor, they completely collapsed. Our family is cursed by a demon? Seriously, it never ends. Lucia twirled her pinky around her ear, as if there was no longer anything worth listening to laugh off and dismiss as nonsense the revelation of a secret that could ruin their family, especially one that the family had desperately tried to conceal. So, this is what being the eldest of the Lucid family is like. She seemed utterly unconcerned. Could it be that experience is indeed something that cannot be ignored? Is this the charm of someone older? If that's the case, it might be somewhat appealing. Well, that's not what's important right now. Lucia appeared unfazed on the surface, but inside, she must be incredibly tense. After all, the fact that the Lucid family is under a demon's curse is undeniable. Moreover, a demon's curse is essentially no different from a deal. When demons confront humans, they propose two main things. Dealing with a demon and a demon's curse are exactly those, with the former being a type of transaction that benefits the individual privately. Such acts are considered grave sins, deserving of immediate execution. On the other hand, a demon's curse is not a contract where one or both parties benefit, but rather a promise that binds both sides to keep or perform certain actions. Contracts that can weaken the power of a demon depending on the circumstances are not considered grave sins. However, this only applies if reported beforehand. The Lucid family has obviously not disclosed this fact. Even as a distinguished family, they are likely to face execution-like punishments. No, being a distinguished family might actually make the punishment worse. Hence the extreme anxiety. As I kept silent, as if to prove my point, Lucia spoke up. Even if you're dying to teach me something, that joke went too far. Keek, to dismiss the truth as a joke. Isn't that too harsh on your part, Lady Lucia? That might be true. Your confidence looks good on you. Well, then. Let's hear it. Why do you think our family is under a demon's curse? Lucia let out a faint laugh. The kind of story you'd expect from a magazine on the brink of closure due to poor sales. That was the attitude with which she dismissed it. However, I knew her true feelings were completely different. Is she trying to determine if what I know is true and where I got my information? Aiming to verify the truth while also identifying the source of the rumor, to prevent further spread. Not a bad judgment. Except for the part that I'm her opponent. Keek, all members of the Lucid family have a nanny or someone equivalent with them at all times, don't they? Lucia twitched visibly. Had she realized her mistake? She quickly responded. What's so strange about that? My nanny has been with me since I was born. That's exactly what's strange. For other noble families, it's common for children to part ways with their nannies before reaching adulthood. Don't you find that odd? It's because we're close. And our family doesn't just abandon people. It's our way of showing gratitude for their care. Keek. I suppose that's one way to look at it. Lucia brushed her hair back and continued. You do realize your logic is full of holes, right? Which part? From the beginning to the end. First off, what's the big deal if the nanny is around? It has nothing to do with a demon's curse. No, it's closely related. That's why Lucia is so passionately arguing this point. Your argument now is no different from saying, members of the Lucid family are cursed to always be accompanied by their nannies. Why would a demon impose such a restriction? Keek, there's no need to understand their reasoning. Perhaps they're just perverted. Fine. Let's say you're right. But look around. I scanned the area. Our usual training ground. Nothing out of the ordinary, except perhaps for some blood I had spilled earlier staining the ground. If you have eyes, you can see. My nanny isn't here with me. According to your theory, she should be. How do you explain that? Indeed, at this moment, it was just Lucia and me here. For the record, the nanny has been eyeing me lately, searching for other potential suitors. I saw her working at the restaurant today. What was it she said? That it's the best spot for observation, at novel bin at. Yet, she still says there's no one quite like me, bringing me various things whenever she visits the restaurant. Nevertheless, the fact that the nanny isn't here right now is clear. Thus, Lucia's claim that the nanny has nothing to do with the demon's curse seems entirely plausible. However, I never said the nanny had to be right beside you. What? I only mentioned that people from the Lucid family always have a nanny or someone equivalent with them. I never said they had to stick together. That's the same thing. Lucia raised her voice in frustration. Always composed, Lucia was now visibly agitated. A good response. It meant she no longer had the luxury to display the unique charm of someone older. I'm wasting my time arguing with a child. I'm leaving. Don't make such jokes again. I won't let it slide next time. Lucia reached for the training ground's door handle, but she had no choice but to stop. It must be for protection. Lucia froze in place. Even from behind, her stiffness was palpable, but it was too soon to be surprised. Not that the nanny needs protection. Rather, it's the opposite. The nanny exists to protect members of the Lucid family. Boom, ugh. A scream escaped my lips involuntarily. When I regained my senses, I found myself smashed against the wall. Standing before me was Lucia, her eyes ablaze with fury. To think the wall of the training ground, which could withstand an A-grade 1 flash, was shattered, and I was embedded in it. Even experiencing it firsthand, I couldn't believe it. See, I'm strong. Much stronger than the nanny. And you're saying the nanny is supposed to protect us? Does that make any sense? Cough? That's exactly why it's a demon's curse. What? When facing them, the people of the Lucid family can't do anything. Being unable to do anything is true for them as well, but it's not as simple as it ends there. Members of the Lucid family have many people to protect. Everyone nearby is someone they must protect. Moreover, if the people of the Lucid family were to flee upon seeing a demon, it would arouse great suspicion. In other words, the nanny is a precautionary measure for such situations, or in other words, a scapegoat to buy time while escaping, right? Clang? Once again, a sword was pointed at my neck. The only difference was that the tip of the sword was touching the side of my neck, not in front. It meant I was truly at risk of being beheaded. How dare you insult a person who dedicates their life to the family and its members right in front of me? You'd have no excuse even if your head were to fall. Keek, the hero of the Empire threatening to kill a student of the Academy. You'll be heavily criticized. I don't care. Killing an unidentified child like you won't scratch my honor. On the contrary, my honor would rise even higher for killing the mastermind. The honor Lucia has accumulated so far is so high that killing about a dozen innocent people wouldn't tarnish it. So, there's no lie in what Lucia just said, except for the part where I'm the mastermind. Keek, you'll regret it if you kill me. Did you take some precautions? Of course. I've informed a trustworthy colleague. But they don't know yet. Only if I don't contact them, they are to go to a secret place and open a letter. The demon's curse placed upon the Lucid family. Proving it is also quite simple. If the Emperor orders a check, there's no escaping it. I don't know how you found out, but it's unfortunate. We have a way to avoid it. Yeah, I know too well. Your despicable actions. The actions you've taken that you should never have done to protect your family. The repulsive reality hidden behind your nobility. In the game, tens, hundreds, thousands of times. I've seen it clearly. You're planning to prove it through Miss Rodin. She's the only one. The only one exempt from the demon's curse and destined to bear all the sins of the Lucid family. A poor child. Lucia's eyes widened noticeably. She lowered her sword and staggered back a few steps. You. How on earth did you? How did I know? Obviously. It's a secret. Covering my lips with a finger, I said that, and Lucia looked at me in dismay. Why that reaction? It's my carefully chosen signature pose. Tisk. I pulled myself out of the training ground wall. Though I was cut in several places by the stone debris, it wasn't enough to immobilize me. You. What exactly are you? Keek. Well, let's just say I'm on your side, Lady Lucia. And don't worry, I'll keep the affairs of the Lucid family secret. How can I believe that? What if you don't believe me? I shrugged, and Lucia slightly shook her head, realizing it too. She can't pose any threat to me. The scales have tipped completely in my favor. Now, let's make a deal. A deal? Yes, I've wanted to make a deal from the beginning. You're the one who made it this way, aren't you? A trade of teaching swordsmanship in exchange for revealing the survivor of the Lester family. Lucia was the one who refused. Has she realized that? Lucia frowned deeply. As you know, being taught for just a month is an unfair trade to keep quiet. So, I'd like to ask for 2 more things. Counting on my fingers, I mentioned the first condition, earnest guidance for a month. To provide help when requested, limited to 3 times. That makes it 5 in total. Keek, but it's still a favorable deal for you, Lady Lucia. Do you dislike it? Lucia remained silent. 3 or 5. Compared to keeping the secret of the Lucid family, it's a small price. Lucia nodded irritably. Thus, 2 more conditions were added to the scale. Finally, I demand an alliance and sharing information about those who harmed the Lester family. An alliance. Yes, an alliance between the Lucid family and me. Lucia grimaced. An alliance between an entire family and one individual. Even if it's just for the Lester family, I'm just a student at the academy. It would hurt her pride too much. Sorry, but that's difficult. I can't decide that alone. I don't mind informing Duke Luke. What? I mean, it's okay to let Duke Luke know about my existence. Sorry, but my father is different from me and Rodin. He's not as forgiving. He won't leave you alone. Sorry, but it's the same for me. I'll give that disgusting bastard a piece of my mind. To protect the family, its members, and others, to punish that vile person who forced sacrifices on Rodin. No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. Meeting my father? Absolutely not. Unless you have the right. The right, huh? Certainly, a certain level of qualification is needed. To catch Duke Luke's interest, one must have considerable skill. At least a 6-star knight to catch the edge of his eye. But I have one thing that will inevitably draw his interest. I'll prove it. Be careful. What? Now is the time to reveal my trump card. I pulled out a sword and a pocket watch from the pocket dimension. The pocket watch, tightly held along with the sword. Adjusting my stance with my left and right foot forward and back. I lifted the sword to the sky with both hands. Swoosh dash. Slightly spreading the back of my hand, the pocket watch began to fall. Lucia's gaze shifted between the sword raised to the sky and the falling pocket watch. Using the eye-opening skill, her gaze met mine. Click. I stepped on the pocket watch as it hit the ground, opening the lid. Lucia's body stiffened momentarily. At the same time, The Lucid family's fourth secret technique. Sky Splitter. A vertical slash. Even I found it beautifully perfect in its verticality. Lucia hastily laid her sword flat to assume a defensive stance. Cling. The sound that resonated through the training ground was bizarrely strange, considering it was just swords clashing. A storm-like wind that began between us spread in all directions. Clatter, clatter. The windows shook violently but did not break. Whether my Sky Splitter was weak, or Lucia was good at blocking, I couldn't tell. When the unceasing storm finally calmed down, it was then. Surprising Lucia de Lucid, 1/1. A quest alarm popped up before my eyes. It was an alarm indicating that the quest conditions were met. The combo of Silver Flash and Sky Splitter. Even for Lucia, one of the 10 swords of the Empire, it must have been surprising. Of course, I was surprised as well. I knew she would react in such a situation, but to perfectly block it. Not only the Sky Splitter, which received an A-grade rating, but also using Silver Flash that temporarily stops movements, was me. Yet, to perfectly block it. She's a real monster. Of course, it was only a physical reaction. It doesn't mean she recognized the current situation and organized her thoughts. Lucia's eyes, widened in disbelief, proved that fact. It was only natural. This is a secret technique of the Lucid family. Moreover, the fourth one. Among the 5 secret techniques, the fourth, Sky Splitter. Like Rodin, even the third of the Lucid family has not yet mastered this technique properly. So, it was natural for Lucia to be surprised that I had executed such a technique. Everything is going according to plan. I get the chance to learn from Lucia and perform the quest at the same time. Everything was according to my plan. If there's one regret. Lucia de Lucid's acknowledgement, 0/1. Surprising Lucia de Lucid, 1/1. If the quest conditions are met, an additional reward of 50 PT will be given. TCH, I didn't get her recognition. I failed to meet one of the 2 conditions. Moreover, I have to gain Lucia's recognition to get 50 PT. If a month passes without gaining her recognition, all efforts to startle her would be in vain. It's a tough quest condition. The good thing, at least, is that there's still about 3 weeks left. Well, there are problems that need to be addressed before the quest, though. You. Lucia stuttered. Yes. Making an excuse about the current situation and getting through it smoothly. That was the problem I was currently facing. Keek, how is it? Isn't this enough to qualify to meet the Duke? Is that what's important right now? Then what's important? How you could use our family's secret technique is more important? Are you an idiot? Idiot. That hurts. But it's okay. I'm not an idiot. You can tell by the perfect excuse I came up with. Keek, actually, becoming a rat of the Lucid family was also my dream. Lucia's eyes grew cold. What? I thought it was a perfect excuse. Was it not? Would I believe that? And it doesn't make sense to say that wanting to be a rat allows you to use secret techniques. Explain properly. Lucia's eyes sparkled. If I don't explain properly, she really might kill me. At this point, there's no choice but to tell the truth. Well, I will mix in a bit of a lie. After clearing my throat, I spoke in a serious tone. I learned by watching. Learned by watching. Nod dash. That's exactly the skill divine imitation. At novel bin at. A flimsy excuse. But, from Lucia's perspective, there's no helping it. She must have realized that my words are not a lie. Lucia, being who she is, could naturally tell a lie through pulse or breathing, and I did use Sky Splitter, after all. There's no bastard child in the Lucid family, so the only option left is learned by watching. A genius. Is that it? Naturally, Lucia's thoughts drifted in that direction. Learning a secret technique, especially a high-level one, by watching is logically impossible. A genius exists outside such common sense. My use of one flash and Sky Splitter added credibility to that claim. Eventually, Lucia nodded. I see. I thought something was odd when you used one flash. So, you stole it by watching. You have good eyes, contrary to your appearance. Keek, not stolen, but learned by watching. Normally, that's called stealing. You've stolen well with those slit eyes. Are you mocking my slit eyes? Despite appearances, I see very clearly. Your pretty face, your well-trained body here and there, and also, your pale skin. Pale skin. Only then did I realize that Lucia's clothes were slightly torn at the chest. She must not have perfectly blocked my attack. Well, since there's not a single scratch, it's fair to say she blocked it perfectly, but anyway, that was close. At a glance, the clothes seemed to be barely holding on. Lucia seemed unaware of this. Should I tell her? But that might deeply hurt Lucia's pride. Lucia has yet to accept the deal I proposed. No choice. I just hope nothing happens to her clothes. Anyway, I guess this qualifies me. Will you accept the deal? To create a situation where I have no choice but to accept and then ask. You're wicked. Keek, did I do that? One more thing before that. How did you find out about the demon's curse on our family? You know, it's logically impossible, right? Lucia was right. The demon's curse currently on the Lucid family is a contract binding both the Lucid family and the demon. Moreover, it's a special contract that dissolves immediately if either party discloses it. Whether a member of the Lucid family or a demon disclosed it, the demon's curse should logically disappear if disclosed. But the demon's curse remains. Naturally, Lucia had every right to be puzzled. I'm someone who has played this game thousands of times, so of course, I know. I couldn't tell her that fact. And in such a difficult situation, as always. Keek, it's a secret. Glossing over it is the best way. Of course, it seems Lucia doesn't think so. Do you know that posture really pisses people off? Do you want to die for real? Keek, a man's secret is innocent, isn't it? A woman's secret would be innocent. Such sexist remarks in this day and age? Men's secrets need to be protected too. But does she not think so? Lucia's eyes sparkled as she pressed me. So, you're making me use force, huh? This is troubling. If you come any closer. It's not a problem for me, is it? But if something happens to me, my companion outside might reveal the Lucid family's secret. So, if there's no contact, it becomes a problem, right? Then, it means anything can happen until then, right? Let's get hit first. Then you might want to talk. Lucia smiled and approached me. No, I'm in trouble too, but the most troubled one is you, because... Zrip dash. Lucia's barely holding clothes screamed. As a result, her pale skin was further exposed. Wait a moment? You shouldn't do this. What do you mean shouldn't? Come here right now. Lucia firmly grabbed my arms, and then spread them wide. Of course, Lucia's arms spreading was inevitable. Zrip, something big burst out with a bouncing sound, right in front of my face. After a brief silence, the last thing I remember, Kaya, was Lucia's scream and the side of her fist flying towards my face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A strange ceiling. No, it's the training ground ceiling. I shook my head and regained my senses. Seems I fell asleep from exhaustion during training. Thankfully, it was a dream. As much of a klutz Lucia might be, she's not klutzy enough not to notice her clothes tearing. Then, from where was it a dream? It was when I was moving my gaze around looking for Luna. Sob. I saw Lucia crying in a corner of the training ground. I see. It wasn't a dream. Lucia's klutziness was beyond my imagination. And why is she crying? She's in her mid-30s, one of the Empire's 10 swords. She's seen all the ugly, dirty, and filthy aspects of humanity. This shouldn't be enough to make her cry. It must be because the family's curse became known. The family could fall into ruin. That's why she's crying. I decided to reassure Lucia and finish the deal. That's when I approached her. Being seen by an outsider. I've been defiled. I've become unworthy of marriage now. Sob. I see. This wasn't just any matter for Lucia. I knew she was old-fashioned, but I didn't know it extended to this aspect too. I carefully spoke to her. Keek, Miss Lucia? Are you okay? Miss Lucia. Why, how can I be okay? I've been defiled. I've lost my purity. Lucia, who was sitting with her back turned, suddenly spun around and charged at me. Truly a sight I couldn't bear to see. Not just her swollen eyes, but she hadn't adjusted her dress either. Meaning she was still in the state from before. That must have been a big deal for Lucia, so much so that she couldn't even attend to her clothes. Calm down. I took off my school jacket and draped it over Lucia, and wrapped it around her tightly. Perhaps because she was always pampered by a nanny, Lucia didn't move a finger. It was difficult to button it up with my eyes closed, but somehow I managed. Well, I couldn't completely cover the front, but the important parts were covered, so it should be fine. Sob. Keek, do you feel a bit better now? How could I? Now I can't get married. I saw nothing. Besides, my eyes are too small to see clearly anyway. Really? Lucia brightened up. It was an excuse made possible by my slit eyes. I must be a genius, right? Keek, indeed. So, there's absolutely no problem with Miss Lucia's purity. That's a relief. Of course, that doesn't mean I can get married now. The crisis was averted, but the previous state of Lucia I had seen was different. She needed a boost of spirit, even to successfully conclude the deal. Women like to be told they're beautiful. I have a genius talent for winning over women's hearts too. Handling a klutz like Lucia was no big deal. I personally can't understand that someone as beautiful as Miss Lucia isn't married yet. Do you really think so? That I'm beautiful? Of course. But as I get older, my skin sags. I can beat the young ones in fights, but not with skin. Lucia was becoming disheartened again. I couldn't help but feel frustrated. It was just Lucia's thought, after all. Not at all. You were very beautiful. I saw it clearly, so I'm certain. Lucia's mood changed. From being disheartened to something ominous. I would soon understand why. I see. You saw it clearly. Well, upon closer thought, it seems I saw it vaguely. Seeing Lucia's fist flying towards me, I thought, maybe, the real klutz might be me, after all. Alright, let's make a deal. Lucia, having calmed her anger, reached out her hand to me. It was a successful transaction. With this, we were able to receive guidance from Lucia. The only problem? I was stuck to the wall and couldn't reach out my hand. Realizing this, Lucia used her extended hand to pull me off the wall. Why are you stuck in the wall? You won't grow taller that way. Keek, I'd like to point out that I didn't get in here on my own. Ahem, let's not sweat the small stuff. We're allies, aren't we? Keek, small stuff. Beating someone up and then saying not to sweat the small stuff. Isn't that too shameless? As I stared at her, Lucia coughed and avoided my gaze. She must feel embarrassed too. Well, let's let it slide this time. I've gained so much from it, after all. 3 weeks of personal guidance from Lucia. 3 wish grants. An alliance with the Lucid family. And even something good for the body to boot. All I had to give in return was information about the Lester family survivor and keeping quiet about the demon's curse. I concluded the deal with overwhelming benefits. Especially, the alliance with the Lucid family was the biggest gain from this transaction. One of the 8 pillars supporting the empire. Information, manpower, artifacts, funds, support, and so on. They would provide almost everything I wanted. Being such a powerful family, they could afford to give that much without it being a problem. What should I ask for? Money? Artifacts? Or the authority to freely pat Rodlin's head? The image of Rodin, blushing and reluctantly offering her head for me to pat, floated before my eyes. Yes, my first request should be this. To obtain the authority to freely pat Rodlin's head. That was when I was indulging in these pleasant fantasies. Remember, this is a personal alliance between you and me. Excuse me. The image of Rodin that had been flickering before my eyes disappeared in an instant. To snatch away my patting authority? Rage surged throughout my body. Keek, to change the terms of our deal like this. I suppose that means I can change them as I please too, right? What's with you? Why are you suddenly so angry? You've taken something precious from me? You must pay the price for that. What are you talking about? If anyone's had something precious taken away, it's me. You really want to get in trouble? Lucia raised her fist, and my body instinctively flinched. Looks like I've developed PTSD. It was a situation where I could have actually died, after all. Listen to me first. This is all for your sake. Was her expression somewhat pitiful? Lowering her fist, Lucia continued. As I said before, to form an alliance with the family, the consent of my father and the retainers is essential. That means facing them, and someone like you would be instantly killed. Keek, is that so? That's exactly why you'd be killed instantly. My father can't stand people who act arrogantly like you. Lucia was right. Due to Duke Luke's extraordinary nature, and from what I've seen in the game, he was like a lion in his prime. Provoking him would surely lead to death. Then my existence won't be revealed. Right. For now, I plan to keep your existence a secret. Facing my father with you would bring a lot of trouble. To treat someone as benign as me as a troublemaker? She really can't see what's in front of her. But Lucia's words about it being too early to meet Duke Luke do make sense. The tragic end of Rodin I've witnessed thousands of times. The rising anger prevented me from making rational decisions. But it's no lie that I plan to punch Duke Luke one day. So, we're settled then? The alliance is not with the family, but between the two of us. I won't tell my father about your existence. Lucia's decision was correct. The story is just beginning in chapter 2. It's time to build strength while staying cautious. Changing the story too much isn't a good idea either. Information is my greatest strength, after all. But despite my thoughts, my lips protruded in a pout. The authority to pat Rodlin's head at any time is worth that much. Let's take it slow. Just being in an alliance with me is impressive enough. But it lacks the taste of patting your head. Always being a straightforward and upright girl, yet unable to do this or that, just offering her head is the real treat. Somehow, I feel offended. What are you thinking right now? It's an honor to form an alliance with the great Lucia. Suspicious. Keek, you're mistaken. Is that so? Scratching her head, Lucia spoke up. Just in case, I'm asking, you do know the exact details, right? Confusion, concern, doubt. Her voice carried a mix of emotions. Though the subject was omitted, it was easy to tell what she was curious about. The contents of the pact between the Lucid family and the demon. She was asking if I knew the exact details of that. Well, it's understandable to be suspicious. I had given a vague statement about the curse of the Lucid family involving the demon. But that was entirely for Lucia's benefit, considering someone might be listening. Keek, it's good to be skeptical, but doubting someone as benign as me is not a wise choice. Why, there's a saying, physiognomy is a science. That very physiognomy is the issue, not to mention your actions and words. Right now, you're the most suspicious person on this continent. That can't be true. I'm so benign I could compete with an angel in a contest of virtue. The insult Lucia just made is no different from insulting an angel. Right, angel? Then I have no choice but to clarify my innocence. The only ones who need to keep the secret are the Lucid family and them. Since I'm a third party, revealing it won't break their agreement. That day, the one who visited the Lucid family was the 2nd Legion commander. Not in a descent, but possessed in a human, so it would be accurate to say the possessed 2nd Legion commander. Right before the second line of defense was breached, the 2nd Legion commander and the Lucid family had a conversation and came to an agreement. The content was about them. As I was about to continue, a hand firmly covered my mouth. The owner of the hand was, of course, Lucia. I get it. Your story is true, so please just shut up. Lucia glanced around, checking if anyone was there. But my gaze was solely on her. Lucia, who had approached me along with her hand. A pleasant scent wafted through the air. The distance closed, allowing me to clearly see Lucia's face. She is pretty. And oddly enough, she resembled Rodin. Well, they are sisters, so it's natural. Would Rodin look like this when she matures? In the game, you never see what Rodin looks like as an adult. Because the challenge against the final boss ends in failure, and the phrase the continent becomes a sea of flames, and only a few humans are bred to satisfy the demon appears at novel bin at. And it's likely to be the same this time. As I imagined what a grown Rodin would look like while looking at Lucia's face. What are you staring at? Never seen a pretty person before. Keek, such confidence you have. It's a fact that I'm pretty. And it's also a fact that you're not married. You brat. However, Lucia, trembling with her fist, couldn't harm me in any way. Knowing about the demon's curse and the events of that day perfectly, she must have realized that she has no choice but me. Well, she'll probably try to find my accomplice through investigation. The Lucid family has an information network nearly as extensive as Karen's, though not quite as robust. But they won't find my accomplice, because such a person doesn't exist. Meaning, my threat that if I die, my accomplice will spill everything. You can't kill me was just a bluff. But for Lucia, accepting my deal is the only option. A momentary judgment could lead the family to ruin. If she realizes there's no accomplice, she might try to kidnap and torture me to find out how I learned the secret. But I'll have a way out even then. It's ridiculous to think of kidnapping someone as benign as me, right? Just one question. Lucia, trembling with anger, took control of the atmosphere. Why are you doing this? There's no need to drag our family into this. Your goal is revenge against those who wronged the Lester family. Lucia implies that her help alone should be enough, telling me not to involve an innocent family in my personal vendetta. But Lucia is making a big mistake right now. The Lucid family alone is far from enough. Duke Aziz is just a piece on the chessboard. The real culprit behind the downfall of the Lester family is the entity behind him. The Lucid family alone is insufficient. At least 3 pillars are necessary. That's just the minimum. To successfully conclude matters, cooperation from more than 5 pillars, a majority, is required. I attempted to gain 1 pillar by meeting with Duke Luke, but failed. My reasons for wanting to meet Duke Luke aren't just that. Because they need help. I need help, but the entire Lucid family needs my assistance. As the story progresses, members of the Lucid family face crisis after crisis. Going mad is the norm, and there are even those who kill innocent people or make deals with demons. To protect Rodin, I had to help them. But I can't tell Lucia about this situation. I have no choice but to convey my sincere concern for Rodin. Revenge is important, but protecting my senior is also important. Are you talking about Rodin? Why, you're not even family. Keek, I just took a liking to her. Lucia's eyes narrowed, and then one corner of her mouth twitched upwards. What to say? A smile that seems to sour the mood of the observer. So that's what it was? Yeah, kids are indeed like this. Now you're looking a bit cute. What kind of absurd fantasy is she having now? I was about to clear up the misunderstanding when Lucia spoke up first. Our Rodin is quite something, making a boy fall in love. I thought she'd only be interested in playing soldier her whole life. Guess I don't need to worry. That's not it. Oh, are you embarrassed? That's really cute. I thought you were a weirdo, but kids will be kids. Completely a baby in front of love, a baby. Is this your first love? Kaye? What to do? This is too fresh. Lucia grabbed both of my cheeks and started turning them this way and that. This is beyond fantasy, it's like breaking through a planet. What is she even thinking? My feelings for Rodin are not of love. The temptation of the demon that constantly approached during thousands of playthroughs. But Rodin never once fell. I harbor only respect and offer her. Well, she's definitely cute when flustered. But whether that amounts to love, I'm not sure. Kaye? What to do? What to do? I'm getting excited too. That's why I'm saying. You don't need to make excuses. What's there to be ashamed of in love? Lucia's attitude, as if she knows everything, and that twisted smile. I want to wipe that smile off her face, make her tremble. In some ways, she's easier to tease than Rodin, but I can't tease her. I can't because of my desire to receive guidance from Lucia. Wait, now that I think about it, isn't the restriction lifted? We've already agreed to make a deal. That's right. It's already settled that Lucia will teach us. I had been holding back to increase my chances of receiving Lucia's guidance even by a little. But now, there's no reason to hold back. Snapdash. I grabbed her wrist. Both of Lucia's wrists, as she was frantically shaking my cheeks. Keek, you're right. Senior Rodin is attractive. Enough to captivate my heart. I knew it. Our Rodin is cute. Well, winning her heart will be tough, though. But the moment I saw you, Lucia, my heart changed. Realizing that the situation had taken a weird turn, Lucia quickly pulled her wrists away. I let out a sigh of disappointment, along with a sticky smile. What do you mean your heart changed? That's nonsense. I've come to love you, Lucia. The moment I was punched, I realized it. That this is what love is. No, that's not love. Normal people call that pain. Love comes with pain. And you, Lucia, are the only one who has given me such profound pain. You, pervert. Feeling that way means you're a pervert. Lucia started to slowly back away. She wouldn't dare try to hit me, knowing I've set up the premise that pain makes me fall in love. Just to clarify, I'm not really into that sort of thing. This was all just to tease Lucia. Really? Oh, don't come any closer. Lucia was cornered against a wall of the training ground, specifically a secluded corner. Trembling in the corner, she looked somewhat like Rodin. Snap. I blocked her way with my arms, not letting Lucia escape, and wore a sticky smile. This is serious. To fall in love with sisters. This must be fate. How is that fate? You're just a player. Being a player doesn't matter as long as I can win Lucia's heart. Lucia's eyes started to spin. Never having dated a man, she's immune to such things. She's just the right person to tease. I'm a spinster. An unpopular woman. The men of this world must be blind. If it were me, I'd propose right away. No, my chastity. Lucia, having collapsed, covered her chest with her arms. I'm not sure why chastity is coming up. I was just playing a joke. Phew, this is quite stress relieving. Having given her a good scolding, she won't bother me anymore. Just as I was about to help Lucia up. Click dash. 0, sisters here? You weren't whining, were you? Luna, who had flung open the door of the training ground, froze upon seeing us. No, perhaps it's not Luna who entered, but the killing machine. Swish swish. Luna's gaze, alternating between us, fixed on Lucia's torn clothes and her covering her chest with both arms. Thinking about it, this could be misconstrued as a very compromising situation. It was just a small prank on my part, but why does it always end up like this? It's truly a mystery. Someone's playing a joke on me. Whether it's the game developers, a god, or a scenario writer. I'm not sure who it is, but one thing is for certain. They're a huge pervert. Anyway, I want to clear up the misunderstanding, but the other party isn't very cooperative. Given that Luna first rushes in, biting and tearing, before asking what happened, it seemed best to give up on persuasion. Just let the biting happen and then clear up the misunderstanding afterwards. That's when I thought, I'm the one misunderstanding this, right? I was taken aback. She didn't rush in immediately but gave me time to clear up the misunderstanding. Our Luna has grown. This dad is really happy? Keek, exactly. As expected of Miss Luna. You see right through to the essence. Heh, it's me, after all. It's obvious. I'll ask a few questions now, so answer them well. We need to clear up the misunderstanding. That's perfectly doable. Vigorously nodding my head, Luna opened her mouth. Who made Miss Lucia's clothes like that? It was me. Who cornered her? It was me. And who scared her to the point of terror? Naturally. It was me. Okay. Don't you think it's weird even though you're saying it? Where is it weird? I'm just stating the facts. It's situations like these done but not done. Happens all the time, right? Sniffle dash. The sound of Lucia sniffling came from behind me. It was only natural for Luna's gaze to sharpen. No, don't start sniffling at such a perfect timing. It really looks like I did something terrible. Maybe it was embarrassing for her to show tears in front of us. Lucia turned around abruptly. Click dash. To do that to my idol. You're prepared, right? Keek, it's a misunderstanding. Anyone would see it was a moment of mutual understanding. Is that so? Rez, what do you think? From behind Luna, an idiot hair sprouted up, and then Rez showed herself. It's a crime scene. Is that so? No, she's supposed to be on my side. This is a kangaroo court. This is a kangaroo court, I tell you. Click 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 dash. Luna was on the verge of transforming into a killing machine. I might actually die at this rate. Lucia, please, say something proper. We're allies, aren't we? With a desperate heart, I suddenly grabbed Lucia's arm. Then, Awang, I'm defiled. It's all over now. I'm done for. It's a complete mess. A battlefield would be cleaner than this. Click dash. Summary execution. Execution. The killing machine charged at me and then floated into the air. You pervert? Eat this. The last thing in my memory was Luna's hectopascal kick. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I woke up with a throbbing pain. To faint twice in one day. It's really not my lucky day. A duel. Yeah, as you know, this guy needed to be taken down a peg. That's how we ended up in this situation. Lucia and the kids were talking around me. Is it because of my slit eyes? They don't even realize I've woken up. Discovering the advantage of slit eyes at that moment. Pretending to be asleep is a huge advantage. Of course, I'd rather have my normal eyes back, though. I miss the big, innocent eyes of a shoujo manga protagonist. Zero was strong, I knew, but strong enough to ruin Miss Lucia's clothes. It wasn't like that. I went easy on him, but it was more because he used dirty tricks. I knew he was crafty from the moment I saw his face. Luna nodded as if she understood. Luna, why would you nod there? It's like you're agreeing I'm a crafty guy. Anyway, that's what happened. So don't worry. It was just a minor accident during the duel. I believed in Zero from the start. Zero is my friend, after all. Would such a friend deliver a hectopascal kick? Because of you, my handsome face is all smashed up. Not only are my eyes slits, but now my face is all messed up, too. I was determined to do the same to Luna's face when Rez, who had been hanging his head, hesitantly spoke up. Then, why were you crying? Huh. You were crying in the corner. That's. The excuse about the duel was good, but it seems she hadn't thought of an excuse for her tears. No choice. I had to step in. Keek, it was a test. Eek. The three women jumped simultaneously. What strange people. Is someone waking up from fainting really that surprising? What's this? Zero, as you know. That I know? When did you wake up? Keek, about when Miss Luna started insulting me. You've been awake since the beginning? And you pretended to be unconscious? That's really perverted, isn't it? So, you've been insulting me from the moment I fainted until now? Truly a surprising revelation. But what did you mean earlier? A test. It meant that Miss Lucia was testing all of you. She wasn't actually crying, but pretending to cry, right? As if I would cry. It was all an act. Had she caught on to my intent? Lucia quickly latched onto the excuse I had provided. An act? Why would you act like that? Rez's idiot hair pointed in my direction. Rez, you should look at people when you're talking to them. Since when is it polite to talk while showing the top of your head? That was a test to see if you were worthy. A test. Yes, to see if you were skilled enough to receive guidance from Miss Lucia. That was the test. Luna and Rez's heads tilted to the side. They seemed to not fully grasp the situation yet. Turning towards them with a smile, I said, Keek, let me introduce you. From today, Miss Lucia will seriously start teaching us. Really? Eek. In the training ground, a mix of admiration and shock. The two screams blended together and spread out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'll be going then. Make sure you're out before me. If you're later than me, you'll miss out. That was what Lucia said as she left. As if to prove she's not old-fashioned. Surely her training isn't old-fashioned, right? The same repetitive movements, waterfall training, mental cultivation inefficient, old-fashioned training. I couldn't say it wasn't. Her sister, Rodin, had also recommended similar training methods to me before. Had I only just realized this now? Am I an idiot? Ahem, convincing Miss Lucia was according to my plan. Good job, Zero. Luna, who had sneakily approached, spoke to me. Running away with Rez in tow was part of her plan? That's quite the strategy. Keek, was crashing my face also part of the plan? No, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Anyone could see I was the victim here. I was bleeding all over. Well, I thought you were up to your usual perverted antics and got beaten for it. Luna, what are you talking about? My usual perverted antics? So, people think that's what I always do? Well, it's fine. This is Luna, after all. In a way, her plan did succeed. Thanks to the flying rabbit, I could use divine imitation without any reservations. You know, Luna appeared hesitant. This was a new side of her. Had she caught the timid disease from Rez? Evolving from a flying rabbit to a germ rabbit. Just as I was quietly distancing myself from Luna and Rez. Sorry. Excuse me. Luna bent at the waist, bowing deeply. Luna apologizing? She must be seriously afflicted with the timid disease. I need to escape this place immediately. If I stay here, I'll become timid Zero. Keek, let's part ways here for today. I'm saying I'm sorry. Miss Luna, maybe you should visit the infirmary first. I won't go until you accept my apology. This is difficult for me. Luna clung to the hem of my clothes. After a long struggle, I realized Luna hadn't caught the timid disease. So, you're apologizing. Yes, that's right. She's quite bold for someone who's apologizing. Well, it's Luna, so it doesn't really matter. From now on, I'll bite gently. So please forgive me. Oh, I see. Not biting isn't an option for you? Moreover, why doesn't she realize that gently biting causes even more problems? From others' perspective, it might look like a couple being overly affectionate. I can already see Eurydia spewing blood from her nose. Well, it'll work out somehow. And I also had something to apologize for. I'm sorry as well. Excuse me. I've been on edge since the fight with the demon. I was too harsh on you and Rez. I apologize. Perhaps she hadn't expected me to apologize. About 10 seconds later, Luna's lips curved up, and she rushed at me. Hee, see, we really understand each other, right? Well, we're friends, so it's natural. It hurts, Miss Luna. At novel bin at. Let's go. To celebrate our reconciliation, dinner's on me tonight. Had we even fought in the first place? I couldn't help but smirk. Sob. A low sobbing sound came from somewhere. It wasn't hard to find the source. An open box. The sound was coming from there. As Luna and I approached, we found Rez crouched inside. The idiot hair on her head was spinning around. I'm going to die. I'll die from making eye contact. I had forgotten about that. Rez's chronic condition, of dying from making eye contact with strong individuals. Whether it's true or not, it would be problematic if she died from a needless experiment. Well, it'll work out somehow. Leave tomorrow's problems to tomorrow's me. What about Rez? Naturally. Leave it to tomorrow's Rez. A very clear solution. Asterisk. A path filled with darkness, so dense that not even an inch ahead was visible. But for Lucia, this was no issue at all. Zero. Even as she walked down the dark path, her mind was filled with thoughts of him. A suspicious character. Indeed, the most suspicious person she had met in nearly a decade. Not even the homeless old man who slaughtered thugs in the streets with his sword energy was more suspicious than him. Yet, the reason Lucia accepted Zero's deal, even though it was an unfair one, it's because he knows the family secret. If she refused, he might go around proclaiming that the Lucid family was cursed. It might be better to kill him. If he had bad intentions from the start, he would have sold the information to others. The Lucid family, strong and praised by the Empire's citizens, isn't without enemies, despite its status. A pillar of the Empire, a family that knows no defeat. It was a secret that could obliterate the Lucid family in an instant. Its worth is astronomical. And he approached her with such information, seeking a deal. In other words, this kid named Zero. He's after the person who brought down the Lester family. He's not interested in anything else. That's how it seems. It's not a bad thing. Hunting them down aligns somewhat with her own goals. The problem is, he's too dangerous. He's definitely clever, possessing skills not fitting his age. But his personality is the issue. It's like he's blatantly risking his life. Even if he has information that the Lucid family is favorable towards the Lester family, to recklessly use one flash in front of himself, anyone else would have slit his throat. His temper is a problem too, especially if revenge is his motive. If it means getting his revenge, he wouldn't hesitate to do anything, including killing people, and not shying away from making a deal with a demon. In fact, maybe he might have already done so. An abnormal strength not fitting his age. Lucia realized why there were no casualties in the fight against the demon by news. He might not be able to defeat a 4th-grade demon, but he's strong enough to withstand one. By simple calculation, he's as powerful as a 6-star knight. And that, at just 15. What if he also receives my guidance? There's no telling how far he might grow. I need to be careful. It's hard to predict where he might go next. In a world where becoming stronger isn't always good, Lucia felt the need to look after him a bit. Being a player doesn't matter as long as I can win Lucia's heart. Lucia's cheeks turned slightly red. She remembered Zero's words, the distance, the warmth. That unattractive face suddenly seemed handsome for a moment. Ahem, what am I thinking? Feeling attracted to a pervert? That's impossible. I should also warn Dylan. Just as she was shaking off Zero's image. What are you thinking so deeply about? You startled me. Nanny, I got scared. It was the nanny, the person who had looked after her since birth and protected her. According to Zero, a sacrificial lamb, a disposable piece. But that won't happen. Rodin, the nanny, other family members. She would protect them all. You didn't even notice my approach. You must be getting old. Is that so? If you were married, aging would stop. It's such a pity. Why does every conversation with you end with marriage? Lucia talked about her encounter with the nanny on her way back to the dormitory. Of course, she kept it a secret that Zero knew about the demon's curse and that he could use Sky Splitter. I see. You decided to seriously teach the children. That's good. But, what happened to your clothes? The nanny's gaze turned towards her. Following that gaze, Lucia looked down. Her chest partially exposed, along with Zero's coat. Zero did this. Oh, have you progressed that far already? Could it be that he's a beastly man, contrary to his appearance? It seems I don't need to worry too much about kidnapping you anymore. There's no need to lock you both up until you get married. The nanny seemed satisfied. Looking at her, Lucia thought. There's a potential criminal here, comparable to Zero. The next afternoon. Yawn, I'm sleepy. Lucia kept her promise. Just as we began to warm up, she dragged her heavy body to the training ground herself. Never thought I'd be teaching kids at this age. Kids these days have no respect for the elderly, I tell you. Well, her grumpy attitude was still the same. Keek, you've arrived. Hello. Oh, hello. Good. At least you have manners. Except for one. She couldn't possibly be talking about me, could she? No, that can't be. It's not like there's a difference in how we greeted her. After a quick deduction with my clever brain, the culprit who displeased Lucia was Keek. Rez, you should greet properly. Didn't you disappoint Ms. Lucia? Whack? It's not her, it's you? Lucia smacked my head as she said that. It was surprising. Not just that Lucia had quickly appeared in front of me from a distance, but also, the culprit was me. Then, there must have been something wrong with my greeting. But what exactly was wrong? So, it should have been did you come instead of have you arrived? Is that it? Keek, then what is it? Ugh. I can't believe I have to teach someone like you for 3 weeks. Let's not talk about it. Lucia scanned us with half-dead eyes. By the way, why is she doing that? Lucia was referring to Rez when she said she, and her question why is she doing that meant. Rez, look this way. Why are you staring at the wall? Indeed, as Luna said, Rez was, not just facing the wall but almost smashing her head into it. Contrary to my thoughts, tomorrow's Rez was not capable of dealing with today's issue. Keek, actually. Rez briefly explained why she was trying to become one with the wall. Then, locking eyes with a strong person kills you? There are such people. Does that mean what Rez said is true? No, well, there weren't any who died, but there were some who fainted. Judging by Lucia's reaction, it wasn't a lie. There was no reason for her to lie about it anyway. Suddenly, an unexpected problem has arisen. I had never encountered something like this in the game before. Although there were cases where one would easily succumb to status effects due to a significant level difference, it didn't immediately lead to fainting or death. It was somewhat expected. We were just at the beginning of Chapter 2. Encountering high-level characters like Lucia was an extremely rare event. Anyway, I might end up abandoning Rez faster than I thought. A companion who cannot fight is a no-go for us. Just as I was about to bandage Rez's eyes as a temporary measure. Well, it's not like there's no cure. There's a cure. It's simple. Get stronger. Excuse me. The stronger Rez gets, the narrower the gap with her opponent becomes, right? As she grows, the number of beings she can lock eyes with increases. Eventually, she'll be able to lock eyes with everyone. It might be a game mechanic or a hidden piece related to levels. Anyway, there was nothing I could do. I had to trust and follow the advice of an experienced player. Wait a moment. At that instant, Lucia's eyes shone. Then, Rez, who had her back turned, kept twitching. Luna and I just looked at Rez, finding it strange. Oh, her sense of energy is incredibly good. Sense of energy. Yeah, she even detected mana up to the 1st level. That's remarkable. Both our heads tilted to the left simultaneously, indicating we had no clue what she was talking about. Due to Rez turning her head while her back was turned, Luna and Rez ended up bumping heads in a minor accident. Regardless, Lucia continued to explain. I tried firing mana with varying intensities, from levels 1 to 5. And among you three, only the one with her back turned reacted. She detected mana. It's a bit different, but, well, you can think of it that way. Maybe it's the power of Rez's concentration S and crisis detection A skills. For the record, this is a natural talent. Of course, it's possible with effort too. But since she can do this much without trying, it's definitely a talent. This level of sense. I haven't seen it since the Masters. Lucia continued to praise her. Considering how highly Lucia spoke of her, it must be a very useful talent. And typically, when such a conversation comes up, what follows is, there's one technique that's perfect for her. Magic guns aren't my specialty, so I was wondering what to teach, but this worked out well. That's right. A skill transfer event. Playing the game, you sometimes encounter serendipitous moments, and depending on your skills, traits, or story, the rewards you get can vary. One of the most typical rewards is a skill. I'm not sure what skill Lucia intends to transfer, but it's an unexpected gain. Keek, while you're at it, please help increase her mana capacity too. Look at this cheeky guy. Did you leave something with me? Squish dash. Lucia, who had approached unnoticed, grabbed both sides of my face and stretched them out. I suddenly feel like spilling all of Lucid family's secrets. Good me, let's be patient. It was a hard-won opportunity. I didn't want to create unnecessary complications. Keek, I understand that Rez has talent and will be okay if she gets stronger, but what about now? She can't learn properly in that state. There's always a way. Lucia rummaged around and pulled something out. A red hat and sunglasses. Just suppress my energy as much as possible, and I'll cover your eyes. How about that? All good now. Yes? Thank you. Lucia had somehow reached in front of Rez's eyes from being in front of me. Rez bowed to her at novel bin at. Did she prepare this in advance? She's unexpectedly kind. Maybe it's because of such actions that Lucia's reputation hasn't fallen. Could this be the hidden charm within her clumsy demeanor? It seems we're all set. Shall we start the training now? Wait, but that look. Where have I seen it before? Where was it? You will not meet drill instructor's eyes. Lucia's words, uttered with a suppressed voice, brought back a certain memory to me. Ugh. What? Why are you suddenly like this? Maybe it's a PTSD that every man has. What kind of nonsense is that? Are you protesting that you're a man by yourself? I had no time to respond to Luna's words, because I felt an immense pain in my prefrontal cortex. Stop the idle chatter there. Keek, the pain that started in the prefrontal cortex is now spreading throughout my body. May I take a little rest? A request filled with sincerity, something no human could refuse. To that, Lucia smiled slightly and said, would that be okay? All right, 10 minutes break. Rez collapsed with a weird sound. But we weren't much different. Our bodies were drenched in sweat. I expected the training to be old-fashioned. But this is beyond what I thought. The basic training went on for 2 hours without a break. By the way, Rez had been almost crawling on the ground after the 20-minute mark. Are you tired after only this much? Kids these days. Keek, I think people from the old days weren't much different from us. Is that so? Then we can compare. After all, I'm from those old days. Ugh, the pain starting in the prefrontal cortex has invaded the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland. Shut it before I really make you feel that way. I immediately shut my mouth. After all, Lucia is someone who could do just that and more. And just like that, 10 minutes flew by in an instant. Before we start the real training, I want to confirm something. I'm only supposed to teach the 3 of you, right? Keek, that's correct. Good, it's a small group. I have plenty of time. I'll give personal attention to each one of you. Excuse me. What? You don't like it? If you don't like it, say so. No, it's great. An excellent decision. The reason I was surprised. I didn't expect Lucia to go this far. I thought she'd just correct our postures and that would be it, but she's willing to give personal guidance to the 3 of us for 3 weeks. This isn't something you'd expect from Lucia, famously known for her laziness. I was ready to use a wish token, but things worked out well. Well, it must mean she wants to protect the family, making sure not to let any curse related to demons slip from my mouth. It's only for 3 weeks, so she thought, I guess I have to endure this much. Of course. But I don't plan to end it in 3 weeks. I might be pure and naive, but I'm not stupid enough to let go of a rolling stone. But that doesn't mean I'll exploit her to the extreme. Lucia is a hero of the continent, an important character in the mid to late part of the story. She's meant to help the protagonist's party, so I plan to use her moderately and then let her go. Let's see, about Principal Dwinner's level? That should be enough. Does that mean I plan to suck her dry? Keek. It's all a misunderstanding. Was it Rez? First, go over there and start shooting. Don't leave a single bit of mana. Yes. Rez headed towards the shooting range, crawling along. But we had no leeway to care about Rez, because we were practically on the verge of death. Which of you two wants to spar with me first? Me? I'll go first. Good spirit. Let's not waste time and start immediately. Lucia and Luna's spar began, though it was more of a defense practice for Lucia. That's enough. Huff. Thank you. You have good sense. Have you been in many fights? Yes, a bit. But it's too much like street fighting. It'll be frustrating when you fight someone of a certain level, won't it? Definitely. I've felt that way a lot since coming to the academy. Like I'm fighting against a wall. With just one spar, Lucia accurately diagnosed Luna's current condition. After pointing out a few more things, Lucia turned her gaze towards me. It's your turn. Let's see what you've got. Keek, don't expect too much. I, who can't use secret techniques, am incredibly weak. Especially since I don't even know the basics of swordsmanship, sparring is hopeless for me. I might as well be on the same level as Rez with a sword. No, maybe even weaker? So you're telling me to expect something? Well, it's been a while since I had fun. Lucia licked her lips with her eyes shining. Unlike the spar with Luna, where she only defended, it was clear she intended to attack me too. No, I really meant don't expect anything. Here I come. Don't let your guard down. Wait a sec. A second later, I was flying through the air. Of course, not by choice. What's this? Why are you so weak? After the first sparring ended in just a second. Thinking that she had misjudged her own strength, she initiated a second and then a third sparring, but the result was the same. My wingless body flew through the sky, not once but 3 times. Me, lying on the ground in an unsightly pose after being flung. Lucia's sigh of lament followed from behind. Really, you don't even know the basics of fighting, let alone swordsmanship. How did you get into Anwood Academy? Has the admission standard dropped significantly? It was a disdainful sneer, but I couldn't argue back, because there was nothing wrong with Lucia's assessment. It's true that I'm weak. I had mimicked 3 of Lucia's skills, swordsmanship, reflexes, and dynamic vision. Yet, this was the extent of it. The level difference played a role, but a bigger issue was my lack of understanding of how to fight, or more precisely, swordsmanship. The swordsmanship skill merely assists in aspects like angle, timing, and distance. It's just there to aid in how I swing my sword. That means I need to take the lead in attacking and defending, like swinging the sword, blocking, or dodging. But as a novice in combat, it's unrealistic to expect myself to perform well. When I should attack, I block, and when I should block, I attack, making it beyond odd to Lucia. You're lacking in so many ways. Even if I'm generous, it's third rate. Yes. If I were to summarize my current state in one sentence, the secret technique is first class, but my swordsmanship is third rate. Your reflexes and response aren't bad. It's just your judgment that's at a beginner's level. Do you only excel physically? But that doesn't make sense. Suspicion filled Lucia's eyes. Currently, I am supposed to be dreaming of becoming a Lester family rat and living a life for revenge. And to be worse at fighting than a third-rate thug? That's impossible, leading naturally to suspicion. Especially since I used one flash and sky splitter. It only amplifies Lucia's doubts. However, I already have an excuse prepared. Keek, I've lived a life prioritizing information. I've only acquired the minimum combat skills. But you seem to use the Lester family's secret techniques quite well. Secret techniques have specific stances. It's not difficult since you just have to follow them. Normally it's the opposite, isn't it? If you could mimic it after seeing it once or twice, it wouldn't be called a secret technique. Keek, is that so? I can't understand. What's so difficult about mimicking? A flimsy excuse to the point of absurdity. But it would work on Lucia. Since Lucia belongs to the category of geniuses. Lucia has been hailed as a hero since her 30s. She claimed a place among the 10 swords much earlier. Being called a genius went even further back. She wouldn't have understood others. That's what being a genius entails. Whether it was peers, seniors, adults, or even those called geniuses in her time. While making each and every one of them kneel, she must have wondered. Why can't they do this? Why do they fight like that? Why are they making such foolish mistakes? And at some point, Lucia must have realized that she was a genius, and being different from others was the reason. It's not to deny the decades of effort Lucia put into her swordsmanship, but it's also undeniable that she had a natural talent for it. Maybe, right now, Lucia sees a reflection of her younger self in me. So that was it. As evidence, Lucia nodded. Her suspicion turned into conviction. From doubting me as a weird one to this guy is a genius. Swordsmanship should be easy to mimic, then. Keek, swordsmanship is too diverse. You need to react differently depending on the opponent. That's true. Every opponent has different weapons, personalities, and styles. Indeed. So, you can only mimic secret techniques. That's a really strange talent. Well, it's perfectly fitting for someone suspicious, sly, and perverted like you. Although some strange appendages were attached to her comment, I decided not to object. Getting past this situation was the priority. Lucia nodded in agreement then. All right. So, you want to learn swordsmanship. Keek, as you know, there are many restrictions on using secret techniques. There are many eyes watching, and you need to time it right. It's not easy to overpower an opponent with just secret techniques in this world. That's Lucia for you. Spot on. Being able to use secret techniques is definitely an advantage, but creating the opportunity for them is the essence of swordsmanship. It's an individual skill. Using swordsmanship to buy time and find an opening in the opponent, and applying the right secret technique for the situation, would make fights much easier than now. But it's a problem. There's only one way to solve your issue right now. Are you talking about experience? Right. Indeed, what I need the most right now is experience. Gaining experience through sparring is the fastest way to improve skills. I've been aware of this issue, but it was impossible for me. Why, you ask? If I get beaten badly by kids, it would break my concept. Suspicious guy, strong guy, a guy you shouldn't mess with. If that concept breaks, everything I've built would be for naught. Until now, I've been using divine imitation to overpower opponents with sheer force. But that won't be easy moving forward. I need to accumulate real combat experience. I could easily gain experience by asking Luna, Alex, Rodin, or Raymond. But that would mean revealing my lack of fighting skills. Fighting with those kids would have to wait until I get stronger and grasp the basics of combat. I can just make the excuse that I'm experimenting with various things. Anyway, for these reasons, asking those kids for a sparring session was out of the question. That leaves me with only one option. Are you sure about this? Well, I don't mind since it'll be fun. Which is the monster, Lucia. Noticing my predicament, Lucia let out a sly grin. Despite my resolve, seeing that look made my determination waver. But, please, go easy on me. I'll finally get to relieve some stress. Oh, don't take it personally, okay. Keek, not taking it personally but relieving stress seems logically inconsistent, doesn't it? Not really. As Lucia's smile stretched from ear to ear, the sparring session from hell began. Asterisk. After several rounds, no, after about 10 instances of what could only be described as unilateral beatings. I'm starting to feel less stressed. That was what Lucia, sitting on my back, said. Yes, at this moment, I was face down on the ground, obviously not by choice. Lucia, lost in thought for a moment, then spoke. I noticed you occasionally mix in some odd moves. Are those secret techniques too? She must be talking about the Fleur family's secret techniques. Most of the sparring sessions ended in just a minute, but in the last one, Lucia decently received my sword. During that process, I used the Fleur family's secret techniques, and Lucia was pointing it out. That's correct. Was it not to your liking? No, it was actually the only thing worth noting in your swordsmanship. How should I put it? It's fundamentally solid. Keek, you noticed. Yes, it's a swordsmanship with very solid fundamentals. Which family's secret technique is it? Keek, well, I was about to say it's a secret when Lucia raised her fist. I'll kill you if you say it's a secret. It's the Fleur family's secret technique. The Fleur family? Never heard of them before. It's Professor Lerang's family, known as Mimic Lerang. Mimic Lerang? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Never heard such a thing. To think the nickname that got me officially into Anwood Academy would be dismissed as obscure. Well, from Lucia's perspective, it was to be expected. Because Lucia is a monster. Only monsters exist around a monster. Sorry to say, but Professor Lerang's skills are far from what could be considered monstrous. It would be more surprising if Lucia knew about it. Anyway, it's strange. Keek, what part of it is strange? It's fundamentally solid but, it lacks something. It doesn't have that snap. Really strange. Snap. No, wham. Anyway, really strange. The really strange one is you. Snap, wham. What are those even supposed to mean? Flying through the air made me wonder if getting hit had messed up my translation skill? Maybe hitting it a few times will fix it, like with machines? That's how it usually works, right? Not sure if the information window falls under the category of machines, but it might be similar. While I was metaphorically pounding on the innocent translation skill with my fist, does it mean it lacks a decisive factor? It was Luna. Luna, drenched in sweat, had joined us. Yay, exactly. Swordsmanship is ultimately created to harm others, right? But it lacks that. So it was like that. I've felt that way for a while now. Like, it was made solely for personal training. For training. Hey, show me again. Let's take a proper look this time. And so, I ended up demonstrating the Fleur family's secret techniques in front of Lucia and Luna. Dance, blade, wings, darkness, sky. I demonstrated all 5 secret techniques. Is this how it's done? Lucia demonstrated the Fleur family's secret techniques. Even to someone as unschooled in swordsmanship as me, it was clear the movements were perfect. They were beyond cool, they felt beautiful. After finishing the 5 secret techniques, Lucia seemed to have an epiphany. Interesting. The muscles trained are all different. If combined, it seems designed to train muscles across the entire body. Muscle training. Yeah, plus, the core muscles are involved in every movement. It's not really a swordsmanship secret technique. More like, a training secret technique. A training secret technique? Something clicked in my mind. Synergy skill. A skill that exerts additional effects when other skills are present. A prime example is Alex's hard worker skill, which aids the growth of other skills. If the Fleur family style skill was of that variety, Miss Lucia, please watch me this time. Spar with me too. Tormenting this old lady. Kids these days. Grumbling, Lucia walked away from me. Clack dash. I stood up, leaning on my sword. My legs were shaky, but the possibility of discovering a new hidden piece. The desire of a veteran player took hold of me. I don't know the answer, but my task is clear. Whoosh dash. To keep trying. That's the only way to gain recognition from Lucia. Asterisk. Whoosh dash. I'm drenched in sweat, the taste of metal strong in my mouth, making me want to rinse it out immediately. I've lost track of how many hours have passed or how many times I've repeated this motion. Actually, I don't even want to know. What matters now is uncovering whatever is hidden within the Fleur family's secret techniques. Nothing else matters. Just as I was about to repeat the first movement, slip, the sword slipped from my hand. Damn, my concentration was broken. I picked up the sword, muttering complaints. You have diligently practiced the Fleur family's swordsmanship. Your concentration is commendable. Compatibility rate 34.3%. As a reward, your agility stat increases by 0.3. What? At novel bin at. Why did that increase? An unexpected notification announced that my agility stat had increased by 0.3. Even as I stood dumbfounded, my mind quickly began to process the information. I opened the information window to verify if what it said was true. Agility, 44.3. My stat had indeed increased. My reaction was one of disbelief. Crazy. Fleur family's secret technique. Isn't this an overpowered skill? Swearing, which I normally refrain from, spontaneously slipped out in awe of the skill's fraudulent nature. As I've mentioned before, it's impossible for players to increase their stats through training. While leveling up grants a benefit of increasing all stats by 1, players also get 10 PTS to distribute freely each time they level up. Not to mention there are artifacts and hidden pieces that can also increase stats. If training could increase stats as well, it would obviously break the game's balance. Therefore, it was deemed impossible for players to increase their stats through training, a notion everyone took for granted. But that wasn't the case. It was possible. We just hadn't discovered the method until now. Of course, it's not like the creator didn't care about penalties. I mean, balance. I opened my pocket watch to check the time. 5:13 p.m. I had started training alone around 3 p.m., which means I had been swinging my sword for almost 2 hours. Swinging my sword like a madman for 2 hours for a 0.3 stat increase. It's technically free stat gain, but I can't say it's efficient. Spending that time building relationships with main characters or acquiring hidden pieces would be more efficient. The Fleur family style is undoubtedly a good skill, but whether it's worth the significant time investment is questionable. However, considering the potential for growth of this skill, it's not just a matter of efficiency. First, there's the matter of the compatibility rate. 34.3% compatibility rate, indicating significant concentration. What if the compatibility rate could reach 50% or 80%? The stat increase might be higher than 0.3. No, it's certain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such statements. I immediately started experimenting. I executed the Fleur family's secret techniques in order, from the first to the fifth. The difference this time was sloppily. I swung lazily. Where I should have swung straight and strong, I did so diagonally and weakly. After about 10 minutes of this, I stopped the movements. Then, your execution of the Fleur family's swordsmanship is unbelievably poor. There is no concentration whatsoever. Compatibility rate 2.8%. As expected. Not even a 0.1 increase in stats, let alone 0.3. In other words, the compatibility rate determines whether stats increase and by how much. What if I achieve a 100% compatibility rate? Not a decimal, but a whole number. It's highly likely that one stat would increase. And there's more. If the skill's grade increases as well, the efficiency might improve even further. Currently, my Fleur family style is grade C. If the skill's grade were to increase, I might receive additional benefits. Maybe it requires less time to invest, or the stats increase more, or there's a margin for error in the movements. It could be all three. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I involuntarily clenched my fist. It was an astonishing discovery. The more I used the secret technique, the stronger I became. Just as Lucia said, the Fleur family's swordsmanship was a secret technique for training. A technique intended to forge a person into a solid sword, a perfect sword, perhaps. Wait, that means everything Lerang and his ancestors did up until now was not honing a sword but rather beating an opponent with raw steel. Suddenly, I remembered using the Fleur family's secret technique against demon Bainyus, bludgeoning Bainyus's back with blunt steel. Hence, the damage wasn't effective. I've been doing something utterly nonsensical up to now. Despite the major and minor incidents, I had uncovered the hidden secret and hidden piece of the Fleur family's secret technique at novel bin at. But, there's still something that doesn't quite add up. When I used it as divine imitation, it certainly functioned as swordsmanship. Whether it was countering Lerang's secret technique, drawing in the surroundings, or ultimately, the fifth secret technique that claimed a life. Meaning, it could somewhat function as an attack. This was the crux of my confusion. If it was a training secret technique, such functionality shouldn't be possible. That reminds me. This is a skill obtained as a hidden piece of a hidden piece. From Lerang's past, through divine imitation to truly understanding the Fleur family style and receiving the 5 secret techniques, my instincts as a seasoned player were kicking in. I had a hunch that there was still something hidden within the Fleur family style skill. Asterisk. It was the third day under Lucia's guidance. I was focused on increasing my compatibility rate as much as possible when from a corner of the training area, Rez's groan was heard, and then she collapsed to the side. Not only that, but her body was shaking violently, and sweat poured down her body like rain. Luna rushed over with a water bottle in hand. She wasn't panicking. She knew why this was happening. Mana depletion symptoms. The body shaking and sweating profusely. Typical symptoms of mana depletion, which Rez had been experiencing for 3 days now. Are you okay? Yes, yeah. Just need to rest a bit and I'll be fine. Rez took the water bottle with trembling hands. What Lucia had taught Rez was simple: to deplete mana until symptoms of mana depletion appeared. Then, spend time meditating while observing nature. It sounded easy, but Luna's explanation suggested otherwise. She said it felt like muscle spasms were occurring all over her body, once or twice in the morning, 3 or 4 times in the afternoon. She was barely hanging on, thanks to being told it was okay to meditate inside a box, but how long the fragile Rez could endure was uncertain. Crack. Rez, crouched inside the box, began to sob. Had Rez reached her limit? She shed tears as small as chicken droppings. Rez. Luna's gaze towards Rez conveyed it all. She was considering removing Rez from the party. This is problematic. I had thought her to be a fairly useful archer until the mid-game, and if she could uncover the secret of timid struggle, she might have stayed with us until the end. But Luna seems happy. The second friend and one of the only 2 friends Luna has. If I let her go like this, weakening Luna's force is almost a given. I would have to deal with Luna's hysteria for a while. I can't become strong. Becoming strong is a privilege for the strong. I've been weak since I was born. No, Rez has become strong, and she will continue to become stronger. She just hasn't realized it yet. I want to go back. I'm only a hindrance. Just like thought. I can't let it end like this. For Luna's sake, and for Rez, who always considers herself inferior. Rez, I've been thinking, and indeed you are. Just when Luna was about to suggest Rez leave, I interrupted her. That might be true. Birthright is something that can't be ignored. Birthright. It's an important issue in our world, but even more so in this one. An era where class exists. Different birth environments, different levels of support. The higher you aim, the more painfully aware you become of this truth. Rez is a noble, but no different from a commoner, a third-rate noble at best. Perhaps her timid nature is also because she became aware of the differences in birthright. But do you know? There is exactly one thing that's given equally to everyone. What is it? Time. Kings, nobles, commoners, serfs, even animals. The 24 hours a day given equally to everyone. How you use that time makes the difference and can overcome the birthright. If you want to change, strive for it. That will make you strong and change your life. The hidden pieces I possess and the strength that doesn't match my age are also the results of my efforts. Plunging into an endless game. And plunging in again. And again, foolishly. That's how I've become as strong as I am now. What I thought was a futile effort has made me who I am today. Should I? Yes. Can I really? Is it possible for me? Of course, it is. Keek, of course, but it will take a long time. Rez, who was staring intently at me, murmured as she settled into a posture inside the box. I'll try. Rez entered meditation with her eyes closed. Thump. Luna nudged me with her elbow, even showing a strange smile. What? I thought you didn't like her. Keek, I never said that. Just so you know, don't set your sights on my friend. I won't let her go easily. Set my sights on her? Sorry, but Rez is not my type at all. Because she has an even frilier build than Luna. Keek, that won't happen. Luna is much more attractive, after all. Whack. My back stung. Luna had suddenly smacked me on the back. Don't fall for me. There's no cure for it. But, I'll let it slide today. I'm in a good mood. Was it a misunderstanding? A bright smile was hanging on Luna's lips as she passed by me. Asterisk. But contrary to Rez's firm resolve, I feel like I'm going to die. It was already the 10th day under Lucia's personal guidance. Rez's demise seemed imminent due to the grueling training. But the training couldn't be stopped. The mysterious skill that Lucia was teaching Rez had not been acquired yet. Keek, Miss Rez. People don't die that easily. Please, get up. Might become the first, you know. Indeed, Rez was nearing her limit. The idiot hair on top of her head. The idiot bent hair proved that. But, what an incredible achievement. Yes. Keek, to die from training too hard. It would be an honor for the family. I'll make sure to choose a nice tombstone for you. So, don't worry. He. Sob. The long bangs hanging like curtains. Behind them, her eyes slightly filled with moisture. Maybe it was that sight. Luna approached, scratching her head. Let's take a break. Keek, trying to desert again? It's only been 10 days since the last time. What do you mean by desert again? Honestly, you're pretty worn out too. Luna was right. I was almost as exhausted as Rez. Not only was the training menu Lucia proposed intense, but also my personal training to increase stats played a big part. Proving this, the compatibility rate that had reached 47% had recently dropped to 29%, meaning the efficiency was gradually decreasing. But it's better than not doing anything and resting. Slowly, but I'm still steadily increasing by 0.20.3 stats. With 11 days left until Lucia leaves the academy, I had no plans to stop training unless the compatibility rate fell below 20%. If there was a valid reason, maybe. A valid reason. Yes, a reason we have no choice but to rest. I'm strictly adhering to our promise after all. Train diligently or be removed from the party. It was one of the promises we made. Keek, so Miss Luna must do the same, right? Luna pondered with her head in her hands. Since she cherishes promises with friends as if they were pinky swears. Well, there isn't really a promise that could get us out of this situation. As I was about to wipe off sweat and return to training. There is. Yes. The restaurant? You promised to take me to a restaurant. Now that I think about it, there was that damned promise because of the omelette rice. TL notes memories of that time began to slowly surface. The so-called omelette rice apocalypse incident. While sending a secret code to the sewer rats, expressing a desire to contact Karen, I incurred Luna's wrath. Luna, furious to the tips of her hair, declared that I should reserve a restaurant. The memory of looking for a restaurant while shedding tears unfolded like a panorama. It's been over 3 weeks since then, to think she'd remember that. Even I, who prides myself on being smart, had forgotten about it. The attack by Bainyuz, a 4th grade demon, was so intense that the incident faded away, and the promise vanished into the recesses of memory. Luna was now telling me to keep that promise. To bring up something that happened so long ago, Luna's memory is not known to be good. Then how did she remember? She must have racked her brain desperately for the sake of Rez, her friend. Friendship, no, the power of obsession. Indeed, Luna was formidable. She lived up to the name of an obsession demon. It was when I inwardly clicked my tongue. The eyes of the obsession demon slightly narrowed. You wouldn't happen to have not prepared, right? It's been so long since then. Keek, of course not. I've prepared it, naturally. I pulled out restaurant tickets from the pocket dimension. Yes, there were indeed restaurant tickets. 4 of them, to be exact. The problem was that I hadn't made the reservation myself, and it wasn't originally the place we intended to go. It was given by Karen. Trying to reserve the only restaurant in the square was an impossible task, which I managed to secure thanks to Karen. Tickets to a restaurant with a suspicious name. First cup is a sleeping potion, second cup is a trip to the netherworld. The naming sense was so peculiar it was a wonder there were any customers at all. The name seemed more suited to a bar than a restaurant. I guess it's fine since I was told just to bring these, but I wasn't sure if Luna would be satisfied. Well, the intent was more to give Rez a break this time, so it didn't really matter. Then let's go. Tomorrow is the start of the weekend, right? Let's just take one day off. Luna's smile was triumphant, as if she had won. I didn't like that smile. Have a good trip. I mean, you and Rez go by yourselves. Spend some quality time together as friends. What's that? Of course, you're coming too. Luna was visibly flustered. I brought it up to break her pride, but I genuinely didn't want to go. The compatibility might have dropped, but my stats were still improving. Rest can wait until the compatibility hits rock bottom. Besides, it's not often you get a chance to learn from Lucia herself. I can't miss a day of that. But we're one body as friends. If one dies, we die together, and we go to the restaurant together too. Friends are one body? It sounds more like a married couple, and following a friend to death? That's a new one on me? Keek, Luna. There's no such saying in this world. No, look. It's written right here on the restaurant name. Luna shoved the restaurant ticket in my face. First cup is a sleeping potion, second cup is a trip to the netherworld. No, it definitely wasn't written like that. There's not even a friend character in it. It's in the nether character? If you break down each word, you can definitely make friends are one body. Is this some kind of anagram? And she analyzed that in such a short time? That's madness, sheer madness. You're reaching. I don't care. Let's go together. Together. Luna started to thrash about on the ground. She was making such a scene that she even started rolling around. By the time Luna had rolled around on the ground about 3 times. What's all this noise? Lucia, who had been sleeping on a training mattress, woke up, scratching her stomach as she did at novel bin at. Although she's been more diligent in guiding us lately, it's only in comparison to before. About half of the training time, she would be sleeping on the mattress just like now. Lucia, please listen to me. After hearing the whole story from Luna, Lucia yawned so widely it seemed her mouth might split and then said, "Go and come back. But you've been a mess lately, haven't you? It was bad at first, but now it's even worse." She wasn't wrong. Muscle training, hellish sparring with Lucia, and personal training to increase my stats. It would be strange if I were in good shape. Luna, go and train. Since tomorrow is a day off, you should work hard, right? Yes? Please persuade this guy. He's not listening to me these days. All right. I'll talk to him. Luna grumbled as she left. Lucia scratched her head and took her place. Why are you like this? It's as if you're being chased by something. Being chased. That's exactly right. The quest deadline is not far off. The deadline had changed to D11. It meant that there were only 11 days left until Lucia leaves the academy. I had to settle the score within that period. Give up a quest worth a whopping 50 PT? Impossible. Now that I think about it, it's infuriating. You don't understand what I'm going through. I'm training hard not only to improve my stats but also to earn your recognition. Would it kill you to acknowledge me? I spoke, chewing over my words. It's because of you, Lucia. Me? Why am I being brought into this? Because you'll be leaving soon. I just want to show it to you before then. Could my sincerity have been conveyed? Lucia's expression subtly changed. What exactly do you want to show me? I'm not quite sure myself. I just want to be recognized. By you, Lucia. By me. Gulp. Why? It seemed like I could even hear Lucia swallowing. It was when I was about to cautiously speak up. You want to be recognized as a husband, right? Ugh. Kaya. We couldn't help but scream. The nanny had suddenly popped her face in between us. Where did she come from? She wasn't here just a moment ago? Miss receiving a confession, I'm truly moved. What confession? And it wasn't he who confessed, it was you, Nanny. Ho ho ho, Zero surely meant to say the same. I merely conveyed it on his behalf. Lucia and the nanny's gazes turned towards me. Is it my imagination, or do they seem somewhat expectant? That's not it. Off with you. Lucia grabbed the nanny by the waist and threw her away. Thud. The nanny landed as if nothing had happened and started to care for Rez, who was trembling like a newborn rabbit. Of course, she was still sneakily glancing our way. Fighting? Along with a silent gesture telling me to hang in there. So what do you want to be recognized as? Obviously, as a husband. No, that's not right. I mean, I want to be recognized as a disciple of yours, Lucia. Disciple, huh? Lucia's eyebrows twisted oddly. It was a natural reaction. Up to now, Lucia had officially taken no disciples. Not even one. Didn't you hear? I don't bother with such troublesome things. Keek, then I shall become that troublesome first one. Becoming a master and disciple isn't that simple, you know? I get what you're aiming for, but, oh well, being too greedy can hurt you. Lucia, an officially recognized hero of the Empire and one of the Empire's 10 swords. To become her disciple, and her first at that? It would certainly draw attention from various quarters. And naturally, that would include the nobility. You're looking to gather information by getting involved with those groups. Information about those who brought down the Lester family. Keek, sharp as ever. Not bad, but it's a dangerous idea. So, rejected. Besides, you're lacking in many ways to be my disciple. Lucia waved her hands dismissively. Her reasoning wasn't exactly wrong. But my target was entirely different. The quest to gain Lucia's recognition. Such an abstract condition. What exactly am I supposed to do? The condition is as vague as needing to appear angelic. But what if I become Lucia's disciple? The probability of meeting the quest conditions was high. Lucia has never taken a disciple before, after all. And, if I'm lucky, I might even get a title. In this game, forming a master-disciple relationship could grant a title. The stats attached to the title vary depending on the master's level. Lucia might be a goof, but she's one of the Empire's 10 swords. To be the first disciple of such Lucia, it was highly likely I would receive a title with tremendous stats. Keek, then I have no choice but to continue striving. Of course, I'll be training tomorrow too. I won't be there. That would be a breach of contract. How stingy? It's okay to take a day off? And do you think I'm doing this because I want a day off? You're incredibly exhausted right now. With your current physical state and concentration, nothing will work. Lucia burst out in irritation. Just as I had planned. Keek, then, how about we make a bet? A bet? Yes, if I can surprise you one more time, you'll take me as your disciple. You'll recognize me as your disciple. I deliberately emphasized the word recognize. Lucia was in a quandary. She wanted to take the day off but didn't want to take me as a disciple. By the standards of someone experienced, the chances were 50%. It was an uncertain situation. But it's okay. There's a magic word that can make her accept. Keek, you're not getting cold feet, are you? The great Lucia of the Empire's 10 swords. The so-called cold feet strategy. The effect was immediate. Crackle. Fine, let's do it. You said it's a bet? What will you do if you lose? What I'd do if I lost? I hadn't thought about that. But Lucia was already putting something significant on the line. I had to offer something equally valuable. Just once. I'll do whatever Lucia wishes. Anything? Then can you also tell me how you found out our family's secret? Keek, if that's what you wish. A wish card, or in other words, a 0 free pass. The question Lucia just asked is tricky to answer, but, somehow, it'll work out. Lucia smiled as if satisfied. D11. This had created a stepping stone to completing the quest. Though I had to sacrifice one day, it wasn't a bad deal. By the way, there's one restaurant ticket left. Would you like to go together? No. It's bound to be a cheap restaurant. I'd rather sleep. You all take a good rest tomorrow. Lucia's smile didn't fade. She was happy, not just about the bet, but also because she could take a day off. Someone approached Lucia's side. It was the nanny. Miss had a plan all along. To propose marriage to Zero with a wish card. Amazing? I didn't know Miss was so clever. What are you talking about? There's no way I'd propose that. I'm so moved. I'll start looking for a wedding hall right away. Nanny. Everyone can hear you. Their bickering went on. Watching them, I thought. I might have fallen into a trap of my own making. Asterisk. After sending Luna and Rez back to the dormitory, on my way to the male dormitory, I was deep in thought. I have one ticket left. Who should I take? 4 restaurant tickets. Me, Luna, Rez. 3 were confirmed. I was pondering over whom to invite for the remaining 1 ticket. I don't necessarily need to fill the last spot, but since there's a favorability system in the game, I didn't want to waste it. Suddenly, one person came to mind. But can I meet them at this late hour? After all, they are quite busy. Then, a trash can entered my field of vision. A regular trash can in the park. Come to think of it, there was a hidden piece. A hidden piece that could make that person appear. After kicking my legs a few times, I gave it a powerful kick. I kicked the trash can. Bang! Crash! It was natural for the trash inside to scatter. It was then. Beep beep beep. Littering is a demerit action. the vice president of Anwood Academy's student council and a demerit point bomber. Rodin appeared before my eyes, overturning the trash can in the park. It was one of the hidden pieces that could summon Rodin. There were times during story progression or quest completion when Rodin's assistance was occasionally needed, making it a useful hidden piece for such occasions. The veteran player who discovered this hidden piece named it, wow, kick a trash can and get a Rodin for free. Indeed. Even now, it seems like a well-thought-out strategy name. Of course. I never expected you, Zero, to commit such an act. I'll assign you a penalty point. The penalty point was also free. What are you doing? Why aren't you picking it up? Rodin had already finished preparing to clean up. Gloves, tongs, trash bags, and even a mask to protect against dust. It was a scene that perfectly showcased Rodin's pursuit of perfection in every task. Rodin threw me a pair of gloves and said, "This park is a place for students to rest. Make sure it's cleaned up thoroughly." Click click dash. Rodin started cleaning, clicking her tongs. Following Rodin, I clumsily picked up the trash that littered the ground. I didn't think about this before. In the game, cleaning was done with a single click. But this is the cold reality. It means I have to move my body myself. While I was busy picking up trash, I heard Rodin murmuring, "This won't do. I'll need special equipment for this." A dark stain buried in the corner of a bench. Rodin struggled with the rag, but the stain showed no signs of disappearing. For the record, this stain wasn't a result of me overturning the trash can. It was an old, ingrained stain. Rodin applied force as if she was determined to fight to the death with it. Ugh. Of course, it didn't disappear. Just before Rodin was about to be engulfed in the frustration of defeat, I approached and took the rag from her hand. Then, clean. Using the S-grade clean skill, my hand moved like lightning, removing the stain. Watching this, Rodin couldn't help but let out an admiring exclamation. I've felt this before, but Zero, you have a genius talent for cleaning. How about it? Would you like to take on the role of janitorial chief? Keek, to think you'd offer the role of janitorial chief to someone who deliberately overturned a trash can. How ironic. That's true. Cleaning up didn't take long. It was partly due to Rodin's competent abilities, but mostly because the clean skill exerted overwhelming power. The park became much cleaner than before I messed it up, leaving Rodin with no room for complaints. Since the situation has been nicely handled, there's no need to restrain you. Rodin's restraint play. My mouth waters, but I decide to refrain. Now is not the time for that. Well, I've experienced it a lot in the game, anyway. Why did you do this? Keek, I couldn't help it. It was an irresistible situation. Irresistible. Yes, I wanted to see you, senior. What does that mean? Rodin's arms quickly crossed, wrapping around her body. She was on guard. It was a situation I couldn't understand. Isn't it obvious? I'm not some pervert. Unhealthy imaginations are grounds for penalty points. Wanting to see you warrants penalty points? I wonder which clause of the school rules that falls under. It's intriguing. Ugh. Rodin's ears turned a light shade of pink. Because she knows such a clause doesn't exist. She's cute, as always. I want to tease her more. But I have to stop here at novel bin at. If she runs away, I won't be able to achieve my original goal. Keek, I'm just kidding. I wanted to give you this. I handed her a restaurant ticket, and Rodin cautiously accepted it. First cup is a sleeping potion, second cup is a trip to the netherworld. I've never heard of such names. It's a suspicious restaurant. Keek, that's right. Actually, no, there's no need to explain. I've figured out your intention, Zero. As expected, Rodin is smart. If it were Luna, I would have had to go through a tedious explanation 2 or 3 times more. Just as we were about to set a date. It must mean the place is suspected to be a crime scene. That's why you came to find me. But since there's no evidence, reconnaissance comes first. Zero, be ready to deploy first thing tomorrow. I see. You're not normal either? To think the perfect Rodin would make such a blunder. It was a moment when I realized again that I might be the only normal person in this world. You'll be conducting an investigation, so don't wear your uniform. Just being a student from Anwood Academy will put them on guard. Rodin, we're not going to catch a criminal, we're going to eat something delicious? Why is the genre suddenly changing from fantasy to a crime investigation? This might end with the restaurant owner being thrown in jail. I have no choice but to explain it to her thoroughly, just like I do with Luna. It's a meal. I arranged it to have a meal with you, senior. Rodin's eyes rolled to the side, trying to understand the situation. A few seconds later. Rodin's face flushed like a beet. Her arms flailed in panic. Then, she cleared her throat and said, I knew it all along. I was just throwing a joke. Just a moment ago, you were certainly going to investigate a crime scene. Hygiene? I was talking about hygiene issues. Violating hygiene standards is also a serious crime. That's true. Whether it's a cause for arrest, I'm not sure. This way, I managed to save the restaurant owner from Rodin's restraint play. Then let's meet tomorrow. Dress in casual clothes since we'll be inspecting the hygiene. They'll be cautious if they find out we're academy students. Keek, understood. See you tomorrow then. Rodin nodded and moved forward. What would happen if I kicked the trash can one more time? I was seriously contemplating this when. It's dirty. It was Eurydia. She appeared out of nowhere, glaring at me fiercely. What? This is essentially a date. Asking another girl out on a date while Luna is around. It's dirty, it's really dirty. The restaurant ticket I had given to Rodin. She must have mistaken it as something meant for just the two of us. You better be careful. I'll be watching you. Eurydia screamed before fleeing the scene. Watching her retreat, I thought to myself, I need to clear this game as soon as possible. There seem to be too many crazies in this world. Asterisk. The next day, we headed to the restaurant, looking forward to a fancy meal. However, it didn't take long for our expectations to cool down. The smell, the appearance, the cheap discount flyers stuck all over the windows. The sign, presumably broken by a drunkard, with a picture of a beer mug drawn on it. To anyone, it was obvious. It's a pub. Keek, it's a pub. So, sure, it's a pub. What? It's a pub. Indeed. The place Karen had told us to go was not a restaurant, but a pub. An ordinary pub that could be found anywhere. Zero, what's this about? Is this the great, tasty, and excellent service restaurant you were talking about? Luna. I never said that. Please, calm down for a moment. Regardless, Luna was grinding her teeth furiously. It was then that I realized Karen's scheme. Karen, you bastard. You planned to kill me. I should have known something was off when Karen, unknown to Rodin, introduced us to this restaurant. To be fooled so stupidly. What an idiot. Luna was steadily approaching me. I was quietly waiting for my execution when, I see, all the mysteries have been solved. What? Rodin's declaration that all the mysteries had been solved. All eyes were focused on her. It was strange from the beginning. It's impossible for a restaurant to exist without my knowledge, especially since I issue commercial licenses. Senior, then, this place is. Indeed, it was a pub posing as a restaurant to conduct illegal business. Rodin raised her index finger as she continued. But they couldn't fool me. There's always only one truth. Senior, to uncover the secrets hidden in the darkness. You're truly amazing. Hem, such simple deduction is nothing for me. Suddenly, the detective play began. I was deep in thought, overlooking their antics. Something's off. An illegal business without a license? It didn't make sense for Karen to send me to such a place. There was something else. Something Karen had in mind when sending me here. Everyone, be on alert. It might not just be a den of merchants but a den of evil. Regardless, Rodin's approach was unstoppable. She knocked on the pub's door. Bang bang bang. Is the owner in? Owner. Bang bang bang. Perhaps due to her forceful knocking, the door swung open violently, and a man burst out. He seemed a year or two older than us. His red hair and the scars scattered across his body seemed to speak of his temperament. Who the hell starts trouble at this hour? No matter how much you want to drink. Huh. The man looked us over quietly. Then he shooed us away with his hand. We don't serve kids. Get lost. Zap dash. Veins popped on Rodin and Luna's foreheads. Being called kids seemed to be a trigger for them. Well, to me, the term kids seemed fitting. To pose as a restaurant and deceive people, not to mention insult them. Anwood Academy must seem like a joke to you. It seems she had abandoned the plan to act like a civilian. Judging by revealing her identity, she's decided to obliterate. The man in front of us seemed destined to be caught in Rodin's restraint play. I did my best. Just know that? A restaurant? What nonsense are you talking about? Huh. The red-haired man, annoyed, was picking his ear. Suddenly, his face hardened. Wait, do you have a ticket? Are you talking about this? The restaurant tickets in our hands. Seeing them, the man's face turned pale. Jews, just wait a moment, please. It is a restaurant. We're open, just wait a bit. Bang dash, crash, the door slammed shut. Looking at the pub now claiming to be a restaurant, I thought, really, there are too many crazies in this world. Asterisk. Scarlet the rat. TL note, yes, Scarlet is a man. I had to triple check, since Scarlet is 100% a female name. Maybe author thought that him having scars plus red hair equals Scarlet? This will be annoying. A rookie rat in his second year, tasked with gathering rumors floating around the village and providing information to other rats. Yawn. Scarlet yawned so wide his mouth might tear. It was already his 58th yawn of the day. He stuck a toothpick into the wall to mark the count. There was nothing else to do. The town hosting Anwood Academy was quite large. And another thing the town prided itself on was its security. Meaning, hardly any incidents occurred. The students of the academy are the future of the empire. It's natural to ensure they're not harmed. But that's not all. Not only are the children generally high level, but also consider the types of people wandering the town. Teachers, instructors, nobles, parents coming to visit their children. Boasting the skills of a knight at the base level, last year even a sword master made an appearance. Thieves or murderers here. They'd be slaughtered in 0.1 seconds. Information is the same. It's precisely here that informants feel burdened to sell their information. Though I occasionally managed to gather some information, everything changed when Karen was assigned to Anwood Academy. The method of delivering information directly to that place instead of to this place had changed. As a result, it was only natural for Scarlet to live a life close to unemployment. Watching drunks brawl was the only source of entertainment. Being a rookie rat in his second year, I didn't have access to even the lower grade information. That's why Scarlet was shocked out of his mind. One night, Karen showed up. Why is Karen here? Seeing Karen's eyes, Scarlet couldn't help but tremble. Because he stood at the pinnacle of rats? No. Because he was the leader of the rats? Even more so, no. Because I got beaten up, that's why. Scarlet, who lived as a petty criminal dealing with pickpocketing and exploiting information for business. That day, he was doing business with some luckily obtained information when he said, "Interesting. You've got talent. And who are you to judge that?" Snapdash? When Scarlet opened his eyes, an unfamiliar ceiling was what I saw. And so, Scarlet was kidnapped, no, scouted, as a rat by Karen. After undergoing training akin to hell for a year, I was appointed as the manager of this place. Counting yawns to pass the time, it was then, the kidnapper, no, Karen appeared before Scarlet. Naturally, I was startled. But what Karen said next was even more baffling. Run a restaurant. What? Is he crazy? Here is the text with Scarlet's pronouns corrected. Scarlet was slightly annoyed. Left here to fend for himself, his workload taken away, and now, out of the blue, he was being told to run a restaurant? This wasn't about being a rat, it seemed they wanted to use him as a chef. It was essentially a demotion. Being worthless as a rat, he was now being assigned a different role. After all I endured through that insane training. And it's not like he did anything wrong. Despite the many shortcomings of his situation, Scarlet had always done his best in his duties as a rat. But to be demoted, and to a chef at that? This can't be the end. The reason Scarlet had decided to become a rat, almost akin to being scouted through kidnapping, was because it somewhat aligned with his goal. But to work as a chef? That was unacceptable and shouldn't be accepted. Why do I have to do this? No. I mean, there must be a reason for being demoted, right? Wouldn't it be less unfair if I knew the reason? Ha ha ha. Scarlet quickly changed his demeanor, pretending as if nothing was wrong. This idiot. He chastised himself simultaneously. Emotional restraint is one of the fundamental qualities a rat must possess. But expressing it externally? That's a failure as a rat. No matter how irritating the situation, one must learn to laugh it off as if nothing's wrong. Well, there is one bigger reason. The reason behind Scarlet's sudden change in demeanor. Sneakily looking up, he caught sight of Karen's stern face. The face filled with scars was intimidating, but the aura emanating from his entire body was truly terrifying. An invisible, intangible power. Scarlet, being more sensitive than most, could feel it. Yes, this was the real reason behind his sudden change in attitude. The man in front of him. Because it's Karen. Swallowing dryly, he recalled information about him. Karen, the rat of the Empire. A name that sent shivers down the spines of not just the Empire, but the Sacred Kingdom and neighboring kingdoms as well. The official count of people he's assassinated numbers in the dozens. Unofficially, it would be hundreds. Though he became less active after showing himself in the sunlight to nurture his successors, his nature hadn't changed. He could get rid of someone like me in an instant. Yet there he was, questioning him with why do I have to do this? Was it the monotony of the repetitive daily life? There must have been something wrong with his head. Regardless, Scarlet snapped back to reality. He became aware of his situation, all it took was one glare from Karen. Was it that he noticed? Karen slightly clicked his tongue and spoke. TCH, it's a mission. A mission? It wasn't a demotion. What kind of fool would use a rat he painstakingly trained as a chef? It seems like one is right in front of me, but he couldn't say that out loud. Scarlet's mind raced. A mission? Not a demotion, but a covert operation. The Society of Rats Karen ran. Here, a mission wasn't something just anyone could undertake. Gender, age, physique, knowledge, skill, experience, etc. A mission was assigned in a manner that fulfilled several stringent criteria, to the most suitable rat. In other words, a rat given a mission was, for that mission alone, considered the best fit. For the record, Scarlet hadn't received any official missions since becoming a rat. His expectations couldn't help but rise. Hihi, it seems the information I obtained last time was quite useful. Information on Count Valamov's affair. That must have brought in a significant benefit. They had no choice but to acknowledge my capability even in this wasteland, even making a direct visit. However, he couldn't be entirely pleased. His first official mission. The success or failure of this mission would determine his future treatment. In other words, this mission is both a reward and a test for moving on to the next stage. This was to see whether it was a stroke of luck or if he was genuinely a capable rat at novel bin at. I might have lost some points by showing my emotions, but I can make up for it with this mission. An opportunity to prove himself as a capable rat, to leave this miserable area. Not just that. Being recognized as a capable rat would also grant access to higher level information, and he would be able to achieve his true goal. So, what role do I need to play? A covert mission disguised as a restaurant chef? Approach a noble lady to form connections and extract information? Or perhaps, an assassination mission? Given that Karen, the rat of the Empire, came in person. Whatever the mission, it wouldn't be easy. Bring it on. I'll perfectly complete any mission. Scarlet was resolved, his eyes shining, when he said, "The children will come. Just treat them to fine cuisine." I see. Fine cuisine. Children tend to let their guard down with delicious food. So, it's a covert operation. What information should I extract? Nothing. Scarlet stopped writing in his notebook, using code for the mission details, and looked up at Karen. But there was no change in his demeanor. He was serious, not joking. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. What should I do while serving the food? Just carry it out diligently. And then, nothing. Scarlet's mind was filled with confusion. What's this? Is this a test in itself? Or a loyalty test? How diligently one would carry out an absurd mission? A test to check loyalty. If not that, then, is it hospitality? There were occasions when he had to entertain high nobility, but it was unlikely for a low-rank rat like himself to be assigned such a task, especially not in a low-grade tavern. And since the clients were children, there was no reason to entertain them. It's not hospitality. It's more profound than that. What is it? They are children worth watching closely. I simply wanted to ensure they get at least one good meal. Scarlett's brows furrowed involuntarily. Karen moved himself for such a trivial reason? If this wasn't a test, then there's only one other reason left. He's gone mad. No matter how he thought about it, there was no reason for the Empire's rat to care about feeding children. Perhaps due to his skeptical gaze, Karen scratched his head. Well, you could say it's a kind of investment. There's a promising kid among them. I see. So, there's a child worth using as a rat? He understood the situation. However, so, you're telling me to basically become a children's chef. Scarlett couldn't help but get angry. He understood the whole situation. It was an embarrassing request to make of other rats, so they disguised it as a mission and dumped it on the lowest rank. Knowing how embarrassing it was, Karen was quick to clear his throat. Seeing this, Scarlett was simply flabbergasted. Is this the Karen I know? The one who would betray him right after a conversation? Karen, who had a wonderful character, was now concerned about children's meals and making such requests under the guise of a mission. Well, what can I do? I still have to do it. He had to endure it. Until he achieved his goal, he must bear it. This humiliation was nothing. Scarlett, who could endure far greater humiliations, sighed lightly before speaking. I understand the situation. I'll carry it out diligently. Any specific instructions? I'm not sure how many will come, but one cute girl and one boy with eyes so small they're barely visible. These two will definitely come. A cute girl and a boy with slit eyes confirmed. And just prevent him from acting improperly towards the girl. Improper actions. Like what? Everything. That's too broad. Scarlett was about to question further but stopped himself as Karen emitted an immense aura. I'm not sure what it is, but it's clear he dislikes the boy with the slit eyes. After marking him as a person of interest, he spoke again. If other children come along, I might not be able to distinguish the girl. Could you give me a clear description of her? I told you. She's cute. Any other features? She's charming. And she's popular. All abstract characteristics. Names, hair color, physical appearance. It would be helpful to have something more concrete. Is he intentionally hiding it? Or is it a test of perception? Despite the vague descriptions, he decided to let it go. He should be able to handle this much to be called a rat. The boy with the slit eyes. You said to stop him whenever he attempts improper actions. What's permissible? Everything except killing him. Well, if you can, that is. Scarlett's eyebrows involuntarily raised. He might be low-ranking, but he was still a rat. Moreover, he had experience surviving in the dirty underworld. For him, restraining a child would be easier than eating. No matter how closely you watch these children, you're overestimating them. Cuckoo. Do you think so? Karen chuckled. Seeing his laughter, Scarlett felt even worse. It was a scoff. A scoff directed at him. You seem full of complaints. If that's what it seems to you, then it must be so. Your arrogance is not less than his, it seems. Karen paused for a moment, then, as if an amusing thought had struck him, he smiled and said, Fine, you're a rat. I'll give you a mission. The boy with the slit eyes. If you find out information about him, I'll consider the mission complete. What kind of information are you looking for? The past would be preferable. The difficulty of the mission. Yes. Karen's eyes sparkled. Well, it'll be classified as a top-level mission. Scarlett swallowed hard. Top level. Information on rats is classified from grades 1 to 9. From grade 3, less than 10 rats have the clearance to access the information. And now, information classified higher than that as top level. The authority to access higher information, and possibly leave this place. Scarlett clenched his fist. Such an opportunity had come. He almost felt like bowing in gratitude to the boy with the slit eyes. Having organized his thoughts, Scarlett closed his notebook. Only one thing remained. But when are they coming? I don't know. Being students, they might only come on weekends. But it's not impossible on weekdays. Always be prepared. With that, Karen left, leaving a stunned Scarlett behind. For reference, the tavern was a secretive place. When alcohol is involved in such a space, it's easy to become careless. Distinguishing the occasional truth mixed among the various rumors was precisely Scarlett's mission. If it were decorated like a regular restaurant, he wouldn't be able to gather even the trivial information he was getting now. Thus, his routine became dressing it up as a tavern by night and a restaurant by morning. But that was the story for the first 1 to 2 weeks. Lately, he had given up on preparing. It was under these circumstances that the children appeared. This is big. Completing this mission successfully and moving a step closer to his goal was one thing. Failing a mission from Karen. It wouldn't be strange if it ruined my body. Scarlett started to move busily. To preserve his own life. Asterisk. A tavern pretending to be a restaurant. I never imagined such a scoundrel would exist in my area. Tap, tap. She was ready to burst in as soon as the door opened. I won't let it slide. From hygiene to taxes, and any other illegal activities. I'll inspect everything thoroughly. Rodlin's determination blazed fiercely. So powerful was her resolve that I could feel its heat standing next to her. I took a step away from Rodin. Being too close might result in getting burned. Bang! Crash! Inside the tavern, the sound of something breaking in abundance echoed. Convinced that it was hiding crimes, Rodlin's eyes sparkled. Normally, I would have joined her in her detective play, but that was impossible now. My attention was entirely elsewhere. I've seen that face somewhere. A game where the main characters only had 1 or 2 illustrations, making them rare. That game was Hero of the Academy. And I remember a face? It must be a character of significant importance. The problem is, I can't quite place who it is. I feel a sense of unfamiliarity as if I've seen it somewhere, but there's no that's the one, realization. I, who remember every illustration in the game down to the pixel level, find it strange that I can't immediately recall. Could they be related to someone? That seems to be the most likely possibility. That's when it happened. The curtain by a window near us was pulled back. Oh, we're almost ready to open. Please wait just a little longer. The man bowed to us before hurrying back inside. Behind him, a status window appeared. Because I used the information window skill. LV28 Scarlet. Scarlet. As soon as I saw the name, his image overlaid with the illustration I remembered. At the same time, I was able to remember who he was. Merchant Scarlet. Known as a peddler, he roamed the continent selling all sorts of mystical artifacts and tools, as well as herbs and information. He looks much younger than the illustration. It wasn't just because of his age. It was because of the accident he had experienced, leading him to live a life hardly resembling that of a person. Scarlet, who appears in the mid to late game, was in a near-ruinous state, and the reason behind his condition is revealed in the very late game. A story that brought many players to tears. To think I'd see that Scarlet here. The fact that he worked under Karen was information never revealed in the game. Well, considering Scarlet's goal, it's not strange. Scarlet's goal, that is. Wait a minute. Could this be useful? A great plan came to mind. Not only to prevent Scarlet's mishap but also to reap tremendous benefits. 10 minutes had passed, but the door to the pub, no, the restaurant still hadn't opened. Bang! Crash! The only sounds were something breaking and shattering inside, over and over again. Luna frowned slightly. What on earth is happening inside? Probably busy covering up some illegal activities. Let them try. See if he can escape my eyes. Huh? Senior? Could he be trying to escape with evidence of a crime? Maybe there's a hidden back alley. That's entirely possible. Luna, could you help me for a moment? We need to check for any escape routes and block them. Yep. Just leave it to me. And so, Luna and Rodin vanished into the back of the pub, completely absorbed in their detective game. Normally, Rez would have followed, but not this time. Because, hee. I've never seen this pattern before. The walls of the pub were filthy with various graffiti and waste. Perhaps it was fascinating to her. Behind her long bangs, Rez's eyes sparkled brightly. After pulling out a few thick cardboard boxes and matching the colors here and there, she finally chose one and started working on it. She had begun the task of creating a box that looked exactly like the wall pattern of the pub. The situation was completely out of control. But, it could be said to be a favorable situation. I needed time to organize the information about Scarlet. The puzzle about the character Scarlet. I started to piece together the puzzle about him in my mind. Age, place of origin, achievements after the general store, the reason he is working under Karen now, hidden secrets, and so on. This should be enough. I had only organized what I could remember on the spot, but it should be enough. The information Scarlet needs right now, I have that. I would have to talk to find out the exact timing, but he couldn't refuse the information I held. So, there was no problem with Scarlet. The real problem was, I don't know what Karen is aiming for. Karen is the epitome of efficiency. He's not the type to waste time on unnecessary things. Just the act of selecting the most suitable rat for the mission proved that point. There must be a reason he sent me here, a reason he made me meet Scarlet. Crash! Something else broke inside the pub. Perhaps, this whole situation, this foolish act, was all part of a plan. It's a mess at first glance. Is this a strategy to lower Luna's trust in me? But to think that. It was too sloppy. From Luna's perspective, I must have deceived her by calling this pub a restaurant. But our relationship isn't so fragile that it could be shaken by something like that. Luna would enjoy the food here anyway. Well, she might grumble a bit. Why did he send me here? I can't figure out his real intent. While I was pondering this and that, Rodin and Luna approached, dusting off their hands. We've set up barricades in the back alley. It won't be easy to escape now. Actually, I wish they would try. Then we could arrest them and even enforce it by law. But that didn't happen. Scarlet opened all the curtains of the windows, and the inside of the restaurant was clearly visible. He was busily preparing the restaurant for business. No, that can't be. They're about to run away. Everyone, stay alert. As Rodin's tension and anger rose without end. Creak. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please, come in. Scarlet opened the door and welcomed us. It was clear that it had been a tough time for him too. He tried to smile, but he couldn't hide the sweat dripping down his forehead and neck. What? It's cleaner than I thought. Luna was right. The large hall bathed in sunlight, the white tablecloths covering the tables, the dust-free utensils and silverware, and the softly glowing candlesticks. Though somewhat worn, everything was tidily arranged. It's unique. It looks like a pub from the outside. Guest, you have a keen eye. That's the concept of this restaurant. We also sell alcohol in the evening due to budget issues. I see. How did you find this place? 0, you must have had a hard time. Yeah, quite a lot. I almost died at Karen's hand. This can't be happening. But Rodin seemed unconvinced. Owner, you have a business license for this operation, right? Hihi, of course. It's hanging right there. Not a copy. Since you've registered for both the restaurant and alcohol sales, legally, you can operate a restaurant. Are you paying your taxes properly? Of course. We pay diligently. Tax evasion is more dangerous than an invasion by a legion commander. Scarlet pulled out a file and handed it to Rodin. At a glance, it was filled with receipts for tax payments. You've paid diligently. May I take a look around the kitchen? Hihi, feel free to look around as much as you like. Rodin went into the kitchen. After a while, she returned and looked at Scarlet. Nothing wrong here. The cleaning is perfect, and the ingredient management is tidy, as it should be for a restaurant. Now, everyone please take a seat. I'll bring out the appetizers soon. As Scarlet disappeared into the kitchen, Rodin whispered to us. It's suspiciously perfect. Most pubs like this have terrible hygiene, and the tax payment receipts were too readily provided. Keek, indeed. It's a suspicious place. That's true. It's so perfect that it's actually suspicious. We'll have to keep an eye on it. We chose a spot where the lighting was good and sat down. A 4-person table, which can be considered a staple of restaurants. Luna naturally took the seat next to me, and Rodin sat in front of me, a position directly facing me, and diagonally across was supposed to be Rez, but she wasn't there. Rez's place was next to Luna. How could she sit next to her when I was already beside Luna? I was on Luna's right side, and Rez took her place on Luna's left. That's right. Instead of sitting on a chair, she sat on the floor to the left, though she was inside a box, so it wasn't exactly the bare floor. Her extraordinary choice to break the conventional thinking of a 4-person table was enough to leave everyone speechless. Rodin's lips twitched, but then she stopped and gave me a look. She wants me to handle it. It wasn't passing the buck, it was entrusting it to me. Rodin had a history of harshly training Rez to change her behavior, only to have her run away. It's a hassle, but I have no choice. I'll have to step in and solve this stylishly. After all, today is the day I'm supposed to increase Rodin's favorability towards me. Thinking of it as part of that task makes it easier. Keek, Miss Rez, what are you doing there? At novel bin at. I'm going to eat here. Why is that? Isn't there a seat available? If you want to sit next to Miss Luna, I'll offer you my seat. That's not why. The seat across is close enough. Then, what's the reason for staying there? That's because I might get attacked. Attacked, I see. In this perilous world, it could happen at any time. But, Keek, this is a restaurant. A place where you can't be attacked. We're the only customers, to begin with. Attacks can happen anytime. Even if an attack occurs, it'll be okay. There are reliable people around, aren't there? Including the senior. That's true. After scanning our faces, Rez finally bowed her head deeply. I still want to stay here. I like tight spaces. Oh, I see. You want to stay there? Then, there's nothing I can do, except to coax her out. Keek, come out here. Don't be afraid. Eek. Rez began to flail her arms in resistance. Is it because of her recent training? Her counterattack is quite fierce. But I've been trained to. The hellish sparring with Lucia for 10 days. Thanks to that, I was able to find a gap between her wildly swinging arms. Gap of opportunity. My hands dove inside the crook of Rez's arms. At the same time, I grabbed both of her cheeks and pulled them to the side gently. Oh, they stretch. Is it because she's young, or because she hasn't seen sunlight? Her cute cheeks stretched out to both sides. She'll have to come out of the box soon. While I was stretching Rez's cheeks this way and that, someone reached out with both hands and firmly grabbed my cheeks. That someone was obviously, Miss Luna, who said you could bully my friend. Keek, I haven't bullied anyone. Consider it a technique for behavior correction. Oh, I see. A technique for behavior correction. Luna's eyes sparkled. Then you should experience some behavior correction too. Snap. Terrible pain was inflicted on both of my cheeks. A scream burst from my mouth. Asterisk. Even as Scarlet was busy preparing food, his eyes were fixed on the hall. The first thing to do now was finding out who the cute child mentioned by Karen is. The noisy table. Scarlet's eyes quickly scanned them. One girl who exuded dignity with every move and spoke like a soldier. One slit-eyed boy getting hit. One twin-tailed girl who was brash and violent. And one girl who seemed lost and confused, her eyes hidden behind long bangs. I see. That girl must be the child Karen asked me to take care of. There were 3 girls. But Scarlet was able to immediately figure out which child Karen was referring to. Haha, but they can't fool my eyes. I'm an excellent rat. Of course, it could be a different child. But that noisy twin-tailed one definitely wasn't it. Cute, charming, and popular. A violent child like that couldn't possibly be the one. The most urgent task was completed. Now, what remained was providing cuisine comparable to a 5-star restaurant, and extracting information from that boy. Scarlet's hands moved busier than ever before. Asterisk. The appetizer is served. Please enjoy while waiting for the starter dish. Something that looked like pudding was placed in front of us. It's refreshing and appetizing. Quite skillful. Definitely, it's much tastier than the places we usually go to. Just as Rodin and Luna said. Even with my fussy taste, I could appreciate the quality of flavor. The strange thing was, the dish in front of Rez seems a bit better. From its appearance to its freshness, and even its size, it was bigger. Twice as big, in fact. It's too much. Our Rez has too small a stomach. Well, since it's a course meal, it's best to keep the stomach as empty as possible. Let's share. We began to share the pudding left by Rez. It was when I moved Rez's leftover pudding onto a plate. Thwack! A knife thrown from somewhere stuck in my pudding. Turning my head, I saw Scarlet in the kitchen, his eyes gleaming. Had I said earlier that there was no chance of being attacked in a place like this? I take it back. This was a hunting ground. Karen's rat. A hunting ground set up to hunt me. The knife stuck in the pudding trembled slightly. Suddenly, a knife appeared out of nowhere. As everyone's gaze turned toward the kitchen, Scarlet hurried over in a panic. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I made a mistake while doing the dishes. Be careful. You could have hurt someone. Scarlet bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. Rodin and the others generously accepted his apology. It was considered a simple mistake, a natural conclusion. I too, pretended not to notice and accepted his apology. Maybe he wasn't targeting me after all. Yes, it could have been someone else. Rodin is a descendant of a prestigious family, Luna is the last survivor of the Lester family, and Rez is the perfect prey for hunting. It wouldn't be strange if anyone's life was targeted. I'm terribly sorry. Though it's hardly a replacement, I will provide you with the best service possible. Scarlet bowed deeply and pulled the knife out of the pudding somewhat roughly. At the same time, he shot me a menacing look. From Rodin's point of view, only the back of his head was visible. So I'm the target. Despite my denial, it seemed I was indeed Scarlet's target. Well, it was Karen who sent us here after all. But such attacks would be difficult in the future, due to Rodin's exceptionally sharp intuition. Should he throw a knife again, it would only raise Rodin's suspicions. It would be better to enjoy the leisurely course meal. For an appetizer to be of such high quality. I'm looking forward to the starter. I agree with Miss Luna. To think that even a small tavern could cook food of such profound quality. Truly, the Empire is a place of many talents. As they continued to exchange various conversations. Here is the first starter dish. Lamb that has been marinated in wine for 3 days and mixed with a secret sauce. It will be very tender. Astonishment burst from everyone's lips. The color, aroma, and plating. It was of a quality one would only expect to find in top-tier restaurants. This is incredibly tender. It melts right away. At novel bin at. To think the aftertaste of wine remains in your mouth. Astonishing. So delicious. I felt the same as them. Wow, delicious. The words and sounds seemed to dance around me. Even upon tasting it again, the flavor was astounding. The only odd thing was that the aroma of the meat in front of Rez was even more intense. However, I had no complaints. What was in front of me was sufficiently delicious. We should thank Zero for introducing us to this restaurant. Keek, earlier you said it was surely a den of criminals, did you not? I haven't completely dropped my suspicion. Just slightly less so. I'm full. Rez's plea for help interrupted their conversation. Everyone took a bit of her meat. The scent of wine was much stronger than what I had tasted. Just as I was about to bring my fork to it, Scarlet, who was in the kitchen, pointed out the window and exclaimed, a phoenix symbolizing the bright future of the Empire. What? Where is it? Rodin stood up abruptly and headed toward the window, while I quickly withdrew my hand. Ting ting ting. 3 knives thrown by Scarlet grazed past the plate, cutting my lamb to pieces. It would have been dreadful to think if my hand was still there. Oh, it was just a passing sparrow. I must have seen it wrong. Too bad. I wanted to wish for the Empire's bright future. Rodin returned to her seat. As I put a piece of the carved lamb into my mouth, I thought, so, he's to be known as the Universal Merchant in the future. It was a clumsy method, but he assessed us in a short time. He eavesdropped on our conversations and learned about each individual's traits. Currently, the most troublesome existence for Scarlet was none other than Rodin. Because she's quick-witted and reacts well. It was too easy to notice the weapons he threw. That's why Scarlet mentioned the Empire. He knew Rodin would lose her focus at the mention of the Empire. What about Luna and Rez? That's exactly my point. I glanced subtly in Rez's direction. Shivering. Perhaps sensing an attack, Rez was quivering. She looked as if she wanted to hide in a box immediately. Rather than protecting me, she was too busy protecting herself, so pass. And Luna? Of course, she was. Delicious. When is the next dish coming? She was completely lost in the food. She didn't notice we were being attacked, her nose buried in the plate, licking it clean with her tongue. This pig. Do you have any idea who I'm going through all this trouble for? A glittering starlight symbolizing the splendid future of the Empire. What? Ting ting ting? It wasn't. Too bad. That's the Empire's. Where is it? After a few more exchanges. Finally, Luna spoke to me, chewing. Zero, what's going on? Why are you holding the plate? Keek, it's so delicious. I wanted to lick the plate. Oh dear, no matter how delicious, maintain the dignity of a man, the dignity. Luna, could you wipe the sauce off your nose before saying that? Ting. As I blocked another attack, I was lost in thought. It was strange, no matter how I considered it. Why resort to such childish attacks? Annoying, yes, but not difficult to defend against. Not threatening in the least. Moreover, these childish attacks couldn't possibly be ordered by Karen. There must be a significant reason. Tisk, is this a battle of wits? I can hardly get any rest. While using a plate as a shield against Scarlet's attacks, I realized something odd. The trigger for the attacks. It's not Luna but Rez, isn't it? What's happening? Indeed, it was strange. Normally, the high-quality food should have gone to Luna, but it kept being placed in front of Rez. Why could that be? It's unlikely that Karen messed up the information transmission. Is this a way to express dissatisfaction for including Rez in the party? To see if I'm worthy of protecting everyone? All this trouble for such a simple reason? No, there must be another reason. The headache intensified amid the ongoing battle of wits. Creak dash. Someone entered the tavern. It was a person wearing a black robe. Scarlet immediately approached. Who are you? I've come to dine. The voice was low. No, intentionally lowered. Trying to hide their gender. They might be a rat planted by Karen. I casually used the information window skill but no information appeared. Naturally, the face wasn't visible because the robe was pulled down too far. At least half the face needs to be visible for the information window skill to work. I tried it just in case, already knowing the information but wondering if there was a chance, especially if they were a spy. I was slightly tensed when, leave. Excuse me. No, please leave. Today we are only serving reserved guests. What kind of? Come. Please leave. No. And so, the person in the black robe was driven out. Watching them leave, I thought, could this also be Karen's doing? Truly perplexing. Karen, what exactly is your purpose in sending me here? Tisk. Kicking out a guest? Is that reasonable? What a spoiled establishment. The person under the black robe grumbled. Judging by the melodious voice, it seemed to be a young female. A girl whose voice hadn't fully matured yet. Yes, the girl under the black robe. Her identity was, I should be helping Luna, but I can't do anything. Eurydia, the third daughter of the Count around her family, known as a genius in magic and a charming girl loved by all. Currently, she was. I must find a way. Now that the formidable Rodin has appeared, without my help, it'll be a one-sided affair. Beyond just supporting Luna's love, she was fervently protecting it. Eurydia chewed her nails. Zero seemed interested in Senior Rodin, and the senior seemed a bit shaken too. Late-night talks that grew intimate, to the point where even Rodin blushed. That Rodin blushing. Such an incident would not be out of place in the Anwood Academy's weekly student newspaper. There's definitely something subtle starting between the two. She remembered clearly the moment when Rodin shyly offered the restaurant coupon. Crunch dash. Eurydia's teeth ground together. The thought of them dining alone was infuriating enough, let alone dragging Luna into it. To Eurydia's eyes, it was as if an adulteress had been invited to a couple's dinner. What exactly was happening inside? Don't tell me, outside Luna's sight, something. She recalled when she tired of romance novels and delved into infidelity stories. Scenes of exchanging affections under the table while the lawful wife sat beside. Thinking of Zero and Rodin sitting face to face, Eurydia's suspicions deepened. I must get in somehow. Is there no way? Eurydia, hugging the wall under the tavern's window, was scouting the situation. Then, she caught sight of someone. That person is. Eurydia quickly hid herself. She thought they would pass by, but no, astonishingly, their destination was this place. The tavern where Zero and his party had entered. Miss, this is the place. To call this a gourmet spot, the exterior is too shabby. And what's with the name? First cup is a sleeping potion, second cup is a trip to the netherworld? Isn't this a tavern? Keek, it's precisely these kinds of places that are the real gourmet spots. Hidden gems, if you will. Well, that may be so. But Nanny, could you cut down on the keek laughs? They're killing my appetite. Don't worry. The food here is so amazing that it'll bring back even a lost appetite. You can look forward to it, Miss Keek. It must be contagious. I'll have to contact the Disease Control Bureau the day we leave. A disease? This is just an attractive way of speaking. Everyone thinks so, right? Keek. Eurydia could only be astonished. She knew the person well, but more so because they were a widely recognized figure. Why is hero Lucia here of all places? It's worth noting that the fact Lucia was guiding Zero and his group was information known only to a very few. Not just because Lucia's nanny was controlling the surroundings at her request, but more so because Karen was strongly controlling the information. So, it wasn't strange for Eurydia to be shocked. I don't want to get involved with that guy. Isn't there a big age difference? Keek, are you saying it would be fine if not for the age difference? That's not what I meant. Age is a basic requirement, you know. Keek, so age is a basic condition, but everything else is to your liking. That's what you mean. No, how could I possibly like that kind of guy? From start to finish. I don't like anything about him. There's a saying that strong denial is a strong affirmation. You're saying you like everything about him from start to finish. Come on. That's not true. Eurydia, eavesdropping on Lucia and the nanny's conversation, quickly pieced things together. From their exchange, it seemed the nanny was recommending Zero as a potential husband. Another rival in love. Eurydia couldn't help but be shocked. Rodin was already a formidable rival, and now hero Lucia was joining the war of love? Moreover, this was a battle she couldn't win. Family background, wealth, honor, maturity, size. The only advantage Luna had was her insane cuteness. That was it. Is this really a gourmet spot? The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Keek, just trust me. As soon as we open the door, your appetite will return. Really? If you say so, nanny. Creak dash. With that, Lucia and the nanny entered the tavern. The very tavern where Zero and his party were. Watching them enter, Eurydia couldn't help but feel anxious. Luna is in danger. There was no chance for Luna now, so it was up to her to help. As Cupid of love. With that resolve, Eurydia dashed into the tavern. Scarlet coldly sent the person wearing a black robe away and turned towards us. Haha, it was noisy, wasn't it? I'm sorry, guests. The previously cold demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was an incredibly warm and affectionate smile, coupled with a groveling attitude. It was such a surprising change that it could have been a different person. Is it alright to send that person away like that? They were just a common merchant. There's no need for you to worry. Today, we're only accepting reservations anyway. That's the owner's prerogative, I suppose. But be more careful with your words next time. Academy students are still young. They could get hurt by such language. I'll remember that, truly remember that. Scarlet bowed deeply and headed to the kitchen. He was preparing the dishes vertically, bracing himself for the upcoming skirmish. Hor dash? The idiot hair on Rez's head began to spin round and round. It was an even more intense movement than usual. At the same time, Rez twitched. Keek, Miss Rez. What's the matter? Something, a big danger is coming. A big danger. A strong person. It seems not to be an enemy, but... Rez glanced at a box on the floor. She seemed to be contemplating whether to hide in the box. Interesting. Can she now identify whether it's a friend or foe? Rez's exceptional sense of danger was known, but until now, she had no choice but to hide blindly. Because it was impossible to tell whether the other party was a friend or foe. But now, it seemed possible. Is it thanks to the separate training with Lucia? No new skills have appeared yet, but it feels good. By the time Lucia left, it seemed a new skill might emerge. Though what it was unclear. Being taught by the hero Lucia meant a tremendous skill was to be gained. That much was certain. Creak dash. As the tavern's door opened, someone entered. Surely, the strong person Rez had mentioned. We couldn't help but be surprised upon seeing their face. Lucia, why are you coming out of there? But Lucia seemed just as surprised. Oh, big sister. Oh, Delin is here too. I've told you not to call me that in front of others. Kaye, angry Delin is scary. So scary, I have to hug her tight. Lucia rushed forward and hugged Rodin with all her might. It was a fierce hug that could have knocked over a chair, but it didn't. Lucia had perfectly adjusted her balance. Being hugged because I'm scary? That's contradictory. Angry Delin is scary. If you keep being angry, I have no choice but to hug you tight. Get off? What a disgrace in front of the juniors. Rodin tried her best to resist, but it was futile against Lucia. We couldn't possibly intervene. There was only one thing we could do in such a situation. Appreciation. Sisters overlapping. Just watching is a delight for the eyes. Of course, I'm referring to the affection between sisters. It's absolutely not with impure intentions. Appreciating the deep bond between sisters can't be wrong, so it's natural for me to smile contently. Everyone would think so, right? I could sense many people nodding in agreement. As I nodded in appreciation, the more Rodin resisted, the more the affectionate scene intensified. Maybe because of the ongoing rough hugging, Rodin's face flushed, and a slight moan escaped her lips. No. Yes? What exactly is not allowed remains unclear, but instinctively, it felt like things should proceed in that direction. Let it continue, I thought to myself. As Rodin's top was slightly lifted in the struggle, something covered my eyes. It was Luna's hand. Keek, Miss Luna. Why, a gift for you, you pervert. Receiving a gift should make me happy, but this is strange. That's because you're a pervert. Just wait quietly until it's over. Suddenly, blindfold play. Restraining everyone's longing is no different. Keek, what if I refuse? Then you'll end up like that too. Of course, I'll be the one dealing with you. I decided to wait quietly. Who cares about everyone else's longing? My life is more important right now. Ugh. I wondered what was happening on the side. Rodin is not a character known for moaning in pain, either in the game or otherwise. It's so rare that collectors specifically seek it out. Yet, here was this inexplicable moan. As a hardcore fan, my curiosity was piqued. Definitely not out of perversion. I sneakily moved my head to escape Luna's hand. Oh, something white. Crack dash. My neck turned to the side. Of course, because of Luna's hand. Keek, Miss Luna? I think something's wrong with my neck. It's supposed to be wrong. I see. No wonder it hurt. But she said it as if it was the most natural thing. Be glad that's all that happened. Try peeking again. I'll turn it even further next time. Would my neck turn 180 degrees? That seems biologically impossible. But with Luna, it might just be possible. I chose to wait quietly. What exactly was going on? I've got another reason to clear the game now, because then, I'd know what happened in the game. There might even be an illustration or two. No, there has to be. For everyone's longing? Anyway, all I can see right now is the door of the tavern. I was aimlessly staring at it when, creak dash, someone came in. A person in a black robe, their identity unknown. They scanned our side once and then, dash, they burst out with a nosebleed. What a tremendous reaction. It made me want to turn my head towards Rodin right away, but I held back because I could feel Luna's sharp gaze from behind me. The unidentified person staggered and settled at a table in the corner. Was it because a stranger had entered? Or because they had witnessed something so disgraceful they couldn't bear to look? Unhealthy behavior punch. Bam, eek. Lucia rolled towards me. Was I the only one who thought she was wearing a happy smile? A moment later, crack dash. Luna had returned my head to its original position. Rodin had already perfectly tidied up her attire. Lucia looked at her and giggled. Ow, that hurts. Not only engaging in scandalous acts but loafing around too. You deserve to be hit. Do you not realize the significance of being a special instructor at Anwood Academy? Rodin, today is a holiday. Rodin stiffened. Today was the weekend, a holiday recognized by the Empire. To insist on working on such a day, Rodin had no choice but to be flustered. And you're loafing around just as much, aren't you, Rodin? I'm on duty. I'm checking if this facility is safe for students to use. That's exactly what loafing is. Ugh. Rodin's face turned crimson. Frustrated but out-argued, she didn't know what to do. She's cute no matter what. Just as cute as Luna. Lucia, looking around, spoke up. But, is this place really a restaurant? Looks more like a tavern to me. Keek, it's a tavern with that kind of concept. Unique indeed. Times have really changed, you know? Back in my day. Hold on. Rodin interrupted Lucia. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lucia's old-fashioned long speech would have been torture otherwise. It seems you need a restaurant ticket to use this place. Big sister, you don't have one, do you? Rodin, you? Such a petty trick. Owner, this guest says she's leaving? See her out? And it seems it wouldn't be amiss to give her a kick in the rear. Lucia was about to say something, but Scarlet acted faster. Suddenly, he was beside her, bending at the waist. Of course, it was his own waist. No, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. Please, take a seat. We can add a table for you to sit comfortably. But you said earlier that it couldn't be used without a ticket. I thought we were out of ingredients, but that wasn't the case. I plan to offer a meal to that person sitting over there too. Scarlet's finger pointed towards where the person in the black robe was sitting. The unidentified person stammered out. Ahem. I'll have the same menu as that side, please. Yes, of course. Scarlet continued. Above all, it's an honor for our family to provide a meal for the hero, Lucia. Please allow me the great honor of serving you. Well, if you insist. We'll add a table so you can dine more comfortably. Scarlet's movements were incredibly quick. Before Rodin could even protest, he had added a table. Please enjoy your meal. I'll bring out the appetizer right away. All right, make it quick. Lucia nodded arrogantly, and Scarlet hurried back to the kitchen, walking backward. As Scarlet disappeared, bang! Unable to contain her anger, Rodin slammed her fist down. This is coercion with authority. How can you justify such unfairness? He. As a hero, it's only natural to receive such treatment, isn't it? If it weren't for me, the Empire would have been half destroyed by now. How can you say such a thing? Can you deny it? Saving the Empire from war, slaying the second-grade demon that attacked the institution, rescuing the Holy Kingdom from crisis. Just considering these, isn't it right to say I saved the Empire? Rodin clamped her mouth shut. She knew better than anyone that without Lucia's actions, the Empire would have suffered greatly. Above all, this place is going to be very famous. Just my visit alone is like granting them tremendous fortune. Money naturally follows. Rodin trembled. She was inwardly twisted by Lucia's presumptuous attitude. Finally, as Rodin twisted in frustration, Luna asked, "But how did you get here? It's quite a remote place." Well, Nanny said that. Lucia turned her gaze aside. But there was no one there. No, there had never been anyone there to begin with. The only ones who had entered after the door opened were Lucia and the person in the black robe. They were the only ones. What? Where did she disappear to so quickly? Thinking she had seized an opportunity, Rodin's eyes sparkled. You were alone from the beginning, weren't you? Stop with the poor acting. Stalking is a dangerous act that can lead to serious crimes. Are you aware of that? Really? It's so unfair. Your next statement can be made in jail. Enjoy your meal. It seems like it might be your last one outside. Are you saying you're going to arrest your beloved sister? Delin? How could you do this to me? Someone who manipulates others with their authority is not a beloved sister. And I'm not Delin. I am Rodin. Lin. Delin doesn't love me? That's impossible. Lucia again rushed to embrace Rodin. Crash bang, thud dash, chairs overturned, and my neck was twisted again by Luna. Rubbing beneath my nose with my finger, I thought. Haha, what a mess. Asterisk. About 3 minutes before Lucia arrived. Oh, this tastes quite good. Hearing the children's exclamations, Scarlet unknowingly shrugged his shoulders. Of course. Who do you think made it? Scarlet recalled a memory. Karen's strict order to prepare the finest cuisine. He wasn't joking. He introduced a former royal palace chef who now works at Anwood Academy. You're that rat, huh? Since it's a request from Sir Karen, I'll make an exception. But don't think I'll go easy just because you're a rat. What you do might be remarkable, but this side is no less serious. Don't underestimate cooking. Understand? Understood. Whack. Scarlet involuntarily covered his head. He felt a tremendous pain. He had scored high in torture resistance training. But this pain? Scarlet looked incredulously at the chef's hand, which held a sparkling small ladle. From now on, all responses are yes, chef. Got it. Understood. Whack. That day marked the beginning of his ordeal. Mornings were for cooking classes, afternoons for dressing the tavern like a restaurant, and evenings and late nights for running the bar and gathering information. Sleeping hours were reduced, but that was bearable. What Scarlet found most difficult was, is this what you call well done? It's undercooked. Release it back into the wild. It will roam the plains on its own legs. Sorry, chef. Whack. There's no such word in this world. The only word is yes, chef. Yes, chef. Whack. What is this? There's so much oil that the damned empire would invade your frying pan? No need to conquer other kingdoms. LT note, yes, the author made an America joke. Yes, chef. Humph. The response is acceptable. If only your cooking skills were half as good. Whack. Whack. Enduring hits with a ladle, he underwent truly grueling training for 3 weeks. Finally. Humph. At least it's edible now. He received a passing mark. He had graduated from the cooking class. Thank you for everything. It was when Scarlet bowed his head. Whack. You still haven't grasped it. Excuse me. Don't you still understand? Between us, there's no need for such formalities. Don't we have a phrase that symbolizes trust between us? After a moment of thought, Scarlet exclaimed loudly, filled with respect. Yes, chef. You've worked hard. I wish you success in your mission. If you get fired, contact me. I'll offer a meal for free. Yes, chef. At novel bin at. That tearful farewell was just yesterday. He had pledged to honor the chef's name by delivering the finest cuisine. But then, crash, just 5 minutes before chaos. No, the tavern was already in chaos. Karen, you bastard. Isn't this a bit too much? The second appetizer is a whitefish garlic butter roast. It's very delicious if you dip it in the special broccoli sauce next to it. Thank you, Rodin said, trying to maintain her composure. It hadn't been long since she got out of Lucia's embrace, so her hair was all over the place. Considering Rodin usually boasts a perfect appearance, this was quite the event. It means, in other words, that Lucia is something special. It's rare to find someone who can disrupt Rodin's perfection. Anyway, there was a bit of a commotion, but as the dish was served, everyone went back to their places. What's this? Why is it so delicious? I can't believe a restaurant in the boondocks can produce this level of taste. Have I been eating cafeteria food for too long that my taste buds are ruined? Rodin glanced at Lucia with a slight glare. She didn't like her attitude, and Lucia's presence was not welcomed. But to me, Lucia was nothing short of a savior. Because now I can finally eat in peace. To the outside world, she might seem like a total klutz, but Lucia is known as a hero. It would be impossible to trick her and attack me. And that's not all. If he caused any misunderstanding, he'd be dead without an excuse. Even a minor mistake like hiding a bone in the fish would not be tolerated. So, all Scarlet can do now is quietly serve the dishes. That's the only thing he can do. The problem is, because of Lucia, it's now impossible to engage in any head-to-head confrontations. The reason Karen sent me here. The reason I met Scarlet. And why he's being nice to Rez, not Luna at novel bin at. I tried to provoke Scarlet little by little to get hints, but Lucia's arrival completely ruined the game. Well, it's the same for them too. The game is ruined for Karen's side as well. Now, all I can do is eat diligently. Well, Scarlet is in the middle of cooking, his body practically falling apart, so I guess I'm in a better position. That was when I was slowly savoring the tender flesh of the fish. Rodin, Lucia picked up a big piece of fish with her fork and offered it to Rodin. I have hands, you know, 2 of them? Rodin wasn't like this before coming to the academy. What happened to make her this way? This sister is really sad. When are you talking about? There's been no such thing since I was 12. So, until she was 12, Rodin used to accept food from Lucia? I slightly imagined that scenario. Rodin, sitting properly in a chair, obediently accepting every food offered. Just imagining it brought a smile to my lips. 0, I'm giving you a demerit point. Keek, why? For having unhealthy fantasies. Unhealthy fantasies. I'm not sure why imagining someone feeding and being fed is considered an unhealthy fantasy. Then, since I've already received a demerit, I might as well continue fantasizing. There's nothing more to lose. What? Can't you stop? Was Rodin trying to warn me as she abruptly stood up? She tried to rise by pushing herself off the table. But, creak dash. Rodin couldn't stand up. No, she was unable to. Because Lucia was pressing down on her shoulder with one hand. Ugh, what's this? Rodin, my hand is going to fall off at this rate. Lucia still had the fork in her other hand. She brought it close to Rodin's mouth. Didn't I say I won't eat it? So, you're saying you dislike it? If Rodin keeps refusing, something big might happen at the academy, you know? For example, like the training grounds needing repairs. Lucia smiled, but the underlying meaning was terrifying. The training grounds are enchanted with ancient magic based on magic circles. Yes, Normally, it wouldn't even get scratched, let alone broken. But with Lucia's power, it could easily be destroyed. When Lucia smashed me into the wall, it left 2 holes. They haven't been fixed yet. Rodin's expression upon seeing the damaged training grounds was indescribable. Lucia had promised to pay for the repairs out of her own pocket, but the Magic Association said it wouldn't be possible until 2 months later. No wonder Rodin was horrified. I might just break it completely this time. I've been having trouble controlling my strength lately. That? Don't you have any awareness as a soldier? I am taking care of my beloved sister as a soldier, am I not? All you have to do is open your mouth, and it's done. Just this once. Rodin, seemingly having no choice, bit into the fork Lucia offered. Maybe because we were watching, but Rodin's face slightly flushed pink. How? Our Rodin is even cute when eating, isn't she? How is it? It tastes better because your sister gave it to you, right? It tastes the same as the ones on my plate. That's too bad. This sister's love is packed into it, so it can't be the same. Here, try again, and really feel it this time. Rodin's expression soured. She realized that unless she says it's more delicious, the cycle of hell would repeat indefinitely. Rodin bit into the fork Lucia offered again. After savoring it for a while, Rodin slowly opened her mouth. Wow, it is really amazing. What was that? That rigid praise. Even a robot would speak more smoothly than that. But Lucia seemed satisfied with just that. Of course, I knew it. It's only natural since it's packed with this sister's love. Yes, indeed, it is. Rodin, so you finally understand this sister's heart. Was it unbearably cute? Lucia hugged Rodin tightly. Cough, cough. But the reaction came from somewhere else. A mysterious person wearing a black robe. The unidentified person had a nosebleed again. Unhealthy fantasy punch. Lucia was sent flying again by Rodin's punch. At the same time, I could see it. The skill newly added to Rodin's skill window. Unhealthy fantasy punch F. Asterisk. Shortly after, when we were enjoying dessert after a splendid meal. Since the training grounds were mentioned earlier. How is it going? Are the trainings proceeding well? Rodin asked, and Luna immediately responded. Yes, thanks to Ms. Lucia, I'm learning a lot. I see. If you need help, just say the word. I'll teach you myself. Before Luna could finish expressing her gratitude, Lucia interjected. Rodin, I hate to say this but, your teachings are of no help to these kids. Why is that? Because your training methods are more outdated than mine. In this day and age, waterfall training, really? What's wrong with waterfall training? It's a great method for cleansing both the body and mind. Do you realize you and Dad are the only ones in our family who do that kind of training? Isn't it a fine method of training if the head of the family does it too? You should follow suit. Anyway, sometimes I think you're even more old-fashioned than me. Was being called old-fashioned unbearable at the age of 16? Rodin's eyebrows slightly raised. Are you even teaching properly? I'm quite worried you're just sleeping on the mattress all the time. I'm diligently doing it, so don't worry. Tisk, it's hard to trust you given your usual behavior. They'll prove it. How hard I've been working these days. 0, is what she's saying true? Desperation slightly tinged Rodin's gaze, a desperation to find fault. It's undeniable that Lucia has been diligently working, as she said. But since this is also part of a deal with me, it's true that she spends about half of the training time sleeping. So, it wouldn't be a problem to slightly side with Rodin. Keek, well, it seems like it could be, but then again, it might not. You brat? Won't you speak properly? Threatening a student is a reason for detention. Rodin, how could you do that to your sister? Another storm blew in. Lucia hugged Rodin, Luna was twisting my neck, Rez hid inside a box, the mysterious person had a nosebleed, and Scarlet in the kitchen was shedding tears for some reason. When things somewhat calmed down. Anyway, the training is going well, so don't worry. This hero, Lucia, is teaching them personally. Yes, whether it's Hero Lucia or Pig Lucia, no one can tell because of the weight gain. Wait, this is the kind of weight you can't lose. It's an inevitable part of being a woman. Is that so? Then what's this? Rodin pinched Lucia's thigh. A considerable amount of flesh bulged between her thumb and forefinger. Is this also an inevitable kind of weight? Rodin, you're still too young to understand. This is precisely the type of flesh that's irresistibly attractive to men. If your body is all muscle, you won't be popular. What? What did you say? What does it mean for a soldier to make their body attractive to men? Cough, cough. These days, slender is the trend. The last comment came from behind. Looking back, only the person in the black robe was there, enjoying her dessert as if nothing happened. Did I hear wrong? Scratching my head, I went back to watching the sisters quarrel. All of this is for your sake, Rodin. What will you do if you can't get married behaving like this? I think you should be more worried about yourself. While outer attractiveness is important, I recommend cultivating inner beauty first. You, what are you saying to your sister? My personality, what's wrong with it? My gentle style is extremely attractive, you know. Cough, cough, but still, cuteness is the best. What was that? That last interjection like a local broadcast. Turning back, the person in the black robe was just savoring her dessert, pretending not to know anything. This? Fine? Just ask. There's a boy here, after all. Are you sure? You might receive a huge shock. Rodin, don't be shocked yourself. Today, I'll show you the dignity of this sister. Fine. 0. Choose. Who's more attractive? Lucia and Rodin's eyes were blazing as they looked at me, asking who is more attractive. While it's not unusual for Lucia, it's not something Rodin would typically ask. Both are caught in anger, unable to make a rational decision. Wait, could this be a turning point? It was strange from the start. Instead of training, taking a break to visit the town and increase affection in a restaurant. A kind of rest time, but then Lucia appears out of nowhere. A hidden piece has been triggered. Perhaps the choice now will influence the storyline later. Choosing Lucia might seem beneficial, but choosing Rodin could bring about significant changes as well. I've practically given up on Rodin's salvation set for the latter half. But if this choice brings about a change, then choosing Rodin is the right move. I was about to say that Rodin is the most attractive. Cough, cough. True love is looking at only one person with a sincere heart. Cough, cough. A person making their point with coughs as a disguise. Truly a strange person. Are they talking about Luna? Huh? That moment, I realized. The choice. It's not just between Lucia and Rodin. Yes, Luna was also one of the options. Coralalalak dash. Puzzles unfolded in my mind. Pieces of the past, the current situation, and what's to come about them. The puzzle pieces haphazardly came together to form a picture. A picture too embarrassing to be called one. But it's enough to overcome this situation. Keek. Lucia, Rodin, Luna, Rez, Scarlet, and even the mysterious person. Everyone's gaze was on me, and the person I chose was, of course, Miss Rez is the most attractive. Kaung? A tremendous noise came from the back. It was the sound of the person in the black robe hitting their head on the table. Did I hear that wrong? I can't figure out why someone who wasn't an option has appeared. Lucia couldn't believe what she was hearing, but my opinion hadn't changed. Wasn't it about choosing the most attractive person here? Thud. No, I mean, we didn't exactly decide on that. Then there should be no problem in choosing Rez, right? Thud. Really? Lucia asked incredulously once again. I shrugged in response to her, a gesture that spoke louder than words. Then, thud, 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 the untown person kept banging their head on the table. They were truly crazy, but the women sitting at my table were no less crazy. Eek, eek, I don't taste good. You can't eat me. Rez shrieked as she curled up inside a box. Why does saying someone is attractive translate to wanting to eat them? I couldn't understand the thought process of a herbivore. Trying to understand it was strange in itself. To think my charm is less appealing to these green behind the ears kids. Can I really not compete with age? Is being cute and young the best? Mumbling to herself, Lucia was deep in despair. Rodin glared at me silently. My head instinctively turned away, avoiding her piercing gaze. That's how intense it was. Fleeing, despair, silent glares. This table was filled with madness. But the craziest person among them was, dare to aim at my friend. You must have guts swelling up big time. Let's check it out. The friend-obsessed Luna. How does one check the size of one's guts? I wanted to ask, but decided against it. Luna was carefully wiping a dining knife. It wouldn't be surprising if my liver was extracted right then and there. But I had no choice. In this situation, choosing Rez was the best option. Lucia, Rodin, Luna, and Rez. The reason I chose Rez among them was, it's because getting too close would be problematic. Yes, that was precisely why I chose Rez. Getting too friendly with central characters could complicate things in various ways. If I had chosen Lucia here, Lucia, who gets nagged by her nanny dozens of times a day, you should marry quickly. Your charm as a woman is fading day by day. Hee, nanny. My charm is still intact. 0 said I was the most attractive woman today. That means my charm is overflowing. Even children can't take their eyes off me. Oh, is that so? Lucia would brag to her nanny about today's events, and the nanny, thinking I had feelings for her, would kidnap me. It could lead to a marriage story and force me to leave the academy. What? Is that too much of an imagination? Can you still say that after seeing that nanny, naturally promoting Lucia as the best bride, seeking a good groom regardless of age, stalking me, leading Lucia to the restaurant where we were at novel bin at. Kidnapping wouldn't even count as a crime to such a nanny. Lucia plays a significant role in the latter half of the story. There's a truckload of high-level demons that Lucia needs to defeat in the story. If Lucia ends up marrying me, she'd be too infatuated with me to fight demons, leading us closer to destruction. Too much charm can be a problem, you see. That's why Lucia wasn't an option. Rodin was a similar case. We're already quite close, and getting closer would make it unsurprising if Rodin decided to join our party. A character who, along with the protagonist Alex, drives the story. If Rodin joined our party, it would significantly alter the story I knew, and the first party members would likely meet disastrous ends. A problem in the first party would make progressing the story impossible, which is the worst case scenario I envisioned. We must avoid it at all costs. I do want to change Rodin's future, but just this moment alone won't change that future. Sacrificing others, this world, for the sake of saving just Rodin is unthinkable. Hence, Rodin was also not an option. Initially, the only options I could choose from were Luna and Rez. Just those two. Well, I could have chosen Luna. We're just friends, and she always tells me not to fall for her. Choosing Luna in this situation felt like losing somehow. That's why I chose Rez. A choice that wouldn't affect the future, an unburdened herbivore. Huh? If there weren't such conditions and I just had to choose someone I liked, that would be obviously. Whoosh! At that moment, something sharp flew towards me. It was a knife. Thrown by Scarlet. I was lifting a plate reflexively when, snap, Scarlet's eyes widened. Because Lucia caught the knife out of thin air. With her bare hands. I was just doing the dishes? I'm so sorry. Scarlet bowed deeply immediately. But Lucia had no interest in him. Her focus was on, 0, let's do it again. Without that girl. Then it would definitely be me. Right. Me. Lucia pointed the knife at my neck. She looked like she would stab me immediately if I didn't say she was the most attractive woman. Was it a headache coming on? Rodin held her forehead and said, put it down. It's so ugly I can't bear to watch. No, I haven't lost yet. Lucia began to exert more force with her hand. A blue aura was undulating. She had started to threaten me using her aura. It was reason enough for Rodin to scold her. To use aura in such a setting, and to intimidate a student at that? Do you not have any awareness as a soldier? But, Dylan, before being a soldier, my heart as a woman is dying. Are you saying it's okay for this sister's heart to die? If your heart can be recovered in such a way, it's already doomed? Calmly accept reality and devote yourself to self-improvement. Why I hate you, Dylan. I thought you, of all people, would understand my heart. Lucia threw herself on the ground and began to roll around. Get up this instant? What a disgrace. Rodin struggled to lift Lucia up. But stopping Lucia was an impossible task. Once again, the situation turned into a mess. I had no choice but to step in. Keek, don't fight over me. Even if you all want me so badly. That's not what it means. That's not the point. That's not it. Lucia and Rodin yelled at me. Look at this greatness, bringing quarreling children under control in an instant. It's definitely me. I was praising myself for quickly settling the situation when I realized something strange. Huh? Now that I think about it, who said the last part? I turned my head to the side, and there was a person in a black robe, fuming next to me. Perhaps they was too excited. The robe lifted slightly, revealing the face underneath. Eurydia. Yes? What? I'm just a passing citizen. Eurydia hurriedly pulled down her robe. But everyone had already seen her face clearly. Was it too hard to bear everyone's gaze? Womanizers are the worst dash. With that, Eurydia ran out of the tavern as if fleeing. Truly, she must be crazy. Asterisk. It's already this late. I'll take my leave first. I have an appointment. Rodin got up from her seat. We decided to leave together. Our goal of dining was achieved, and Rez, who was force-fed, looked like she was about to die. Well, I have some questions to solve. Such as why Karen sent me here, or why Scarlet attacked me, and the most puzzling of all, why is he being nice to Rez, not Luna? It was a meal filled with questions. Despite thinking hard in the midst of the busy situation, I couldn't figure out Karen's intentions. I'm tired of thinking. It's fair to say I lost in this battle of wits with Karen. But that doesn't mean I gained nothing. The information I have. Using it, dealing with Scarlet would be easy. Yes, I was planning to use Scarlet's weakness to figure out Karen's intentions. Then I'm off too. There's no training today, so I should get some sleep. Lucia left the tavern like the wind. Coming and going, truly like the wind. Huff, huff. Are you okay? Let's buy some digestives on the way home. She looks like she's going to die. Luna was supporting Rez. I said to her, Keek, please go ahead. Why? I'm going to leave a tip. The service was exceptionally good, after all. Throwing knives to cut meat from afar and even sticking forks in. It's the kind of service you can't help but tip for. Well, we did enjoy the meal. Then, please take care of it for us too. Oh, are they planning to share the tip? I extended my hand towards Luna. But Luna, supporting Rez, was only heading towards the entrance. I see. It's up to me to cover it all? As I pondered what to do with my awkwardly hanging hand, Rodin offered a silver coin. Thank you for the invitation today. I'll add this to the tip. Her usual demeanor. But I could feel it. It was filled with coldness. Could it be that her affection has decreased? Getting too close is problematic, but drifting apart isn't good either. The problem is, I don't understand why Rodin suddenly acted this way. As I was contemplating, Rodin muttered. Well, it can't be helped. Being stiff like me, it's natural not to be popular. Excuse me. It's true that Rez is cute. Incomparable to me. My mind started working faster than ever before. I reached a conclusion in just 1 second, but immediately dismissed it. It didn't seem like something Rodin would think. Being unattractive might be the highest praise as a soldier. So, it's fine. But no matter how much I thought about it, there was only one conclusion. So, Rodin is actually jealous?